Chapter 1. The Clash of Arms. In the vast and boundless ocean lies an island known as Longyu. The island is adorned with lush greenery, resembling a terrestrial paradise, both dreamlike and ethereal. The inhabitants of this isle have lived in harmony for generations, seldom venturing beyond its shores, occasionally hearing tales of the wonders that lie beyond and the marvels of weaponry that exist in the outside world. At the heart of the island stands a bustling city, the most prosperous area, where nearly half of the island's population of over 100,000 resides. In the city square, a colossal statue of a figure wielding a long spear towers above, seemingly paying homage to the island's long-standing rulers, the Lei family. In recent years, the rise of another clan has disrupted the delicate balance of power on the island. The newly emerging chief family has engaged in relentless warfare with the Lei family, vying for dominion over the island. Not far from the statue of the spear-wielding figure, they erected an even taller statue of a figure brandishing a long spear, its point directed defiantly at the statue of the spear-bearing figure. The sun cast its slanted rays upon the ocean's surface, where the sunlight danced upon the waves, creating a glimmering spectacle. A gentle breeze carried a hint of salinity, but the scent was not that of the sea. It was the acrid aroma of death from the brutal battleground, the metallic tang of blood. Clanging and clashing echoed across a spacious clearing on the island, where two factions clashed in fierce combat. One side donned imposing black armor over dark battle attire, while the other sported vibrant red uniforms, reminiscent of the crimson blood that stained the ground. After a fierce skirmish, both sides regrouped, standing at opposite ends. At the forefront of the black-clad formation, a lone rider stood resolute, brandishing a long spear like a god of war. Behind him, three young individuals stood at attention in their 20s, a man and a woman, both exuding a sense of confidence bred from years of experience on the battlefield. The third, a lad of merely 16 or 17, showed signs of inexperience, his eyes burning with fury as he fixed his gaze ahead. The foremost figure was Lei Xiong, the head of the Lei family, flanked by his three children, Lei Yu, his eldest son Lei Yao, his eldest daughter, and Lei Xiao, his youngest son. For centuries, the Lei family has ruled as the foremost clan on the island. Yet, in recent years, the chief family has risen, refusing to remain subservient. For years, they have waged war against the Lei family, contending for territory and subjects. Today, the Lei and chief families once more prepared for battle. Lei Xiong, weary of the incessant strife, sought to bring the conflict to a decisive conclusion, while Qi Yuan, the head of the chief family, harbored ulterior motives, a sinister smile flickering in his eyes. Lei Xiong bellowed into the fray, "Qi Yuan, do you dare to face me in single combat?" "Ha ha ha!" Qi Yuan laughed heartily. "Old man of the Lei family, do you still believe you could dominate the island, as you once did? Do you think your family can wield absolute power here? I, the Lei family, have guarded this island for centuries and have never feared anyone. Do not rely on mere words if you have the courage. Step forth and fight." Lei Xiong, spear in hand, stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority. "Your strength is waning, and you think you can stir up great waves? I shall see what you are truly capable of." With those words, Qi Yuan charged forward, spear aimed directly at Lei Xiong's throat. As the spear lunged, aiming for his neck, Lei Xiong remained unfazed. Just as the tip was about to pierce his flesh, he nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Qi Yuan's attack while thrusting his spear backward, striking the rear of Qi Yuan's steed. The startled horse bolted, racing toward the Lei formation, while Qi Yuan struggled to regain control, desperately pulling on the reins. In that brief exchange, Lei Xiong's might was evident, while Qi Yuan's clumsiness only served to incite laughter among the Lei soldiers, revealing the disparity in their abilities. Lei Xiong seized the opportunity, charging toward Qi Yuan. The latter, sensing the impending threat, felt the cold sweat bead on his forehead. In the chaos of battle, a moment's hesitation could lead to dire consequences. As he glanced back, he saw Lei Xiong closing in, causing panic to swell within him, contemplating the grim fate that awaited him. Though fear gripped Qi Yuan's heart, he could not afford to lose face in front of the thousands of soldiers who bore witness. As he neared his own lines, he found a semblance of resolve and abruptly reined in his horse, nearly toppling from the saddle, prompting further laughter from the Lei soldiers. From a distance, Lei Xiong shook his head in disbelief. After regaining his composure, Qi Yuan heard a youthful voice from behind him. "Father, let me take the lead. Why waste time? From this day forth, we shall ensure the Lei family is forever erased from this island." Knowing he could not match Lei Xiong's strength, Qi Yuan hesitated. Just then, Lei Xiong's booming voice filled the air. "Qi Yuan, why do you shy away from combat? If you lack the courage to fight, return to your home and obey my commands. I assure you, the Lei family will not make things difficult for you." Ha ha! What had once been a retreat was now transformed into a point of no return for Qi Yuan, spurred by Lei Xiong's taunts. The outcome of the battle hinged greatly on the resolve of their leaders. Fleeing without a fight would only demoralize their troops. As the head of the Qi family, to retreat after just one exchange would severely undermine his authority. Fueled by anger, Qi Yuan charged once more toward Lei Xiong, an act of defiance. Meanwhile, he discreetly gestured behind him, and the young man who had spoken earlier was readying himself for action. "Ha! Now you resemble a true adversary," Lei Xiong declared, his spirit ignited by Qi Yuan's renewed aggression, and he galloped forward to meet him. As Qi Yuan thrust his spear once more, he had formulated a cunning strategy. His initial thrust would be a feint, with the real attack to follow. No matter which way Lei Xiong dodged, he would sweep through with his spear, a smile creeping onto his face as he envisioned success. Yet, as Qi Yuan charged, Lei Xiong held his spear firmly, poised for defense. In the critical moment, he leaned back, expertly blocking Qi Yuan's thrust with his spear. Without missing a beat, Lei Xiong swept his spear horizontally, catching Qi Yuan off guard and sending him tumbling from his mount, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, a clear sign of significant internal injury. Cheers erupted from the Lei formation as they witnessed their leader's triumph over the opposing commander. Lei Xiong dismounted, raising a hand to silence the jubilant soldiers, positioning his spear at Qi Yuan's throat. "Qi Yuan, you have lost. The Qi family is but a shadow of its former self. Withdraw your forces and cease hostilities, and I, as a magnanimous leader, shall allow your family to retain a place on this island. What say you?" "Bah!" Qi Yuan spat defiantly, resolved that if he was to fall, he would take Lei family down with him. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a massacre of the Lei family at the hands of the Qi, throwing his head back in raucous laughter. The sky was ablaze with hues of crimson and gold as the sun set, contrasting with the blood-soaked ground, creating a vivid tableau of horror and beauty. In the aftermath of Qi Yuan's defeat, a rider from the Qi formation surged forward toward the center of the battlefield. The Lei soldiers took note of the approach, seeing a young man in his 20s, but dismissed him, believing that with Qi Yuan fallen, the rest posed little threat. "Qi Yuan, do not persist in your folly and destroy your family legacy," Lei Xiong warned, his spear aimed directly at Qi Yuan's neck, drawing blood as it pierced through. "Old man of the Lei family, prepare to meet your end." The young man, Qi Zhan, charged forward, prompting the Lei soldiers to shout warnings. "Be careful." Recognizing Qi Zhan as Qi Yuan's son, Lei Xiong dismissed the threat. If Qi Yuan had been no match for him, surely his son would be even less formidable. He stood ready to confront Qi Zhan. Though the Lei soldiers were concerned, they knew Qi Zhan would not be a match for Lei Xiong, rallying behind their leader with shouts of encouragement. With a fierce determination, Qi Zhan lunged forward, brandishing a spear of fiery red. As he closed in, Lei Xiong smiled, thinking, "Qi Yuan has already fallen. How formidable can his son be?" He advanced to meet the challenge. With a resounding clash, Qi Zhan's spear shattered Lei Xiong's weapon into two, leaving the elder leader stunned, whispering, "Divine weapon." Chapter 2. The Flame Spear. Divine weapon. The three young members of Lei Xiong's family watched in horror as their patriarch's spear was splintered. They understood in an instant that if it were not for a divine weapon, how could an ordinary armament possibly harm the Lei family's treasured spear? Their calculations had failed to account for the Qi family's possession of such a weapon. For years, they had heard tales of divine weapons, knowing that in the outside world, possessing one could grant immense power. But on this isolated island, they had only heard of them, never seen one. Now that a divine weapon had manifested, the fate of Lei Xiong appeared grim. "Father, be careful," the three young ones shouted urgently, realizing the gravity of the situation. As Qi Zhan's crimson spear ignited with flames, he charged once more at Lei Xiong, who now held a broken weapon, steeling himself for the inevitable clash. With every heartbeat, tension mounted as the Lei soldiers braced themselves for the oncoming confrontation. Ha! The broken halberd was no match for the divine weapon. The crimson spear, engulfed in flames, pierced through Lei Xiong's body. "Dad!" The three young men at the forefront of the Lei family formation cried out in agony as they witnessed the spear pass through Lei Xiong's form. They watched in profound sorrow as his body was gradually reduced to ashes amidst the blazing inferno. "Take Lei Xiao away." Lei Yu, the eldest of the Lei family, commanded a general in his 40s to escort the youngest son, Lei Xiao, away from the scene. "Young master," the general grasped Lei Xiao, who was eager to rush forward and fight, tears streaming down his face. The image of the old patriarch turning to ash in the flames haunted his mind, yet he felt powerless to avenge him. "Take Lei Xiao away. Ensure he leaves the island. Do you wish for the Lei family to perish?" Lei Yu shouted at the approaching Qi family troops. "As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Lei Xiao, live well. Go." Elder brother, sister, Lei Xiao, already in tears, shouted loudly as he was pulled away by the soldiers. Lei Yu and Lei Yao turned resolutely to engage the oncoming Qi family troops. Lei Xiong was instantly killed by a single thrust of Qi Zhan's spear, his body turning to ash under the flames of the weapon. The Lei family troops, devoid of their leader, fell into chaos. With the Qi family wielding a divine weapon, the Lei family stood no chance, and a massacre ensued. In the midst of the fighting, the youngest son, Lei Xiao, was taken away to preserve the family bloodline, while the other two, Lei Yu and Lei Yao, were lost in the fray, scattered amidst the chaos. Once Qi Zhan unleashed the divine weapon, the Lei family was left defenseless, as if entering a realm devoid of opposition. The crimson flaming spear danced with ferocity, and wherever the flames swept, the Lei soldiers met their tragic end, crying out in agony. Some, unable to endure the searing pain, resorted to taking their own lives to escape their torment. As the setting sun stained the clouds crimson, it cast a dreamlike glow upon the sea, adding a touch of melancholy to the battlefield of slaughter on the island. The picturesque scene under the sunset was lost on those who would never again open their eyes to behold such beauty. Bloodshed, flames, screams, and slaughter rendered the battlefield a hell on earth. The sudden turn of events led to the Lei army's complete rout, with soldiers either dead, wounded, or fleeing. The Qi family showed no intent to spare the Lei family's kin, and after securing the battlefield, they prepared to seize the remaining members of the Lei family. "Father, we have yet to locate the 3 children of the Lei family. I have already dispatched men to search for them." Qi Zhan, wielding the crimson spear with fervor, approached his father, Qi Yuan. "Cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. We must find them and eradicate any future threats." Qi Yuan, having suffered humiliation and nearly lost his life under Lei Xiong's command, now harbored an intense hatred for the Lei family. "Father, I have already slain Lei Xiong. Those 3 siblings pose no threat. With my presence and the divine weapon, they cannot stir up any trouble on Longyu Island." Qi Zhan had dispatched Lei Xiong with a single strike thanks to the advantage of the divine weapon, brimming with confidence, as if no one in the world could oppose him, oblivious to the vastness beyond the small confines of Longyu Island. "Exercise caution, for a single misstep could lead to disaster. We must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to give them any opportunity. From now on, my Qi family shall dominate Longyu Island, eliminating all potential threats." Qi Yuan observed as the Qi soldiers conducted a final cleansing on the battlefield, tending to their wounded while ensuring that any Lei soldiers still alive received a fatal blow. "Father, once we finish here, we must head to the Lei residence to deal with their kin. I have already surrounded the Lei residence to ensure not a single fly can escape." "Ha ha ha." Qi Zhan's face bore a wicked smile as he spoke. "Excellent. Let us proceed to eliminate the remnants of the Lei family. Withdraw." The Qi army cleared the battlefield and advanced towards the Lei residence. With the Lei family no longer a match for the Qi family, the women and children trapped within the Lei residence were even less capable of resisting the Qi troops, appearing like lambs ready for slaughter against the encircling Qi forces. Qi Yuan and Qi Zhan stood outside the Lei residence, gazing at what was once the most opulent mansion on the island, now poised to be trampled beneath their feet, their hearts swelling with excitement and exhilaration. Inside the Lei residence, Lei Xiao's mother, the wife of Lei Xiong, listened to the sounds of soldiers moving outside, watching the panicked crowd within the house, tears streaming down her face. Heaven seeks to destroy my Lei family. My family has guarded Longyu Island for generations, yet we have never committed any heinous acts. The heavens are blind, and today they wish to obliterate my Lei family. How infuriating! An elderly steward, appearing flustered, hurried to Lei Xiao's mother, nearly losing his footing and collapsing, only to be steadied by her. Trembling, he spoke, "Madam, I have heard that the master has perished in battle." Upon hearing this, the steward could no longer contain his grief, weeping bitterly. The Lei family had long ruled the small island with benevolence, never oppressing the residents, instead ensuring their peace and prosperity. From the highest officials to the common folk, all had benefited from the Lei family's protection. The steward, once an orphan taken in by the previous head of the Lei family, had found solace and purpose through their kindness. He had grown to see himself as part of the Lei family, nurturing the three children Lei Yu, Lei Yao, and Lei Xiao as if they were his own. Hearing of Lei Xiong's death and the uncertainty surrounding the three children's fates filled him with despair. The eldest young master, second young master, and miss are all unaccounted for. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao's mother felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, stumbling backward. The steward quickly supported her, calling out, "Madam, madam!" As Lei Xiao's mother slowly regained consciousness, her eyes, once unfocused, ignited with a fierce hatred. If looks could kill, the siege upon the Lei residence would have been lifted. The Qi family has wronged the Lei family to this extent even in death. I shall drag their kind down with me. Steward, give me a sword. Madam, you are the last of the Lei family. It would be wise to change into the attire of a servant and make your escape. I shall hold them off for you. The steward urged her to leave. The master is dead, and my three children are unaccounted for. What worth is there in my continued existence? If I must die today, I shall do so swiftly. Madam, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. Lei Xiao's mother stood before the hall, declaring loudly, "This calamity upon the Lei family is unavoidable. I apologize to everyone. Please feel free to take anything you can from the house to exchange for money. If the Qi family spares you, it may alleviate your immediate needs." Lei Xiao's mother still held on to a glimmer of hope that the Qi family might show mercy to the remaining members of the Lei family. However, outside the Lei residence, Qi Yuan had issued a command: "Kill without mercy, not a single Lei family member shall be spared." When Qi Yuan and Qi Zhan arrived, the slaughter commenced. The Lei family servants were no match for the Qi army, akin to ants facing an elephant with no significant resistance. The Qi troops swiftly breached the Lei residence, and once inside, they began their ruthless massacre, incentivized by the promise of keeping whatever they seized. The Qi soldiers, upon entering the Lei residence, acted like wolves among sheep, looting and killing indiscriminately. In the chaos, Lei Xiao's mother was pierced by a soldier's sword, and others met similar fates, becoming nameless souls beneath the Qi family's blades. In a single day, the once greatest family on the island was eradicated by the Qi family, all due to the advantage of the divine weapon, the Crimson Spear wielded by Qi Zhan, an unstoppable force. Set fire to the Lei residence. The Lei family has become a thing of the past. Destroy everything associated with them from this day forth. Longyu Island shall belong solely to my Qi family. Qi Zhan stood before the Lei residence, unable to resist stomping on a fallen plaque, spitting in contempt. The Lei family is nothing, but this they are utterly insignificant before the divine weapon. In the distance, a colossal statue of a warrior holding a long halberd stood solitary in the center of the city. Young master, what shall we do with the Lei family's giant statue? Leaving it will tarnish our Qi family's image. Ah, yes, we still have that statue to deal with. Have someone topple it. Understood? Chapter 3. Maritime Interception. With a resounding roar, the colossal statue of the Lei family toppled with a thunderous crash, its head severed, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Qi Yuan and Qi Zhan gazed from a distance, their eyes fixed on their own family statue, which stood proudly in the center of the city, as they erupted into boisterous laughter. Meanwhile, at another location on Longyu Island, a middle-aged man hurriedly pulled a 16 or 17-year-old boy toward the docks. Leaping onto a slender vessel that bobbed in the waves, tears brimmed in the boy's eyes as he gazed longingly at the fallen statue, his heart a tumult of emotions. This boy was none other than Lei Xia, the youngest scion of the Lei family, taken from the battlefield by the family's warriors. Having grown up on the small island, he had been the cherished youngest son, leading a carefree life devoid of worries about the future. Lei Xia had envisioned a path similar to many of his peers, diligently honing his martial skills, destined to inherit the family legacy and live a tranquil life on Longyu Island. However, the emergence of a divine weapon shattered his idyllic existence, forcing him to flee his homeland, leaving him to ponder, where now could he call home? Drifting at sea for a couple of hours, night fell, and exhaustion enveloped Lei Xia, who curled up in the boat's cabin, slipping into slumber. The family warrior beside him dared not relax his efforts, tirelessly rowing through the vast ocean that as time passed, a red that gradually emerged on the distant horizon. The sun's rays illuminated the sky and sea, casting a shimmering light upon the water, as if stained by the blood of yesterday, that a small boat rocked with the waves. Over there, a shout sliced through the air, rousing the half-awake warrior, that he sprang up to behold a large ship, accompanied by several smaller vessels, swiftly approaching their direction. Young master, wake up, quickly! The Qi family is in pursuit. The warrior shook the slumbering Lei Xia vigorously. Still groggy, Lei Xia stared blankly at the warrior. Quickly! The Qi family is closing in. At that moment, realization struck Lei Xia. He turned to see a large ship, flanked by several smaller ones, racing toward them. Without further contemplation, he scrambled to assist the warrior in rowing, striving to shake off their pursuers. Little brat of the Lei family, where do you think you're running? A figure stood on the deck of the pursuing ship, casting a sly grin as he surveyed the small vessel. Without the Lei family's army, you're nothing. Alone on a boat, I wonder how far you can escape. Ultimately, you will perish by my hand. Just wait for your slaughter. Increase speed. We cannot let them escape, Qi Zhan commanded. And the ship, which had previously been searching while moving, now surged forward at full speed toward Lei Xia's small vessel. As shadows loomed behind them, Lei Xia gazed at the rising sun, feeling a profound sense of despair. Is this the end for the Lei family? Must we be utterly annihilated by the Qi family, with no path left to salvation? Young master, it won't happen. I will protect you with my life. The eldest young master and young lady are missing, and the Lei manor is besieged. You may be the last surviving bloodline of the Lei family. You must live on, for the sake of all the Lei family members. The middle-aged warrior urged, rowing with all his might, that as Qi Zhan and his fleet drew closer, Lei Xia and the warrior exerted every ounce of strength to widen the gap between them. But the encirclement tightened. With the large ship nearing, Lei Xia abandoned his oars, unsheathing his sword, determined to confront Qi Zhan in a final battle. The middle-aged warrior, sensing their impending doom, felt a surge of helplessness. Young master, I will hold them off. You must escape as far as you can. Today, we cannot flee. Can't you see? Standing at the stern, Lei Xia had shed the naivety of his youth, witnessing his father's death on the battlefield and his siblings' uncertain fates as they perished to protect him. The Lei manor lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. That as perhaps the only surviving member of the Lei family, he felt an unexpected maturity and resolve. Young master. Qi Zhan's men encroached, and a fierce battle erupted between the Lei warrior and the Qi family, with many falling overboard, while the Lei warrior sustained multiple injuries. You must survive. You may be the only hope of the Lei family. You carry the aspirations of all your kin. You cannot abandon the hope of living. The warrior's words echoed relentlessly in Lei Xia's mind. Indeed, the Lei family faced near annihilation, and as possibly the sole survivor, Lei Xia bore the weight of his family's hopes. He could not relinquish the will to live so easily. I must find a way to survive. I must avenge the Lei family, In a moment of determination, Lei Xia shouted toward Qi Zhan aboard the large ship. "Qi Zhan, dare you face me in battle?" Qi Zhan, eager for a swift resolution, sought to eliminate Lei Xia quickly that I end the recent conflict between the Qi and Lei families. Although the Qi family initially faced defeat, they had suffered significant losses. However, with the unexpected appearance of a divine weapon in Qi Zhan's possession, the tide turned, leading to the Lei family's downfall. Confident in his apparent victory, Qi Zhan, eager to display his prowess before his followers, accepted Lei Xia's challenge. With the slightest push from his toes, Lei Xia propelled himself onto the deck of the large ship. That moment, the Lei warrior was exhausted, and a careless move left him vulnerable to a Qi soldier's blade. As he faltered, several soldiers seized him, awaiting Qi Zhan's orders. Without a glance, Qi Zhan shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Qi soldiers echoed his command, rallying behind their leader. Lei Xia seized a broken spear tossed his way, firmly gripping its tip as he pointed it at Qi Zhan. In response, Qi Zhan nonchalantly waved his hand, producing an exquisite crimson spear seemingly from thin air, leaving all present, including Lei Xia, in astonishment. With a fierce thrust, Lei Xia lunged forward, but Qi Zhan's spear ignited with crimson flames. A mere flick of the spear shattered Lei Xia's weapon into fragments. Realizing the dire situation, Lei Xia turned and leaped into the sea, the only escape that came to mind in the water. Qi Zhan's fiery artifact lost its potency, and as the youngest child of the Lei family, Lei Xia had spent countless carefree days swimming with peers, honing his aquatic skills that Qi Zhan, amused by Lei Xia's attempts to escape, scoffed, "Do you really think you can flee? Kill him." The Qi soldiers dove into the water, engaging Lei Xia in combat. Underwater, Lei Xia moved like a fish, deftly evading the soldiers' grasp and countering their attacks with surprising agility. Qi Zhan stood at the ship's bow, watching the crimson trail spread beneath the surface, his expression shifting between satisfaction and concern, until a soldier surfaced to report, "Young master, the Lei boy's underwater skills are exceptional. We cannot capture him." Before the soldier could finish, Qi Zhan bellowed, "Useless," and leaped into the depths. Qi Zhan swam toward the fray, disregarding the lives of his own men, thrusting his spear. However, the weapon's effectiveness diminished underwater, allowing Lei Xia to easily evade the attack. With a swift sidestep, Lei Xia dodged Qi Zhan's thrust, retaliating with a powerful kick that sent Qi Zhan reeling backward, struggling to regain his footing to launch another assault on Lei Xia. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter in the mountain village. Suddenly, Lei Xia felt something wrap around his legs, dragging him uncontrollably toward the depths of the sea. Despite his frantic struggles, he could not break free. Gradually succumbing to unconsciousness, "Is this how I perish? Is this how the Lei family fades into oblivion?" As Lei Xia sank into the abyss, Qi Zhan emerged gasping for air. Nearby, a perceptive soldier shouted, "The young master has been struck down by Qi Zhan and now lies at the bottom of the sea." Cheers erupted among the soldiers, chanting Qi Zhan's name. For generations, the Lei family had overshadowed the Qi family. But now, with Qi Zhan's emergence, the Qi family had turned the tide, wiping out the Lei family entirely. The fervent admiration from the soldiers elevated Qi Zhan's ego. Yet, only Qi Zhan knew that as Lei Xia descended into the depths, he glimpsed a shadowy figure grasping Lei Xia's arm. Qi Zhan commanded several trusted subordinates to remain here, tirelessly searching the sea, while the others returned triumphantly. Down on the surface of the water lay a stone, with a youth of about 15 or 16 sprawled upon it, coughing up seawater and gradually regaining consciousness. But he was none other than Lei Xiao, who had battled fiercely with Qi Zhan and had sunk into the depths of the ocean. Rendered unconscious, beside him echoed the melodious voice of a woman, as if resonating within his mind and above the sea. Only the voice could be heard, but the figure remained unseen. 3 miles to the west lies the land. I hope you refine your skills before returning to Longyu Island, and do not let your thirst for vengeance lead to your own demise. The enchanting voice seemed to dissolve into the ocean, leaving no trace that am I still alive. Lei Xiao rose to his feet, his clothes having dried in the sea breeze. In the distance, through the mist, the land faintly appeared. 3 miles. Lei Xiao leapt back into the water. Swimming westward, the exquisite words echoed in his mind. 3 miles to the west lies the land. I hope you refine your skills before returning to Longyu Island, and do not let your thirst for vengeance lead to your own demise." Who could this be? Lei Xiao pondered, attempting to associate the voice with a face, but after much thought, he could not recall anyone with such a melodious tone, nor did he know who had rescued him. After swimming for quite some time, lost in thoughts of the voice that had saved him, Lei Xiao unknowingly reached the shore. It was only when he could swim no more and the waves crashed around him that he heard voices nearby. Observers watched the young man struggling in shallow water, futilely attempting to swim forward, and could not help but chuckle at the sight, drawing a crowd. Regaining his senses, Lei Xiao offered an awkward smile. His right eye slightly closed and the corner of his mouth curled upward, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. Unless he was among close acquaintances, it would be difficult for anyone to recognize him. This was a temporary disguise Lei Xiao devised. He was uncertain if Qi Zhan was still sending people to hunt him down. His strength was still far from sufficient for revenge, so he could only conceal his identity to evade his enemies. Upon seeing Lei Xiao's peculiar appearance, those by the sea were taken aback. Who is this odd-looking fellow? Surely he isn't a fool. One bold individual in the crowd dared to inquire. Lei Xiao glanced at them in silence, merely offering a smile that seemed strangely out of place. The onlookers mused. What a peculiar smile. What a pity, he must be a fool. Realizing this was not a safe place to linger and uncertain if Qi Zhan had sent pursuers, Lei Xiao decided it was best to leave. He stood up, brushed off the sand, washed himself in the water, and walked away. The crowd continued to watch as he departed, muttering, "What a truly strange fool." Having distanced himself from the shore, Lei Xiao gradually felt a sense of relief that he found himself on a hillside and sat down, feeling exhausted from the long journey. Previously, as the youngest child of the Lei family, he had been doted upon and pampered. For the first time, he experienced the hardships of life, feeling utterly lost. Where does the road ahead lead? Where should I go? What will happen in the future? Who can I rely on? The thought of reliance brought a wave of sorrow, for the future was uncertain, and he was utterly alone. He could only depend on himself, gazing at the vast sea. He saw the distant home where he had grown up, realizing that only by becoming strong enough could he return and avenge his deceased family. Lost in thought, he was suddenly reminded of his hunger. It had been quite some time since he had eaten. While traveling, he had forgotten his suffering from hunger, but now that he was relaxed, he felt an overwhelming need for food, that I must quickly find something to eat. He resolved. Rising from his weary state, Lei Xiao pressed on, eventually spotting a village at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps he could find something to eat there, from his vantage point on the mountain. He observed a group of people seated on the ground, with an elderly man at the forefront, holding a round crystal ball and pacing back and forth, surrounded by villagers. What are they doing? Are they practicing? Lei Xiao descended the mountain and passed by them. The seated individuals stared at him with wide eyes, yet none moved an inch. The old man with the crystal ball scrutinized Lei Xiao, thinking he seems like a promising youth, but his appearance is too strange. What a pity. They examined him while he observed them in return. Although they claimed to be meditating, they were glancing around, utterly lacking the focus one would expect from practitioners. Lei Xiao found it perplexing. Why would they be so inattentive while meditating? If it were a group of children, it might be understandable, but these were young adults in their prime. Were they like him, unable to concentrate while training? This was the only explanation that made sense. Navigating around them, Lei Xiao entered the village that it was now autumn, and the scenery here starkly contrasted with that of Longyu Island. The trees had shed their summer foliage, with fallen yellow leaves scattered on the ground, creating a scene of desolation. As Lei Xiao found himself in a foreign land, he could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy at the sight of this unfamiliar environment. As he walked through the village, reflecting on how to approach the villagers for food, he realized he had not a single coin on him, nor anything of value, that he was at a loss for words. Yet he found no one about. Were all the villagers still gathered by those young people? Just then, a cry pierced the air. Help! Help! With his heart full of thoughts of the one who had saved him, Lei Xiao found himself attuned to the cries of women, instinctively believing it might be the voice of a savior. Upon hearing the plea for help, he carefully discerned the source of the voice and discovered it was coming from a nearby courtyard. Without a moment to hesitate, he leaped over the wall. Inside, he saw a girl of about 16 or 17, her clothes in disarray, attempting to escape, while a short, pudgy man in his 50s with a face full of freckles. Held her from behind, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. Upon seeing a stranger jump into the courtyard, the beautiful girl looked at him as if he were her savior, and despite her mouth being covered, she still managed to emit muffled sounds of distress. With his right eye partially closed and the corner of his mouth turned up, Lei Zhao's already peculiar appearance took on an even more menacing aspect as he glared at the scene before him. Brimming with indignation, the freckled man, startled by Lei Zhao's odd demeanor, thought to himself, where did this strange-looking boy come from? Did I not lure everyone out of the village? He reassured himself, no need to worry. No need to worry. Lei Zhao exchanged a look with the struggling girl, signaling her to remain calm, then turned to the pudgy man and shouted, "Let her go! Outsider! Mind your own business. This is my private matter. Do you know who she is? She is my concubine. What concern is it of yours?" As he spoke, he brandished his fists, showcasing his supposed prowess. Chapter 5. Such misunderstandings. Lei Zhao glanced at the beautiful girl, who, despite her mouth being covered, was shaking her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. Though he was unaware of the full situation, he knew he could not leave her behind. Resolutely, he declared, "You must release her first. Who does this brat think he is, trying to ruin my plans? After all this time, I finally get everything set up, and now you jump into meddle. It seems I must teach you a lesson before you leave." The freckled man produced a rag to gag the girl, then quickly tied her hands and feet to a post, freeing his hands to prepare for a fight with Lei Zhao, that a clueless brat from who knows where dares to interfere with my affairs. I'll make you regret it, and you'll be crying for your mother. Unfamiliar with the pudgy man's strength, Lei Zhao adopted a defensive stance, testing his opponent. The man, having gauged Lei Zhao's abilities, wasted no time and launched a fierce attack. Lei Zhao narrowly evaded the man's deadly strike, but accidentally collided with a wooden shed behind him, breaking one of its legs. Grabbing a broken piece of wood, he struggled to rise, already fatigued and famished. Lei Zhao found it increasingly difficult to contend with the pudgy man, who clearly possessed greater strength. Regardless of his martial rank or combat experience, the stout man surpassed Lei Zhao, who could only evade incessantly to avoid being struck. When the stout man first knocked Lei Zhao down, the resounding crash echoed to the quiet gathering at the village entrance. Yet, none dared to rise first. Lao Guqiu, serving as the judge for this event, could only continue to observe the crowd, anxiously glancing in the direction of the village. His heart raced with worry, as the noise seemed to emanate from his own courtyard, but he feared that the ugly youth he had seen pass by earlier might have come to the village to commit some nefarious act. Scanning the onlookers, it appeared that everyone from the village was present, yet he could not find his daughter, Lily Ji. After fruitless searching, coupled with the noise coming from his courtyard, Lao Guqiu's heart had already flown back home. More concerned about the situation, there did as Lei Zhao gradually succumbed to exhaustion. He struggled to withstand the stout man's relentless assault. Collapsing to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, having narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Burdened with the hopes of the Lei family and the desire for revenge, he could not believe that he might die before achieving his goals. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, embracing the stout man and crashing him into the wall. The already fragile wall crumbled under the impact, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Lao Guqiu, clutching a crystal ball, paced restlessly in front of the seated men. Upon hearing the loud shout and witnessing the dust rising from his courtyard, he could no longer focus on the ongoing event and rushed toward his home. The others, noticing Lao Guqiu's hasty departure, followed suit, drawn by the commotion, while many of the seated men hesitated. The sight of Lao Guqiu fleeing prompted some to relax and collapse onto the ground, while a few others began to hurry back toward the village. After throwing the stout man to the ground and seeing him remain unresponsive, Lei Zhao endured the pain and crawled toward the spot where the woman was bound. As he approached slowly, the stout man rose from the rubble, having set his heart on murder, and began to close in on Lei Zhao. First, Lei Zhao untied the cloth that bound the beautiful woman's mouth, then proceeded to free her from the ropes that held her captive. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped the woman's lips, and Lei Zhao felt as though he had been struck by a bull, blood erupting from his mouth as he fell to the ground. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" The beautiful woman supported Lei Zhao's limp body, but he had lost all strength and darkness enveloped him. "Lily, are you all right? Did he harm you?" It was Lao Guqiu, who had rushed back upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Lei Xiao before his daughter and no unfamiliar faces around, he instinctively assumed Lei Xiao was the villain and struck him without hesitation. Hearing her father's warning to Lei Xiao, he hesitated, sparing him a blow. Otherwise, with his peculiar gloves, a single strike would have likely ended Lei Xiao's life. The villagers who followed closely witnessed Lao Guqiu's attack on Lei Xiao, rendering him unconscious and unaware of his fate, that it's not him, it's Uncle Wu. He came to save me. The beautiful woman cried out, supporting Lei Xiao to Wasuo. Where is he? Lao Guqiu turned to search for Wasuo. Having mistakenly identified Lei Xiao as the wrongdoer in his haste that I end the chaos, he realized that Wasuo had already slipped away. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Village chief. What about the meditation competition? A young man naively inquired. Quick, someone help carry him inside and see where he's injured. Lao Guqiu commanded, directing the villagers to assist in moving Lei Xiao into the house. Turning to the young man who had spoken, he admonished, What time is it? Are you still thinking about the competition? Can't you see this is Wasuo's scheme? I will provide an explanation later. For now, everyone return home. The villagers, bewildered by the mention of a conspiracy, did not comprehend but dispersed upon hearing that an explanation would follow. Lao Guqiu hurried to find a doctor, guilt-ridden for having struck his benefactor without understanding the situation. He was filled with remorse, knowing that if Lei Xiao were to suffer any lasting harm from his blow, he would struggle to forgive himself for the rest of his life. The doctor arrived in haste, examined Lei Xiao, and found no serious injuries. There were no external wounds, and his heart and internal organs appeared normal. However, he remained in a deep unconsciousness. Unfamiliar with this condition, the doctor could only express his helplessness, stating that whether Lei Xiao would awaken depended solely on his fate. After sending the doctor away, Lao Guqiu felt like a restless ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously within the room. His daughter Lily Ji had changed into a neat outfit, appearing even more beautiful. Tears streamed down her face as she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, murmuring, It's all your fault for striking without understanding the situation. Now, if our benefactor suffers any lasting damage, how will you face the village again? As she spoke, Lily Ji seated herself beside Lei Xiao's bed, gently wiping the dirt from his face. Once the grime was removed. Although Lei Xiao was not a stunningly handsome man, he no longer wore the peculiar expression he had affected, which had made him difficult to accept that I acted rashly out of concern for you. Who could have anticipated that Wasuo, that treacherous man, would intend to do you harm? Moreover, his appearance alone should have raised suspicions. Lao Guqiu attempted to justify himself in the face of his daughter's complaints. Lily Ji, gazing at Lei Xiao's unconscious form, retorted angrily, What does his appearance matter? Now you realize not to judge a book by its cover. Wasuo, with his pockmarked face, short stature, and rotund figure. How could you still believe he was a good person? Look at the result. Wasuo, Lao Guqiu exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot. That scoundrel. I once considered him a good man, trusted him implicitly. And yet he has brought this calamity upon us. Reflecting on their friendship, Lao Guqiu felt a pang of heartache as he realized how he had been deceived, from his appearance to their bond. To the suggestion to hold a contest of endurance to select a suitor for Lily Ji, it all seemed to be part of a sinister plot, that a cold sweat broke out on Lao Guqiu's brow as he recalled how Wasuo had ingratiated himself into his life, forging a brotherly bond. Initially, Wasuo had proposed that since the martial skills of the young people were similar, it would be prudent to organize a test of endurance, determining who could meditate the longest. The longer one sat, the more resilient and composed they would be, thus promising a stable partner for his daughter. After careful consideration, Lao Guqiu deemed Wasuo's reasoning sound, leading him to agree to the endurance contest. Unsurprisingly, Lily Ji had shyly withdrawn from the event. When Lei Xiao first entered the village, he found a group of young men seated at the foot of the mountain, seemingly practicing, but distracted. All drawn by the opportunity to compete for the affection of Lao Guqiu's daughter, Lily Ji. With little else of significance occurring in the village, the endurance contest became a rare event, attracting villagers of all ages to gather and watch, allowing Wasuo to orchestrate his misdeeds undisturbed. Having pieced together the entirety of Wasuo's scheme, Lao Guqiu's heart brimmed with resentment. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, Wasuo, you scoundrel! How blind I was indeed! You only now realize what a ruse the endurance contest was to draw you all away. if our benefactor awakens and suffers any ill effects. I shall care for him for the rest of my life and never marry. My daughter, you cannot do this. If he endures any harm, I promise you he will receive all due compensation. He is an outsider, and we know nothing of his past. You cannot act this way. Lao Guqiu, having only one beloved daughter, could not simply marry her off to any stranger, fearing she might be taken to a distant land, drastically reducing their chances of reunion. What compensation could surpass health? Do you think everyone is as materialistic as you, fixated solely on possessions? Lily Ji dismissed her father's concerns, focusing instead on the unconscious Lei Xiao. Just as the father and daughter engaged in their dispute, a cough interrupted them. Lei Xiao was waking. As the guard paced back and forth, he heard a cough that felt like a reprieve from a death sentence. He immediately rushed over, only to find Lei Xiao awakening, his expression resembling that of his former self. Li Ji pondered that it was quite normal to sleep, but how could he change so dramatically upon waking? She supported Lei Xiao's head and helped him sit up, inquiring, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" The doctor came, but found no injuries. Lei Xiao felt a pervasive ache throughout his body and an overwhelming weakness. He struggled to open his mouth and weakly uttered, "Hungry," but it turned out that Lei Xiao had already regained consciousness. He was simply waiting for the right moment to voice his needs, that no wonder the doctor was unable to discern anything amiss. Li Liji, not having heard his words clearly, leaned closer to Lei Xiao's mouth. After a brief pause, he managed to squeeze out a few more words. "Hungry, very hungry." "What did he say?" the guard inquired. Drawing near, he said, "He is hungry, very hungry," Li Liji replied, taken aback that Lei Xiao's first words upon waking were such that that's easily remedied. "Quickly fetch him something to eat," the guard commanded, observing Li Liji's bewilderment. He had expected Lei Xiao to have something significant to convey or some demand, but to hear merely that he was hungry was rather simple to address. Without delay, Li Liji set about preparing congee for Lei Xiao, believing that it would be best for him to start with something light before consuming solid food. Since the beginning of the fierce conflict between the Lei and Qi families on Longyu Island, and following Lei Xiao's escape to the mainland, he had not consumed a morsel. After much difficulty, he had finally located a village, hoping to find some food to sustain himself, that if necessary, he could exchange his belongings for food. But then came the incident with Li Liji, compounded by the fact that an already exhausted Lei Xiao had expended his last ounce of strength in a confrontation with Wasuohu. Rather than being knocked unconscious by the guard, it would be more accurate to say that Lei Xiao had succumbed to hunger. Before long, a steaming bowl of congee was ready. Li Liji instructed the guard to assist Lei Xiao, while she carefully fed him. After consuming a bowl of congee, Lei Xiao began to feel a resurgence of strength. That moment, he surveyed the room and its occupants. That an elderly man was supporting him, and a beautiful young woman was bustling about, serving him congee. That he recognized her as the lovely maiden he had rescued, who had later been ambushed from behind. Now, this enchanting girl appeared transformed, dressed in fresh attire that accentuated her ethereal beauty, far more captivating than when they first met. "What place is this?" Lei Xiao inquired as he sat upright, no longer requiring the guard's assistance. "This is Jinhai Village, and I am the guard here. Prior to your arrival, you saved my daughter, who then fainted. That we summoned a doctor to examine you, and fortunately, there are no serious issues. It may simply be that you are overly fatigued. Please take the time to rest. For once you have recovered, I wish to express my gratitude properly." Li Liji glared at the guard for neglecting to mention that she had struck Lei Xiao, her indignation prompting her to speak. But she swallowed her words under the weight of his stern gaze. Lei Xiao attempted to rise but was thwarted by his aching body, so he settled back and accepted the congee that Li Liji offered, swallowing it eagerly. The next day, Lei Xiao had regained his strength. Although his body still bore the lingering soreness from exhaustion, he was largely unscathed. After rising, he ventured into the courtyard, where he found the guard practicing martial arts. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he watched from nearby. Noticing Lei Xiao's presence, the guard paused his training and approached. "Given that you rescued my daughter from Wasuo, you must be a martial artist as well. May I inquire about your current rank?" Lei Xiao recognized Wasuo, who was the short, portly man with a face full of blemishes, but he was unfamiliar with the term martial master. Thus, he questioned, "Guard, what do you mean by martial master?" "A martial master. Surely you have heard of divine weapons." The guard seemed surprised. "You don't know? From the look of you, I would assume you are a practitioner. He hesitated to mention Lei Xiao's scuffle with Wasuo, wary of Lei Xiao inquiring about the attack from behind. Where do you hail from? And where are you headed? On the Wangu continent. Nearly everyone is aware of martial masters and divine weapons. How could you be oblivious? Lei Xiao was reluctant to reveal his true identity or origins to the guard, uncertain if Qi Zhan was still pursuing him. Thus, he fabricated a tale. My homeland is very distant, that I was on a ship that encountered a storm and sank. Spotting land nearby, I swam ashore, losing everything I carried, and now I seek food in the village. Oh, have you heard of divine weapons? Lei Xiao had not only heard of divine weapons, but had also seen one, though were it not for Qi Zhan acquiring a divine weapon from some unknown source. The Lei family would not have faced annihilation, and he would not be in this plight. The mere thought of divine weapons ignited a spark of fury within Lei Xiao, as he resolved to retrieve a divine weapon to avenge his family. He concealed these thoughts, replying, I have heard of divine weapons, but I have never seen one. That young man, it seems you are not well versed in the cultivation practices of the Wangu continent. By the way, what is your name? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Xiao answered, Tian Xiao, to avoid detection by Qi Zhan. Lei Xiao felt compelled to continuously disguise himself, reserving the use of his true name for the time he could confront Qi Zhan openly. Tian Xiao, allow me to enlighten you about the Wangu continent. The guard seized this rare opportunity to share his knowledge. Eager to expound, and given his age, his discourse became even more meandering that he began to regale Lei Xiao with tales of the Wangu continent. For Lei Xiao, the guard's long-winded narration was not unwelcome. Having departed Longyu Island for this unfamiliar territory, gaining insight into the guard's perspective of the Wangu continent proved invaluable. Chapter 7. The ranks of martial masters. The Wangu continent is vast and teeming with life. Home to myriad clans and races whose true extent is unknown, even to the guard himself. Practitioners of martial arts are referred to as martial masters, categorized into ranks from 1 to 6. With each ascending rank becoming increasingly rare and formidable, I once witnessed a battle between two 5th-rank martial masters. You cannot fathom the spectacle. The two clashed above and below, their techniques a flurry, even wielding divine weapons, creating a scene that would astound heaven and terrify spirits. The battle's shockwave radiated for miles, forcing onlookers to flee, casting shadows over the sun and moon. The guard continued to elaborate on the grandeur of that battle, prompting Lei Xiao to interject, eager to redirect the conversation. How can one discern the ranks of martial masters? Through the martial testing stone. It can identify the ranks of martial masters. There are low-grade and high-grade versions. The low-grade can measure ranks 1 through 3, while the high-grade can assess ranks 4 through SIX. As he spoke, the guard produced the crystal sphere he had previously held during the villager's endurance test. This is a low-grade martial testing stone. Many come here to assess their ranks. I suspect you are a 1st-rank martial master, and we can test you shortly. The guard then proceeded to share further details about the Wangu continent. Not only are there martial masters on the Wangu continent, but there are also demonic beasts. Martial masters can hunt these beasts to obtain items that enhance their abilities or may even earn a living through hunting. The guard was engrossed in his monologue, oblivious to Lei Xiao's level of engagement. As the guard continued his lengthy discourse, Lei Xiao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Then came the critical part. Seeing Lei Xiao's heavy eyelids, the guard raised his voice to capture his attention. The most vital aspect of the Wangu continent is the divine weapons. It is often said. Martial masters are common, but divine weapons are rare. Possessing a divine weapon is the lifelong pursuit of nearly every martial master, as their power is extraordinary. With a divine weapon, one can be nearly invincible within their rank and even defeat foes of higher ranks without suffering defeat. Alas, divine weapons are typically the possessions of grand families or powerful factions, or they may fall into the hands of ordinary martial masters who have encountered exceptional fortunes. Another characteristic of divine weapons is that only those of equal or higher rank can wield them. Otherwise, the weapon may turn on its wielder, leading to dire consequences. 1st-rank divine weapons resonate with the soul. 2nd-rank divine weapons manifest attributes. 3rd-rank divine weapons possess both distance and proximity. As the guard elaborated, Lei Xiao found himself deep in thought. The divine weapon wielded by Qi Zhan must have been one that had manifested a fire attribute, indicating that it was at least a 2nd-rank divine weapon, and that Qi Zhan was at least a 2nd-rank martial master to exact his revenge. Lei Xiao knew he must find a second-rank divine weapon and elevate himself to the second rank or higher. But where could he seek such a weapon? He was still uncertain of his own rank and the speed at which he could progress, if it were to take decades to advance a single rank. How could he confront Qi Zhan for vengeance? Consumed by the desire for revenge, Lei Xiao yearned to reach the second rank or higher instantly and acquire a second-rank divine weapon to confront Qi Zhan. Guard, do you know where I might find a divine weapon? Or how one might obtain a divine weapon? Lao Gu, the village chief, sighed deeply. I have told you repeatedly, it is easy to find a martial artist, but rare to encounter a divine weapon. A divine weapon is something one may stumble upon, but cannot actively seek. Furthermore, even if you were to obtain one now, can you guarantee that others will not harbor malicious intentions and attempt to seize it from you? The ancient continent is a realm where the strong dominate. You would do better to focus on enhancing your own strength rather than chasing after elusive divine weapons. Upon hearing Lao Ji's words, Lei Xiao felt somewhat disheartened. However, he was resolute that the deaths of the Lei family could not be in vain. Blood must not be shed without retribution. Only by becoming stronger could he one day avenge his kin. By the way, Chief, could you assess my rank? I wish to know my own strength. Certainly, Lao Gu replied, retrieving a crystal ball that he had been toying with, and explained the method of testing to Lei Xiao. Taking the crystal ball into his left palm, Lei Xiao chanted, Ding Bia Da, Ding Bia Ka, Guji Gu 11 Bai Bai Hong. The crystal ball began to glow gradually, transitioning from darkness to light. As a beam of light started to traverse within it, initially slow, but then accelerating, the speed increased. Lao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. In this village, boys of this age typically only achieve the first level of proficiency, and those reaching the advanced level were exceedingly rare. The older youths who engaged in endurance training, some 4 or 5 years a senior, were merely at the intermediate level, with few attaining the advanced rank. The line within the crystal ball indicated that Lei Xiao's potential far exceeded that. The light within the crystal ball swirled at an increasing pace. It gradually elongated. First level advanced. You are on the verge of breaking through to the second level. Lao Gu exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. While such results might be commonplace among powerful clans, for a village like theirs, someone of this caliber was undoubtedly a prodigy. Young man, well done. Lao Gu praised sincerely. At merely 15 or 16, you have already reached the first level advanced stage. Your future is limitless. I am at the first level advanced. Indeed, you are on the cusp of a breakthrough. Lei Xiao had initially hoped to reach the second level, which would enable him to procure a divine weapon for revenge. However, realizing he was still at the first level left him feeling somewhat disappointed. How long will it take me to break through? You, at such a young age, are already at the first level advanced. Yet you remain unsatisfied. For breaking through, it may take a few months or even years. Some individuals may never progress to the next level in their lifetime. It ultimately depends on one's capabilities. However, I see great potential in you as a martial artist, and I am confident you will swiftly advance to the second level. As Lao Gu regarded Lei Xiao, who was already a first-level advanced martial artist at such a young age, his expression shifted. Upon observing Lei Xiao's appearance, one eye slightly squinted while the other remained open, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lao Gu thought to himself, if not for his somewhat unappealing looks, I might consider marrying my daughter to him. Just then, Lili Ji emerged, addressing both Lao Gu and Lei Xiao. Dinner is ready. You two should come inside and eat. Upon hearing her voice, Lao Gu and Lei Xiao set aside their contemplations and entered the modest dwelling. Taking their seats at a simple table, Li Ji busily served the meal, and the three began to eat. During the meal, Lili Ji frequently exchanged glances with Lao Gu, as if urging him to say something. Lao Gu, however, appeared reluctant. Noticing her father's hesitance, Lili Ji put down her bowl and glared at him, compelling Lao Gu to relent and rise from the table. Lei Xiao observed the peculiar interaction between the father and daughter, uncertain of their intentions. After a moment, Lao Gu reappeared from the house, holding a glove, which he placed on the table before Lei Xiao. Young man, I was initially unwilling to part with this, but I had previously vowed to give this glove to the exceptional martial artist who aided Lili Ji and me in our time of peril. Now that you have saved her, the Qianjun glove is yours. With a heavy heart, Lao Gu pushed the glove towards Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao regarded the seemingly ordinary glove with confusion. Isn't this just a glove? Why the reluctance? I did not seek any reward, you my young friend, have no appreciation for treasures. This is the Qian Jun glove. When worn by a martial artist, it amplifies strength tremendously. The force of your strikes will be greatly enhanced. You should be grateful. As Lei Xiao examined the glove, he realized its potential, but felt uneasy about accepting an unearned gift. And I don't think I can accept this. It seems too extravagant. Try it on and witness its power for yourself. Lao Gu urged, though he felt a pang of regret. Yet, compared to the well-being of his daughter, the glove was of little consequence. He feared that if he did not fulfill his promise, Li Ji would leave with Lei Xiao. And the thought of being alone in his old age troubled him. After observing the glove for some time without discernible differences, Lei Xiao donned it, seeking a target in the yard to test its might. Spotting a wooden post used for practice, he approached and, with a sudden surge of strength, struck it fiercely from below. Lao Gu, witnessing the punch, sensed impending disaster, but was powerless to intervene in time. With a resounding crack, the wooden post shattered, sending half of it flying toward the wall, landing a considerable distance away. Lei Xiao gazed at the glove on his hand, a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he developed a genuine fondness for the Qian Jun glove. I told you that it would amplify your strength, yet you failed to strike lightly. Lao Gu murmured that my apologies. I had no idea the Qian Jun glove was so extraordinary, Lei Xiao said sheepishly, removing the glove and placing it back on the table. Though he cherished the Qian Jun glove and needed a reliable weapon, he could not bring himself to accept something without due merit. Take it. This is a treasure, and I had intended to bestow it upon someone fated to receive it, perhaps even my son-in-law. Alas, such is fate. Lao Gu lamented, at my age, it serves me little purpose. You will need a weapon as you venture forth in the ancient continent. This is not a divine weapon. I could hardly possess such a thing. That it is merely a treasure. Oh, I had thought this was my first encounter with a divine weapon, only to discover it is just a treasure, Lei Xiao mused. Seeing Lei Xiao's reluctance to accept the Qian Jun glove, Li Ji interjected, it is merely a treasure. That a sword must be matched with a hero. My father is aging and has little use for it, but if those with ill intentions were to learn of such a treasure, it could invite disaster. My father, and I simply wish to live peacefully in the village. Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Lei Xiao felt it would be impolite to refuse. Then I shall graciously accept the Qian Jun glove. Lao Gu watched as Lei Xiao accepted the glove, his gaze lingering on it, as if Lei Xiao were carrying away a fragment of his youthful vigor. The three resumed their meal. While they were dining, a sudden noise from outside startled them, and they glimpsed a figure hastily fleeing. Lei Xiao exchanged glances with Lao Gu, who, interpreting the inquiry in Lei Xiao's eyes, reassured him. It is nothing, just a young lad from the village. He may have been trying to catch a glimpse of my daughter. For everyone in these 10 miles knows of her beauty. Many young men linger outside our home, hoping for a glimpse of her. They are like frogs dreaming of swan meat. Such aspirations are delusional. My daughter deserves a partner worthy of her. Dad. Li Ji blushed, casting a shy glance at Lao Gu, who beamed with pride to be by the way, Chief, where's the nearest place with a multitude of martial artists? I am particularly curious about divine weapons, and wish to seize an opportunity to witness one. Lei Xiao inquired that he harbored an unspoken desire to procure a divine weapon to avenge his family on Longyu Island. The nearest town from here is called Yulong City. The lord there and his daughter are said to possess divine weapons. However, they are significant figures who would not casually lend them out for viewing. Such individuals are beyond the reach of mere common folk like us. We can only look up to them. Ah, Yulong City, Lei Xiao thought to himself, finding it reminiscent of Longyu Island, already resolved to plan a visit there. As for the peeping figure outside the wall, since Lao Gu had dismissed it, Lei Xiao paid it no further mind. After finishing his meal, Lei Xiao, filled with a fervent desire for vengeance, insisted on departing. Despite the attempts of village chief Qiu and Li Ji to dissuade him, they could only provide him with some provisions and a few clean garments for his journey, gratefully acknowledging their kindness. Lei Xiao embarked on his quest, setting out in the direction of Yulong City as per village chief Qiu's guidance. Along the way, he felt an unsettling sensation as though he were being followed. Could it be that Qi Zhan's people have already discovered my presence? A chill ran through Lei Xiao's heart as he pondered whether Qi Zhan had arrived, that if he had, armed with divine weaponry, Lei Xiao knew he would stand no chance against him. According to village chief Qiu, Zhan was at least a second-tier martial artist, and with the divine weapon in his possession, facing him would be tantamount to courting death. With such thoughts weighing on his mind, Lei Xiao quickened his pace, hoping to shake off his pursuer. Yet, the figure behind him clung to him, like a persistent shadow, refusing to be shaken off. Entering a thicket, Lei Xiao hoped to lose his follower among the trees, but instead, he found himself ensnared in peril that a man leapt down from a tree ahead, blocking Lei Xiao's path, and in an instant, he was surrounded by a circle of adversaries. "What do you intend to do?" Lei Xiao asked, his heart racing that if these were indeed Zhan's men, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. The crowd parted to reveal a short, stout, and unattractive man with a pockmarked face. "You brat! After months of scheming, you've ruined everything and even taken my Qianjun hand, that if you leave it behind today, we might spare your life. Otherwise, heh." This man was none other than the thwarted schemer, Wasu. Upon seeing Wasu, Lei Xiao's heart settled. As long as he was not facing Zhan, he felt at ease, given that Wasu had been starved for so long and had traveled such a distance. He was no match for Lei Xiao, who had now fully recovered and possessed the Qianjun hand gifted by village chief Qiu, that was Suohu's companions. Observing the situation, realized they were outmatched. Some were not even martial artists. Just as Lei Xiao had acquired the Qianjun hand, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to practice. He discreetly donned the Qianjun hand, preparing himself for battle. Seeing Lei Xiao equip the Qianjun hand, Wasuohu grew frantic. "You brat! It seems I must teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, you won't willingly part with your treasures. Brothers, attack, subdue him. The Qianjun hand is mine. Why must you bring this upon yourself?" Lei Xiao retorted. "What did you say?" The surrounding assailants, incensed by Lei Xiao's words, surged forward. Lei Xiao unleashed a punch that struck a young man's abdomen, sending him hurtling away like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a tree and breaking its branches. The others, witnessing this display, trembled in fear. Had they not agreed to handle merely an ordinary kid who wasn't even a martial artist? How could he be so formidable? Wasuo watched as Lei Xiao effortlessly dispatched one adversary after another, causing hesitation among the remaining attackers. "You all, charge. He's just an amateur, don't fear him. His strength lies solely in that Qianjun hand. If we seize it together, we'll see how boastful he remains." Hearing this, the crowd, now encircling Lei Xiao, felt emboldened that a group against one should pose no problem, and they feared the repercussions of leaving without a confrontation. "Let us go." Amidst the chaos, one by one, the attackers were sent flying, not merely retreating, but genuinely being struck back by Lei Xiao's fists and feet. Some hung from branches, while others lay scattered at a distance. Fortunately, Lei Xiao showed mercy. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have easily taken their lives. That was so. Witnessing Lei Xiao's swift defeat of his companions, trembled uncontrollably and turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Xiao called out. Having not forgotten Wasuo's earlier bravado about the Qianjun hand, he quickly closed the distance, lifting Wasuo off the ground as the latter cried in terror, "Grandfather, spare me. I was blind, I was blind." In his desperation, he even began to slap his own face in self-reproach. Lei Xiao tossed him to the ground, stepping on him. "You just claimed that you plotted for months to obtain this Qianjun hand. What nefarious schemes did you concoct? Speak." As he pressed down with his foot, Wasuo winced in pain, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "It hurts, speak. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The middle-aged man could not withstand Lei Xiao's intimidation. Even without exerting much force, he spilled everything that I heard that village chief Qiu of Jinhai village possessed a treasure known as the Qianjun hand, which greatly enhanced his strength when warned that I approached him slowly. Befriended him as a sworn brother, originally only wishing to acquire the Qianjun hand. But then, upon seeing Lily G's beauty, I devised a wicked plan that I suggested that village chief Qiu hold an endurance contest, drawing everyone outside the village, allowing me to abduct Lily G. Once I succeeded, I could threaten her into stealing the Qianjun hand from me, and then I could enjoy her company as well. Chapter 9. Nightmares and Reality, you scoundrel. What a vile scheme. Thankfully, I discovered your plot in time. Otherwise, an innocent girl would have been ruined. As he spoke, Lei Xiao pressed down hard on Wasuo's leg. With a sickening crack, Wasuo's bones shattered under Lei Xiao's weight. Sweat poured down his forehead as he cried out in agony, and the onlookers were equally horrified. "This is a lesson for you. Reflect on your misdeeds and refrain from harboring malicious intentions in the future. Otherwise, I will not be so lenient. Yes, yes, I understand. Please spare me. Wasuhu pleaded, clutching his broken leg. Get lost. Never let me catch you engaging in wrongdoing again. Lei Xiao bellowed. The crowd of previously defeated individuals scrambled to their feet and fled in a panic. Stop. Just as they had taken a few steps, Lei Xiao called out again that he pointed at the incapacitated Wasuhu. Commanding, take him with you. The fleeing group obediently returned to hoist Wasuhu and quickly vanished into the woods. After this commotion, Lei Xiao realized he had wasted considerable time and hastened to resume his journey. In this desolate wilderness, reaching Yulong City was his only hope of finding a place to rest. That in the distance, he spotted a city, though it was not as grand as the one on Longyu Island. Its scale was still impressive. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Lei Xiao realized the meaning of the saying, a distant mountain runs faster than a horse, although he could see the outline of Yulong City from afar. Traversing one hill after another proved to be a tiresome endeavor. He could only gaze at the distant city, deciding to take a break and eat a little of the provisions prepared by village chief Chiu and Lily Ji before continuing on his journey. After a day of trekking through the mountains, Lei Xiao, accustomed to the comforts of Longyu Island, found himself weary. Yet he had no choice but to press on, far from home and without refuge. He reminisced about his time on Longyu Island. The camaraderie shared with his older brother Lei Yu and sister Lei Yao during fishing expeditions, he felt a pang of melancholy. Their father had always urged him to practice diligently, and the thought of the battlefield's urgency weighed heavily on his heart. His brother and sister had likely met grim fates while trying to stall Qijan. Once the mightiest family on Longyu Island, the Lei clan had now been reduced to a solitary survivor, wandering in a foreign land. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lei Xiao rose to continue his journey. The vendetta against the Qi family and Qijan was his alone to bear. He could not afford to be complacent. He must seek out a divine weapon soon, return to Longyu Island, vanquish Qijan, and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to the Lei family. Qi family, Qijan, wait for me. One day, I shall claim your head as a tribute to the souls of the Lei family. After a day of travel, as the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight gradually enveloped the land, Lei Xiao found himself still on the road, contemplating that he would likely not reach Yulong City today. He needed to find a place to rest quickly. Otherwise, with nightfall approaching, he would be left without shelter. He was already quite close to Yulong City, and fortunately, there were no demonic beasts lurking in the mountains. He had heard from the village chief, Lao Go, that many mountains in the Wangu continent were home to various demonic creatures, some of which even practiced cultivation, while lower-tier demonic beasts posed little threat. A confrontation with a formidable one could spell disaster for an ordinary person. As the sun continued its descent, Lei Xiao searched in vain for a cave to rest in. Eventually, he stumbled upon a narrow crevice between two massive stones, just wide enough to accommodate a single individual. Having found a place to settle, Lei Xiao gathered some withered grass to lay on the ground for moisture protection and scoured the woods for dry firewood. He managed to ignite a modest fire outside the rocky gap. Although it was autumn, the chill of night was palpable, and given that Lei Xiao had recently endured a blow from Lao Go, his body felt particularly weak and vulnerable to the cool autumn winds. Furthermore, the fire would serve as a deterrent against nearby wildlife. As night fell, Lei Xiao curled up in the crevice, too fatigued from the day's exertions to be mindful of his surroundings. He let down his guard and drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself back in his childhood, sneaking out of the house to swim with friends, reveling in the freedom of the sea, only to be startled by his father's furious approach from the shore. Terrified, he dove beneath the water. Gradually, the dreamscape shifted, and he was now in the square of Longyu Island, training alongside his siblings, who would occasionally offer guidance. Feeling lazy, Lei Xiao protested, "With both of you in the Lei family, isn't that enough? You're both so formidable. Besides, the entire Longyu Island belongs to the Lei family. There are no enemies to contend with. Why must I toil so hard?" The scene morphed once again, and suddenly the Lei manor was engulfed in flames. Chaos ensued as Lei Xiao watched helplessly as his father, mother, brother, and sister were surrounded by fire, slowly consumed by the inferno. Panic surged within him, and he cried out, "Father!" Jolting awake in a start, Realizing it had been but a dream, he was drenched in sweat from the vivid memories. And as he sat up, he noticed that the fire had quietly extinguished. Suddenly, distant sounds reached his ears. Alarmed, Lei Xiao felt a tightening sensation in his scalp, as if someone were grasping his hair tightly. Accompanied by a numbing pain, that he rose to his feet, slipping the Qianjun hand onto his hand with a sense of urgency, cautiously scanning the direction of the noise. Could it be that Wasu had not given up the pursuit? That seemed unlikely, as they were hardly his match, or perhaps someone from Qizhan had discovered him. But that didn't add up either. If they had found him, they would not have waited to confront him now. As he pondered this, a figure entered his line of sight. It was a tiger, its silhouette elongated in the dim light of night, appearing quite fearsome. The tiger opened its massive jaws, revealing its menacing fangs. Glaring at Lei Xiao while emitting a low growl, drool dripping from its mouth. The sight of the tiger sent a shiver down Lei Xiao's spine. The beast appeared ravenous, its eyes gleaming with the prospect of a meal as it fixated on Lei Xiao, exuding an imminent desire to pounce. Lei Xiao knew he could not afford to be careless. This was his first encounter with such a situation that he readied the Qianjun hand, silently pleading, "Please, do not come any closer." The famished tiger, however, had no intention of heeding Lei Xiao's silent wish. With a powerful leap, it lunged toward him, its massive form threatening to crush him beneath its weight. Just then, as if time slowed, the drowsiness that had enveloped Lei Xiao dissipated, and he became acutely aware of his surroundings. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the tiger's attack. The tiger, missing its target, swung its powerful hindquarters toward Lei Xiao, who barely managed to roll aside just in time. Yet the tiger was relentless. Its tail swept toward him like a battering ram, and Lei Xiao was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground. Seeing Lei Xiao down, the tiger pivoted, preparing to pounce with lethal intent. In his panic, Lei Xiao forgot about the Qianjun hand, witnessing the tiger's drool poised to splatter on his face. In a desperate act, he closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and swung blindly. The sound of the tiger's roar echoed as it was sent flying from the force of his blow. Opening his eyes, he saw the tiger propelled away by his strike. And realization dawned upon him regarding the Qianjun hand's formidable power. As his fear began to dissipate, it was replaced by a burgeoning fighting spirit. Observing the tiger, which was struggling to rise, he shouted to embolden himself. "Aren't you fierce? How could you be sent flying by a single blow? Come on, today I shall teach you a lesson, beast." The tiger, having received a blow to its foreleg, although in pain, remained undeterred. It glared at Lei Xiao, letting out a furious roar, as if to declare its dominance over this in the face of formidable strength. All fears dissipate. Stepping back onto the path of adventure, Lei Xiao brimmed with confidence, and the world around him seemed to transform into a tapestry of beauty. The distant silhouette of Yulong City beckoned, and Lei Xiao found himself increasingly impatient as he drew nearer to Yulong City. His excitement burgeoned. If only he could seize a divine weapon along the way. From afar, Lei Xiao observed a throng of people emerging from the direction of Yulong City. The closer he approached, the denser the crowd became, with individuals burdened by their belongings, some even pushing small carts, dragging their families along. Initially, Lei Xiao paid little heed, but as the number of fleeing souls swelled, an unsettling question arose in his mind. What calamity had befallen Yulong City that compelled so many to flee? Spotting a passerby, he halted a middle-aged man and inquired, "Sir, what has transpired ahead? Why do so many depart Yulong City for distant lands?" The man shook his head and replied, "You are unaware. A great battle rages forth. Countless souls are fleeing to escape the chaos that a band of marauders has seized the opportunity in the absence of the city lord to assault Yulong City, bringing misfortune upon the innocent populace." "Ah, thank you, kind sir." Lei Xiao expressed his gratitude. The man, continuing on his way, turned back to caution. "Young man, you would do well to flee as we do. Venturing to Yulong City now is akin to courting death." Lei Xiao clasped his fists in thanks. This was a rare opportunity indeed. Should one side falter in the conflict, he might seize the chance to procure a divine weapon, thus avenging his fallen comrades. All who approached were fleeing from Yulong City, and as Lei Xiao ventured towards it alone, passers-by cast curious glances at him. He quickened his pace, for the outcome of the battle was uncertain. Should he arrive too late, he might miss the chance to witness the clash, and even if he could not claim a divine weapon, he could glean valuable combat experience. Presently, Lei Xiao was a novice in battle. Lacking in crucial experience as he neared Yulong City, he finally beheld the conflict described by the fleeing citizens that eye in the sky, two-figure sword, executing various maneuvers. One was a burly man with a bushy beard wielding a wooden staff, while a beautiful woman danced gracefully in the air with a flexible sword that on the ground. One side comprised disciplined soldiers clad in armor, while the other appeared chaotic, clad in odd attire. The former were undoubtedly the defenders of Yulong City, while the latter were likely the nearby bandits. Concealed in a distant grove, Lei Xiao quietly observed the battle. The defenders coordinated seamlessly, enacting various strategies, while the ground lay strewn with bodies, predominantly those of the marauders. The bandits fought with reckless abandon, undeterred by the carnage around them, their bloodlust intensifying the ferocity of the combat. From the fleeing populace, he learned that one of the aerial combatants was a bandit, while the other was the city lord's daughter, Princess Yuning. Princess Yuning was a vision of beauty, ethereal and otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Many men journeyed to Yulong City merely to catch a glimpse of her. Hearing of her splendor, the nearby mountain bandits were filled with ambition and dispatched scouts to investigate. Upon their return, the scouts, eager to please their leader, extolled Princess Yuning's beauty with every flattering word they could muster. The bandit leader, upon hearing this, mused, "This cannot stand. A celestial being has graced my territory, and I have yet to behold her. I must ensure that all know who the true ruler here is." Deterred by the city lord Feng Shan's formidable reputation, the bandit leader, known as King Xiao, had bided his time. However, upon learning of Feng Shan's absence from Yulong City, he swiftly mobilized his forces to seize the city and claim the fair princess as his prize. Intending to return before Feng Shan discovered the city's fall, King Zhao's ambitions were grand, yet reality proved otherwise. His formidable subordinates were not to be underestimated. They believed Princess Yuning to be merely a delicate flower. Unaware of her true prowess, when combat commenced, Princess Yuning demonstrated her formidable skills. Holding her own against King Xiao in a titanic clash, as Lei Xiao observed the two combatants from a distance. He noted that Princess Yuning appeared to be of a similar age to himself, perhaps slightly older. Contemplating her evident strength, he felt a sense of humility. Both she and King Xiao engaged in aerial combat, and according to the village elder, they were at least third-tier martial artists. The elder had explained that upon breaking through to the third tier, one could attain the ability to fly. Thus, it was evident that both fighters before him were of a caliber exceeding the third tier. Originally, Lei Xiao had contemplated using his 1,000-pound hand to seize a divine weapon amidst the chaos, but the realization of their superior strength quelled his ambition. Engaging in a battle of such disparity would be folly. He had no intention of offering himself as a sacrifice in pursuit of a divine weapon. Instead, he resolved to observe their combat, hoping to glean experience from their duel. Chapter 11. Face first to the ground, Princess Yuning wielded her flexible sword, its brilliance shimmering as it struck out like a serpent towards King Xiao. King Xiao, brandishing a staff entwined with vines, barely managed to deflect her attacks. Despite the peril, a grin spread across his face as he addressed her. "My dear beauty, do not be angry. Come with me and become my cherished consort. I assure you, you shall have no desire to return to Yulong City." Ha ha ha. Fuming, Princess Yuning nearly unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet after much contemplation, she could not conjure a single insult. Lamenting internally, "I ought to learn some choice curses to unleash upon this wretched bandit." "What are you pondering, lovely lady? Are you contemplating how to serve me upon your return?" Ha ha ha. King Zhao's wicked smile suggested that he believed her capture was inevitable. How shameless. Princess Yuning's face flushed with rage, yet she unleashed her soft sword with fierce determination, sending a blinding beam of light hurtling towards King Xiao. Realizing the imminent danger, King Xiao hastily raised his staff to shield himself. The soft sword, a divine weapon, radiated with such brilliance that its mere presence was formidable. "Cursed light!" he roared, hastily covering his neck as blood seeped between his fingers. In that fleeting moment when King Xiao was momentarily blinded by the dazzling radiance, Princess Yuning seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering her sword past the vine-covered staff to strike at his throat. Narrowly missing a fatal blow thanks to his quick reflexes. Furious, King Xiao clutched his neck and bellowed, "You shameless wench! You dare provoke me! I shall teach you a lesson!" with my father absent and your forces attacking. You cowardly thief! Today I shall capture you and put an end to your menace." Princess Yu Ning, emboldened by her successful strike, summoned her sword anew, its brilliance flaring as she lunged once more at King Xiao. Having learned from his previous encounter, King Xiao was cautious, especially with his neck wounded and blood flowing freely, that he grew anxious, eager to conclude the battle. Yet the light from Princess Yu Ning's sword seemed to be his bane, as it danced through the air, continually seeking opportunities to pierce him. With each strike, he felt the sting of her blade, gritting his teeth in pain. Suddenly, the blinding radiance of the soft sword illuminated his staff, causing the vines to grow uncontrollably. The staff ballooned in size, expanding to nearly 10 times its original length before it fell as Princess Yu Ning beheld the divine weapon in the hands of King Xiao rapidly growing in power. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Little did she expect that the adversary's weapon would serve as a nemesis to her own, rendering her abilities futile, should she persist with her previous attack. She could only wonder if King Xiao's weapon would continue to swell in strength. At that point, she would surely be no match for him. Lost in thought, King Xiao brandished his colossal staff, entwined with vines, and swept it towards her. Princess Yu Ning opened her mouth to hurl insults, but as a refined lady from a noble family, she found herself at a loss for words. Just as scoundrel escaped her lips. King Xiao's weapon struck her squarely in the chest, sending her plummeting from the skies. From a distance, King Xiao watched in delight as he struck Princess Yu Ning, but his expression faltered upon seeing her fall. He thought to himself, "Have I struck too hard? My dear maiden, I hope you are unscathed," and he pursued her swiftly. Although injured, Princess Yu Ning was not destined to fall from the heavens without a fight. With King Xiao blocking her path back to the city, which she deemed impossible to return to, especially since she might not prevail against him, she veered towards the woods where Lei Xiao lay concealed. Observing the fierce clash from afar, Lei Xiao found Princess Yu Ning strikingly beautiful, yet his heart was consumed with vengeance for his family, fixated solely on seizing the divine weapons from both combatants. The wondrous capabilities of King Xiao's weapon left him nearly awestruck. As Princess Yu Ning soared towards his location, his heart raced with excitement, and he readied the Qianjun hand, eager to seize the opportunity to snatch the divine weapon. With King Xiao's blow landing upon Princess Yu Ning's chest, she clutched her injury and glided towards the trees, where King Xiao called out, "My little beauty, I never expected you to be so sprightly even when wounded. Do not flee. Return with me, and you shall have everything you desire." Unaware of the true force behind his strike, he felt a pang of concern for her well-being. "My little beauty, do not run. If you do, I may be compelled to strike again, and you must not blame me for that." As she fled, Princess Yu Ning felt deeply insulted by King Xiao's taunts, yet she had no means to retaliate. Just as her speed waned, King Xiao's weapon struck her again from behind. After being hit once more, Princess Yu Ning fell from the sky. King Xiao, witnessing her descent, thought to himself with alarm, "I hardly exerted much force. How could she fall? It seems I was too rough. My dear beauty, you must hold on. Do not suffer grave injuries, or I shall be left with a heavy heart." With these thoughts, he chased after her, while Lei Xiao observed the scene unfold. Seeing Princess Yu Ning injured, he made his way toward the spot where she was falling. She plummeted through the trees, crashing against branches as she descended. King Xiao, following close behind, shouted, "My precious darling, I am coming. Wait for me. I shall take you back and tend to your wounds, making you my cherished wife." King Xiao's heart was torn between joy and worry. Joy for finally obtaining the long-desired Princess Yu Ning, and worry over her injury. As this transformation in his weapon's power was unprecedented, he was uncertain of the extent of her wounds. "You wretched girl. Ouch! That hurts terribly." Lei Xiao, hidden among the trees, witnessed a flash of white in the sky as it struck King Xiao. While the latter jested with Princess Yu Ning, he was unaware that she had feigned her injury to lure him into a trap. The moment King Xiao fell for her ruse, Lei Xiao saw an opportunity unfold as an observer. Lei Xiao marveled at Princess Yu Ning's cunning, but when she fell, it resembled a celestial maiden descending, albeit landing face first. King Xiao was again hit by Princess Yu Ning's ploy, sustaining significant injury that he hesitated to pursue her, as he needed to tend to his own wounds. What was once a prime opportunity slipped away, leaving him to believe it was yet another of her deceptions. "Ha! You think to fool me. I shall not fall for your tricks again, you wretched girl. Once I recover, I shall return to deal with you. Lei Xiao, hidden behind a great tree, witnessed the entire sequence of events. Had he not seen Princess Yuning land face first, he might have doubted her intentions. For women, particularly those of exquisite beauty, their lovely visage is their most treasured asset. They would never risk it to ensnare an enemy unless they were mad. Clearly, Princess Yuning was not insane. After being struck by King Xiao, Princess Yuning, visibly injured, struggled to rise, leaning against a tree, her soft sword shimmering nearby. It was only when she confirmed that King Xiao had departed that the sword slipped weakly from her grasp. Overwhelmed with despair, her injuries seemed to worsen, and she gasped for breath, unaware that Lei Xiao was observing her from behind the tree, contemplating how to seize her divine weapon. Chapter 12. The return of the city lord. Feeling that King Xiao and his men had departed, Princess Yuning leaned against the tree, slowly peeling away her thin garments to reveal her alabaster skin. Lei Xiao, hidden behind her, found himself entranced by the sight of her delicate shoulder. Had Princess Yuning known she was being watched, she would surely have been incensed. Lei Xiao hesitated, torn between continuing to gaze at her or looking away until she finished inspecting her injuries. Suddenly, rustling from the underbrush caught his attention, revealing a golden leopard stalking towards Princess Yuning. As the menacing leopard approached, Princess Yuning summoned all her strength to command her soft sword to rise. But it fell feebly to the ground once more. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she lamented, to perish not at the hands of those vile bandits, only to meet my end beneath a leopard's claws. How tragic it would be to die in such a state, exposed and vulnerable. In a moment of desperation, she covered her exposed chest with the garment she had hastily undone, initially intent on seizing her weapon. Lei Xiao's focus shifted upon witnessing Princess Yuning's perilous situation, that he resolved to rescue her, for the divine weapon could wait. He was no longer willing to disregard her safety. As the leopard circled her, it suddenly lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Princess Yuning instinctively shielded her body with one hand while gripping her soft sword with the other. Yet, the sword felt impossibly heavy. And despite her usual prowess in wielding it, she could barely protect herself. With eyes shut tight, she braced for the leopard's assault, surrendering to the inevitable, having lost the will to fight. But the anticipated attack never came. Instead, she heard footsteps crunching on the leaves behind her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a young man clad in simple peasant attire, who swiftly delivered a punch that sent the leopard crashing into a nearby tree. Snapping it cleanly in two without daring to glance back, Lei Xiao inquired, "Are you all right? Quickly, tidy your clothing. We must find a doctor. Your injuries appear serious and require immediate attention." For Princess Yuning, Lei Xiao's timely arrival was akin to a lifeline. Watching him dispatch the leopard with such ease allowed her to finally exhale. It dawned on her that she had yet to properly adjust her clothing after hastily covering herself, and she whispered, "I am fine, please, just help me cover myself." Oh! Princess Yuning's cheeks flushed crimson as she mustered her strength to restore her garments to their rightful place before murmuring, "I am ready," when Lei Xiao turned to face her. The first thing Princess Yuning noticed was his strikingly handsome face, adorned with eyes that were half closed yet glimmered with warmth. A gentle smile graced his lips, adding to his allure. What was meant to be a romantic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress transformed into an unexpected encounter. Though Princess Yuning was not one to judge solely by appearances, she found herself momentarily captivated by Lei Xiao's charm. Noticing her surprise, Lei Xiao felt a sense of relief, thinking he had concealed his own awkwardness well. Observing Princess Yuning's ethereal beauty, he could not help but smile. The moment he smiled, Princess Yuning realized that the young man before her appeared even more peculiar when he did so, approaching her. He offered his support. "Allow me to assist you. Where should we go now?" Struggling to maintain her balance, Princess Yuning yielded to Lei Xiao's embrace. As he discerned the direction, he carried her back towards Yulong City. Given her noble status, it was imperative to prioritize her health, and in the arms of her savior, Princess Yuning felt a strange sense of comfort. "Princess, Princess!" Distant voices called out. A flush spread across Princess Yuning's cheeks as she offered Lei Xiao a gentle smile and whispered, "The soldiers from Yulong City have come to find me." Lei Xiao halted his steps, gently setting down Princess Yuning and assisting her to stand on the ground. Princess Yuning understood. The soldiers were about to arrive, and the young man was merely acting this way out of shyness at the prospect of her encountering them. She cast a sideways glance at Lei Xiao, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Soon, the soldiers from Yulong City approached, and the leading commander hastily stepped forward, lifting his garments in a gesture of respect, and spoke. This humble officer sends his greetings to the princess. May she enjoy eternal peace. General Wang, please rise, Princess Yuning interjected, extending her delicate hand as she swayed slightly. Lei Xiao quickly supported her to ensure her stability. The arriving General Wang and the soldiers noted the severity of the princess's injuries. Concern etched across each of their faces that "Do not worry. I am fine." Princess Yuning reassured them softly that a makeshift stretcher was assembled, and the soldiers carried Princess Yuning back to Yulong City. After the Owl King sustained grave injuries, he swiftly led his band of mountain robbers away. The commanders and soldiers of Yulong City coordinated effectively, preventing any significant harm to the city's vitality. And some citizens who had fled the chaos intended to return at a later date, that a highly skilled healer was summoned to tend to Princess Yuning in her own palace. Several prominent figures of Yulong City awaited her in the garden, while only Lei Xiao and 2 maidservants, who regularly attended to Princess Yuning, remained in the chamber. After the doctor prescribed medicine and repeatedly urged her to rest, maidservant Yunair gazed at Princess Yuning, who appeared haggard, and bitterly exclaimed, "Cursed Owl King! The city lord will return, and when he does, he will not spare you." Maidservant Nuer echoed, "We shall ensure that scoundrel meets a fate worse than death." Princess Yuning gently parted her lips, instructing Yunair, "Young Master Tian came to my rescue. He must not be allowed to rest at this time." Yunair quickly arranged for him to have accommodations in the princess's residence. Lei Xiao was taken aback by the unexpected return of the city lord, Yuan Shangong, and the ensuing complications. His quarters had been tidied to perfection, and the provisions were quite lavish. Over the following days, Lei Xiao seized any opportunity to visit Princess Yuning, observing her gradual recovery. The princess's gaze, filled with anticipation, seemed to yearn for Lei Xiao's presence, eager to hear his tales and experiences. Lei Xiao spoke of his origins from an island, cleverly altering his backstory, renaming Dragonfish Island, and claiming he had come to the mainland for training. That he recounted events from the coastal village and shared tales of slaying tigers, which utterly fascinated Princess Yuning. One morning, as dawn broke, Lei Xiao opened his door to head towards the princess's courtyard, only to be halted by 2 waiting guards. One of them stated, "Young Master Tian, the princess requires quietude. It is best to minimize disturbances." Confused, Lei Xiao pondered why such a decree had suddenly been established. After days of freely visiting the princess, he returned to his room, and by noon, a servant delivered his meal, noticeably delayed and simpler than usual, merely presented in a single food basket. Sensing something amiss but unwilling to trouble the servants, he chose to wait. Lei Xiao had initially intended to seize an opportunity, attempting to acquire a divine weapon, but instead fortuitously formed a connection with Princess Yuning and took residence within the palace of Yulong City. After several days of tranquility, the situation had shifted dramatically, so apparent that even a fool could perceive it. He was escorted away from the palace and assigned to an inn, where a servant informed him of the city lord's return and the subsequent arrangement. Lei Xiao's living conditions were downgraded, and the elegant attire he had enjoyed in the palace was cleverly reclaimed. In Princess Yuning's chamber, she reclined against her pillow on the edge of the bed, covered with a thin silk quilt. Seated beside her was a man in his 50s, with a leopard-like gaze and clad in a yellow robe. He was Yuan Shangong, the city lord. Yuan Shangong spoke kindly, "My daughter, I see you are recovering well, which puts my heart at ease that I have ordered the troops to assemble. Tomorrow we shall march to Deerhorn Mountain and eliminate the Owl King in one decisive blow. Where is Tian Xiao? He has not visited you today, and I have instructed him to prepare for tomorrow's campaign." Princess Yuning's expression shifted dramatically at this news, and she exclaimed urgently, "Is Tian Xiao going as well?" Yuan Shangong, anticipating her reaction, nodded calmly that no, he cannot go. Princess Yuning insisted, "Tian Xiao lacks sufficient martial prowess. If he accompanies you, he may well lose his life." Yuan Shangong smiled reassuringly, "Do not fret. My dear, I shall ensure Tian Xiao's safety. But he is my savior. Should anything happen to him, how would I bear it?" Yuan Shangong's expression turned serious as he replied, "Do you not trust your father?" "I do not dare," Princess Yuning murmured, lowering her gaze, acutely aware of her father's evident attitude toward young Master Tian. Yuan Shandong found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he said, "Very well. He shall not accompany us, but you must rest. During my absence from the city, you two shall not meet my dear. This is for your own good. You must take care to recuperate that as a refined young lady of stature." Princess Yu Ning found it difficult to voice her desire for Tian Zhao's companionship. She summoned her courage, yet time and again, her words faltered until her father departed. Maidservant Yun Er approached and whispered, "What shall we do?" Princess Yu Ning remained silent, her thoughts clouded. The Owl King, with his third-tier martial prowess, was no match for Yuan Shandong, even in his injured state, let alone in peak form. Yuan Shandong wielded a light attribute divine weapon, which could easily counter the Owl King's wooden attribute weapon. However, the Owl King's attacks on Yulong City had not gone smoothly. After retreating, he immediately organized a relocation, disappearing before Yuan Shandong could mount a counterattack. Yuan Shandong swiftly returned to the city, and the entire city celebrated. Lei Xiao contemplated how to bid farewell to Yuan Shandong, conflicted about whether to depart without a word, feeling it would be disrespectful to Princess Yu Ning. In Yuan Shandong's study, he sat calmly at his desk when Yun Er and Nuo Er assisted Princess Yu Ning into the room. Yuan Shandong rose hastily, as a concerned father. He had no need for such display. Merely worried for her health, he stammered, "My daughter, why did you come here yourself? You could have simply called Yun Er and Nuo Er to fetch me. Take care of yourself. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Let us sit and talk," Princess Yu Ning said earnestly. "Why, yes." Yuan Shandong nodded repeatedly. Yun Er pulled up a chair, and Nuo Er helped Princess Yu Ning sit down. "Please speak, my daughter," Yuan Shandong urged, eager to hear her thoughts. Princess Yu Ning took a deep breath. "I wish for you to teach Tian Xiao some martial arts, that I see potential in him, and he could become your right-hand man in the future." Yuan Shandong hesitated. "Is that the reason for your request?" After some contemplation, he replied, "Tian Xiao would indeed benefit from training at the Chongshan sect, a prestigious school on the eastern continent with far greater strength than Yulong City. That I recently had a lengthy discussion with Xiao Yun, the sect's master swordsman, and learned that they will soon hold an internal competition to select 10 disciples who will receive guidance directly from the sect master, Ba Huai, which would be immensely beneficial for martial arts development." Princess Yu Ning's expression momentarily faltered as she inquired, "Father, do you not wish to personally instruct Tian Xiao?" Yuan Shandong remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Princess Yu Ning lowered her head. "I have heard that the Chongshan sect has many stringent rules, both overt and covert, which can overwhelm many new disciples." Yuan Shandong interjected, "Young people need to be tested. My mind is made up. I shall send someone to escort Tian Xiao to the Chongshan sect for training." He turned his head resolutely, signaling his firm decision. The midday sun was still quite warm. Departing earlier would allow them to make progress while the air was cooler. Yuan Shandong dispatched a servant to accompany them as he and Lei Xiao made their way out of the western gate of Yulong City. The journey to the Chongshan sect, located 300 miles west of Yulong City, would take them through the rugged terrain of the Chongshan Mountains, encompassing multiple peaks and valleys. The Chongshan sect's layout was divided into 5 directions, with the central area occupied by the sect master. Ba Huai Tio the west was the realm of the sect's eldest disciple, Li Jun Tian, known for his strength. The east was home to Xiao Yun, the second disciple. To the south was the territory of the third disciple, Gong Yin, and his students. The northern region was a forbidden zone, rumored to harbor many dangers and mysteries within its deep forests. As Lei Xiao rode alongside the servant, they exited Yulong City, where the flow of people noticeably diminished. As they prepared to mount their horses and gallop away, a voice called out for them to halt. Lei Xiao turned to see a small sedan approaching the city gates, its drapery concealing the occupants within, though the intricate depiction of 100 birds was clearly visible on the fabric. The bearers of the palanquin moved in a disciplined and solemn manner, while the maidservant calling out from the side was none other than Yuner, who stood beside Princess Yu Ning. Lei Xiao understood that it was Princess Yu Ning who had come to bid him farewell. As the palanquin drew near, Yuner lifted the curtain and assisted Princess Yu Ning in descending. The princess swayed slightly, clearly still recovering from her frail condition. Lei Xiao recalled the moment he had held this young girl in the forest, and he found himself lost in a daze. The servants beside Lei Xiao quickly stepped forward to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the princess." Princess Yu Ning gazed intently at Lei Xiao. Her eyes, brimming with unspoken affection, let a breeze past, stirring a strand of hair at her temple, akin to a gentle hand plucking at the strings of her heart. Before Princess Yuning could speak, Lei Xiao took the initiative, saying, "Your Highness, given your frail condition, there is no need for you to come and see me off. That it is more important for you to rest and recuperate." Princess Yuning did not respond. Her mother had passed away years ago, and on her deathbed had urged her to heed her father's words that this moment. Her father was intent on sending Lei Xiao away, and no matter how much Princess Yuning wished to retain him, her gentle disposition rendered her powerless. Lei Xiao continued, "Parting is inevitable after a 1,000-mile journey. Please return, Your Highness. The opportunity to study martial arts at Chongshan Sect is exactly what I have long desired. I am no longer a child. Now that I venture into the world, I know how to take care of myself. Please take care of your health, and may the mountains remain green and the waters flow long. Until we meet again, I look forward to that day." With that, Lei Xiao clasped his fists and prepared to mount his horse and depart. "Wait!" Princess Yuning's urgent call halted Lei Xiao's movement, but he turned to face her. Waiting for her to convey her thoughts, Princess Yuning deliberated before speaking. "Chongshan Sect has many rules. Although you have bypassed the initiation as a door disciple and appear directly as an inner disciple, the days ahead may prove challenging. Initially, you may find it difficult to adapt. To avoid complications, it would be prudent to temporarily leave your treasures with me for safekeeping. Once I have recovered, I will visit you and return them, on the condition that you trust me." Lei Xiao pondered briefly before reaching into his attire and retrieving the Qianjun hand. Holding it in his palm, he gazed down at this artifact. While it may not seem particularly precious to an expert, it held immense significance for him at this moment. Lei Xiao had once used the Qianjun hand to subdue a band of rogues, had fought a fierce tiger, and had sent a snow leopard flying with a single strike. The Qianjun hand was his only assurance of safety. Should he truly part with it? What would Lei Xiao decide? He presented the Qianjun hand with both hands and stated earnestly, "This is the only treasure I possess. Nothing else, that if it remains with the princess, I believe it will not hinder my entry into Chongshan Sect." Princess Yuning slowly extended her hand to accept the Qianjun hand, speaking softly, "I fear that young Master Tian may misunderstand and think I am deceiving him for this treasure. You truly possess a sense of reason. Where would the princess's thoughts wander?" Lei Xiao replied with a smile. Upon seeing Lei Xiao's smile, Princess Yuning suddenly realized something: the upward curve of his right lip. The half-open gaze of his right eye reminded her of her father, who judged others by their appearance. Thus, Lei Xiao's departure seemed only natural. Lei Xiao's deliberately exaggerated demeanor, coupled with that smile, was indeed peculiar. He and the servant beside him mounted their horses and prepared to leave. Princess Yuning gazed longingly at their retreating figures for a long while, even after they had vanished from sight. "Your Highness, young Master Tian has already departed. Let us return," Yuna urged from the side. Upon hearing this, Princess Yuning nodded. Chapter 14. Entering Chongshan, Yunur assisted the princess back into the palanquin, and they made their way back to the city. The bearers of the palanquin were puzzled. With that smile and those eyes, one could easily believe a pig had kissed him, and coupled with that grin, it was simply absurd. Even if one did not judge by appearances, it seemed too much for such a beautiful and captivating princess to take an interest in such a person. In Princess Yuning's chamber, the maidservant Nura summoned the city lord, Duke Yuanshan, before stepping out, leaving only the father and daughter within. Observing his daughter's displeased expression, Duke Yuanshan felt somewhat at a loss and tentatively asked, "My daughter, do you have something on your mind? Speak frankly. Your mother is no longer here. If you have any thoughts, do not keep them bottled up." Princess Yuning spoke earnestly. "Father, is appearance truly that important?" Duke Yuanshan scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "Why do you say such things, my daughter? If it were not for your disdain for Tian Xiaoxing's ugliness, would you have been so intent on driving him away?" Princess Yuning pressed. "Drive him away?" Duke Yuanshan replied, his expression awkward. How could he bear to say it so harshly? Perhaps this was the first time Princess Yuning had taken such a strong stance against her father. Her tone resolute. "Father, listen to me. I only value the person, not their appearance." Duke Yuanshan fell silent. Making no further comment, he displayed a somewhat sullen demeanor, resigning to the situation. After all, Lei Xiao had already departed far away. And now that he was gone, there was nothing more to be done. For the very first time in his life, Lei Xiao set foot upon such lofty mountains, the towering peaks aspiring to touch the heavens. Accompanied by his servant, they spoke of Duke Yuanshan of Yulong City, and their journey proceeded smoothly. They soon arrived at a stone-built palace, where they met one of the prominent figures of Chongshan sect. The esteemed second disciple of Master Zhong Bahuai, the renowned blade Saint Xiaoyun. Lei Xiao presented the letter written by Duke Yuanshan. Xiaoyun took the letter in hand, opening it with keen eyes. Stealing a glance at his future master, Lei Xiao observed Xiaoyun, who sat cross-legged on a mat, exuding an air of unyielding authority despite his calm demeanor. Xiaoyun had a slightly elongated face, with narrow eyes and 3 strands of black beard cascading over his chest. Clad in white robes, the fabric fluttered gently, as if stirred by a breeze, though the room was still. Xiaoyun appeared to be in his late 30s. Yet Lei Xiao had heard from his fellow servant that he was nearly 50, that standing in neat rows beside Xiaoyun were his disciples, both male and female, each with distinct appearances. What united them was their attire of white robes, each adorned with a unified character Chong placed on the left side of their chests. The total number of senior disciples was 33, while Lei Xiao ranked as the 34th inner disciple of Xiaoyun. The disciples of Chongshan's sect wore a uniform attire. Apart from significant occasions when they donned sect robes, they also maintained a consistent appearance in their daily lives. Inner disciples enjoyed slightly more lenient regulations, allowing them to wear their preferred garments outside of important ceremonies. When Lei Xiao ascended the mountain, he had explained his purpose and was subsequently instructed to wait, indicating that Xiaoyun had indeed taken Lei Xiao. Introduced by Duke Yuanshan, seriously, all 3 disciples of Zhong Bahuai had the authority to accept students without consulting the sect leader. The 3 major disciples each held distinct factions, operating independently, yet coming together when necessary. After paying his respects to his master, Lei Xiao followed behind his senior brothers and sisters as they exited the palace at the entrance. The accompanying servant waved goodbye to Lei Xiao at that moment. He understood that his life at Chongshan sect was truly beginning. Standing beside Lei Xiao was a well-featured man, approximately 30 years of age. Lei Xiao recognized him as a senior brother, named Yun Lang. Yun Lang addressed Lei Xiao, saying, "Junior brother Tian Xiao, we shall proceed ahead. Your senior brother Yuan will take you to your residence, during which you can gain a preliminary understanding of our Chongshan sect. Tomorrow, the disciples will deliver your sect robes to your room." Lei Xiao nodded and replied, "I await your arrangements, senior brother." Yun Lang stepped forward, and soon, most of the disciples had departed, leaving only a plump man, resembling a ball, beside Lei Xiao. The man gestured and cheerfully said, "Junior brother Tian, let us be on our way." Feeling a hint of mischief in that smile, Lei Xiao complied, "Please lead the way, senior brother." As they descended the mountain, Lei Xiao noticed that the disciples' quarters were not situated on the same slope as the palace. The setting sun had already been obscured by the peaks, leaving only a fraction of its light. This senior brother introduced himself as Yuan Bao, ranking 32nd among the disciples that as they walked. Yuan Bao animatedly gestured, pointing in various directions, his chatter never ceasing as he shared his experiences and recounted amusing tales of Chongshan sect life, introducing various places related to martial arts training. Lei Xiao nodded frequently, appearing genuinely engaged, and as they turned a bend in the mountain, Yuan Bao suddenly halted, the destination still unseen, causing Lei Xiao to grow puzzled. He inquired, "Senior brother, what is this?" Finding no one around, Yuan Bao grinned mischievously, saying, "Junior brother, I have shared so much with you, and since this is our first meeting, don't you think it would be appropriate to show some gratitude?" As he spoke, Yuan Bao's chubby hands reached out, resembling a shameless beggar. Recalling Princess Yuning's intentions outside Yulong City, Lei Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, but he patted his attire and replied, "Senior brother Yuan, I fear I possess nothing of value." Upon hearing this, Yuan Bao's expression soured, and he rubbed his hands together, lamenting, "No proof at all. You can't just say you have nothing and expect me to believe you. Shouldn't I conduct a simple search?" Without hesitation, Lei Xiao nodded, saying, "Please, senior brother, go ahead." As he made a gesture of submission, "Oh, junior brother, you truly are obedient." Yuan Bao approached, grinning in a way that suggested mischief, "that I shall not hold back." Yuan Bao proceeded to thoroughly search Lei Xiao from top to bottom, but ultimately found nothing. He frowned, his face resembling a large bun. Yuan Bao stared at Lei Xiao with frustration, speaking in a mocking tone. Incredible! Not even a single silver coin. Lei Xiao chuckled. This only proves that I did not deceive you, senior brother. As I mentioned earlier, I truly have nothing of value. Bah, you little rascal were prepared all along. Yuan Bao exclaimed, hopping with indignation, that he genuinely wished to strip Lei Xiao of his clothing and shoes, though even those were hardly worth anything. The notorious rules among the disciples of the Chongshan sect had long reached the ears of Princess Yuning of Yulong City. She had deliberately taken precautions against Lei Xiao's formidable Qianjun hand and, of course, would not present him with any luxurious attire upon his ascent. After escaping from Longyu Island, Lei Xiao made his way to Jinhai village, fortuitously rescuing the daughter of the village chief, Lily Ji. Upon bidding farewell, the chief and his daughter prepared clothing and provisions for Lei Xiao. With a change of garments in hand, Lei Xiao, wishing to evade the chief family from Longyu Island, discarded his original attire before descending to Yulong City. Yuan Bao, with a grimace, cursed loudly. That kid with the surname Tian, you really are something. You didn't even take a moment to breathe before joining the Chongshan sect. Lei Xiao was tempted to retort, if you want to hear a fart, I can oblige, but it's merely a thought. However, Lei Xiao dared not voice such a sentiment, as he was not foolish enough to invite trouble. Yuan Bao's incessant tirade of insults fueled a fire of resentment within him. Lei Xiao greeted him with a smile, adopting a demeanor that pleaded for mercy. Yuan Bao, unable to find a valid reason to vent his frustrations, pointed an accusatory finger at Lei Xiao's face, exclaiming, "Look at your unfortunate appearance, and you dare to smile at me. Just wait until I smack you." Lei Xiao thought to himself that it is difficult to strike a smiling face. Yet, Yuan Bao was a particularly obstinate character. If he were to lash out, Lei Xiao would have no choice but to endure the blow. Just as Yuan Bao was about to strike, a woman's voice cut through the tension. Though she uttered but a single word, Yuan Bao recoiled in surprise, taking several steps back. The word she had spoken was slow, as twilight deepened. A woman clad in a pale yellow dress glided forward. Due to the dim lighting, her features remained indistinguishable. Yuan Bao clearly recognized the newcomer and displayed a hint of trepidation that he forced a smile and addressed her as third senior sister. With this, Yuan Bao revealed the woman's identity. She was Wang Mili, the third disciple of the renowned Master Xiao Yun. Yuan Bao continued to retreat, speaking as he went, "Sister, now that you've arrived, I shall take my leave. Farewell, farewell." Wang Mili retorted angrily, "Yuan Bao, associating with Yunlang will surely bring you misfortune one day." With that, Yuan Bao had already made his hasty exit. "Junior brother Tian, are you all right?" Wang Mili inquired with concern. Lei Xiao replied with a smile, "I am well, sister. Your arrival is most timely." Wang Mili gestured for him to follow, saying, "Come, junior brother, our dwelling is not far from here." Eagerly, Lei Xiao kept pace behind her. Their abode was situated atop a small hill, a collection of stone and wooden structures, resembling a dragon resting at the summit. As they ascended the hill, Wang Mili informed him, "This is our shared residence. Your quarters are the seventh door from the right. Sister, it is already dark. Why do we not see our senior brothers and sisters? Shouldn't they be lighting the lamps?" Lei Xiao asked. Wang Mili smiled and replied, "They are all young martial artists. It is still early, and they have yet to return, thus no lights have been lit." Upon entering his room, Lei Xiao found it quite bare, furnished only with a single wooden bed and a modest cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he discovered it empty, so he placed his clean clothes inside. This was a parting gift from Jinhai village and constituted Lei Xiao's only possessions at that moment. The bed had a simple covering, and as Lei Xiao lay back, he yearned to exclaim how comfortable it felt. When will my senior brothers and sisters return? He wondered, but fatigue soon claimed him, and he sank into a deep slumber. The weather was still quite warm, with only a slight chill settling in as the night wore on. Lei Xiao did not bother to cover himself, remaining in his clothes as he drifted into dreams. Morning light filtered through the half-open window, but it was not the dawn that roused Lei Xiao, but rather a rude knocking accompanied by a voice calling, "Junior brother Tian, the senior brother has set up the Duzi formation. Come, come. The brothers are already in place, waiting to guide you in your training. Wake up, wake up." With bleary eyes, Lei Xiao recognized the annoying voice of Yuan Bao, the very same who had previously searched him. He mumbled in response, I'm coming. As he opened the door, he saw Yuan Bao, who was dressed entirely in white, resembling someone in mourning. Lei Xiao felt a strong urge to ask, "Which of your elders has passed away?" But he thought better of it, knowing better than to provoke him. Yuan Bao led the way at a brisk pace, and Lei Xiao mused that if the fellow rolled, he would likely move even faster, like a flamboyant snowball, in his semi-conscious state. He barely registered the mention of the Duzi formation, unsure of what it entailed, but he suspected it would be troublesome. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to go, lamenting internally while maintaining a composed exterior in a flat area. A dozen or so senior brothers, led by Yun Lang, stood ready. From a distance, Lei Xiao could see that 5 colors of beans had been arranged into the shape of a simple flower, covering a considerable space. Yellow beans at the center, occupying a distinctly larger area than the others. To the east, green beans formed a long shape reminiscent of a dragon. To the south, red beans flickered like flames. To the west, white beans sprawled like fresh snow. And to the north, black beans were scattered like spilled ink. Hastily, Lei Xiao greeted his senior brothers. Yun Lang smiled and said, "Junior brother, no need for excessive formalities. Come, step into the Duzi formation, and let us see the foundation of your skills." Lei Xiao thought, so it truly is the Duzi formation, that he earnestly asked Yun Lang, "Senior brother, what is the significance of this formation?" Yun Lang replied gravely, "The name Duzi formation is quite common. Its true name is the 5-element Dozu formation. While it seems simple, it embodies great wisdom, with principles of mutual generation and restriction intricately intertwined, in the east. We have wood, in the south fire, in the west metal, in the north water, and at the center, earth. As Yun Lang spoke, he gestured, and 5 young men dressed in green, red, black, white, and yellow attire moved fluidly into the formation. Among them the rotund Yuan Bao in white. Yuan Bao beckoned to Lei Xiao with a finger, grinning like a mischievous dog. "Junior brother Tian, come on. The brothers can hardly wait." Recognizing that evasion was futile, Lei Xiao steeled himself and declared, "Please, senior brothers, bestow your teachings upon me." Yun Lang kindly urged, "Go on, junior brother Tan." The 5 men in their colorful attire positioned themselves atop their respective colored beans, each occupying a relatively central location. Lei Xiao was closest to the green beans and stepped forward. As he entered, the green-clad man within the circle swiftly advanced toward him. If Lei Xiao were to retreat, he would be forced out of the formation, an embarrassment he could not afford. Thus, Lei Xiao mimicked the green-clad man's sliding steps, attempting to evade to the side, only to find himself precariously unstable, nearly falling. But he soon realized that this was far more challenging than moving on ice. Just as he was about to regain his footing, a voice called out, "Here it comes!" Before he could react, the green-clad man was upon him, and despite being a head taller than the slender figure, Lei Xiao was easily brought down before the onlookers. He could not even grasp the technique employed against him. The green-clad man showed no mercy, delivering a kick. The beans beneath him offered little support, and Lei Xiao was sent sprawling out of the formation. Along with a scattering of beans, the pain from the kick was genuine. Clenching his teeth, Lei Xiao struggled to rise, internally lamenting, "That was brutal. I hope he didn't break my ribs." A pair of feet approached his face. Recognizing the shoes, Lei Xiao needed not look up to know it was Yun Lang standing beside him. Yun Lang lightly tapped the tip of his shoe against Lei Xiao's face, coldly stating, "Is it over so soon? At the very least, you must stay within the formation for a while. Get up and return." With some effort, Lei Xiao pushed himself to his feet, shaking off his clothes as he addressed Yun Lang. "Senior brother, although I may not understand formations, I comprehend their purpose, to ensnare formidable opponents with complex configurations. But in this 5-element Dozu formation, it is clear that the skills of my 5 senior brothers far surpass my own. May I ask, what is the significance of this formation?" Yun Lang replied icily, "The individuals in the 5-element Dozu formation represent the formation's core, residing within their respective colored beans. When you step into a certain colored area, the guardian at the core will initiate an attack on you. This means you have ample opportunity to find refuge within the formation. The purpose of the 5-element Dozu formation is not to defeat enemies, but rather to teach martial arts and enhance one's skills. I need to elaborate further. Junior brother Tian, please." With gritted teeth, Lei Xiao quickly analyzed Yun Lang's explanation of the 5-element Dozu formation. thinking the safest spots within the formation must be at the intersections of the colored beans. That if I can grasp this, I believe I can last a while. With this in mind, Lei Xiao swiftly made his way to the junction of the green and red beans, attempting to use this as his entry point into the formation. Stepping again into the Dozu formation, he placed one foot on the red beans and the other on the green, observing his movement. The green-clad man and the robust man on the red beans surged towards him simultaneously. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, Lei Xiao quickly repositioned himself. When he was on the red beans, the green-clad man retreated. When he stood on the green beans, the red-clad man advanced rapidly. Due to the unstable footing on the beans, a moment's carelessness could lead to a fall, and whichever colored beans he stood upon, the guardian would charge forward. The man clad in green and the one in red exhibited remarkable agility. The distance between the central point of the five elements formation and Lei Xiao was no less than several feet. Yet they could reach him in the blink of an eye. Lei Xiao surmised that both the green and red-clad men possessed martial prowess at the mid to upper levels of the second stage. For Lei Xiao, a stick of incense's duration felt interminable. He could hardly afford to pause, nearly stumbling several times. Should he fall, the outcome would likely mirror his previous experience, being unceremoniously kicked out of the formation. He began to worry about approaching the location of Baidu, for standing atop Baidu was Yuan Bao, who was eagerly waiting to cause him trouble. Lei Xiao thought to himself, while other senior brothers might show him some leniency, Yuan Bao certainly would not. Their previous grievances would ensure he would not let this opportunity slip by easily. Ultimately, Lei Xiao reached Baidu, having discerned that none of the formation guards exhibited any mercy. The tall, slender figure in yellow at the center of the five elements formation and the handsome man in black atop the black bean were much more formidable than the green and red figures. Lei Xiao estimated their level to be nearing the third stage, leaving him in a rather precarious state. Despite employing a clever maneuver to navigate the edges of the two beans, by the time he arrived at Baidu, he was already staggering. The beans were too smooth, making movement akin to gliding on ice. Lei Xiao had to adjust his rhythm to glide toward the five formation guards, and when pressed too closely, he would take erratic steps. The path he traversed had become indistinguishable between the two types of beans within the five elements formation, its appearance thoroughly disordered as Lei Xiao stepped on a Baidu. Yuan Bao sprang into action, slipping forward in a rush towards him. In a hurry, Lei Xiao sidestepped to the black bean's vicinity. Yuan Bao, having charged forward with great force, struggled to halt his momentum, flailing his arms about in a comical manner, resembling a clumsy, oversized duck, that he was on the verge of breaching the boundary of the black bean, thus disrupting the established rules of the formation. Fortunately, Yuan Bao managed to stop just shy of the black bean, his toes barely an inch away, and had the boundary been strictly enforced, his ample physique would have already crossed it. Chapter 16. The Unseen Observing Yuan Bao's Movements. Lei Xiao concluded that his martial abilities were significantly inferior to those of the other senior brothers, that do not underestimate the enemy. Lei Xiao reminded himself, and an idea suddenly struck him. Since he had cautioned himself against underestimating, why not deliberately create some openings for Yuan Bao to exploit? Taking advantage of Yuan Bao's unsteady stance, Lei Xiao glided past him, heading straight for the central point of the Baidu formation. Yuan Bao turned his head and exclaimed, "Ouch!" Although occupying the formation's central point would not lead to complete defeat, it would certainly be an embarrassment for Yuan Bao, who prided himself on his prowess. Yuan Bao pivoted and shouted, "Kid, you're done for now." His mindset thrown off balance, his steps became erratic as he was determined to make Lei Xiao look foolish. This was precisely the moment Lei Xiao had been waiting for. Leading Yuan Bao in a circle atop Baidu, feigning calmness, Lei Xiao's heart raced as Yuan Bao's fury reached a boiling point. As they advanced further, he sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Suddenly, his foot faltered, and he fell sideways. With only 3 feet separating him from Yuan Bao, his eagerness to pursue led him into a self-inflicted predicament. As Lei Xiao fell, Yuan Bao, unable to halt his rotund body in time, stumbled over Lei Xiao's legs, akin to a frog leaping out of the five elements formation. Upon Lei Xiao's decision to enter the intersection of the two beans, Yun Lang's brows furrowed in thought. This kid is impressive. Despite Yuan Bao being merely at the initial stage of the second level, the remaining 4 formation guards are all above the mid-level of the second stage. To discern the formation's gaps so swiftly is no small feat. Had Yuan Bao not so eagerly volunteered, the power of the Five Elements formation would have escalated significantly. It's a pity that Yuan Bao's bravado has led to this blunder, as Yun Lang anticipated. Yuan Bao had indeed been propelled out of the formation, his departure marked by an impressive posture. Yun Lang felt a strong urge to kick Yuan Bao and berate him as a fool. But as the senior brother, he refrained from such actions. Still sprawled within the bean formation, Lei Xiao did not rise immediately. The corner of his mouth curled upwards as he addressed Yun Lang. Senior brother, it is quite embarrassing to have fallen within the formation. Do you think I should get up? Yun Lang glanced at Yuan Bao, who remained on the ground outside the formation, snorting in disdain. When he turned to Lei Xiao, a smile graced his face as he said, "What are you saying, Brother Tian? It is true that you fell into the formation, but your senior brother Yuan has already been expelled. I am quite pleased with your performance, Brother Tian. The letter from the city lord of Yulong mentioned that you have yet to achieve the second stage of martial arts, though this level is modest. The wisdom and potential spoken of in the letter are indeed true, that I take great comfort in having you as a new disciple, that it was not yet mealtime, and it remained uncertain when the notable figures of Chongshan's sect would dine, or even if they would partake in a meal at all. The disciples of Chongshan's sect typically had one meal a day, gathering at a dining hall several miles away around noon. Upon returning to his quarters, Lei Xiao found no one around and wondered what his senior brothers and sisters were up to. Not inclined to linger in his abode, he decided to take a stroll outside. Standing behind a row of residences, he gazed down a hillside and beheld a clear lake not far away. He noticed several stones of various sizes and shapes along the shore in his direction, and he walked straight over. Perched on a smooth rock, Lei Xiao found it quite enjoyable to observe the lake. However, not long after sitting down, his fleeting sense of tranquility was quickly overshadowed by a cloud of gloom. With not a breath of wind, the lake's surface remained undisturbed. Its clarity reflected Lei Xiao's image, a simple attire indicative of his humble origins from a coastal village. Staring into the water, he felt an unexpected sense of estrangement from his own reflection. A flame ignited in Lei Xiao's mind, rapidly spreading into a vast ocean of fire that threatened to consume everything. He clenched his fists against his chest, releasing a long breath that alleviated some of the tension within. In a low but resolute voice, he declared, "I will avenge you." Glancing to his right at his reflection, though not a paragon of beauty, he nevertheless considered himself handsome, with a squint of his right eye and a slight upward curl of his lips. He contemplated his recent appearances before others, accompanied by a smile. Lei Xiao thought to himself, "When will I be able to reveal my true self?" The true Lei Xiao seldom smiled. He found it difficult to do so. The laughter and joy of his childhood had been consumed by the flames, leaving him with the burden of sorrow on his shoulders that he had to endure and feign contentment. His longing for a divine weapon had initially driven Lei Xiao to ascend to the ancient continent. From his village to Yulong City, he lingered at the crossroads, eager to seize an opportunity to grasp a divine weapon. Had it not been for his brief stay in Yulong City before arriving at Chongshan's sect, he might have resorted to desperate measures to claim Princess Yu Ning's divine weapon. Grateful for his arrival at Chongshan's sect, Lei Xiao assured himself that Princess Yu Ning was a cherished confidant worth treasuring. However, his current worries centered around the divine weapon, for even within such a grand organization as Chongshan's sect, divine weapons were scarce. The saying echoed in his mind. While martial artists are common, divine weapons are rare. Lei Xiao mused softly, "I must improve myself." Given Lei Xiao's current understanding of martial arts, Qi Zhan's skills were not particularly impressive. He believed that Qi Zhan's level was merely stagnant at the second stage. As evidenced by the martial stone testing conducted by village chief Qiu in his village, which indicated he was nearing the second stage. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had quietly approached. When Lei Xiao became aware, he nearly jumped in surprise that a woman stood on a nearby stone, adorned in a flowing lavender dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Looking up, he beheld a beautiful visage, though it could not rival Princess Yu Ning's beauty. It was still captivating. The woman held a set of white garments, the attire for the sect, which she had come to deliver to Lei Xiao. "Senior sister," Lei Xiao called out. The arriving senior sister belonged to the esteemed Baodao Shou sect under Xiao Yun, ranked 33rd. Her beauty and proximity in rank made it memorable for Lei Xiao, and her name was Shui Yini. Shui Yini spoke softly, "Brother Tian, I fortuitously brought your sect attire, that I searched for you in your quarters but could not find you." Considering you are new to Chongshan sect and likely haven't ventured far, I thought I would check around, and as expected, found you here. Lei Xiao wondered if Shui Yini had seen his true appearance earlier. But he dared not ask, attempting to gauge her reaction instead, though he could discern nothing conclusive. After placing the sect attire back in his quarters, Lei Xiao stepped outside for a leisurely stroll. Spotting a group of individuals, including Yuan Bao, approaching, he swiftly slipped into the nearby thicket. He thought to himself, it would be best to minimize encounters with Yuan Bao. The forest was overgrown with weeds and vines, making it challenging to navigate. Lei Xiao decided to wait for Yuan Bao's group to pass before continuing his leisurely walk. As Yuan Bao and his companions approached with laughter, one of the group remarked jovially, Yuan Shidi, this discovery is truly remarkable. Yuan Bao replied earnestly, this matter should remain known only to us. Even as Shi Xiao must be kept in the dark, that if it were to spread, it could lead to dire consequences. The others nodded in agreement, and a sharp-voiced man in the group cautioned, let us cease this conversation. It would be quite unfortunate if we were overheard. Another man, seemingly reluctant to depart, suggested, it's dark now. Let us wait until nightfall to proceed. Proceed where? Pondered Lei Xiao, hidden among the trees. Contemplating what secret had been uncovered as the sky darkened, Lei Xiao stealthily observed the gathering of Yuan Bao and his companions, who were engaged in hushed discussions, gesturing animatedly, soon preparing to take action. From what he had overheard earlier in the forest, it was evident that Yuan Bao had stumbled upon something significant. However, the leader was not Yuan Bao, but rather a tall, lean man clad in yellow, whom Lei Xiao recognized as the yellow-clad figure who had stood at the center of the Five Elements beam formation during the day, serving as the guardian of the central earth element. Wu Ji. Lei Xiao struggled to recall the man's rank, but heard others refer to him as Tang Shixiao. With Tang Shixiao leading, the group of five made their way southwest, all dressed in dark clothing to blend in. Following at a distance, Lei Xiao kept his eyes fixed on the target. His own attire was similarly dark, ensuring he would not be easily detected. After the sun had set and the moon began its ascent, Lei Xiao cautiously peered out from the trees, moving with the utmost care. Not far ahead, he spotted an entrance to a cave, just over 10 feet high, barely wide enough for Yuan Bao to squeeze through. Upon reaching this point, he realized the five had disappeared into the cave. Unsure of what lay within, Lei Xiao hesitated to enter, choosing instead to wait patiently outside. Chapter: Bathing surrounded by the chirping of insects. Lei Xiao leaned against a large tree, growing weary as time passed. Doubts began to creep in. Had he misjudged their movements? Had the five not entered the cave at all? Just then, shadows flitted about, and Lei Xiao saw the five emerge from within the cave one by one under the moonlight. Their faces bore expressions of delight. The five murmured among themselves as they departed, and Lei Xiao refrained from following, pondering the contents of the cave. What treasures could they have taken? Surely, anything of value would have been claimed already. What could possess such allure that it remained behind? After a while, with the five gone, all was silent once again. Finally, Lei Xiao emerged from the woods, surveying his surroundings before cautiously approaching the cave entrance. That a faint, damp aroma wafted from within, devoid of any foul stench, suggesting there were no fierce beasts inside. He surmised that the cave must hold something of great worth that could not be easily taken, and decided it was time to explore. Stepping inside, the cave widened slightly from the entrance, revealing a natural passage that twisted forward, resembling the belly of a great serpent. The darkness enveloped him, and Lei Xiao dared not ignite a light for fear of attracting unwanted attention, proceeding with utmost caution, even moderating his breathing. Fortunately, no disturbances arose. The cave offered no forks, and Lei Xiao soon reached its end, where a stone wall loomed before him, an integral part of the mountain. That he had traversed 3 or 4 miles within the cave and found nothing of interest. Confused, he wondered, where are the treasures? Or perhaps there are no wonders at all. Just as he was pondering this, his gaze was drawn to a small hole on the left side of the wall, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight, resembling the glow of a firefly. Could this hole reveal something? Intrigued, Lei Xiao shifted closer to peer through. To his astonishment, he glimpsed a lake, reminiscent of the one behind his residence at Chongshan sect. The moon had risen high, casting a gentle light, and although it was not a full moon, the illumination was generous. The moonlight bathed everything in a soft glow, as if cradled in a mother's embrace. Lei Xiao soon realized that this lake was different from the one behind his dwelling. As his attention was captivated by the figure reflected on its surface, it was not the alluring form of a seductive woman. Rather, it appeared to be a youthful figure, still developing, yet sufficient to draw Lei Xiao's gaze, for it was the first time he beheld a female body so openly displayed. Wisps of white mist rose from the lake, swirling gently as though in a realm of enchantment, and Lei Xiao discerned that the water was warm. Further out on the lake, he heard the sound of splashing, and the maiden remained unaware of the encroaching danger. Lei Xiao noticed the source of the disturbance, a greenish serpent, thick as a bowl, submerged in the water, stealthily approaching the maiden who was bathing in the warm waters. "Beware the serpent," Lei Xiao shouted urgently. The maiden, startled by the voice, had only intended to bathe once her senior sisters had returned, feeling shy and hesitant. Never did she expect to hear a man's warning while bathing, and her embarrassment was palpable. Yet, this was not the time for modesty. What had the voice said? Beware the serpent? Quickly, she became alert, scanning for the approaching threat. Sensing her awareness, the serpent reconsidered its approach and, with a splash, swam away with increased speed. The hole was situated 2 yards above the lake's surface, and from within the cave, illuminated by the moonlight, it was somewhat conspicuous. Viewed from outside, it appeared as a rugged part of the mountainside, making the hole nearly undetectable. The maiden's gaze wandered as she searched the rocky wall, but her efforts were in vain. Suddenly realizing she was facing the wall, she gasped in shock, scrambling to cover herself with her hands. But the attempt was futile. Observing her actions, Lei Xiao silently turned his head. Although captivated by the maiden's beauty, he was not a lecherous man. It was merely an instinctive response that as she endeavored to shield her body. Lei Xiao felt a pang of guilt for having seen her exposed. Silently, he retreated as he withdrew his gaze from the hole. He caught a final glimpse of the maiden turning away to swim back. Leaving the cave, Lei Xiao contemplated the implications of what he had witnessed. The 5 men had discovered this secret cave, a perfect vantage point for spying on women bathing, likely having indulged in many similar escapades before the maiden arrived. They had likely taken turns peering through the hole, exchanging lewd comments until the women departed, at which point they left, their enthusiasm waning. The blushing maiden, perhaps akin to himself, was also a newcomer, waiting for her sisters to finish before she dared to bathe. Fortuitously crossing paths with Lei Xiao just as he ventured into the cave, Lei Xiao felt that his deductions were sound and logically coherent. The maiden's delicate features and flustered demeanor left him with an inexplicable sensation that he would encounter her again in the near future. Quickening his pace back to his residence, he hoped to avoid drawing attention from his seniors, though he doubted anyone would notice his movements. This marked the 3rd day since Lei Xiao had joined the Chongshan sect when Yuan Bao approached him, exclaiming, "Tian Shidi, the Shixiang is calling for you." According to the sect's regulations, new disciples were to receive a measurement stone, and the Shixiang had asked Yuan Bao to relay the message that Lei Xiao should come to collect his. With a spark of excitement, Lei Xiao recalled the words of the village chief, who had mentioned that measurement stones came in both high and low grades. The low-grade stones could measure the abilities of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier martial artists, while the high-grade stones were something the chief had never encountered. Given that he was newly initiated into the Chongshan sect, it was likely that the stone he would receive would not be of the high grade. "Hurry along, Tian Shidi," Yuan Bao urged, that the Shixiang is waiting for you in his chamber. Nodding in response, Lei Xiao cast a glance back at the residence atop the small mountain. The first door on the left led directly to Yun Lang's quarters. Although the distance was short, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Having only recently joined the sect, he sensed the undercurrents of intrigue surrounding him. Many misdeeds, though not directly attributed to Yun Lang, seemed to have his fingerprints all over them. This was the nature of a Shixiang. Standing before the door to Yun Lang's room, Lei Xiao knocked gently. "Come in," came the voice from within, unmistakably Yun Lang's. The interior of the room offered no distinct superiority. It mirrored the living conditions of other disciples. After all, as martial practitioners entering the Chongshan sect, one must endure hardships. The purpose of joining such an organization was to enhance oneself through rigorous training, not to indulge in pleasure. Upon entering, Yun Lang rose from a chair, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Tian Shidi, your brother Yuan Bao has spoken highly of you." Uncertain of Yun Lang's intentions, Lei Xiao refrained from responding readily. lowering his gaze and emitting a soft acknowledgement that a slight awkwardness ensued, which Yunlang alleviated with a hearty laugh that on a nearby table rested a square wooden box, simply crafted and retaining the natural hue of the wood. Yunlang reached out, opening the box and extracting a crystal sphere, cradling it in his palm. Upon seeing the crystal, Lei Xiao was reminded of the past in Jinhai village. Externally, this crystal sphere bore an uncanny resemblance to the one given to village chief Qiu, leading Lei Xiao to speculate that the low-grade weapon testing stone was likely quite accurate. Yunlang smiled and said, "This is a low-grade weapon testing stone, capable of measuring the strength of first, second, and third-tier martial artists. Every one of my inner disciples possesses such a stone. Remember, it must not be damaged or lost. Should it break or go missing, the consequences will be light, resulting in 3 days of wall-facing punishment, or severe, leading to 3 months of restriction from the dining hall." Yes, yes, Lei Xiao replied repeatedly that as Yunlang handed over the weapon testing stone. Concerned about any mishap, Lei Xiao extended his hands to receive it. He could vividly recall the incantation for the weapon testing stone that village chief Qiu had imparted. Ding Ba Ta, Ding Ba Ka. Guji Gu Shi Bai Hong. Chapter 18. Intentional actions with the weapon testing stone in hand. Lei Xiao would now be able to monitor his martial progress at any time. Just as his fingers were about to touch the stone, Yunlang swiftly twisted his wrist and, with a motion akin to bouncing a ball, knocked the weapon testing stone to the ground. With a sharp crack, the stone shattered into pieces. Lei Xiao's face turned pale in an instant, fully aware that Yunlang had done this deliberately. However, with no one else present and Yunlang being the senior brother, Lei Xiao found himself at a loss for words that he looked at Yunlang's face, which was as stern as water, his gaze piercing through Lei Xiao, leaving him feeling somewhat breathless. Yunlang bellowed, "It was barely handed to you, not even warmed in your hands, and you've shattered it. Enough talk. You shall face a dual punishment. 3 days of wall facing at the bottom of the Heartless Cliff, plus 3 months without dining in the hall. Get out. Get out." Lei Xiao dared not utter a word, obediently retreating from the room. Since arriving at Chongshan sect, Lei Xiao had only met his master, the renowned sword saint Xiao Yun, once. As for the sect leader, he had only heard tales. Yunlang typically managed the affairs on behalf of his master, and as the senior brother, he had the authority to impose punishment. Aware that he had no grounds for protest, Lei Xiao resigned himself to his fate. Heading northwest was no short journey, for there lay a precipice known as the Heartless Cliff. It was here, facing the wall beneath the Heartless Cliff, that one would reflect upon their misdeeds at the foot of the Chongshan sect under Xiao Yun's watch. Those in contemplation could look up and see what appeared to be a giant face gazing down from the cliff's summit. A visage marked by fierce brows and an unyielding expression, meticulously crafted to evoke feelings of insignificance and inferiority in those beneath it. Seated cross-legged at the base of the Heartless Cliff, Lei Xiao faced the wall, his eyes half open, troubled in heart, uncertain when he might see the light of day again. With Yunlang as his formidable senior brother, the days at Chongshan sect promised to be arduous. A gentle rain began to fall. Lei Xiao felt no need to seek shelter, for the face above provided a natural barrier. He dared not rise carelessly, save for essential needs, knowing that any transgression would result in expulsion from the sect. Lei Xiao believed that, hidden from his view, someone was silently observing him. As the hour approached, someone came to deliver his meal. The bearer of the food basket was a young woman dressed in a violet gown. His junior sister Shui Ian as she approached, a stout figure suddenly emerged, blocking her path. It was Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao grinned widely and said, "Junior sister, it seems that Tian Shidi is enjoying quite the treatment. Having you, this lovely maiden, deliver his meal. As for me, I have been keeping watch here, which is no easy task, that I might as well eat Tian Shidi's food. What do you say? I'm not picky." Shui and I, placing the basket behind her, frowned and replied, "Yuan Shixiang, considering your size, a little hunger won't harm you. Soon enough, someone will exchange meals with you. A single delayed bite won't matter." "Listen to what you're saying." Yuan Bao's expression soured. "Being fat has nothing to do with enduring hunger." Shui and I glared with her almond-shaped eyes and retorted, "You glutton, if you don't step aside. I will tell Heir Shixiang that you are harassing me. Will you move or not?" Yuan Bao hesitated, then reluctantly stepped aside, thinking that Shui and I was quite close with Heir Shixiang Zhaihao. Although Zhai Hao did not manage affairs like the senior brother, he was still highly regarded by their master. Yuan Bao realized he could not afford to offend her. Feeling bored, he moved to the side as Shui and I approached Lei Xiao, softly saying, "Tian Shidi, you've waited long. Your meal has arrived." According to the rules, Lei Xiao could not rise, so he maintained a seated position, accepting the basket and saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Inside the basket were a vegetable dish and 4 steamed buns. Without soup or porridge, only water to wash it down. As Shui and I watched Lei Xiao grasp the buns and devour them ravenously. She lingered, intending to wait until he finished before taking the basket back. "Take your time, Shidi. No need to rush," she murmured. Lei Xiao nodded, his eating motion slowing. The autumn rain fell steadily, alternating between light and heavy, the drizzle so fine it seemed less than cow hair. Shui and I had already folded her flower-patterned umbrella, carelessly holding it in her hand to play with. "Shidi, it will soon pass. In just a couple of days, you will be free from facing the wall," Shui and I assured Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao nodded and asked, "Senior sister, how is it that you are the one delivering my meals? Aren't there outer disciples?" Shui and I replied softly, "The outer disciples live farther away and generally do not involve themselves in the affairs of inner disciples. So I came instead." Lei Xiao repeated quietly, "The outer disciples live farther away." He thought back to his previous assumption that Yuan Bao and the others had found a place to sneak a peek at the bathing women, believing them to be outer disciples. Estimating the distance, the lake should belong to the activities of inner disciples, implying those women were indeed inner disciples, not being under the tutelage of the sword Saint Xiao Yun. He recalled that they were disciples of his third uncle Gong Yin, meaning that the bathing maiden was also one of them. Lost in thought, Lei Xiao momentarily became absent-minded, realizing Shui and I was still by his side. He posed a question to lighten the mood. "Senior sister, have you been the one delivering my meals for the past 3 days?" Shui and I replied, "It was Heir Shixiang's instruction for me to come. I have been the one delivering meals these past 3 days." After Shui and I left, Yuan Bao quickly approached, standing behind the cross-legged Lei Xiao, visibly aggrieved. Lei Xiao, aware of Yuan Bao's presence, feigned ignorance and continued facing the wall. To assert his presence, Yuan Bao cleared his throat loudly. When Lei Xiao remained motionless, Yuan Bao grew irritated and nudged Lei Xiao's shoulder with his belly, saying, "Tian Shidi, you are quite fortunate. I observe that Shui Shimi has a bit of a soft spot for you. You might have a chance to compete with Heir Shixiang for her affections." At the sound of this, Lei Xiao could no longer remain silent, and he coldly retorted, "Yuan Shixiang, mind your words." "Ah, mind my words? What do you mean by that?" Yuan Bao feigned innocence. "What did I say? Did I say you and Shui and I share a bed? Accusing your senior brother, how unreasonable." Lei Xiao replied earnestly, "Yuan Shixiang, you are being utterly unreasonable." Hearing this, Yuan Bao's anger flared. "You dare lecture me? You've only just arrived. Who do you think you are? Watch me teach you a lesson." With that, Yuan Bao seized Lei Xiao's shoulder with one hand and balled his fist with the other, preparing to strike from above. Before Lei Xiao could react, he was sent sprawling to the ground by Yuan Bao's blow. Gritting his teeth, Lei Xiao endured the pain, choosing not to scream or beg for mercy. Knowing that such pleas would be futile, he resolved to withstand the punishment. As Yuan Bao vented his pent-up frustration, he struck Lei Xiao, having found no valuables on him and feeling humiliated by the incident in the Five Elements formation. If not now, then when? After a flurry of blows, Yuan Bao showed no signs of stopping, until a voice called out from a distance, "You overweight lout. Cease this at once." Yuan Bao's fist froze midair at the unexpected voice. Recognizing Ai Shui Yini bent down to observe Lei Xiao's condition. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Puzzled, Shui Yini noted that, despite the beating he had received, his features appeared remarkably well aligned, that a memory flickered in her mind. The reflection she had seen on the lake surface while delivering garments to Lei Xiao, which seemed to portray a face of striking symmetry. That moment, she had dismissed it as an illusion of her own making. Now, it seemed evident that Tian Zhao's visage was indeed a facade. Shui Yini pondered the possibilities, hypothesizing that this newly inducted junior brother harbored no grand conspiracy, but rather some personal plight, for it was difficult for a martial artist of such ordinary caliber to undertake significant responsibilities. She contemplated why he would deliberately alter his appearance to join the Chongshan sect and resolved to report her findings to her second senior brother, As Lei Xiao groaned, regaining consciousness, he remained oblivious to his surroundings and the passage of time. His features still intact, he resumed his peculiar antics, manipulating his right eye and mouth to disguise his true appearance before others. Shui Yini found this amusing, but refrained from exposing him. Lei Xiao was not gravely injured. When he faced the cliff of the Heartless Abyss, sitting cross-legged in contemplation, Shui Yini, with a food basket in one hand and a tattered umbrella in the other, slowly took her leave. 3 days of silent meditation passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuan Bao and a senior brother with a pockmarked face occasionally troubled Lei Xiao. After enduring a few blows, Lei Xiao gritted his teeth. Their idle chatter, however unpalatable, he dismissed as mere background noise. Shui Yini's visits to deliver meals were not at fixed intervals. She seemed to be deliberately cautious, ensuring that those seeking to provoke Lei Xiao would think twice. Lei Xiao mused, Shui Yini is exceedingly kind to me. She claims to bring food, yet sometimes lingers for half a day, that if she has taken a liking to me at first sight, then with my countenance, even the stones in the mountains would find it hard to believe. If he were to seek an explanation, it would seem that Shui Yini had some request, though he could not discern what it might be to end the following 3 months. Lei Xiao was prohibited by sect rules from dining in the mess hall. Thus he had to devise ways to procure his own sustenance. That it was still early autumn, and some trees bore fruit. However, when he climbed one tree to harvest its bounty, he was met with resistance. As he ascended, he encountered an abundance of unfamiliar fruits, pale yellow, bumpy-skinned and square-shaped, exuding a faintly sweet aroma. Just as he reached out to grasp a nearby fruit, Yuan Bao, plump and round, appeared below. Tun Shitty, you cannot pick the fruits here, he called out. What? Are these fruits poisonous? Lei Xiao wondered, noting their vibrant and wholesome appearance. Had he misjudged their seemingly robust exterior? Yuan Bao continued, this fruit tree was planted by our senior brother. He instructed me to keep watch over it. If you seek something to eat, do not consider these fruits. Instead, seek the unclaimed trees. Cursing silently, Lei Xiao obediently descended and moved to a more distant location. Yuan Bao, resembling a wraith, followed closely behind, eager to inform Lei Xiao of the senior brother's fruit trees. Lei Xiao was tempted to inquire how many trees their senior brother had cultivated, but he opted for silence to avoid another beating that if this spot was off limits, he would venture further away. Having not seen Yuan Bao for a while, Lei Xiao thought he had finally ceased his pursuit. Yet he found it increasingly difficult to locate another fruit tree that as the sun began to set. Lei Xiao, having gone nearly an entire day without food, felt his strength wane. Though he could endure skipping one meal, a second would prove challenging. Now in a grove of relatively short trees resembling torches, Lei Xiao suddenly realized that these trees bore fruit. The crowns of each tree, near the trunk, hung a fruit that resembled the cherubic face of a young girl, succulent enough to yield juice at a gentle squeeze. Approaching the trunk, he lifted his arm just high enough to reach the fruit effortlessly, and soon held it in his hand. However, while the fruit bore a resemblance to a child's face, it was notably smaller than an adult's fist. Leaning closer, he inhaled the enticing fragrance, and without hesitation, took a bite, devouring the fruit in mere moments. Who could have been so careless as to leave these behind? Each tree still has one remaining, as if reserved specifically for me. Lei Xiao mused, unaware that this grove was devoid of birds and beasts due to the peculiar nature of these trees. Each tree produced only a single fruit annually, known as the solitary fruit tree. When winter arrived, the fruit would fall to the ground and vanish upon contact. The effects of this fruit could awaken the deepest desires within one's heart, leading the consumer to unknowingly lose themselves in the process. Having consumed nearly 10 of these delectable fruits, Lei Xiao felt satisfied. Spending 3 months in this place doesn't sound so bad, with such delightful fruits that I could forego even cooked meals. Yet, the cold is gradually setting in, and surviving in the wilderness will soon become a challenge, that he acknowledged the necessity of returning. Per the sect's regulations, disciples who did not venture out were required to report back to their senior brothers at least once every 3 days. After gathering a few more fruits for the journey, he committed the path back to memory and began his trek homeward. Not far from the solitary fruit grove, Lei Xiao suddenly heard the sound of feminine laughter. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that numerous women were showcasing themselves in various poses. Coincidentally, Shui Yini, in search of Lei Xiao, had drawn near, now only a short distance away. Lei Xiao, unable to confront Shui Yini directly, found himself ensnared in a hollow of a tree. Shui Yini, initially at a loss for direction, had spotted Yuan Bao with a mischievous grin as he turned to leave, which guided her toward Lei Xiao. She called out, "Tian Shitty, Tian Shitty. What is happening to me?" Lei Xiao ground his teeth, striving to regain clarity, but he remained oblivious to the fact that the oddity of the moment was intrinsically linked to the fruit he had consumed. Shui Yini, catching sight of a figure in the dim light, assumed it to be the junior brother she sought, but as she blinked, the figure vanished without a trace. Confused, she pondered whether he had seen her approach and fled, yet could not deduce an answer. Resolute, she stepped forward. Just as Lei Xiao was on the brink of losing his last shred of reason, Shui Yini's voice reached him from the entrance of the tree hollow. "Tian Shitty, is that you inside?" In a frantic attempt to either urge her to leave or beckon her inside, Lei Xiao found himself hastily responding, "Senior sister, it is I." Shui Yini, perplexed, queried, "Tian Shitty, what are you doing here?" Suppressing the erratic beating of his heart, Lei Xiao mischievously enticed her. "Shui Shiji, I have discovered a secret within this tree hollow." "Secret?" Shui Yini echoed, leaning down to peer inside, asking, "What is within, Shitty?" as she thrust her head into the dark void. She found nothing but an inky blackness. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lei Xiao bellowed, "Get out, leave! I command you to leave at once." Startled, Shui Yini hastily withdrew, nearly tumbling to the ground. Has this fellow lost his mind? She thought, unaware that Lei Xiao was wrestling with his inner turmoil. "Leave! I told you to leave. Did you hear me? Get far away from here," Lei Xiao shouted repeatedly. Sensing something was amiss, Shui Yini recognized her limitations and surmised that she could not manage the situation alone. She ought to report to her second senior brother, Zhai Hao, immediately. Without hesitation, she departed in haste. As night deepened, the journey back was indeed far. Shui Yini had yet to return and would likely take some time. That moment, a group of over 20 individuals entered the eastern domain of the Chongshan sect. This party, comprised of both men and women, was led by a man in his 40s, clad in dark red garments that he appeared unremarkable, yet Lei Xiao would undoubtedly recognize him. This was Qi Yuan, the lord of Longyu Island. Having visited Yulong City, he and his entourage had traveled westward to the Chongshan sect, arriving rather late in the day. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they had not reached the mountain's entrance, and instead found a seemingly suitable spot to pause. Leaving a few to guard the horses, Qi Yuan ascended the mountain accompanied by his son and 2 daughters, along with 10 family retainers. The 3 siblings, Qi Zhan and his 2 sisters, donned vibrant red attire, a symbol of the Qi family's prosperity on Longyu Island. Juxtaposed with the sorrow of the Lei family, Qi Yuan had 4 children, 1 son and 3 daughters. Qi Zhan was the eldest, while the 2 daughters, Qi Xiao and Qi Mei, were close in age. Nearing 20, the youngest daughter, Qi Xiang, only 7, had wept and protested to join them, but Qi Yuan had left her behind on Longyu Island. Eager to solidify his standing as the lord of Longyu Island, Qi Yuan sought to navigate the complexities of diplomacy in the myriad realms of the Wangu continent. Little did he know that Lei Xiao, who had narrowly escaped from Longyu Island, had just days prior entered the Chongshan sect under the guise of Tian Xiao, becoming a disciple of the renowned Master Xiao, Yun. As they progressed, Qi Mei tugged at Qi Xiao's sleeve, aware of her younger sister's urgent need. Qi Xiao whispered to their father about taking a brief respite before leading her sister away from the group. Little did they anticipate the misfortunes that would beset their journey from Yulong City to Chongshan sect. Despite their haste, darkness fell upon them, and they stumbled up the mountain in a daze. Had they foreseen such difficulties, it would have been wiser to enlist a local guide well-versed in the terrain. The weather, predominantly characterized by light rain, had offered little respite over the past few days, and as night descended, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. In their hurried ascent, the only source of illumination was a makeshift torch. Qi Xiao accepted a torch from a household guard nearby. Beckoning her sister to join her, Qi Yuan cautioned, "This place is unfamiliar. Do not wander too far." The 2 sisters responded almost in unison, clasping hands as they ventured forth. With the Qi sisters having departed from the group, Qi Yuan and Qi Zhan, along with 10 others, remained behind. The daughters of the Qi family were all strikingly beautiful, and when standing alongside the reasonably handsome Qi Zhan, they appeared to belong to different realms entirely. That Qi Xiao had a more rounded visage, while Qi Mei's features were more classically refined. Both Qi Xiu and Qi Mei were cherished darlings of Qi Yuan. Although they were young ladies, they were trained in martial arts. However, neither excelled in combat. Qi Xiu was at the mid-level of the first tier, while Qi Mei lagged slightly behind, not yet reaching that threshold. Aware of their limited abilities, Qi Yuan never permitted his daughters to enter the fray of battle. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the flickering flames emanating from Qi Yuan's direction. Qi Mei, blushing, turned to Qi Xiu and remarked, "Sister, we are too close. It is quite embarrassing. Shall we not move a little further away?" Qi Xiu remained silent, already stepping away, tacitly agreeing with her sister's suggestion. Upon pausing, Qi Mei glanced at the torch in Qi Xiu's hand and said, "Sister, if you hold the torch so near to me, they will certainly notice from afar that we ought to maintain a respectable distance." Qi Xiu sighed softly, contemplating that amidst the trees surrounding them, only the light would be visible, and it was improbable that they could be discerned clearly. Frowning, she chided, "You're merely relieving yourself. Why must it be such a fuss? Hurry up, for everyone is waiting for us to return." Qi Mei hesitated, replying, "I need to take care of a more pressing matter. Sister, let us distance ourselves a bit. I am also trained in martial arts. And you are not too far from father and the others. There should be no danger." Seeing her sister's determination, Qi Xiu acquiesced, remaining in place with the torch in hand while Qi Mei moved a little further away to find a suitable spot. Little did Qi Mei know, not far from her, a young man concealed within a tree hollow had been ignited from within. Just as Qi Mei prepared to relieve herself, an unexpected figure lunged from the shadow of the tree hollow, tackling her to the ground. The assailant was ferociously aggressive, intent on committing an act of violence. Realizing her own frailty, Qi Mei understood that her limited skills were utterly inadequate for self-defense. Fortunately, her sister was not far away, and Qi Mei called out in desperation, "Sister, sister, help me!" Startled by her cries, Qi Xiu swiftly rushed toward the source of the commotion. The waiting group of over 10 individuals, led by Qi Yuan, caught faint echoes of the cries. Were they human shouts or merely bird calls? They reasoned that it was unlikely to be a cause for alarm. If something had gone awry, one shout would not suffice to convey the gravity of the situation. After Qi Xiu's initial cry, silence fell. Upon realizing that a man was attempting to violate her sister, Qi Xiu quickly grasped a rock about the size of half a pillow from the ground beside her. She intended to use it to rescue her sister from the indignity of her plight. However, fearing she might inadvertently harm Qi Mei, she sought the optimal angle from which to strike. Unfortunately, before she could bring the stone down, the assailant swept her legs out from under her, causing Qi Xiu to topple sideways, her head striking a stone as she fell unconscious. Having never encountered true combat, the two sisters were ill-equipped to withstand such a frenzy. Lei Xiao is aware that the first-tier divine weapon is retained within the mind. The second-tier divine weapon manifests its attributes, implying that Qi Zhan's divine weapon is likely of the second tier, indicating that his martial arts level is at least in the second stage. Lei Xiao's best performance against a second-stage martial master was to drive Yuan Bao out of the Duzi formation. Yuan Bao is a beginner second-stage martial master, and Lei Xiao achieved victory through cunning tactics. All while Yuan Bao faced numerous restrictions. Considering this, Qi Zhan's skills must surpass those of Yuan Bao. While Yuan Bao may have been reckless, he would never dare take a life. Qi Zhan, however, harbors intentions of completely eliminating Lei Xiao, leaving Lei Xiao to contemplate his precarious situation. Understanding Qi Zhan possesses a divine weapon, Lei Xiao muses, "If I wait for Qi Zhan to reveal his divine weapon, I will have no chance at all. It is better to strike first." With this thought, Lei Xiao does not wait for Qi Zhan to unveil his weapon, but steps forward to initiate an attack, with a swift movement of his left hand towards Qi Zhan's face and his right hand striking downwards. Lei Xiao makes his move that Qi Zhan disregards Lei Xiao's left hand, dodging the downward strike with agility, and extends his right hand fingers, employing a technique to entrap Lei Xiao's right wrist. Lei Xiao allows his right arm to drop, evading Qi Zhan's fingers, while his left hand slants downwards towards Qi Zhan's elbow. Qi Zhan evades with a swift motion and retaliates with a kick. Qi Zhan's techniques are exceedingly nimble, leaving Lei Xiao scrambling to respond. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as they exchange blows. Qi Zhan sneers, "Kid, your fate is sealed." Qi Zhan intensifies his assault, and Lei Xiao finds himself struggling to keep up, gritting his teeth in defense. Lei Xiao seeks an opportunity to escape, but under Qi Zhan's relentless barrage, It proves to be a daunting task that Qi Zhan's strikes come faster than the last, leaving Lei Xiao in despair. Noticing Qi Zhan's upper arms feigning an attack while his legs initiate a hooking maneuver, Lei Xiao fails to counter effectively, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. That Qi Zhan cackles, "Kid, this is the end for you." As he finishes speaking, Qi Zhan steps forward, aiming a kick at Lei Xiao's head. With eyes closed, Lei Xiao resigns himself, thinking, "My life is forfeit." Just as Qi Zhan's foot is about, Lei Xiao spoke publicly about the Battle of Diaoyu Island, recounting how he single-handedly escaped to the Wangu continent. Naturally, he omitted the mysterious woman who had rescued him from the depths of the sea. He mentioned how he encountered the bandit leader, Xiao Wang, and fortuitously rescued Princess Yu Ning of Yulong City. Subsequently, through the introduction of Princess Yu Ning's father, Lord Yuan Shan, he was able to become a disciple of the Chongshan sect. Lei Xiao proclaimed that since his arrival on the Wangu continent, he had presented himself in a peculiar manner, asserting that such behavior was defensible. However, his boastful words were merely a facade, and he would face expulsion from the Chongshan sect without hesitation. It was not Xiao Yun speaking, but rather his esteemed disciple, Yun Lang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun, the master of the blade, displayed evident displeasure. Such words are indeed disrespectful. Expelling from the Chongshan sect is lenient. Such deceitful conduct deserves death to quell my anger. The head of the Qi family, Qi Yuan, echoed Yun Lang's sentiments. Xiao Yun spoke in a relatively calm tone, addressing Qi Yuan. Since he has joined my Chongshan sect and has become my disciple, Lei Xiao is no longer the same Lei Xiao as before. Sensing the underlying implication in Xiao Yun's words, Qi Yuan cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yun did not respond directly, but turned to his disciple Yun Lang, asking, "What did you just say?" Feeling uncertain of his master's demeanor, Yun Lang found himself at a loss for words at that moment. The most powerful voices belonged to the sisters Qi Xiu and Qi Mei. Alas, despite their agreement to maintain silence, the pressure of the public setting made it nearly impossible for them to point out the culprits from last night. They stood there, embarrassed and fearful, hoping for the scene to conclude swiftly. Qi Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that the perpetrator who had humiliated his daughters was none other than the elusive Lei Xiao. Had he known, he would have rushed forward. Fortunately, the two sisters lacked the courage and face to reveal the truth publicly. Had they done so, no one would have defended Lei Xiao. Although Lei Xiao spoke passionately, a sense of unease lingered within him, largely due to the presence of Qi Xiu and Qi Mei. Particularly Qi Mei, he was not afraid of being recognized or having his misdeeds exposed. He felt he deserved punishment. Lei Xiao thought to himself that even if the day came when he had the power to return to Diaoyu Island and settle scores with the Qi family, he would never stoop to violating the women of the Qi family. His inner turmoil stemmed from his embarrassment at standing before Qi Mei in such a manner. Xiao Yun solemnly stated, "Whether it is Tian Xiao or Lei Xiao, in any case, this has nothing to do with deceiving the Chongshan sect that I, Xiao, am merely acting upon the letter from an old friend, recommending Lei Xiao. The Chongshan sect shall keep its gates wide open. Regardless of today's disputes, Lei Xiao shall henceforth be known simply as Lei Xiao, without the need for any bizarre aids. Now we must address the matter of the burned dwelling. How shall we compensate for that?" Xiao Yin added quietly, "I suspect that the fire incident last night may also be related to you all." His gaze fixed on the members of the Qi family. Chapter 22, Restoration of Property to its Owner. "This is clearly favoritism," exclaimed Qi Zhan. After being dragged in by Zhai Hao and thrown to the ground, Qi Zhan finally rose as Lei Xiao was recounting his tale. Patiently listening to Lei Xiao's account, Qi Zhan could no longer contain his frustration upon witnessing Xiao Yun's attitude. Xiao Yun, with a serious expression, declared, "Once you have bowed your head to me, you are now my disciple. Even if it is favoritism, it is justifiable." Qi Zhan, trembling with rage, struggled to find a counterargument. Xiao Yun's face darkened further as he continued, "We must now determine the amount of compensation. Discussing other matters is futile." Observing Xiao Yun's stance, Qi Yuan forced a smile, stating, "The matter of compensation is negotiable, but concerning Lei Xiao, there is no room for debate regarding Lei Xiao's fate." Xiao Yun asserted decisively, then gestured, "Let it be known that I will determine the compensation, and you shall leave behind all your travel expenses except for what you need for your return journey. After that, you are to leave the mountain promptly." Qi Yuan struggled to maintain his composure, while Qi Zhan, youthful and impulsive, could not contain his anger, hurling insults. "You Xiao, you treat guests with such disdain, unable to discern right from wrong, deliberately making things difficult. Are you not afraid of being mocked by the world for your foolishness?" Qi Zhan's tirade was abruptly interrupted by Zhai Hao, who delivered 2 resounding slaps to him. Possibly due to an injury sustained in his mouth, Qi Zhan's lips began to bleed. "Confiscate their belongings and expel them from the Chongshan sect," Xiao Yun commanded. Zhai Hao stepped forward to drag Qi Yuan from his seat. Qi Yuan stumbled, nearly falling. The sisters Qi Xiu and Qi Mei rushed to support their father. At this moment, Qi Zhan was already being forcefully escorted out by Xiao Yun's disciple, Wang Mili. "Damn it! Can you hear the curses being hurled by Qi Zhan as he is thrown out?" Wang Mili shouted, "If it were not for the fact that you came from afar as guests, you would not leave here alive today." Having been expelled from the Chongshan sect, Qi Yuan frowned deeply. Qi Zhan asked anxiously, "Father, what shall we do?" Qi Yuan sighed, with the esteemed identity of the master of the blade Xiao Yun. He would not sully his hands by directly confronting our Qi family. However, when Lei Xiao returns to Jiayu Island with the strength for vengeance, our Qi family will be in grave peril. What can we do then? Indeed, what can we do? The Qi siblings and their retainers repeated their inquiries. After a moment of silence, Qi Yuan muttered, "If only we had a powerful ally," as Qi Yuan and his party were driven away. Lei Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, though a sense of guilt remained in his heart, stemming from the actions he had taken against Qi Mei. That was a fact that could not be erased. With his real name and true appearance restored, no longer the enigmatic Tian Xiao, Lei Xiao embraced his authentic self, free from the need for pretense or awkward smiles to appease others. Lei Xiao diligently practiced martial arts. And his master, Xiao Yun, advised him, "To avenge your family, you must rely on yourself. Although you are a disciple of the Chongshan sect, it is even more crucial that you resolve such personal matters on your own." Over the course of 10 days, Zhai Hao, Wang Mili, and Xue Yi and I visited Lei Xiao multiple times to gather evidence against Yun Lang, who had abused his authority to oppress fellow disciples and tarnish the sect's reputation. Lei Xiao cooperated appropriately. In less than 10 days, an important date for the Chongshan sect would arrive. While in Yulong City, Lei Xiao had heard that the sect leader, Ba Huai, would soon select 10 disciples from among the younger generation for personal guidance. Aimed at strengthening the sect's power. 8 days later, the selection for the top 10 disciples of the Chongshan sect would take place, and those with hopes of advancement were eager to participate. Lei Xiao continued to focus on his own training, regarding the top 10 disciple selection as merely a spectacle, convinced that he had no stake in the outcome. While practicing his kicks in an open area, a graceful girl in purple attire approached him. "It was Xue Yi and I. Junior brother, someone has requested to meet you outside the mountain pass." Third senior sister happened to be present and brought the message that the person insists on remaining anonymous, urging you to hurry. Lei Xiao was taken aback. Who could be seeking me? Reflecting on his recent experiences and encounters, he suddenly had a revelation. It must be her. He dashed toward the eastern mountain pass. Scanning eagerly but failing to spot her, Lei Xiao pondered, could it be that Xue's senior sister is playing tricks on me? Just then, a figure emerged from the forest to his right, accompanied by 2 maidens. Leading the way was a breathtaking beauty clad in red, whose smile could captivate a nation, Princess Yu Ning of Yulong City. Following her closely were her 2 most trusted maids, including Yun Er. At the mountain pass, some disciples of the Chongshan sect were present. Princess Yu Ning deliberately evaded them, gesturing for Lei Xiao to approach. Not far into the woods, they arrived at a small clearing, where Princess Yu Ning turned to face him, her enchanting visage radiating warmth and tenderness. Standing about 5 feet apart, Lei Xiao halted, gazing intently at Princess Yu Ning, and expressed with concern, "Princess, you are finally free from serious harm." Princess Yu Ning regarded Lei Xiao, thinking to herself, this fellow previously presented himself in such an odd manner. Does he not realize that my father disdained him for that reason? What a tease! Otherwise, how could you have been driven away from Yulong City? I could overlook your appearance, for when you saved me in the forest, it was a noble act, not one to take advantage of my plight. My heart was already swayed. However, others, too many others, still judge by appearances. Princess Yu Ning lamented her missed opportunity, but felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts to Lei Xiao, seeing that Princess Yu Ning did not display surprise at his true appearance. Lei Xiao was suddenly enlightened when he heard her maid, Yin Er, speak. Young Master Lei, the events concerning the Master of the Blade Shao have spread far and wide, even reaching us in the palace of Yulong City. The chief family truly lacks awareness. They hastily concluded that the Chongshan sect had been deceived and demanded a verdict from the Master of the Blade. How could he allow himself to be coerced? Even if the truth were evident, the chief family would not get their way. Princess Yuning smiled and remarked, Young Master Lei, you have now joined the Chongshan sect as your true self. Lei Shao nodded gravely. Princess Yuning exchanged a glance with her maid, Yun Er, who understood the unspoken cue and retrieved an item from a deer-hide bag, presenting it to Lei Shao. Qian Jun Shou. Lei Shao exclaimed, recognizing the item that Yun Er had handed him. The Qian Jun Shou appeared to be an ordinary glove, yet when worn, it significantly amplified the wearer's striking power. Outside Yulong City, Lei Shao had left the Qian Jun Shou with Princess Yuning, who had promised that it would eventually be returned to its rightful owner. At this moment, Princess Yuning had indeed fulfilled her promise made at that time. Princess, I am living quite well at Chongshan sect. There is no rush to return the Qianjun hand. Lei Shao attempted to be polite, but Princess Yuning interrupted him with a smile, saying, This is inherently your possession. It should rightfully return to its owner. Why should you feel any hesitation? Lei Shao accepted the Qianjun hand as Princess Yuning inquired, Since you have joined Chongshan sect, have you made any breakthroughs in your martial arts? I have already reached the initial stage of the second tier. Lei Shao recalled a recent confrontation with Qi Zhan after arriving at Chongshan sect, during which he had tested his level using Shui Yini's martial arts stone. Princess Yuning remarked, Where is your martial arts stone? I have heard that all inner disciples of Chongshan sect possess one, that I would like to see your results firsthand. This reminded Lei Shao of the broken stone and the fact that he was still unable to dine in the hall. All due to the deliberate challenges posed by his senior brother Yun Lang, which stirred feelings of injustice within him. What troubles you? Princess Yuning observed his demeanor and inquired. Lei Shao felt that he could manage this distress without burdening Princess Yuning with his worries. Thus, he casually replied, Nothing at all, that I simply left my martial arts stone behind in my quarters in haste. The day of the Chongshan sect selection for the top 10 disciples was fast approaching. Princess Yuning reminded him, I have heard that you have firmly established yourself at Chongshan sect. I am eager to return the Qianjun hand to you. It may assist you in showcasing your skills at a crucial moment. Lei Shao sensed the thoughtfulness of Princess Yuning. Since we have arrived at this mountain pass, why not visit my humble abode? He suggested softly, though it may be rather modest. Princess Yuning smiled and responded, I understand that you train diligently, and your schedule is quite packed. How about this? As we are nearing a special period at Chongshan sect, after it has passed, we shall certainly meet again for further discussions. Her maid, Yun Er, approached with their horses from the disciples at the mountain's entrance. Princess Yuning and Yun Er mounted their steeds in succession and waved farewell to Lei Shao as they rode away. Lei Shao secured the Qianjun hand and hastily returned. With only 3 days remaining until the selection of the top 10 disciples, a message from the illustrious Shao Yun circulated among the disciples, summoning them to gather at Shao Yun's palace. Sitting cross-legged upon a mat, Shao Yun addressed the disciples, who had bowed and lined up in order. Shao Yun spoke with gravity. In 3 days, Chongshan sect will hold the selection ceremony for the top 10 disciples. Disciples from the Western lineage, known for their strength, and those from the Southern lineage, renowned for their clever techniques, will both participate. The Western disciples primarily wield hammers, while the Southern ones excel with whips. Neither should be underestimated. In summary, the slots for the top 10 are limited. Securing a position among them holds significant meaning, as it offers the opportunity for direct guidance from the master of Chongshan sect in martial arts. An exceedingly rare chance that brings immense benefits. Chapter 23. Undercurrents. The disciples, upon hearing these words, harbored various thoughts. Some were eager to give it a try. Others merely wished to observe the spectacle. And a few had no desire to attend at all. Of course, the inclination to watch was predominant, with the disinterested being few. Lei Shao was among those who did not wish to go. Shao Yun continued, Once you leave this palace, you may proceed toward the core area of Chongshan sect. You are free to go your own ways. That if a few of you can secure a place in the top 10, it would indeed bring some honor to me, your master. Nightfall was approaching in less than an hour. Lei Shao opened the door to his quarters, stepping outside to behold a scene of desolation. He seated himself, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Lei Xiao pondered. The long journey merely to witness a spectacle seems to be a waste of time, hindering my martial practice. Yet, if viewed from another perspective, aside from the desire to merely observe, this could be an excellent opportunity for learning. Surely, there would be many valuable insights to gain from the selection process. Suddenly, Lei Xiao stood up, his feet carrying him in a wild dash toward the core peaks of Chongshan's sect. He was the last to depart under Xiao Yun's instruction, having only recently arrived at Chongshan's sect. He was not well acquainted with the paths, though he realized that knowing the way was unnecessary. The tallest peak to the west would guide him there, for martial artists below the third tier. Traversing steep cliffs and craggy terrain presented formidable challenges. However, one must not be daunted by hardship. If a direct route was impassable, one could simply take a longer detour. Lei Xiao set his course, heading straight for the central peak. Unfamiliar with the paths, he chose to walk any road he encountered, confident in his direction and knowing he had 3 days' time, than an hour prior. Shui Yini had ascended a high point to survey the surroundings. She had initially planned to accompany her second senior brother, Zhai Hao, but upon waiting, Yuan Bao informed her that Zhai Hao and Wang Mi Li had ventured westward together. Shui Yini, incredulous, decided to climb higher to investigate. What is wrong with Zhai Hao? He promised to wait for me. Yet he is left with Wang Mi Li. This was Shui Yini's first thought. Did I guess it that in matters of love, one becomes flustered and disoriented? Especially women? At that moment, Shui Yini was completely thrown off balance, neglecting a crucial detail. Why was it Yuan Bao who brought her the message? Ascending a high vantage point, she indeed caught sight of 2 figures in the distance. As her vision narrowed, the 2 figures turned around a bend in the mountains, revealing themselves to be Zhai Hao and Wang Mi Li. Yuan Bao, following closely behind Shui Yini, exclaimed, "Look, isn't that them?" Furious, Shui Yini felt her lips tremble with anger and hastened to pursue them. She intended to confront them, demanding to know why they did not wait for her and why they had acted so hastily that as she turned the corner where the figures had disappeared. She found no trace of them. The plump Yuan Bao struggled to keep up, panting, "Running so fast, young lady, I nearly couldn't keep up with you." Shui Yini muttered to herself. "Where did they go?" Yuan Bao pointed ahead and said, "They must have gone quite far. Don't stop now. If we don't chase them now, when will we?" Listening to his words, Shui Yini obediently continued forward, with Yuan Bao closely trailing behind. Following Shui Yini, Yuan Bao advised, "Junior sister, if you keep chasing like this, you won't catch up. Zhai Hao and Wang Mi Li are far superior in martial skills. They can easily advance without breaking a sweat, exhausting your legs in the process. It would be better to take a shortcut and circle around to the front." Upon hearing this, Shui Yini slowed her pace, glancing around the mountains and forests, finding it difficult to locate a shortcut. Yuan Bao quickly added, "Junior sister, it's clear you haven't explored this area much, that I know these paths far better than you. Follow me." Yuan Bao forged ahead, and after a moment's hesitation, Shui Yini followed closely behind. Yuan Bao led her into a narrow mountain gap, and after traversing a not-so-wide passage, they arrived at an unfamiliar place, filled with ancient trees and strange rocks. Yuan Bao pressed on, seemingly unconcerned about how he had managed to squeeze through that narrow gap. From Yuan Bao's demeanor, it appeared that if he kept up his pace, he could surely intercept Zhai Hao and Wang Mi Li. Eventually, Yuan Bao's pace slowed as he came to a halt. Shui Yini glanced around, perplexed, and asked Yuan Bao, "Where are we?" Yuan Bao scratched his head, a look of dismay on his face, and replied, "Oh dear, we seem to be lost." Upon hearing this, Shui Yini's brows furrowed, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "What, are you joking? Weren't we supposed to be circling to the front? How could we have gotten lost?" Yuan Bao grinned sheepishly. "Well, I didn't intend to get lost either. Don't panic. It should be nearby. Did I remember this area somewhat?" Shui Yini snapped, "Hurry up and find the right path. If we waste any more time, I swear I'll make you regret it." "Yes, yes," Yuan Bao replied repeatedly, then began to discern the direction, acting both like a servant and a dog. Shui Yini followed closely behind, her demeanor suggesting she might kick Yuan Bao at any moment. They searched ahead until night fell. Yet Yuan Bao had not led Shui Yini to any conclusion that he whispered to her, "Seeing as our shortcut has failed, should we make our way to the main peak?" At his words, Shui Yini felt an urge to smack Yuan Bao's head into the yet-to-rise moon. What choice did she have? She reluctantly agreed. though she truly did not wish to accompany this bumbling fool. As night deepened and the moon rose high, Yuan Bao declared he could walk no further and insisted on resting against a tree. Shui Yini, hands on her hips, glared at him, wishing to pierce through his rotund body with her gaze. Yuan Bao merely squinted his eyes, indifferent, adopting the stance of a stubborn pig. Shui Yini, trying to maintain her patience, asked, "I am in a hurry. How long do you intend to rest?" Not hearing a response from Yuan Bao, she was instead greeted by the sound of his snoring. Shui Yini thought to herself, "Great, has he truly fallen asleep, or is he just pretending to fool me?" Just as she contemplated giving Yuan Bao a good kick, footsteps approached from the side. Who could it be? Shui Yini turned her gaze to see a figure clad in white, with well-defined features that did not suggest ill intentions. However, upon recognizing him, she froze in shock. "Yun Lang," she exclaimed in surprise. Yun Lang approached with a smile, an unmistakable glint of mischief in his eyes. The pretending to sleep Yuan Bao rolled over and said with a grin, "Master brother, my task has been flawlessly executed." Yun Lang nodded and waved Yuan Bao aside, indicating him not to obstruct the proceedings. Yuan Bao understood and complied. "Yun Lang, what are you planning to do?" Shui Yini took a step back. "Are you not conspiring to deal with me?" Yun Lang replied with a sinister tone, "I call this strategy one step ahead." Shui Yini understood that the situation was dire. Stealing glances left and right, she contemplated seizing an opportunity to flee. However, she was acutely aware that escaping unscathed would not be an easy feat. Yun Lang, exuding confidence, made his move and declared, "Shui Junior sister, surrender willingly." Shui Yini deftly evaded Yun Lang's grasp, feigning a counterattack, yet unexpectedly took a step back to escape. "You have nowhere to run," Yun Lang sneered. Positioning himself directly in front of her, Shui Yini thrust out a punch, only to find Yun Lang had vanished from her sight. She pondered, could it be that her strength was so great that she had struck him out of existence? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. "Shui Junior sister, that punch really hurt." Instinctively, Shui Yini turned around, finding no one in front of her. Could he have hidden behind her? The voice called from above, "Shui Junior sister, look up." Following the direction of the voice, Shui Yini lifted her gaze to see Yun Lang standing upright in midair. Having reached the mid-stage of the third tier of martial arts, Yun Lang possessed the ability to tread upon the air. As he moved, he targeted Shui Yini's face with a swift left kick and aimed to strike at her left eye with his right. Caught off guard, Shui Yini fell backward. With a swift motion, Yun Lang uttered a single word, "Bind." This had clearly been premeditated. Yuan Bao, already holding a rope, approached to bind Shui Yini. Enraged, Shui Yini shouted, "Yun Lang, you scoundrel! Yuan Bao, you fat fool! You will meet a terrible end." "Lift her," Yun Lang commanded Yuan Bao, who complied, reaching for Shui Yini. "You fat idiot, get your filthy hands off me!" Shui Yini cried out. Yet, Yuan Bao paid her no heed. Hoisting her up, not far away, there was a cave. Yuan Bao carried Shui Yini and followed Yun Lang into the cave, where a bed of dry grass awaited. Yuan Bao gently placed Shui Yini down on the grass. Yun Lang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a mocking expression on his face, and said to Yuan Bao, "Yuan Bao." Understanding Yun Lang's unspoken command, Yuan Bao retreated to the entrance. "What do you intend to do, Yun Lang?" Shui Yini asked nervously. Yun Lang grinned wickedly and replied, "What do you think I intend to do?" With that, he crouched beside her and reached out to touch her face. Shui Yini struggled, attempting to evade him. "Be good." Yun Lang's smile broadened, revealing his malicious intent. "Do not be afraid." Chapter 24. "The heart of man is a wolf's heart," Shui Yini exclaimed urgently. "When second senior brother Zhai Hao finds out, he won't let you go." Upon hearing Zhai Hao's name, Yun Lang's expression soured. "This time, I will ensure that Zhai Hao pays dearly," he declared angrily. "But first, I shall not rush to toy with you. I need to gather my strength." Yun Lang rose, a wicked smile returning to his face as he said to Shui Yini, "Once I deal with the second, I will have my way with you." The main peak of the Chongshan sect, known as Tianti Peak, had a selection platform built on its slope. This rectangular platform, constructed from stone, measured over 10 zhang in length, 5 zhang in width, and stood 2 zhang high, with staircases on all sides leading up and down. That morning, the area around the selection platform was teeming with people. Not just the inner disciples of the Chongshan sect, but also a significant number of outer disciples had gathered. Nearby, there was a relatively higher platform where the prominent figures of the Chongshan sect observed the selection. On the observation platform stood Zhong Bahuai, the sect leader of Chongshan, at the forefront. Zhong Bahuai was of modest height, clad in a yellow robe adorned with auspicious clouds. His hair and beard were white, and his gaunt face bore two slightly sunken eyes that sparkled with vitality. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, which appeared to be an ordinary wooden staff, it was actually a renowned artifact. With this artifact, Zhong Bahuai had gained fame in the eastern regions of the Wangu continent, elevating the Chongshan sect to a notable status. Among the sections behind Zhong Bahuai stood his three most distinguished disciples, Li Jintian, Xiao Yun, and Gong Yin. The tall, burly man with a thick beard was Li Jintian, Zhong Bahuai's eldest disciple. Clad in black attire, he had a pair of enormous hammers at his side, the hammerhead significantly larger than an adult's head. Li Jintian stood to the left of Zhong Bahuai, his expression solemn. Xiao Yun, dressed in his habitual white robes, stood beside Li Jintian, his eyes half closed as if in meditation, positioned directly behind Zhong Bahuai. Xiao Yun found his view obstructed and chose to remain still, his gaze withdrawn. To Xiao Yun's right stood Gong Yin, an exceptionally tall and slender individual clad in purple garments. His face bore a sickly pallor, and he appeared to be barely standing, as if he would collapse at any moment. That it seemed he had only reluctantly arrived, likely requiring assistance to leave the platform afterward. Apart from the four prominent figures on the observation platform, various attendants moved about, attending to their needs. An attendant stepped onto the selection platform and called out loudly, "Everyone below, listen up. Today's selection for the top 10 disciples holds great significance for us. The Chongshan sect. Those who ascend to the top 10 will have the privilege of receiving personal guidance from the sect leader, spread our martial arts, elevate our Chongshan. There are no special rules for today's selection. If you believe you possess exceptional skills, feel free to showcase them on the platform. The sect leader will personally observe and make the final decision on who advances." After the announcement, the selection platform fell temporarily silent. Soon, a well-featured man dressed in the sect's white uniform stepped onto the stage. The uniform bore a palm-sized emblem of the character Chong on the left side of his chest. This individual was Yun Lang, the eldest disciple of Xiao Yun. Upon stepping onto the stage, Yun Lang first bowed to the observation platform and then performed a deep bow, stating, "I am Yun Lang, a disciple under the esteemed Xiao Daosheng of the Chongshan sect. On this fine day, I am honored to be the first to take the stage. Through my contemplation and practice of our profound martial arts, I am eager to demonstrate a technique I have recently comprehended. Please, everyone, pay attention." After his brief introduction, he stepped forward, his form spinning in the air, becoming difficult to discern. Before long, spectators witnessed Yun Lang's arms extended, revealing as many as 9 limbs. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yun Lang proclaimed loudly, "This technique is called Cloud Dragon 9 Appearances." Zhong Bahuai on the observation platform nodded slightly, indicating that he was soon to make a decision regarding the first person to advance. Before Zhong Bahuai could speak, a second contender stepped onto the platform. This person, with a scholarly demeanor, leaped forward, crossing his arms to execute a cross slash aimed at the airborne Yun Lang. That a chorus of boos erupted from the audience below, and Zhong Bahuai furrowed his brow. The second contender was Zhai Hao, the second disciple of the esteemed Xiao Daosheng. With Zhai Hao's entry, Yun Lang found it difficult to maintain his position in the air. Ultimately descending onto the selection platform, seeing Zhai Hao interrupt his demonstration, Yun Lang was not angered. Instead, he smiled slightly, adopting a genteel demeanor as he remarked, "Oh, the second one. I was in the midst of showcasing my technique. If you could wait a moment, I would appreciate it. Why the rush to interrupt me?" Just as Zhai Hao was about to respond, Yun Lang whispered, "Zhai Hao, I know you came up here regarding the disappearance of Shui Jr.'s sister. What do you want to say?" Zhai Hao inquired, aware that Yun Lang feared their conversation might be overheard by the individuals on the observation platform. Yun Lang quickly cautioned, "Do not speak too loudly." Zhai Hao, realizing Yun Lang's concern, complied. They spoke in hushed tones, Zhai Hao asking, "Yun Lang, what have you done to Shui Jr.'s sister?" A mischievous grin flitted across Yun Lang's face as he replied, "You can hardly blame me for this. You Wang Meili, and that little girl Shui Yini. What have you all been up to?" As the eldest disciple, I am well informed. Although I am not in a hurry to expose you, I have my own plans. Collecting evidence related to me, you intend to unveil it today, do you not? You thought you could eliminate my standing in the Chongshan sect, but little did you know I, Yun Lang, have already toyed with you all in my grasp. Zhai Hao's face turned pale with anger as he gritted his teeth, uttering, "Despicable." Yun Lang scoffed, "Me despicable? If you find me unsatisfactory, we can openly compete. Why resort to gathering evidence behind my back? I think today is a splendid opportunity. Come on, Zhai. Let us exchange 300 blows that if you win, I shall leave Chongshan sect with my head held low. If you lose, you will obediently submit to my will, and I shall decide your fate." Zhai Hao clenched his teeth, declaring, "Yun, let us fight. I fear no one. If you lose, you must release the junior sister unharmed. Not a single hair shall be spared. Should I lose to you?" Yun Lang scoffed. "I would rather die." Zhai Hao made the first move, exclaiming, "Take this." He lunged forward, attacking Yun Lang's abdomen with a clawing motion, executing the technique Evil Tiger Pounces on the Heart. Yun Lang deftly sidestepped, his hand moving like lightning as he struck toward Zhai Hao's ribs with a palm strike. Anticipating this, Zhai Hao retreated swiftly. Yun Lang followed up with a kick aimed at Zhai Hao's lower body. A move that was both deceptive and genuine, that if Zhai Hao dodged, Yun Lang could unleash a follow-up kick. If he did not, the knee strike would land true. Zhai Hao recognized that Yun Lang was unleashing a ruthless attack. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "I will fight you with everything I have." At this moment, Lei Xiao had yet to arrive at the selection platform. What could be the reason for his delay? Surely, he must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances along the way. Due to his unfamiliarity with the route, Lei Xiao had taken a wrong turn. Although he had aimed in the right direction, he found himself obstructed by various impassable terrains. With his insufficient martial cultivation level, he could not traverse the air and was left with no choice but to take a detour that as the moon hung high in the sky. Lei Xiao emerged from a thicket, only to catch sight of several gray figures that he quickly withdrew his head. The sounds of a person shouting for expulsion reached his ears, and he recognized the voice as belonging to his corpulent senior brother, Yuan Bao, who was shouting, "Get lost! All of you, get away! Damn wolves, scram!" Upon seeing Yuan Bao, Lei Xiao considered slipping away, thinking to himself, "That fatso deserves it. He has long been a bully, following Yun Lang around. Now that he's cornered by wolves, let him be devoured." However, as he pondered, he halted his retreat. Lei Xiao thought, "Why is Yuan Bao not at the main peak watching the selection of the top 10 disciples? What is he doing here?" Suspecting there was more to the situation, he climbed a tree for a better vantage point. "Stupid fat man, stop struggling and just throw the knife away. Let that leading gray wolf give you a swift end. Extend your neck already." A woman's voice emanated from the cave. Startled, Lei Xiao recognized it as the unmistakable voice of Shui Yini. That he thought, "What is senior sister Shui doing here? She should be at the selection site for the top 10 disciples." Then he heard Yuan Bao's furious retort, "Shut up! If the wolves bite me to death, what good will it do you?" Shui Yini's voice followed, "With your abilities, you won't be able to wait for Yun Lang to return." Realizing that this was all part of Yun Lang's scheme, and that senior sister Shui was entangled in it, with Yuan Bao keeping watch, Lei Xiao made his decision. He must rescue senior sister Shui from danger. Observing the situation, he noted that the only opponent present was Yuan Bao. It seemed Yun Lang had intentionally minimized the number of people involved to avoid unnecessary complications. Without further hesitation, Lei Xiao leaped down from the treetop. Chapter 25. The shift in circumstances. Competing in endurance against wolves was undoubtedly a grave error, and Yuan Bao was about to learn this lesson. Fearing that he would draw attention by lighting a fire, he refrained from doing so. However, the absence of a fire only invited the wolves closer. As Yuan Bao struggled to silence Shui Yini's cries, he scolded her, "Stop yelling. If you keep shouting, I might just tear your clothes off to keep you quiet." He allowed her to speak, attempting to amuse her while he waited. Yuan Bao dared not harm Shui Yini himself. He was biding his time for Yun Lang's arrival, leaving her fate in Yun Lang's hands. What he could not anticipate, however, was that the wolves would actually come. The first wolf silently entered the cave. The space was not very deep, and with Yuan Bao facing away from the entrance. Engrossed in conversation and jesting with Shui Yini, he was caught off guard when the wolf lunged for his plump backside. Yuan Bao swiftly drew his knife and struck, forcing the wolf back outside the cave. Guarding the entrance, he could no longer afford to be careless. This was the scene that Lei Xiao witnessed after hearing Yuan Bao's grumbling. The area from the forest to the cave's entrance spanned 5 or 6 zhang, blanketed with grass barely an inch high, resembling a carpet. Lei Xiao descended from the tree, approaching the cave in trance with steady steps, donning his Qianjun gloves on his right hand, that as someone emerged, Yuan Bao, who had been eagerly awaiting assistance, felt a flicker of hope at first, only to have his expression sour upon recognizing the newcomer as Lei Xiao. "What brings you here, you little rascal?" Yuan Bao thought to himself, his displeasure evident. The moonlight illuminated Lei Xiao's face, revealing his icy demeanor. The wolves, sensing the chill, were momentarily taken aback. The leading wolf quickly coordinated its pack, instructing them to seal off the cave entrance to prevent the juicy target from escaping, before charging at Lei Xiao. However, Lei Xiao did not choose to confront the wolf head-on. Although he wore the Qianjun gloves, he intended to strike effectively with a single blow. The lead wolf was typically fierce and agile, not only ferocious but also possessing considerable cunning that as Lei Xiao sidestepped. He found himself beside the lead wolf and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its ribs. The impact was tremendous, likely fracturing the wolf's ribcage and injuring its internal organs. The wolf was propelled more than 3 zhang away, rolling on the ground. After taking such a blow and sustaining that fall, it was remarkable that the lead wolf managed to rise again. It let out a low growl twice before retreating into the forest. Following the lead, the remaining wolves also withdrew, disappearing from sight. With the immediate threat gone, Yuan Bao collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "How did you end up here?" he asked, rolling his eyes at Lei Xiao. With a serious expression, Lei Xiao replied, "If I hadn't come, you would have been waiting to feed the wolves." Yuan Bao grudgingly acknowledged this in his heart, but could not admit it aloud. "If you hadn't come, I could have handled those few wolves on my own," he retorted. Feigning ignorance, Lei Xiao asked, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Bao scoffed, "What business is it of yours, you little brat?" At that moment, Yuan Bao feared that Shui Yini might speak up from within the cave, but he thought to himself, "If I had known this would happen, I should have just kept her mouth shut." However, upon recognizing that the newcomer was Lei Xiao, how could Shui Yini remain silent? "Lei Shidi, save me," she called out. Lei Xiao glared at Yuan Bao and exclaimed angrily, "Yuan Shixiang, explain yourself. What is Shui Shiji doing in the cave?" Yuan Bao was momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing Shui Yini's voice from within the cave, she stated, "Lei Shidi, that Fatso's martial cultivation level is not higher than yours. You have every chance to teach him a lesson." Yuan Bao spat in response, "Teach me a lesson? That surname Lei kid doesn't have the qualifications." Yet he was also pondering. Those wolves had certainly not been easy to deal with, and Lei Xiao had seemingly resolved the situation with little effort. Yuan Bao found a rationale. There were 5 hungry wolves, and the lead wolf was just one of them. The other 4 had been wholly restrained by him. Indeed, it made sense. If he faced the lead wolf alone, he could have easily managed it as well. "How about this, Lei Xiao?" Yuan Bao proposed. "Let's have a fair contest that if you win against me, I will release Shui Yini, that if you lose, there are ropes in this cave, and you will allow me to bind you and bring you in here to keep her company. What do you think?" Lei Xiao nodded. "That proposal is quite agreeable. May I ask, Yuan Shixiang, what kind of contest do you have in mind?" Yuan Bao's eyes darted as he contemplated. "Let us compete in weaponry. It is more straightforward than using fists and feet." Yuan Bao was being cunning, knowing that Lei Xiao was unarmed. After a moment of thought regarding the weapons, Lei Xiao replied, "I have no weapon on me. Can I face you empty-handed against your single knife?" Yuan Bao's face lit up with joy. "Of course, why not? I, Yuan Shixiang, am always magnanimous." Just then, Shui Yini's voice rang out from the cave. "You shameless rascal, since Lei Shidi is unarmed, it would only be fair for you two to compete with fists and feet." Yuan Bao dismissed her protest. "Enough. We agreed to use weapons, and I have a knife in hand. It is not my fault that Lei Xiao is empty-handed." Ignoring Shui Yini's protests, he beckoned Lei Xiao. "Come on, let us exchange 300 blows." With a serious nod, Lei Xiao responded, "Yuan Shixiang, please make your move." Yuan Bao, showing no restraint, leaped forward with a blade aimed squarely at Lei Xiao, executing a move that aimed to cleave him in two while shouting, "Here it comes." Lei Xiao deftly sidestepped, transitioning into a hooking kick aimed at Yuan Bao's lower body, disrupting his stance. Yuan Bao's strike did not fully connect, prompting him to sweep his knife horizontally, Executing a move reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves that Lei Xiao retreated, he evaded Yuan Bao's attack range. "Kid, if you have the skill, don't dodge. I'm waiting for your grand move to snatch the knife from my hands," Yuan Bao taunted. Lei Xiao replied, "Very well, I shall attempt to seize the knife barehanded." With their martial levels comparable, Yuan Bao's skills were evidently deeper than in their clash. It was no easy feat for Lei Xiao to snatch the knife from him. Determined to hold his ground, Lei Xiao braced himself as Yuan Bao pressed the attack, his voice ringing out with every strike. "Watch the blade! Watch the blade! Watch the blade!" Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Lei Xiao contemplated using cunning to secure victory, that he intentionally exposed a vulnerability in his defense. In the midst of their battle, when Yuan Bao spotted the opening, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Eager to capitalize on the opportunity, he lunged forward, thrusting his knife directly at Lei Xiao's left side. Oh no! Yuan Bao realized too late that his thrust missed its mark. The momentum of the strike had been too forceful, leaving him unable to retract it in time. With a steady right arm, Lei Xiao managed to grip the back of Yuan Bao's knife blade. "Give it to me!" Yuan Bao exclaimed. Lei Xiao remained calm and collected, not showing any signs of strain as he gazed at Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao yanked the knife back desperately, trying 3 times to no avail. "Let go!" Lei Xiao commanded, lifting his left leg to deliver a sharp kick to Yuan Bao's belly to avoid injury. Yuan Bao had no choice but to release his grip. Stepping back by a good measure, he steadied his posture and fixed his gaze on Lei Xiao. Yuan Bao contemplated. This lad possesses remarkable strength. With Yuan Bao's keen perception, it was challenging to discern that the issue lay with the glove adorning Lei Xiao's right hand. He was unfamiliar with it, mistaking the seemingly ordinary glove for mere commonplace. Why does Lei Xiao wear a glove on one hand and not the other? Given Yuan Bao's reasoning, he would not dwell on it. Assuming that Lei Xiao had originally donned 2 gloves and had inadvertently lost the one on his left hand. Casting a glance at the single knife in his hand, Lei Xiao declared to Yuan Bao, "You have lost." Upon hearing Lei Xiao's assertion, Shui Yini, who had been oblivious to the unfolding situation, suddenly perked up. Shui Yini exclaimed, "The fat man is lost. Hurry up and admit it." Yuan Bao furtively scanned his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to escape, contemplating that he would report to Yun Lang about the predicament he could not resolve, eager to see what course Yun Lang would take. Suddenly, Yuan Bao bolted, unaware that Lei Xiao was already prepared. Lei Xiao advanced with a swift step, delivering a kick that landed squarely on Yuan Bao's backside. With a yelp of surprise, Yuan Bao tumbled to the ground, landing in a perfect faceplant. Lei Xiao adjusted his knife, the tip now poised against the nape of Yuan Bao's neck. "Did I in a cold voice?" Lei Xiao demanded. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Yuan Bao turned to glance at Lei Xiao and continued. It was by sheer coincidence that junior brother Lei Xiao arrived, employing both reason and emotion to persuade me that it was then that I resolved to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. Yun Lang, at this very moment, with all eyes upon us, including those of the sect leader, my master and esteemed elders, I, Yuan Bao, fear you no longer. Here and now, I stand to testify against you, declaring my stance. Yun Lang, his voice strained and desperate, retorted, "Utter nonsense." As Yuan Bao stepped forward to give evidence, numerous figures emerged from the crowd below, all disciples of the Chongshan sect under the tutelage of the renowned Master Xiaoyun. Both male and female, united in their stance, all accusing Yun Lang of various transgressions. Alone and isolated, Yun Lang's rebuttals were feeble and unconvincing to that moment. Zhai Hao, the second senior brother, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing the tide had turned and they were merely awaiting the judgment of their master and grandmaster. Indeed, Master Xiaoyun soon ascended the selection stage. The disciples parted respectfully, allowing him to approach Yun Lang. Observing the slight pallor on Xiaoyun's face, Yun Lang realized the gravity of his predicament. He hastily lifted his garments and knelt, exclaiming, "Master, I acknowledge my wrongs." Xiaoyun, striving to maintain his composure, replied, "Yun Lang, there is no need for you to kneel. Please rise." Yun Lang's heart leapt with hope. Perhaps he could evade this disaster with such ease. However, Xiaoyun's words had not concluded. He continued, "You are no longer a disciple of the Chongshan sect." At this, Yun Lang crawled forward, trembling as he implored, "Master, I realize my mistakes. I beg for your mercy. Xiao Yun coldly uttered a single word, leave. His tone was resolute, devoid of any compassion as Yun Lang attempted to plead further. Xiao Yun had already turned away. The disciples under Xiao Yun descended from the stage, leaving Yun Lang kneeling alone. Though the selection platform was expansive, Yun Lang felt the air had become thick with tension. He sensed a piercing gaze upon him, one that was distinctly uncomfortable. Turning to see the source, he beheld the sect leader, Zhong Bahuai, observing from the viewing platform. Rising to his feet, Yun Lang cast his gaze downward. Staring at his own toes, he stood there in a daze for a moment before hastily shedding his sect robes and stepping off the platform. Departing from the Chongshan sect, his back exuding a sense of solitude and unyielding bitterness. Returning to stand behind Zhong Bahuai, Xiao Yun softly addressed his master. It is my failure in discipline that has led to this embarrassment. Zhong Bahuai remained silent, his demeanor unyielding that a member of Zhong Bahuai's entourage ascended the selection stage once more. Announcing loudly, the selection ceremony shall continue. As he departed, he collected Yun Lang's discarded sect robes. Perhaps out of concern for his disciple, fearing the recent upheaval had left him shaken, Zhong Bahuai quietly remarked to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, I have taken a liking to all but one of the disciples who ascended the stage before you, excluding that rather portly one. 2 females and 2 males. Xiao Yun replied, I will defer to your wishes. Master Duddy then mentally recited the names of the 4 chosen. Zhai Hao, Wang Mi Li, Shui Yanai, and Lei Xiao. The results of the top 10 disciples of the Chongshan sect were as follows. Guahu, Mu Shanchuan, and Xiao Taihuan under the tutelage of Li Jintian. Zhai Hao, Wang Mi Li, Shui Yanai, and Lei Xiao under Xiao Yun, and Gong Yun, Tao Xian, and Wu Yaochong under Gong Yin. When Lei Xiao witnessed a young girl named Tao Xian take the stage to demonstrate, he was taken aback that he recognized her, despite their similar sect robes, although he did not know her name. He vividly remembered the incident when she was bathing in a warm pool, and he had warned her of a python's intentions. Tao Xian subsequently advanced, showcasing a spectacular technique called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. Suspended mid-air as she waved her jade-like hands, creating a series of illusions. Despite her youth, she had already attained the 3rd rank of martial artist, a talent that was truly remarkable. Lei Xiao thought to himself. She seems even younger than I am, and her skills are indeed impressive. This is troubling. I inadvertently spied on her while she was bathing. Though I did warn her, I still caught sight of her figure. It would be best if I don't let her recognize my voice in the future. Ultimately, among the 10 selected disciples, 7 had reached the 3rd rank of martial artist, while the remaining 3, Shui Yanai, Lei Xiao, and Wu Yaochong, had not attained that rank out of these. Only Lei Xiao was at the initial 2nd rank, while both Shui Yanai and Wu Yaochong had reached the intermediate 2nd rank. Wu Yaochong stepped onto the selection stage to demonstrate a unique technique called 3 shadows in 1 step, causing his form to multiply from 1 to 3, and upon executing a 2nd step, transforming 3 shadows into 9, Zhong Bahuai nodded in approval, affirming his skill. With the selection of the top 10 disciples of the Chongshan sect concluded, the disciples returned to their respective places. Yuan Bao, having previously aided Yun Lang in numerous misdeeds, was ordered by Master Xiao Yun to face the wall for half a year. Many past grievances were brought to light, including Lei Xiao, whose punishment for shattering the martial assessment stone was completely revoked, while Yun Lang was expelled from the sect. During the organization of Yun Lang's quarters, his martial assessment stone was transferred to Lei Xiao under Xiao Yun's directive. The 10 selected disciples each returned to their respective locations to gather their belongings. As soon they would journey to the main peak, Tianyi Peak, where they would spend a period under the guidance of Zhong Bahuai to enhance their martial skills. As the disciples set off towards the Chongshan sect's Tianyi Peak, Lei Xiao packed a simple travel bag. The clothing he carried had been gifted to him by the laborers of Hai Village, and the most presentable attire was the sect robe he currently wore. Upon arriving at Tianyi Peak, Lei Xiao noticed that the 10 disciples had not yet gathered. Someone arranged for him to stay in a cave located halfway up the mountain. The cave was artificially carved, not particularly deep, with over 10 stone chambers on either side, each modestly furnished with a stone bed, a stone table, and 2 stone stools on either side of the table. Nothing more. The individual who arranged for Lei Xiao's accommodation was an aide to Zhong Bahuai, of average height and appearance, who spoke little. Lei Xiao inquired of the aide, as the weather turns cooler. Why is there no bedding on the stone bed? The aide offered a dry smile and replied, those who reside here do not have a habit of preparing bedding. Are you saying that the cave is warm? Lei Xiao asked, perplexed. The aide shook his head, stating, quite the opposite. Tianyi Peak is considerably higher than the other peaks, making it rather cold at this halfway point. Then why is there no cabinet in the room? Lei Xiao queried, glancing around. The aide countered, a cabinet. For what purpose? Lei Xiao answered matter-of-factly, to store clothes and belongings. The aide chuckled dryly. Every place is arranged differently. Whatever you need can simply be placed under the bed. Without waiting for Lei Xiao's response, the aide turned and left. Once all 10 disciples had gathered, Tao Xian was indeed among them. Lei Xiao dared not meet her gaze directly, feeling a pang of guilt. He pondered, I did speak during the selection, and it seemed there were no mishaps at that time. Perhaps she doesn't even remember my voice. Despite his attempts to rationalize, he still felt an unusual intensity in Tao Xian's gaze whenever he spoke in her presence. After all 10 disciples had assembled, they made their way to the summit of Tianyi Peak. At the peak stood a small stone house, where Zhong Bahuai resided. As they ascended the mountainside, they encountered perennial ice and snow, and the higher they climbed, the more the biting cold seeped into their bones, making them wish for warm clothing before continuing their ascent. Zhong Bahuai's residence was atop a flat, massive stone, with the small stone house occupying about a quarter of its surface area, all covered in ice and snow. The stone was taller than even the tallest disciple, Mu Shanchuan, standing before the stone. The 10 disciples spoke in unison. Disciples have arrived at the peak to pay respects to our Grand Master. As their words fell, they knelt and bowed. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended from above, gradually slowing until he stood firmly before the 10 disciples. They all knelt once more, proclaiming, we pay our respects to the Grand Master. Zhong Bahuai nodded, his hands slowly lifting upward. The kneeling disciples involuntarily stood to their feet simultaneously. Zhong Bahuai addressed them. Upon arriving at Tianyi Peak, you must comprehend its significance. You are the hopes for the future prosperity of the Chongshan sect, bearing heavy responsibilities that I shall provide individual guidance on your martial skills over the next 2 months. And I hope to witness your exceptional progress by the end of this period, that we shall not fail to meet your expectations, Grandmaster. The selected 10 replied in unison. At the mountainside, there was a stone door that seemed to meld with the rock face, behind which lay a secret chamber, illuminated by flickering lights. In this chamber, Zhong Bahuai began to provide individualized instruction to the selected 10 disciples. As time passed over the following month, all the selected disciples, except for Lei Xiao, showed significant improvement. Guohu, Zhai Hao, Wang Mili, and Gongsun Luo had all advanced from the intermediate 3rd rank to the advanced 3rd rank. Mu Shanchuan, Xiao Taihua, and Tao Xian had progressed from the initial 3rd rank to the intermediate 3rd rank. Shui Yanai and Wu Yaochang had reached the advanced 2nd rank, while Lei Xiao remained at the initial 2nd rank. Zhong Bahuai proclaimed, barring any extraordinary occurrences, Shui Yanai will likely surpass Wu Yaochang in reaching the 3rd rank of martial artist. He then instructed, Wu Yaochang, step forward and spar with Lei Xiao. I will observe from the side. Wu Yaochang complied and stepped forward. The tall and slender figure of Wu Yaoxiang, with a long face, elongated eyebrows, and eyes, along with a flat mouth, stood among the 10 selected at the Tianyi Peak. All clad in their sex attire, Lei Xiao stepped forward from the line. He positioned himself directly opposite Wu Yaoxiang. The two stood less than a yard apart, both simultaneously uttering a polite request. Seizing the initiative, Lei Xiao launched his attack first. He stepped forward, raising his right hand to deliver a downward diagonal strike like a phoenix spreading its wings. Wu Yaoxiang swiftly evaded, and Lei Xiao's palm barely grazed his face. Wu Yaoxiang remarked, good move, as he shifted his stance with a nimble motion. Chapter 28. The stone house at the peak. Suddenly, Lei Xiao was taken aback, letting out a startled cry. He hastily turned to the side, only to find Wu Yaoxiang's figure looming on his left, right, front, and back. Wu Yaoxiang had previously demonstrated his extraordinary agility on the selection platform, and under the guidance of Zhong Bahuai in the secret chamber. His technique of 3 transformations in 1 step had evolved into an indistinguishable form. Brother Lei, be cautious, came the voice from his right, prompting Lei Xiao to throw a swift punch in that direction. Although his strike was quick, it ultimately missed, not even brushing against Wu Yaoxiang's garments. Brother Lei, get down. With Wu Yaoxiang's shout, Lei Xiao felt something trip him, causing him to lose his balance and obediently fall to the ground. He landed quite solidly, in martial training. Such tumbles are inevitable. Lei Xiao did not rush to rise. He understood that if he stood up recklessly, he would likely fall again. Instead, he contemplated a strategy to avoid being swiftly defeated. After a moment, Lei Xiao stood up, dusted himself off, and rubbed his hands together vigorously. Addressing Wu Yaoxiang, he said, "Brother Wu, let us continue." Wu Yaoxiang nodded and replied with a simple "good," as Wu Yaoxiang intensified his assault. Lei Xiao remained composed, grounding himself firmly to Wu Yaoxiang. Amidst his agile movements, found it challenging to swiftly bring Lei Xiao down. Unable to discern the true location of Wu Yaoxiang, whose phantoms flashed around him, Lei Xiao decided to close his eyes, adopting a defensive stance, waiting to see what his opponent would do. Wu Yaoxiang's martial prowess evidently surpassed Lei Xiao's, and Lei Xiao thought that enduring even a moment longer was a victory. Clenching his teeth, he acknowledged that he had exerted all his strength, aware that he could be toppled at any moment. Wu Yaoxiang, thinking of his master observing from above, felt the pressure to decisively overcome Lei Xiao. He could not afford to lose face before him. Just as he was about to intensify his efforts, Zhongba Huai called out, "Stop!" Wu Yaoxiang swiftly withdrew his right leg from between Lei Xiao's legs. Retreating nearly a yard to regain his footing, Zhongba Huai approached Lei Xiao, his demeanor calm and serious. "Lei Xiao, although your martial cultivation has stagnated, your offensive and defensive maneuvers are commendable. It is evident you possess the potential to become a martial artist." He continued, "Tomorrow morning, I will await you in the small stone house at the peak of Tianti." Confusion arose among the 10 selected, as they wondered why they were no longer in the secret chamber. Zhongba Huai offered no explanations and turned to leave, his steps light as he ascended into the air. Once he disappeared from sight, the selected 10 dispersed. The sky remained dark as Lei Xiao departed from his dwelling, beginning his ascent to the peak. Knowing he would feel the biting cold after halfway up the mountain, he had dressed warmly, yet still felt the chill penetrate him. Tightening his clothing, he quickened his pace and finally reached the summit. The peak was not spacious. This was Lei Xiao's second visit. Not far ahead lay a massive rock, atop which stood the small stone house belonging to the sect leader, Zhongba Huai. As soon as Lei Xiao's feet settled, he heard voices emanating from inside the stone house, clear and inviting, yet seemingly resonating as if right beside him. "Lei Xiao, you have arrived punctually. Please enter the stone house to converse," Zhongba Huai called out. Lei Xiao glanced at the height of the boulder, bent down, took a deep breath, and leapt upward. Upon landing, he found himself at the edge of the giant stone. As he stepped towards the small stone house, the door swung open inward. Upon entering, a gust of wind swept through, closing the door behind him. The interior of the small stone house was simply adorned, akin to the accommodations of Lei Xiao and the others at Tianti Peak, featuring a stone bed, a stone table, and stone benches, with no bedding visible atop the stone bed. Lei Xiao observed Zhongba Huai seated on one of the stone benches facing the door, a slight smile gracing his countenance. Lei Xiao knelt, paying his respects to his master before standing with his head bowed before Zhongba Huai. Although there were 2 stone benches flanking the stone table, and one was empty, it was clear that the other was not meant for Lei Xiao. He respectfully stated, "Disciple has come solely to heed the teachings of my master." Zhongba Huai nodded with a smile. Noting Zhongba Huai's home attire and gentle demeanor, Lei Xiao felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Zhongba Huai began, "Lei Xiao, what is the significance of selecting the top 10 disciples of the Chongshan sect?" Lei Xiao responded earnestly, "To ensure the future prosperity of the Chongshan sect." "Correct." Zhongba Huai paused briefly before continuing. "Although the Chongshan sect has gained some renown, it pales in comparison to the many forces across the Wangu continent. To strengthen the Chongshan sect, how can we achieve this? It cannot rely solely on me as the sect leader and my 3 primary disciples. We need a greater reserve of genuine talent." Lei Xiao lowered his gaze, reflecting deeply that he was no fool. He understood that among the 10 selected disciples, only he had failed to meet expectations. "Master, as long as I can enhance my strength, I am willing to endure multiple hardships. No. Even more than that," he declared sincerely. After a brief silence, Zhongba Huai shifted the topic. "Lei Xiao, on the day of the selection, I heard Yuan Bao mention that you persuaded him to change his ways." I observed from the viewing platform that Yuan Bao frequently looked at you with fear in his eyes, which hardly aligns with the notion of persuasion. Lei Xiao listened quietly, struggling to grasp the implications of his master's words. Zhongba Huai continued, with your current abilities, you have not yet reached the mid-tier of the martial master's second stage. Such skills should not be enough to sway Yuan Bao. I am curious. How did you manage to win him over? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Xiao chose to speak the truth, recounting the events leading up to the selection. Zhongba Huai listened intently, as if captivated by an engaging tale. Once Lei Xiao finished, Zhongba Huai playfully inquired, and what of Yuan Bao? After the selection ceremony, did he not press you for the antidote? Lei Xiao offered a faint smile in response. His demeanor had become more serious since the calamity that befell the Lei family, and even moments of forced laughter had become rare. However, at that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was a charming sight to see Lei Xiao smile, even if infrequently. Zhongba Huai conjectured, I assume you provided Yuan Bao with another jujube and told him it was the antidote. Seeing Lei Xiao nod in affirmation, Zhongba Huai burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the stone house. However, Zhongba Huai's expression turned serious as he addressed Lei Xiao, regarding the 1,000-gene hand you mentioned. Did you bring it with you to the peak? Lei Xiao confirmed, I have kept it with me all along. Bring it forth. I wish to see it. Zhongba Huai extended his hand. Lei Xiao presented the 1,000-gene hand with both hands. Upon receiving it, Zhongba Huai examined it briefly before stating, this is an ordinary magical artifact. Lei Xiao mused to himself, it's a magical artifact, which is already commendable. It is unlikely that the likes of Qiu Village's village chief would possess anything extraordinary. Zhongba Huai continued, the merit of this artifact lies in its unremarkable appearance. Those who do not recognize its value will not harbor thoughts of theft, thus providing an invisible layer of security for its owner. In fact, Lei Xiao, you could make it even safer to wear the 1,000-gene hand. Reflecting on his master's words, Lei Xiao realized that although the 1,000-gene hand was merely an ordinary magical artifact, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. While he could manage the likes of Wasuo and others, if a more formidable opponent were to appear, it could spell trouble. An idea sparked within Lei Xiao. Although Master Zhongba Huai had not explicitly stated what the solution was, he had formulated a plan he deemed quite good that he recalled that the advantage of the 1,000-gene hand was its ordinary appearance. If he could find a way to make it appear even more mundane, it would be a perfect solution that a single glove might seem conspicuous in combat, but someone like Yuan Bao would not think much of it. In future battles, he could discreetly wear 2 gloves beforehand, effectively concealing the 1,000-gene hand. Observing Zhongba Huai rise from the stone bench, Lei Xiao promptly stepped back. Zhongba Huai approached the bed, leaning down to search beneath it as if retrieving something. Standing upright, he revealed an object that resembled a large golden helmet typically worn by generals on the battlefield. What is Master planning to do? Lei Xiao wondered as he watched Zhongba Huai place the helmet-like object on the stone table, directly placing the 1,000-gene hand inside it. Confused, Lei Xiao asked, Master, what are you doing? Chapter 29. The Rampage of the Demonic Beast. Zhongba Huai replied earnestly. In 10 days, the 1,000-gene hand will return to its rightful owner, and at that time, I shall present you with a different 1,000-gene hand than a different kind of Qinjun hand. Lei Xiao repeated. As Zhongba Huai admonished him, your martial level is currently far from sufficient. This treasure serves as a safeguard for your existing strength. Among the 10 chosen from Chongshan sect, there must not be a single mediocre talent. This treasure is your secret. Remember. Lei Xiao bowed his head and nodded, engraving the words into his heart. Descending from the peak, Lei Xiao hurried down, as Zhongba Huai had just issued a notice that martial training would commence at the hour of Qin today. Lei Xiao needed to relay this news to the other 9 individuals. Before he could return to his cave dwelling, he noticed someone ascending the peak. The newcomer was of average build, clad in white attire without any sect uniform. As he drew closer, Lei Xiao recognized the elongated visage and slender eyes of his master, the revered Baodao Xingshou, Xiao Yun. Contemplating that his master had left the eastern region of Chongshan sect to come to Tianyi Peak, Lei Xiao hastened forward, lifted his garments, knelt down, and reverently addressed, Master, bowing his head in submission. Xiao Yun nodded, observing his master's assent. Lei Xiao felt an unsettling sense that something significant had transpired. Indeed, the 10 selected individuals gathered at the foot of Tianyi Peak awaited guidance from Zhong Bahuai. But instead, they were met with a task. Upon reaching the peak and seeing Zhong Bahuai, Xiao Yun's intent was to summon Zhai Hao back to the eastern region. After a thorough inquiry, Xiao Yun sighed, explaining, "Master, my disciples have suffered heavy casualties while confronting the giant blood-sucking bats, that I dare not allow them to recklessly engage in battle again, and have resolved to confront the threat myself." Zhong Bahuai narrowed his eyes, contemplating, why not pursue this course of action? Descending from above, Zhong Bahuai stood before the 10 selected individuals. They all bowed in unison, addressing him as their ancestral master. Zhong Bahuai nodded. Once they rose, he spoke with solemnity, "You 10, listen well, that I in the northeastern region of Chongshan sect, giant blood-sucking bats have been wreaking havoc, launching nocturnal assaults on villages, resulting in countless injuries. Villagers have sought assistance from our sect, and now, you are to heed my command." The 10 responded in unison, "We shall obey the ancestral master's orders." Zhong Bahuai's gaze swept over the group, briefly lingering on Lei Xiao, a hint of unnoticeable concern flashing in his eyes. That it turned out that the giant blood-sucking bats were troubling the northeastern territories of Chongshan sect, with 2 major villages located to the east and west. Villagers, when traveling at night, faced attacks 9 times out of 10, suffering severe injuries, with many disappearing without a trace. In desperation, the villagers united to confront the beasts, but the ferocity of the giant blood-sucking bats proved overwhelming, rendering their assembled forces utterly ineffective. With the bats growing bolder, they began to emerge not just at night, but occasionally during the day as well. Left with no choice, the villagers sought aid from Xiao Yun, who, upon learning of the monstrous threat, immediately dispatched 5 of his inner disciples and additional outer disciples to the crisis site. However, the inner disciple's son, Ying, led the charge, but faced a disastrous defeat, suffering grave injuries, while Zhao Huan, ranked 30th among the inner disciples, lost his life. The casualties among the outer disciples were even more severe. Determined to eradicate the beasts personally, Xiao Yun came to Tianyi Peak, fully aware that after his departure, no one remained to maintain order in the eastern region. Zhong Bahuai addressed the 10 individuals, stating, "This presents an excellent opportunity for you to gain invaluable experience. While danger is inevitable, I believe you possess the capability to overcome it and eradicate the beasts for the sake of the people. Do not disappoint the expectations of our ancestors." The 10 responded with considerable fervor, though Lei Zhao's voice was the faintest among them, that he pondered his Qianjun hand, realizing it was not with him at this moment, and understood that he was the least capable among the group, feeling almost certain he would be a hindrance to them. With Zhong Bahuai having given his instructions and departed, and seeing no immediate intention of returning Lei Xiao as Qianjun hand, he could only close his eyes and pray for safety on this expedition. Each village housed around 1,000 residents. The giant blood-sucking bats roamed erratically, sometimes heading east, other times west to a Tian intersection. The group halted as Zhai Hao suggested splitting into 2 teams, which everyone readily agreed to appoint 5 members in each team. How to divide them? Shui Yini would undoubtedly stay with Zhai Hao, remaining by his side. Wang Mili almost instinctively positioned herself next to Zhai Hao as well. Observing the situation, Lei Xiao realized that he was the only remaining disciple of Xiao Yun that he thought, "Should I join them?" With that thought, he stepped forward to stand beside them. "That division won't do." A burly man in black attire, with a rounded head, interjected, "Guahu." This time, the 10 individuals dressed casually for the sake of mobility. Many gazes turned toward Guahu, clearly questioning why he disagreed. Guahu explained, "Among us, 7 individuals have reached the 3rd level of martial arts, while Sister Shui still has a distance to cover to reach the 3rd level. And Lei Brother is only at the initial stage of the 2nd level. Thus, this arrangement results in an evident imbalance in strength." "What then should we do?" inquired the thinnest member of the group. Clad in red, Gong Sun Luo, a disciple of Gong Yin. Zhai Hao proposed, "How about this? Sister Shui, Wu Yao, and Lei will form 1 team, while the rest will be in another." Everyone nodded in agreement, finding Zhai Hao's division to be a reasonable solution. Consequently, Wu Yao stood with Shui Yini, while the remaining 4, including Guahu, Mu Shanchuan, Xiao Tiexia, Lei Xiao, and Tao Xin formed the other team. The 2 small teams set off toward their respective villages. The path was narrow, merely a common dirt road through the forest. Flanked by lush greenery as dusk settled, they should soon arrive at the village that Mu Shanchuan, the largest among them, lagged behind, his steps mechanical and his gaze vacant. Dressed in black, Mu Shanchuan had an imposing figure. Even Guo Hu, who was undeniably robust, appeared small in comparison. His large face, prominent eyebrows, wide eyes, and broad nose, adorned with a beard resembling needles, made him seem like a giant shrouded in smoke. A fiery embodiment of strength. "What are you pondering?" Lei Xiao slowed his pace, waiting for Mu Shanchuan to catch up. Then Mu Shanchuan replied earnestly, "I'm contemplating a question." This fellow never spoke softly, startling those around him whenever he opened his mouth. "What question?" Lei Xiao scratched his head. Then Mu Shanchuan mused, "I was thinking, why are we splitting up?" Hearing this, Lei Xiao nearly collapsed on the spot. He explained, "We don't know which village the giant blood-sucking bats will attack. So we're dividing to cover more ground. Where's the ground? How do we cover it? Where will we end up?" Mu Shanchuan was utterly bewildered. Xiao Tiexia slowed his steps, turning back to say, "There's no ground to cover." "Can't you understand that?" Mu Shanchuan shook his head. "I didn't quite get it, but am I being arrogant? If there were someone Lei Xiao disliked the most among the 10, it was definitely Xiao Tiexia. With well-defined features and a penchant for white attire, Lei Xiao couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between Xiao Tiexia and Yun Lang, who had been expelled from Chongshan's sect. That he felt that his discomfort toward Xiao Tiexia likely stemmed from Yun Lang. Thus, he endeavored to convince himself not to distance himself too much from Xiao Tiexia. The only woman in the group was Tao Xan, clad in pink. She halted, refusing to advance. "Lei Gij," Tao Xan called out. "Stay close to us, lest we encounter an unexpected situation. Mu Gij may struggle to protect you." Lei Xiao consistently maintained a deliberate distance from Tao Xan, a decision rooted in the awkwardness of having inadvertently spied on her bathing. Noticing Lei Xiao's hesitation, Tao Xan reproached, "Lei Gij, what are you hesitating for? If something were to happen to you, how would we explain it to our master?" At this point, Mu Shanchuan realized that Tao Xan doubted his abilities. Shaking his head, he declared, "You are martial artists at the 3rd level, and I am also at the 3rd level. I am no less capable than you. That if the giant blood-sucking bat comes to attack little Lei, I could send it flying with a single punch. That you're delusional." Xiao Tiexia retorted, glancing back. "With your reflexes, by the time you realize what's happening, Lei has already been carried off." Taken aback, Mu Shanchuan exclaimed, "I may be slow to react at times, but am I being arrogant?" Suddenly, Mu Shanchuan's voice boomed like thunder, painfully resonating in the ears of those nearby. Lei Xiao quickened his pace, thinking it best to keep his distance. This unpredictability was too overwhelming. As they entered the village, it was already dark, with every household shuttered. Guo Hu stopped at one door, knocking and calling, "Villagers, could you kindly open the door and point us in the right direction?" Silence lingered in the air. Tao Xan shouted, "We are martial artists from Chongshan sect, here to eliminate the giant blood-sucking bats. Villagers, do not fear. Please come out and direct us to the village chief's home." A disturbance arose within the room, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man, his hair a silvery white and well past the age of 50, emerged to guide the assembly in the home of the village chief. 5 individuals settled around the table, which was already laden with food and drink. While the fare may not have been exquisite, the quantity was certainly ample. After all, among the 5 was the formidable Mu Shanchuan. And should the provisions prove insufficient, it would hardly suffice for one with such an appetite. Mu Shanchuan eschewed chopsticks entirely, opting instead to grasp the food directly with his hands, not merely the contents of the plates, but the plates themselves. With a swift motion, he brought a plate to his mouth, and just like that, it was devoured. When it came to soup, he simply lifted the bowl with both hands. The companions accompanying him had grown accustomed to this spectacle, while the village chief, who sat nearby, looked on in astonishment. It was evident that despite his advanced age, this was surely the first time he had witnessed such a manner of dining. The village chief, seated beside them, wore a worried expression and remarked, "The last time, there were over 10 individuals, led by a man in red whose name I believe was Sunning, that he was capable of traversing the air and was likely a 3rd-tier martial artist. Yet, upon our meeting, he was struck by a giant blood-sucking bat and fell from the sky, barely saved by a tree that broke his fall. Otherwise, he would surely have perished. Now, you have come with merely 5. And I fear." Tao Xan smiled at the village chief and interjected, "Although the last group was larger, did they possess such a formidable presence? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the ravenously consuming Mu Shanchuan. Indeed, Mu Shanchuan was quite famished. Whatever the topic, his singular response was, "Eat." The village chief nodded repeatedly, affirming, "This young lady speaks the truth. This robust man appears capable of single-handedly taking on 10 that after departing the village chief's home." The 5 individuals made their way southward, the very direction from which the monstrous blood-sucking bats typically emerged. Upon exiting the village, they paused to collect their thoughts. Gua, who was the first to speak, among those 5. "There are Zhai Hao and Wang Meili, both of whom are known for their cunning. Our strength lies in our cooperation, for even with 4 third-tier martial artists, we may struggle against a sudden onslaught from a giant blood-sucking bat." The others nodded in agreement, save for Mu Shanchuan, who remained in a daze. Lei Xiao proposed, "Everyone, I have an idea. The giant blood-sucking bats are notorious for their nocturnal ambushes. Let us set a trap for them." The others turned their attention to Lei Xiao as he continued, "I will position myself prominently, perhaps in a tree, and conceal myself among the leaves so that the giant blood-sucking bat does not detect me. From my elevated perch, I will lure it in, and then the 4 of you can strike. I oppose this," Tao Xan declared, voicing her concern. "Lei Gu, your martial prowess is only at the initial stage of the 2nd tier. Using you as bait is far too dangerous." Xiao Taiwa coldly suggested, "Let Mu Shanchuan take the lead. His weight would prevent the giant blood-sucking bat from carrying him away." Lei Xiao insisted, "Let it be me. Regardless of how the giant blood-sucking bat observes, it will not discern my concealed strength. Not only must I take the lead to avert suspicion, but you 4 must also maintain a distance." Tao Xine urged, "But Lei Gu, does that not place you in greater peril?" Mu Shanchuan chimed in, "I believe Xiao Shidi's plan is the better option." Tao Xine shot Mu Shanchuan a glare, questioning his ability to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, she half commanded, half admonished him, "Mu Shanchuan, do keep quiet. We are here to eliminate the blood-sucking bats, and your booming voice might scare them away from miles off." Ultimately, it was decided that Lei Xiao would serve as the bait to draw in the giant blood-sucking bat. He ascended a great tree, while Xiao Taihua took to the air, wielding Mu Shanchuan's oversized ghost-headed knife, causing branches to fall with each swing, revealing a V-shaped fork in the tree. Lei Xiao reclined upon this fork, preparing for the encounter. Guohu glanced at the fallen branches and instructed Mu Shanchuan, "Mu Shidi, clear the ground of these branches and toss them far away. Their presence is far too conspicuous." Mu Shanchuan complied without hesitation. As Guohu prepared to withdraw, Tao Xien expressed her anxiety, stating, "Lei Gu, is this truly wise?" Lei Xiao reassured her, "Do not worry. I am aware that I am no match for the giant blood-sucking bat. But I will not perish in an instant." As Tao Xen finally retreated, her gaze lingered on Lei Xiao, filled with concern. With his eyes half closed, Lei Xiao focused intently, attuned to any movement around him. In the distance, a few wolf howls echoed through the night. The moon had risen high, and as Lei Xiao lay upon the tree, he began to feel drowsy, uncertain if the giant blood-sucking bat would make an appearance that night or if it would find him. A delectable target, too enticing to resist. Meanwhile, the other 4 had split into pairs, concealing themselves in 2 separate locations. Just as Mu Shanchuan was about to speak, Tao Xien swiftly placed a hand over his lips. Her eyes wide with urgency. With one hand covering his mouth and the other raised to silence him, she signaled for quiet. Just as Lei Xiao was on the brink of slumber, the moonlight dimmed, obscured by a creature of bovine proportions blocking the light above. Lei Xiao sensed an ominous wind descending upon him, the stench of decay filling his nostrils. Startled, he let out a cry and fell from the branch. The giant blood-sucking bat resembled its smaller kin, yet was the size of a cow, with large wings flapping freely in the air. After missing its initial strike, the giant blood-sucking bat dove downward, colliding with the great tree, causing it to sway perilously. As Lei Xiao neared the ground, he rolled to dissipate his fall, evading the giant blood-sucking bat's massive claws with a series of 18 quick rolls. The bat, unwilling to relinquish its quarry, flapped its enormous wings in pursuit of Lei Xiao, who had no opportunity to rise and flee on foot. He could only continue to roll away, dressed in the garb of a common villager. Lei Xiao's movements betrayed no indication of his true capabilities, leading the giant blood-sucking bat to underestimate him. Gritting his teeth, Lei Xiao thought, "If I can just hold on a little longer, my comrades will arrive." Suddenly, the giant blood-sucking bat ascended, and the reason became apparent. Someone had mounted its back. Lei Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he looked up to see Guohu, gripping the bat's scalp with one hand while delivering powerful punches to its head with the other. Guodigo, well done. Lei Xiao cheered. Two figures darted toward the sides of the giant blood-sucking bat, Xiao Taiwan in white and Tao Xian in pink. The largest among them, Mu Shanchuan, kept pace alongside Lei Xiao. As Lei Xiao regained his footing, he called out to Mu Shanchuan, "Why are you running over here instead of helping?" Mu Shanchuan chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, replying, "They can fly. I cannot reach them." What? Lei Xiao nearly fainted at this revelation. One could achieve stable flight at the third tier, though it was taxing, but he had assumed Mu Shanchuan refrained from flying out of reluctance. But it seemed he simply lacked the ability. Noting Lei Xiao's incredulous expression, Mu Shanchuan patted his chest and declared, "I may not be able to fly, but I am not ashamed." Lei Xiao, frustrated, leaped and landed a punch on Mu Shanchuan. Meanwhile, Mu Shanchuan's booming voice encouraged the airborne trio, "Strike! Hit them hard! Attack!" With a spear in hand, Xiao Taiwa seized an opening and thrust it into the abdomen of the giant blood-sucking bat. The beast screeched in pain, thrashing violently. Alas, Guohu could no longer maintain his grip, and as he released his hold, the blood-sucking bat soared away into the distance. "Chase it," Tao Xen urged. Letting it escape would bring dire consequences. "Onward," Guohu commanded, and the three figures pursued the giant blood-sucking bat through the air. While Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan sprinted after them on the ground, then Mu Shanchuan's loud voice surely reached the ears of the villagers, who were troubled by the disturbance. Yet not one dared to emerge to witness the commotion. The five converged at the edge of a dense thicket nearly 10 miles away. Lei Xiao inquired of the already arrived Guohu, "Where has the giant blood-sucking bat gone? Has it fled deeper into the thicket? Why have we stopped pursuing?" Guohu replied solemnly, "Further ahead lies the northern territory of the Chongshan sect, an area forbidden to disciples of Chongshan. But we cannot simply allow that beast to escape." Lei Xiao exclaimed, his impatience palpable. "If it recovers, the villagers will suffer once more." Chapter 31. Cooperation. Beneath a tree rested a sizable stone, its surface relatively smooth. Xiao Taiwa leaned his spear against the trunk and sat cross-legged upon the stone, his eyes closed in deep concentration, embodying a monk in meditation. That he was resolute, determined not to defy the edicts set forth by his master. Guohu's brow furrowed in contemplation. Among the 10 selected individuals, he was both the eldest and the highest in rank, awaiting his decision. At last, Guohu made up his mind, pointing forward with determination, declaring, "I, Guohu, have resolved to defy this rule. Those unafraid, follow me." With that proclamation, Guohu took the lead. Mu Shanchuan followed without hesitation, striding boldly alongside him. Lei Xiao, too, without delay, kept pace with Mu Shanchuan. Tao Xi naturally fell in line behind Lei Xiao. Only Xiao Taiwa remained motionless, seated upon the stone until Lei Xiao and the others vanished from sight. Some time had elapsed since the giant blood-sucking bat had taken flight, and it was no longer visible. Guohu led the way, his gaze vigilant as he carefully observed the surroundings. Tao Xian quickly grasped his intent, realizing that Guohu was searching for the scattered droplets of blood on the ground. The injury sustained by the giant vampire bat was indeed severe. With a keen eye, one could follow the trail directly to its source. Tao Xian and Lei Xiao joined in succession, assisting Guohu in pinpointing the bloodstains, and their progress accelerated significantly. Among the group, Mu Shanchuan had the largest eyes, yet he failed to detect even a single drop of blood. Not far ahead, a mountain crevice appeared, with the blood trail leading directly to it. Guohu glanced at Lei Xiao and Tao Xan beside him, gesturing towards the crevice. Just as Mu Shanchuan was about to inquire, Tao Xian immediately placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Mu Shanchuan quickly understood, realizing it was a cue for him to refrain from speaking. Guohu whispered to the three, "Tao Xian and I will ascend to the top and cut off their escape route. Mu Shidi and Lei Xiong will remain below. Once we bring down the vampire bat, we shall coordinate to deliver the final blow." With that, Guohu and Tao Xian leapt into the air, soaring towards the peak. Before long, Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan looked up, witnessing a fierce battle unfold in the skies above. That a larger giant vampire bat flapped its wings, roaring as it swooped about. Guohu was empty-handed, wielding only a hefty iron rod, which had proven cumbersome when he ascended onto the back of the giant vampire bat, prompting him to abandon it. Tao Xen wielded a whip, and the two appeared to be at a disadvantage. The gust generated by the giant vampire bat's flight rendered Guo Hu and Tao Xen unable to maintain their footing, that Mu Shanchuan brandished an oversized ghost-headed knife. But being unable to ascend into the air left him feeling frustrated. He shouted, "That massive, giant vampire bat, do you dare descend and face me in battle? I shall engage you for 500 rounds." Yet the giant vampire bat paid him no heed, continuing its assault with ferocity unabated. How could there be a second giant vampire bat? The plan was to eradicate the one that had been terrorizing the villagers. But now it seemed there was another lurking behind. Lei Xiao looked upwards, pondering how to turn the tide of battle. At that moment, Guo Hu was struck by the left wing of the giant vampire bat. Flung from the air, he fell at an angle, but managed to stabilize himself just before hitting the ground. Guo Hu landed not far from Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan, who rushed over to assess him. Upon seeing that Guo Hu's injury from the vampire bat's wing was not too grave, Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan breathed a sigh of relief. They had long recognized that Guo Hu was the strongest among them. If he were severely injured, their chances of defeating the giant vampire bat would diminish significantly. Tao Xen, agile and quick on her feet, evaded the sharp talons of the giant vampire bat, always skimming perilously close to danger. Guo Hu spat in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Now I understand why so many villagers have gone missing." The male giant vampire bat went out, leaving the female behind to nurture its young. The injured male is surely in distress, and the female, fiercely protective of its offspring, is fighting with all its might. As soon as Tao Xen and I ascended, this creature charged out. As Guo Hu spoke, he angled himself upward, launching towards the giant vampire bat in the air. He had unwittingly conveyed his thoughts clearly to Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan, and the shift in the battle had begun. Lei Xiao murmured, "Follow me," and took the lead to Mu Shanchuan, though struggling to think independently. Obediently followed suit, keeping pace with Lei Xiao. What was Lei Xiao planning? He headed straight for the mountain crevice, the lair of the flying creatures, which was difficult to access. Lei Xiao opted to scale the rocky wall, finding enough footholds to continue his ascent. Despite his considerable size, Mu Shanchuan was a third-tier warrior, and the wall was not too slick, allowing him to climb with relative ease. Before long, Lei Xiao had reached a midpoint on the mountain. Mu Shanchuan followed closely behind. Peering into the crevice, Lei Xiao saw the moon overhead, casting a faint light into the opening that he could make out several bats hanging within, both large and small. That it appeared that only one large vampire bat was suspended motionless. And Lei Xiao thought to himself, "You must be severely injured. By now, you've lost a considerable amount of blood." With one hand gripping the rocky surface, Lei Xiao drew his dagger with the other, clenching the hilt in his teeth as he began to maneuver deeper into the crevice. That was a perilous endeavor. He was wagering that the giant vampire bat was on the verge of collapse. As he drew nearer, the injured vampire bat remained still. That a glimmer of triumph flickered at the corner of Lei Xiao's mouth as he found a stable foothold on a protruding rock and grasped his dagger firmly in his left hand. The precarious nature of his position made it difficult to turn around, and Lei Xiao steadied his rapid breaths, extending the dagger towards the nearby giant vampire bat. Was the bat engaged in self-healing? Lei Xiao gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'll have you heal while also terrorizing the villagers." The dagger's tip barely grazed the bat, and he thought, "If I leap forward, I can surely reach it. But I have only one chance to strike. If I miss, I will undoubtedly fall. If only I had reached third-tier cultivation, I could hover in midair and avoid crashing down." What to do? Just as Lei Xiao contemplated his options, he sensed movement behind him, and a surge of joy filled him. Mu Shanchuan had followed him. Having learned from Tao Xian's earlier warning, Mu Shanchuan remained silent and attempted to move lightly. However, Lei Xiao understood that their proximity would alert the giant vampire bat, which remained still, indicating it was too preoccupied to notice them. Reaching back, Lei Xiao gestured for Mu Shanchuan, who was puzzled by his intent. Lei Xiao whispered, "Pass me your ghost-headed knife." Understanding the request, Mu Shanchuan extended the knife forward. Lei Xiao cursed inwardly, thinking, "You really are a bit slow, aren't you? Handing me the knife like this, with the blade facing me, is a recipe for disaster." The ghost-headed knife was surprisingly heavy, and Lei Xiao nearly fumbled it. Stowing his dagger, Lei Xiao took the ghost-headed knife with both hands. The blade made contact, but only the tip grazed the bat. His arm fully extended, he found he could not exert much force. The giant vampire bat remained suspended, its claws gripping the rock, utterly unyielding. The immobile giant bat rendered the smaller ones hanging below it equally still. That it seemed the giant vampire bat believed it was not yet threatened. It would only react when truly in danger. Very well, I shall ensure you remain motionless, Lei Xiao mused, retracting the ghost-headed knife and swinging it with force, sending it flying towards the injured, healing giant vampire bat. The bat shrieked in pain, its healing interrupted. It had been trying to recuperate while being disturbed. The ghost-headed knife plummeted downwards. The giant vampire bat took flight, ascending towards Lei Xiao, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. "Oh no!" Lei Xiao exclaimed, attempting to withdraw his knife, but the small foothold beneath him faltered, nearly sending him tumbling after the knife. Unable to draw his weapon in time, he faced the giant vampire bat's enormous claws. In a moment of desperation, Lei Xiao instinctively seized the vampire bat's claws. The next instant, he was yanked upwards by the enraged giant vampire bat, leaving the rocky wall behind. The male giant vampire bat, in pain and fury, soared rapidly through the air. Lei Xiao felt the rush of wind whipping past him as he ascended into the sky, spinning uncontrollably, and he chose to close his eyes. "Ah!" Both Guohu and Tao Xing cried out in alarm, nearly in unison. The male giant vampire bat carried Lei Xiao away, while the female, having evaded Guohu and Tao Xing, swiftly pursued them. The male vampire bat flew ahead with Lei Xiao in tow, closely followed by the female, with Guohu and Tao Xing trailing behind like shadows. Chapter 32. The Woman in the Cabin. Mu Shanchuan emerged from the mountain crevice, his face smeared with blood, a result of the dozens of smaller bats that had attacked him. Climbing back to the rocky surface, he shouted, "Lei Xiong, where have you gone?" As for Lei Xiao, he had no idea how frenzied the giant vampire bat above had become, soaring at such a rapid pace that he found it hard to cope, regardless of where the giant vampire bat landed. It was likely to return to the mountain crevice. He could not allow that to happen. With a thought, Lei Xiao freed one arm, reaching behind him to draw his dagger. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "I'm not aiming for the bat to go berserk or die instantly. The best outcome would be for it to gradually weaken and descend slowly. But will such an ideal scenario manifest? Alas, I must try. I have nothing to lose." With determination, Lei Xiao raised his dagger and thrust it upward. The blade penetrated the giant vampire bat's body, causing the creature to screech and fly even faster. Lei Xiao inwardly lamented, "These creatures truly are formidable. They are far more challenging to contend with than a fierce tiger. Their stamina is extraordinary." Lei Xiao brandished his single-edged sword and lunged at the colossal vampire bat, contemplating within. "As long as I don't fall to the ground completely, a descent from a similar height will allow me to leap down and land safely. You strike with ferocity, and I shall retaliate." With each thrust of his sword, Lei Xiao inflicted further wounds upon the enormous creature, which emitted continuous lamentations. Behind it, the female vampire bat echoed its cries, fiercely pursuing, yet unable to catch up to its male counterpart. Meanwhile, Guohu and Tao Xing were being left further behind by the two giant bats. The struggle above intensified, and Lei Xiao found himself increasingly strained. On several occasions, he nearly lost his grip entirely. With his left hand, Lei Xiao managed to grasp one of the vampire bat's claws, while his right hand raised the sword for another strike. One claw was firmly held by Lei Xiao, as the other flailed wildly. "Did I end the chaos?" The bat's erratic movements struck Lei Xiao's hand, causing him to exclaim as his sword slipped from his grasp and fell. Without his weapon, Lei Xiao was splattered with the blood gushing from the bat's severely wounded body. Above him, a claw from another giant vampire bat was his only lifeline, and he was determined not to relinquish it easily. How could he turn this perilous situation into safety? To ascend directly from the second level of martial arts to the third was an impossibility. The injured vampire bat's frantic struggles continued unabated, and Lei Xiao found it increasingly difficult to maintain his hold. He thought to himself, "At this height, landing in a tree would be a stroke of luck. Even so, I would either die or be gravely wounded." With his eyelids clamped shut, he resigned himself. Farewell forever. Ultimately, he loosened his grip and began to plummet. Guohu and Tao Xing, witnessing Lei Xiao's descent, cried out in alarm, "Brother Lei! Brother Lei!" But they were still far away, and there was no chance to save him as Lei Xiao fell closer to the ground. His speed increased, and in an instant, memories flooded his mind. Dragonfish Island, his parents who had passed, and the siblings whose fates remained unknown. He recalled his various experiences since arriving on the Wangu continent, all in a fleeting moment. Below him lay a thicket of trees, yet what awaited him was not merely foliage or the ground, but a small wooden house directly beneath him that if he were to crash onto the roof, the occupant would certainly suffer as well. However, the resident was not home, standing outside, lost in contemplation of the night sky. Unbeknownst to her, 2 beasts and 3 individuals had intruded upon her view. Initially frowning, the woman prepared to rescue Lei Xiao as soon as she saw him plummeting. She was clad in a water-green gown, with a delicate oval face and striking features, appearing to be in her 30s, though she was nearly 50, though when a person falls from a height, one who knows how to save another would not attempt a direct rescue, for it would only exacerbate the fall. The proper method is to swiftly push the falling individual away, alleviating the force of descent, resulting in at most a minor injury. Yet, this woman chose not to employ such a method. She possessed extraordinary skills. Observing Lei Xiao's descent, she spread her arms, and her flowing green garments conjured a tempest. Lei Xiao felt an unusual wind surge toward him. His body was swept aside, and he landed on the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, miraculously unharmed. Quickly rising, Lei Xiao approached the one who had saved him, bowing deeply and expressing, "Your benevolent intervention is beyond words." The woman replied, "Noticing that your martial prowess has yet to reach the 3rd level. How did you provoke that giant vampire bat? And who are those 2 third-level martial artists accompanying you?" Listening attentively, Lei Xiao summarized the events as concisely as possible. As he spoke, 2 figures approached and landed nearby. The man in black was Guo Hu, and the woman in pink was, of course, Tao Exin. While awaiting Lei Xiao's account, the green-clad woman maintained a calm demeanor, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. Meanwhile, the wounded male vampire bat soared higher into the sky, its anguished cries resonating as it ascended until it was barely visible, a mere dark speck against the backdrop of the heavens. Perhaps the higher it flew, the less pain it felt. Exhausting its remaining strength, the dying creature eventually halted its wings and plummeted down. The fallen bat crashed not far from the small wooden house, its substantial weight creating tremors upon impact as the male vampire bat soared. The female bat gazed upward, and upon witnessing her mate's demise, she swiftly descended beside him, in mourning for her fallen partner. The female vampire bat wailed incessantly before launching herself into the sky in a fury. This larger creature now posed an even greater threat. Lei Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, believing that Guo Hu and Tao Xin were equally alarmed. Having battled the gigantic vampire bats, how could they remain unperturbed? Observing the female bat ascend before diving aggressively toward them, they were left wondering what to do. Who would stand against it? They could not outrun the vampire bat, rendering escape futile. Perhaps they could only unite their efforts for a greater chance of survival. The green-clad woman, however, remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the impending assault of the enraged bat. The female vampire bat surged downward with astonishing speed. It suddenly halted midair, thwarted by the storm conjured by the woman's outstretched sleeves. The tempest swirled upwards, entwining with the descending vampire bat, creating a momentary stalemate. Can it be stopped? Tao Xion's face bore a look of concern. The green-clad woman displayed a hint of disdainful amusement. The giant bat attempted to dive downward. The upward winds continued to push against it, gradually forcing the creature higher until it ultimately retreated, abandoning its pursuit. Would the female vampire bat initiate a second attack? All eyes turned skyward, even the green-clad woman's face reflecting a newfound seriousness. After soaring back and forth in the air, the female bat suddenly shrieked and charged toward a nearby cliffside. The ground trembled beneath the onlookers as stones cascaded from above, tumbling alongside the enraged beast. Tao Xin remarked, after abandoning revenge, it chose to perish by crashing into the mountain. Guo Hu expressed his gratitude to the woman. Thank you for your assistance. The threat of the giant vampire bat has been eliminated. Lei Xiao added, however, there are still many smaller ones lurking in the mountain crevices that if we do not eradicate them, they will pose a threat once they grow. The green-clad woman replied, that will not be the case. With the two larger ones dead, the laws of nature dictate that the weaker will be preyed upon, and it is nearly impossible for the smaller bats to grow to such a size. Upon hearing this, the three felt a sense of relief. When they inquired why she dwelled alone in the forest, the woman sighed, "It is a tale from long ago, best left unspoken." What sound was that? Tao Xen heard a distant roar that resembled a beast's cry. Guohu speculated, could there be other unknown creatures lurking in the woods? Suddenly, Lei Xiao realized, it is brother Mu Shanchuan. Upon listening closely, they recognized the voice calling out, "Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Where are the people?" Chapter 33. Seeking trouble to strike you, the three hurriedly followed the sound to reunite with Mu Shanchuan. The task of eliminating the giant vampire bats had been successfully completed. The 10 individuals were lined up in a row. The leader of the Chongshan sect, Ba Huai, looked upon them with a beaming smile, declaring, "I am exceedingly pleased with the results of your mission." Hearing Ba Huai's words, Zhai Hao and Gongsun Luo lowered their heads slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as their team had achieved nothing while their counterparts had 3 third-level martial artists. They thought to themselves that they must perform better in future opportunities. Ba Huai continued, "You 10 handled the situation well, and the eradication of the giant vampire bats is a collective achievement." Xiao Taihua stood tall, exuding an air of self-importance, undoubtedly thinking that his spear had sealed their victory. Ba Huai's expression suddenly darkened, as if recalling something. After a moment, his demeanor softened as if he had made a decision. He announced, "Rest for 5 days. During this time, you may choose to return and visit your master. After 5 days, gather here at the foot of the Tianyi Peak, and you will have an opportunity to enhance your skills." With that, Ba Huai ascended into the air. The 10 individuals departed, quickly arranging their plans for the next 2 days. Zhai Hao, Wang Mili, Shui Yini, and Lei Xiao decided to leave the Chongshan sect and return to the eastern region. Setting off immediately, that Mu Shanchuan, having developed a deep bond with Lei Xiao during their climb, was reluctant to part ways. That it was Xiao Taihua who suggested, "Mu Shanchuan, why not simply take Master Air Shushu as your teacher?" Mu Shanchuan, having reluctantly bid farewell to Lei Xiao, followed Guohu and Xiao Taiyul to exterminate the giant vampire bats. The mission was expected to take no more than 5 days, and with 10 days still half a journey away. The ancestral master Ba Huai had not even mentioned the matter of the 1,000-gene hand. Lei Xiao felt it inappropriate to inquire further that in the palace where the celebrated sword Saint Xiao Yun resided. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged upon a mat, while Zhai Hao, Wang Mili, and Shui Yini had all paid their respects to their master. The day after returning to the eastern region, Lei Xiao went to the dining hall to partake in a meal. The dining area was topped with a stone ceiling, featuring stone tables and benches where one could sit at leisure. Lei Xiao settled down and picked up his chopsticks before he could even take a bite. He felt the intense gaze of a man across from him. Instinctively, he looked up and found a man in yellow attire not far away. Lei Xiao immediately recognized him in the dining hall. There were both inner disciples and outer disciples, with the latter being more numerous. The distinction lay in their attire. Outer disciples were required to wear sect robes at all times, while inner disciples could dress casually unless it was a significant occasion. The man Lei Xiao observed was clearly without sect robes, marking him as an inner disciple without a doubt. This tall and slender figure was none other than Tang Fei, with whom Lei Xiao had previously crossed swords within the 5 elements Dozu array. Indeed, this was the same individual, and after gradually learning the names of several array guardians post the 5 elements Dozu array incident, Lei Xiao distinctly remembered that this inner disciple was named Tang Fei. However, Lei Xiao could not recall Tang Fei's rank amid the numerous senior brothers and sisters preceding him, though he was aware that Tang Fei had a close relationship with Yun Lang and Yuan Bao, which meant he might very well be in trouble. Lei Xiao thought to himself, "Patience, endure for a moment, and the sea will widen. Soon, he and his companions would set off to return, and any trouble would likely pass for the time being." Feigning ignorance of Tang Fei's ill intentions, Lei Xiao lowered his head to hastily finish his meal, eager to leave the scene. Yet, when he glanced up as he prepared to depart, Tang Fei had vanished without a trace. Scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of Tang Fei or any of his companions. Zhai Hao, Wang Mili, or Shui Yini. Exiting the dining hall, Lei Xiao quickened his pace back to his residence in the eastern region, hoping nothing would go awry. Yet, the thought lingered that if nothing truly was amiss, how could he continue? He moved briskly, mirroring the hurried steps of the chief family when they sought refuge at Chongshan sect. Lei Xiao could not run, for he must not reveal his unstable mindset, so he opted for a quick walk instead. A shout echoed from around a bend in the mountain. Lei Shidi. Wait, from the tone, he surmised the identity of the speaker with considerable certainty. When the person emerged, it was none other than the tall, slender man in yellow, Tang Fei. Lei Shidi. Why the rush? Tang Fei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lei Xiao promptly stepped forward and bowed, addressing him. Tang Shixiang. Tang Fei nodded, his cold smirk only intensifying. Feigning ignorance, Lei Xiao inquired, Shixiang, what brings you here to wait for me? Tang Fei scanned the vicinity and, seeing no one else, replied, I am here to witness a few moves from Lei Shidi's recent training that do not be stingy. I hope you will impart your skills. Inwardly cursing, Lei Xiao realized this was clearly an attempt to provoke him. It was evident that his performance at Tianti Peak had long been reported back, that I have no skills to show, he thought. Ignoring his hesitations, Tang Fei pressed closer, stating, if you are too shy, I shall take the initiative. It is known that not only the virtuous have friends. The essence of friendship does not depend on one's character. Yun Lang may be unscrupulous, yet Tang Fei believed that. Irrespective of Yun Lang's actions, he had treated him fairly. Having been frustrated by Yuan Bao's half-year of wall-sitting, Tang Fei could no longer suppress his urge. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. If he did not strike now, when would he? Regardless of whether Lei Xiao was prepared, Tang Fei swung a punch at him. Lei Xiao sidestepped, refusing to engage, retreating continuously, his intent clear. He did not wish to fight. Tang Fei, however, had no intention of relenting. With the first punch thrown, a second kick followed. While evading, Lei Xiao remarked, Tang Shixiang, your techniques are exquisite, that I have already experienced your prowess in the Duzi array, that I recognize I am no match for you and would never dare to challenge your skill. No matter how much Lei Xiao retreated or pleaded, Tang Fei was resolute. Fight. Recognizing he was outmatched, Lei Xiao chose retreat over confrontation, aiming to avoid provoking Tang Fei. However, it was not long before he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. As Tang Fei intensified his assault, a sweeping kick struck Lei Xiao, sending him tumbling to the ground. Unrelenting, Tang Fei stepped forward, placing a foot on Lei Xiao's face. With great effort, Lei Xiao managed to speak. Tang Shixiang, I have already stated that I am not your opponent. Tang Fei scoffed in response. What would Tang Fei do next? Would he exert force on that foot? Did Lei Xiao's plea for mercy hold any weight? Tang Fei's expression reflected a chilling smile. Surveying the area, he noted that the commotion had not attracted any attention. Leaning down, he whispered to Lei Xiao, Boy, do you yield? Lei Xiao responded readily, Shixiang, why would I ever say I yield? Tang Fei seemed to disregard Lei Xiao's words, his cold demeanor only intensifying as he spat. You dare to say I yield? Pale, Lei Xiao exclaimed, Shixiang, that's not true. Tang Fei began to apply pressure with his foot. Do it, and see if you dare, came the cry from above. Who could it be? A beautiful woman in a pale yellow dress hurried down from a height. Lei Xiao called out, Wang Shijie. The newcomer was indeed Wang Meili. Tang Fei quickly retracted his foot and steadied his breath, greeting her with a strained smile, as if to suggest he had no involvement in the situation. Lei Xiao rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt as he offered Wang Meili a charming smile. Wang Meili leaned in and softly asked, Lei Shidi, are you all right? Her voice was filled with concern, and no worries, Lei Xiao replied repeatedly. Tang Fei offered no explanations, and Wang Meili did not require any. She fixed her gaze on Tang Fei, her voice icy as she stated, if you wish to be expelled from the sect like Yun Lang, or face a wall like Yuan Bao, then continue with this behavior. Before Tang Fei could respond, Wang Meili took Lei Xiao's arm and led him away from Tang Fei's side. Tang Fei stood there, stunned. The 10 selected individuals reconvened at the foot of Tianti Peak. Zhong Bahuai, with a grave expression, surveyed the 10 who stood side by side and remarked, A few days have swiftly passed. And I trust you all remember my words from a few days ago. I previously mentioned that after a period of leniency, you would soon encounter an opportunity to enhance your strength. That opportunity is now at hand. I must clarify in advance. Not all 10 of you will necessarily improve. Seizing the opportunity is essential. It is quite possible that only 1 or 2 of you will achieve an enhancement. He continued, in the northern region of our Chongshan sect, there lies an area that is strictly off-limits, filled with numerous secrets. Previously, when 4 of you reported on your mission to eliminate the giant vampire bats in the northern region, you mentioned that the male beast was gravely injured and perished while the female beast met its end by crashing into a mountain, thereby obscuring the owner of the small wooden house in the forest, a woman clad in green. This was indeed the intention of the woman in green. Zhong Bahuai elaborated, what is most precious in that area is a speaking pearl. Among you 10, whoever finds this pearl first will discover that it possesses extraordinary intelligence, yet remains closed off at its heart. Should you manage to unlock its heart, you shall undoubtedly reap great benefits. Chapter 34. Those 4 words. The 10 selected individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. What could a speaking pearl possibly be like? Zhong Bahuai proclaimed, you may set off at once. When will it end? It will conclude when you accomplish your task. With that, Zhong Bahuai ascended into the sky. Xiao Taiyuel was the first to voice his frustration. If we never find that pearl, will we not have to remain here indefinitely? No one responded. After a moment, Guohu suggested, let us move out. The peculiar pearl will not reveal itself if we linger here. Responding to his call, everyone set off. Having entered the dense forest of the northern region of Chongshan sect, the towering trees and thick foliage were indeed daunting. Zhai Hao was the first to halt, prompting the others to stop as well. Frowning, Zhai Hao remarked, in this vast sea of trees, we are like searching for a needle in a haystack. Where shall we seek that peculiar pearl? What should we do? Guohu inquired. Zhai Hao replied, we should split up. That would yield more effective results. Gongsun Luo suggested, shall we divide into groups like last time? 5 per group? Zhai Hao shook his head. Wang Mili explained, the more dispersed we are, the more thorough our search will be. Xiao Taiyuel, growing impatient, countered, why divide at all? We can act independently. Tao Xine interjected urgently, that is not advisable. Why not? Xiao Taiyuel pressed, fixing his gaze on Tao Xine, demanding an explanation. Tao Xine glanced at Lei Xiao and explained, setting aside the beasts, if wild animals appear in the forest, Brother Lei would be unable to protect himself. Xiao Taiyuel muttered under his breath. Even a mere second-stage novice wants to join the fray. Unexpectedly, the words of Xiao Taihua were overheard by the imposing Mu Shanchuan, who pointed a hefty finger at Lei Xiao and inquired of Xiao Taihua, is Brother Lei at the initial stage of the second rank? But has he grown arrogant? Shui Yini responded, they are paired as a duo. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will be able to look out for one another. Agreed. Tao Xan affirmed, I shall partner with Brother L. At that moment, a minor incident occurred. Tao Xan thought to herself, no one should disdain Brother Lei. I will stand by him. Mu Shanchuan felt a beat late to the game and, still contemplating his chance, declared, I wish to partner with Brother Lei. His words went unheeded, as if the very air had chosen to overlook him. It was then that Wang Mili, with a surprising declaration, stated, I will partner with Brother Mu. This revelation caught everyone off guard. As Wang Mili spoke, she stole a glance at Zhai Hao, only to find him indifferent, remaining close to Shui Yini. Wang Mili's heart sank with tears. Yet she recognized that the situation was now set in stone, leaving no room for alteration. Slightly tilting her head, she pretended not to notice Zhai Hao, having already made her decision in her heart. Mu Shanchuan, elated by the choice of a lovely girl, grinned widely. The pairs were established. Lei Xiao with Tao Xine, Wang Mili with Mu Shanchuan, Zhai Hao with Shui Yini, Guohu with Xiao Taihua, and Gongsun Luo with Wu Yaozheng. As Lei Xiao and Tao Xine walked side by side. He spoke little, merely responding with an occasional Tao Xine seemed to genuinely enjoy Lei Xiao's company. Ever since it had been just the two of them, her smile had not wavered. Her laughter was incessant as she sought topics to discuss with him. Lei Xiao consistently avoided opportunities to be alone with Tao Xine. But despite his attempts to evade, he found himself cornered. This moment of solitude was undoubtedly a result of Tao Xine's determination. Tao brother, my heart longs to hear you say 4 words, she declared. 4 words. Lei Xiao was momentarily at a loss, unsure of her intent, and hesitated to respond. Tao Xine stepped forward, positioning herself before him, prompting Lei Xiao to halt. He stood there, unable to meet her gaze. Slightly turning his head, refraining from inquiring about the 4 words she had mentioned. Tao Xine's voice was gentle, yet resolute. Brother Lei, if you do not utter those 4 words, I shall stand here with you indefinitely. Lei Xiao, feeling pressured, asked which 4 words. Tao Xing paused before revealing. Xiao. Exin Mangshi, a jolt of surprise coursed through Lei Xiao that he realized that this girl had been keenly observing him, having already pinpointed him as the one who had once exclaimed Xiao Xian Mangshi. Lei Xiao's heart sank as he lamented. How is it that this girl is more audacious than I? It was she who was bared before my eyes, yet it feels as though I am the one being exposed now. Speak, Tao Xine urged, her playful smile evident. If you remain silent, Brother Lei cannot leave. Lei Xiao nodded, finally saying, I will. Tao Xine nodded in approval, her expression one of praise for his compliance. Summoning his courage, Lei Xiao finally uttered the word Xiao Xian Mangshi. His voice barely recognizable even to himself. Tao Xine burst into laughter, her joy almost overwhelming. However, her demeanor shifted as she said earnestly, Brother Lei, do not jest. I am sincere. Use your true voice louder, just 4 words. And you shall free my heart? What is it they say? A common adage goes, you can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Realizing that he could no longer procrastinate, Lei Xiao resolved. It is merely 4 words. If this girl can be so carefree, why should I linger? With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and called out, Xiao Ximeng Shi. After speaking, he hesitated to open his eyes, fearing the wrath of the woman before him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Tao Xing had turned away. She took a few steps forward, her gait somewhat unsteady. Lei Xiao quickly caught up, remaining silent, but mustering the courage to grasp the sleeve of her garment. Tao Xing made no resistance, continuing onward. Both remained silent as they walked together. How much time passed? Where had they ventured? It mattered little. They simply moved forward as dusk fell. The forest around them grew ominous and wild. Unbeknownst to them, Lei Xiao's hand had shifted from holding Tao Xing's sleeve to entwining their fingers together. In the distance, a voice echoed, somewhat muffled, sounding like the roar of a ferocious beast. Lei Xiao and Tao Xing reacted simultaneously, realizing it was indeed Mu Shanchuan calling out. What had transpired? Surely, Mu Shanchuan's shout would summon any who heard it. The roar of the beast likely sent it fleeing. They needed to return and investigate. Tao Xing's expression turned serious as she leapt into the air. Lei Xiao glanced up at her, pondering whether she could indeed fly. Upon her return, she said, Brother Lei, I will take you with me. Lei Xiao hesitated, asking, if you take me, can you still fly? Just be cautious. Care leads to longevity, Tao Xing replied, extending her arms. Lei Xiao thought, what is she doing? A frontal embrace? Brother Lei, turn around. Tao Xing instructed that he complied without question. Tao Xing placed her hands under his ribs, exclaiming, up we go. They ascended a short distance, stabilizing themselves as they moved at a moderate pace toward Mu Shanchuan's call. By the time they arrived, Zhai Hao, Shui Yini, Guahu, and Xiao Taiwa were already present. Gongsun Luo and Wu Yaozhong had not yet arrived, likely too far away, as Mu Shanchuan's shout would have gone unheard by them. Mu Shidi, come down, Mu brother, descend. Guahu and Zhai Hao called from below. Xiao Taiwa stood beside Guahu, maintaining a stoic expression, while Shui Yini appeared anxious. As Guahu grew increasingly impatient, he stepped into the air, attempting to reach Mu Shanchuan, who remained perched atop a tree. After much hollering with no results, Mu Shanchuan finally descended at a leisurely pace. What on earth happened? Indeed, what transpired? Guahu and Zhai Hao pressed for answers. Lei Xiao noted the absence of Wang Meili. While it could be understood that Gongsun Luo and Wu Yaozhong were too far to hear, Wang Meili had initially been with Mu Shanchuan. Why had she allowed him to climb a tree and shout while she disappeared? A nagging feeling settled in Lei Xiao's heart. He surmised that Wang Meili must have ventured far away. As Mu Shanchuan recounted the events, it confirmed Lei Xiao's suspicions. Wang Meili's departure had indeed been a deliberate choice. Wang Meili had walked silently alongside Mu Shanchuan, her heart in turmoil. Time passed, and after much internal struggle, she made her decision. Though reluctant, it seemed the only choice she could make. Stopping in her tracks, she addressed Mu Shanchuan earnestly. Mu brother, I must take my leave that if a reason is required, I am but an extraneous presence. Mu Shanchuan scratched his head, grinning widely. What do you mean, Miss Wang? I do not quite understand. Wang Meili managed a bittersweet smile, explaining, Here's the thing, Mu brother, if you ascend a tree and call out loudly, those who have left will return, and they will surely provide you with an explanation. With that, Wang Mili soared into the air, vanishing from Mu Shanchuan's sight in no time. Reluctantly, he climbed a tree and shouted aloud. Chapter 35. The swarm of magic bees, Shui Yini murmured. How could senior sister Wang? Zhai Hao lowered his head in contemplation. Though it was brief, he soon raised his gaze, stating, those who have departed are already gone. We can only hope to reunite in the future. At present, we must not lose our focus. Remember why we are here. The wondrous beads await discovery, and their secrets must be unraveled, that we should not linger here for the sake of one who has left. We must proceed with haste. Most had come to realize that Wang Mili's departure was tied to Zhai Hao, who appeared to exude an air of aloofness. Yet Shui Yini understood that beneath Zhai Hao's seemingly indifferent exterior lay deeper complexities. It was not the right time to inquire. Shui Yini could only wait for a more opportune moment. Guohu remarked, Sister Wang has departed, and we must plan our next moves carefully. Mu Shidi cannot venture alone. That would surely lead to trouble. Therefore, it would be best for Mu Shidi to accompany me and Xiao Shidi. Xiao Taiwan interjected with a sardonic tone. That is fine, but whether one walks with Mu Shixiang or not, it is still a matter of relying solely on one's legs. What of walking on legs? Mu Shanchuan scratched his head, pondering, isn't that what legs are for? Xiao Tiehua's disdainful implication was lost on him. Guohu shot a glare at Xiao Taihua, silently urging him to be quiet. Though Xiao Taihua ceased his comments, his expression remained defiant. At this moment, Tao Xen spoke up, Mu Gu, you shall accompany me and Brother Lei. After all, we are not in a hurry. Wherever we go is fine. Mu Shanchuan grinned broadly. I like being with you too. I enjoy spending time with Brother Lei. Thus, the group split once more to embark on their journey. With Mu Shanchuan by their side, Lei Xiao felt less inclined to hold hands as before. Having resolved their earlier tension, Lei Xiao found himself engaging more with Tao Xien. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Shanchuan's presence served to alleviate some awkwardness. Though more often than not, he simply became a towering distraction. That night enveloped the surroundings. A campfire was lit, and the three of them gathered around its warmth. The campfire crackled and popped, accompanied by the tumultuous growls emanating from Mu Shanchuan's stomach. Tao Xien rose to her feet and addressed Lei Xiao and Mu Shanchuan, saying, the forest becomes increasingly perilous at night. You both must remain in your spots and refrain from wandering. I shall venture out to find something to eat. Upon hearing about food, Mu Shanchuan exclaimed that he wanted to join her. Tao Xian's expression darkened as she replied, if you go, then I shall not. Lei Xiao interjected, advising Mu Shanchuan, if you set out, the odds are heavily against you returning. You may find yourself lost in the woods. Fearful, Mu Shanchuan settled back down in place. Tao Xen then ascended into the air and drifted away, gazing at the flickering flames. Lei Xiao listened to the gurgling sounds from Mu Shanchuan's belly, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. The lamentations of Mu Shanchuan jolted Lei Xiao back to reality. Has Tao Xen been gone so long because she has found food and is feasting without us? Lei Xiao could only manage a bitter smile in response. Suddenly, Mu Shanchuan stood up like an iron tower, causing Lei Xiao to startle and ask, what are you doing? Mu Shanchuan declared, I am going to find Tao Xen and see what delicious morsel she may be savoring. Lei Xiao hastily stood, exclaiming, you must not go. Tao Xen instructed us to wait here patiently for her return. If we leave and she comes back to find us gone, what then? How could she not find us? Mu Shanchuan retorted, already resolute in his decision, stating, I will seek her out. You stay put. With that, Mu Shanchuan strode forward, quickly vanishing into the darkened woods. Lei Xiao could not pursue him, knowing that waiting in place was the better option if they hoped for Tao Xian's return. He thought to himself, I had not anticipated that hunger would render Mu Shanchuan so disobedient. Had I known, I would not have brought him along. As Lei Xiao fidgeted with worry, Tao Xen returned, bearing 3 mountain chickens and 2 rabbits strung together by a chain. Upon noticing Mu Shanchuan's absence, her face paled as she inquired of Lei Xiao, where has Mu Gu gone? Lei Xiao succinctly recounted the situation, hardly caring for food, as they both hoped Mu Shanchuan had not strayed too far. They hurriedly began their search, determining the direction in which Mu Shanchuan had ventured, quickening their pace while calling out, Mu Gu! Mu Gu! To their surprise, they heard an echo in response. Not too far ahead, it was Mu Shanchuan's voice, yet it sounded more like a cry of agony than a reply to their calls. As they approached closer, Lei Xiao and Tao Exin discerned a cacophony of buzzing sounds. "What is that noise?" Lei Xiao asked. There was no reply, for Tao Exin was equally perplexed as Lei Xiao contemplated moving even closer. Tao Exin, sensing danger, blocked his path with her arm and warned urgently, "Lei Gu, do not advance. We must be cautious." What lay ahead? Tao Exin, aware that Mu Shanchuan's martial prowess was akin to her own, realized that if he could not handle the situation, neither could she, especially with Lei Xiao, who was only at the initial stages of the second tier, by her side. The buzzing sound drew nearer to them. Tao Exin exclaimed, "Oh no, it's bees. What wind?" Lei Xiao momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Tao Exin clarified, "It's not the wind. It's bees with poisonous stingers." That as she spoke, she grasped Lei Xiao and ascended into the air. Lei Xiao, puzzled, asked, "How did Mu Ge provoke them?" Tao Exin, unsure, ventured, "If Mu Shanchuan was hungry, what mischief might he not engage in?" Just as Lei Xiao was about to suggest they investigate the epicenter of the commotion, a golden tempest of bees surged through the air. Tao Exin gasped, "Mother, how many bees are there?" Lei Xiao murmured, "It seems Mu Ge is in grave peril." Mu Shanchuan, being of considerable stature, was not easily overwhelmed. At that moment, he drew closer to Lei Xiao and Tao Exin, shouting, "What kind of bees are these? They don't sting with their tails, but with their heads." Upon hearing this, Tao Exin gasped, "They are magic needle bees." "What are magic needle bees?" Lei Xiao inquired. "They are a type of diminutive demon beast," Tao Exin responded. "Magic needle bees excel in collective combat, rivaling even larger demon beasts." Concerned, Lei Xiao remarked, "What about Mu Ge?" Tao Exin glanced back, biting her lip, and said, "We cannot concern ourselves with him now. A swarm is headed our way, and they are attacking from behind." That as she spoke, Tao Exin tightened her grip on Lei Xiao and soared higher. Just as Lei Xiao was about to question her about their altitude, another swarm of magic needle bees surged forth from below, charging at them. Tao Exin lunged forward, and Lei Xiao thought, "Thank goodness we are in the air. Otherwise, we would surely be in danger." The swarm from below converged with the one above, relentlessly pursuing the swiftly moving Tao Exin. She whispered in Lei Xiao's ear, "Lei Gu, if you cannot endure, just close your eyes. If you provoke these bees, they will not relent easily." Lei Xiao asked, "Is there any way to escape?" Tao Exin replied, "Bees are frightened of fire and smoke, but we have no opportunity to ignite anything now." Lei Xiao lamented, "Is there truly no solution? We cannot simply flee indefinitely." Tao Exin stated, "All we can do is flee. That a few days after I arrived at Chongshan sect, a senior brother went to the back mountain to pick fruit, accidentally provoking the magic needle bees. That he was stung by the venomous bees, and even the master had no way to help him. It was only after acquiring a medicinal pill from the ancestor that he survived. That was when I first learned of the magic needle bees' ferocity." Tao Exin's brow furrowed as she continued, "I recall hearing from the master that the magic needle bees fiercely guard their honey. It is highly likely that Mu Ge has climbed a tree to steal honey." Lei Xiao, forcing a bitter smile, asked, "If we continue this chase, what is the most likely outcome?" Tao Exin hesitated, not immediately responding. When Lei Xiao was about to press further, Tao Exin spoke up. "The most probable outcome is that I will exhaust myself, and we will both plummet from this height, shattering into pieces." "Shattering into pieces," Lei Xiao echoed, his tone not overly frantic. After all, this was his second time in such a high place. The first time, he had faced a giant vampire BAT this moment. Tao Exin posed a rather poignant question. "Lei Ge, would you be willing to fall together with me?" For a moment, Lei Xiao was at a loss for words. Tao Exin, clutching Lei Xiao in front, felt the swarm of magic needle bees trailing closely behind. The distance that had once been 10 zhang was now gradually diminishing. 9 zhang, 8 zhang, and soon less than 5 zhang. Tao Exin whispered in Lei Xiao's ear, "Lei Ge, I can no longer hold on. Prepare yourself, for we are about to fall together." Lei Xiao thought, "Prepare? What preparation can be made?" Despite his strength, without having reached the third tier, he felt utterly powerless. That as Tao Exin's strength waned, she could no longer maintain her grip on Lei Xiao. And they were separated, falling from a height not far apart. There was no heart-wrenching scream of impending doom, only two bodies falling freely. Below, in the forest, stood a modest wooden cabin. This scene felt eerily familiar. Lei Xiao briefly closed his eyes, only to open them and confirm that what he saw was not an illusion that he thought. I cannot believe we have returned here. The woman outside the cabin had not initially been there. It was the buzzing sound that had drawn her out. She looked up at the sky. The moon, obscured, appeared even more hazy as two figures descended from above, the buzzing sound trailing behind them like a golden canopy. The woman murmured, "So many magic needle bees," as they drew closer. The woman in green recognized the two falling from the sky, puzzled by the sight of a young girl of the mid-third tier plummeting along with a boy of less than the third tier. "We must save them first," she thought, preparing to act. With a flourish of her sleeves, the woman summoned a tempest. Countless magic needle bees were swept away as Lei Xiao caught Tao Exin in his arms, and they tumbled to the ground. The woman in green continued to wave her sleeves, conjuring a storm that faced the innumerable magic needle bees. Initially, the bees were unwilling to concede, but as the storm surged, they had no choice but to relent. As the swarm dissipated, the moonlight shone through once more. The woman in green stood still, watching as Lei Xiao helped Tao Exin to her feet. It was then that she realized the young girl accompanying Lei Xiao had indeed exhausted her strength. A smile graced the woman's face as she addressed Lei Xiao and Tao Exin. What a coincidence to meet again so soon. Lei Xiao's expression turned awkward as he thought, "Twice now, I have found myself falling from a height." Tao Exin, supported by Lei Xiao, appeared as though she would collapse if he released her arm. The woman in green, displaying kindness, said, "Let us not linger here. Come inside and rest." Seeing Tao Exin's evident fatigue, Lei Xiao readily agreed without further argument. The wooden cabin was far simpler than the living quarters of the disciples at Chongshan sect, containing only a hastily constructed wooden bed and nothing else. The bedding and pillow were both intricately woven from grass. Tao Exin reclined upon the wooden bed, her head resting on the pillow, comfortably covered by the bedding. The woman in green and Lei Xiao sat at the edge of the bed in succession. Lei Xiao, contemplating the woman's age, remarked, "Sister, encountering you twice in such a manner truly indicates a fateful connection. This time, when we depart, I implore you to join us." Upon hearing these words, the woman momentarily appeared dazed. Observing her reaction, Lei Xiao pondered whether he had misspoken. At last, the woman in green spoke, letting out a gentle sigh. "Having settled here, how could I possibly leave so easily?" The woman reminisced about her past. Long suppressed in her heart for many years, she was in dire need of someone to confide in, someone to listen. It turned out that this woman in green was not the sister referred to by Lei Xiao, but rather Zhong Lianyi, the daughter of the esteemed patriarch Ba Huai of the Chongshan sect. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, her actual age had reached nearly 50. The events transpired when Zhong Lianyi was not yet 20 years old. One clear morning, a letter was placed before Ba Huai, the patriarch of the Chongshan sect. As he held the letter in hand, he nodded repeatedly while reading its contents, which had been delivered by his eldest disciple, Li Jintian. The message was succinct, an offer of marriage to Ba Huai's only daughter. Zhong Lianyi was now 17, her beauty renowned far and wide. The prospect of her union with his esteemed disciple seemed a delightful notion, and a smile began to grace Ba Huai's face. However, when Zhong Lianyi learned of the marriage proposal, she shook her head fervently, resolutely opposing the union. And no matter how Ba Huai pleaded, his entreaties fell on deaf ears. At that time, Zhong Lianyi's mother was still alive, and even her attempts to persuade their daughter proved futile. Sensing her daughter's distress, Zhong Lianyi's mother inquired privately, eventually uncovering the truth. Her daughter had set her affections on Xiao Yun. Li Jintian's junior disciple, Ba Huai, engaged in a serious conversation with his daughter, furrowing his brow. "My dear, do you not realize that if you were to pair with Xiao Yun, where would that leave Li Jintian?" Lianyi countered, "If I marry your eldest disciple, there would be no barriers between the brothers. What then of my happiness, father?" Ba Huai's expression turned pained as he replied, "My child, your actions could very well jeopardize the gradually forming Chongshan sect." Zhong Lianyi pouted defiantly. Adopting an attitude of indifference, Ba Huai began to pace the room. Weariness etched upon his brow, while Zhong Lianyi's mother exchanged glances with both her husband and daughter, her face reflecting helplessness. Eventually, Ba Huai halted his steps, gazing at his daughter. "I have an idea. Let us give it a try." In the room, with Ba Huai seated, the esteemed Xiao Yun stood respectfully before him, and no one else was present. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Lianyi was eavesdropping. Hidden from view, Hui addressed Xiao Yun, my child. I have summoned you today merely to engage in casual conversation. Tell me, if there were a lady who cherished you deeply and wished to accompany you, would you forsake the Chongshan sect for her? Xiao Yun replied with unwavering conviction, Master, you jest. I am wholly devoted to the Chongshan sect. At that moment, Zhong Lianyi had no ulterior motives. Indeed, given that only the two of them were present, Xiao Yun could hardly respond otherwise. Had he known that the lady in question was Zhong Lianyi herself, he might have readily acquiesced. One could only surmise that Hui was indeed a step ahead. Returning to her room, Zhong Lianyi wept bitterly upon her bed. Ultimately, she resolved that for the sake of the Chongshan sect's flourishing future, to preserve the bonds between the brothers, and to avoid compromising her own desires, she would choose to seclude herself in the northern region of the Chongshan sect. She instructed her father, as the patriarch, you hold the authority. Thus, establish a decree forbidding anyone from disturbing me. The My decision is final. Before parting, she requested a moment alone with Xiao Yun. Hui consented to their meeting under certain conditions. First, they could not express their affections. Second, their time together must not exceed 1 hour. In that hour, Zhong Lianyi experienced great joy, even though she restrained herself from uttering the word love. During their time together, Xiao Yun inquired about her unusual demeanor, to which Zhong Lianyi replied, This is our final meeting, for I must depart for a distant place, and I will be gone for quite some time. Xiao Yun pressed further, asking where she was going and if it was truly necessary. Zhong Lianyi responded, To learn, I simply must go. As they prepared to part, Zhong Lianyi requested a token from Xiao Yun. Momentarily taken aback, he contemplated what he might offer her. Ultimately, he gifted her a green dress, stating that it was unique, a keepsake from his late mother. This garment unmistakably revealed Xiao Yun's feelings for Zhong Lianyi. In the ensuing years, the northern region of the Chongshan sect became a designated forbidden zone as decreed by Hui. Zhong Lianyi, the junior disciple, effectively vanished from the sight of her 3 senior brothers in the second year of Zhong Lianyi's sorrowful retreat. Her mother passed away, and Hui bid farewell to his residence beneath the latter peak, relocating to a small stone dwelling atop the peak. After Zhong Lianyi finished her tale, Lei Xiao bowed his head in contemplation, and Tao Xen fell into a reverie. That I understand now, Lei Xiao murmured. It is likely as such. Tao Xin and the woman in green turned their gazes toward Lei Xiao that a window in the small wooden cabin was ajar, allowing the cool night air to flow freely. With moonlight cascading in, the glow illuminated Lei Xiao's upturned face. Lei Xiao remarked, Has Master Gu never heard of a talking pearl existing in this northern region of the Chongshan sect? Zhong Lianyi nodded in agreement. Our revered ancestor has tasked us with seeking this miraculous talking pearl, yet it is not truly a pearl but a person. The beloved of our ancestor. It is Master Gu, Tao Xen exclaimed, her realization dawning. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lianyi laughed coldly. That a beloved? How absurd! 30 years have I lived alone in this forest. Do you think a mere phrase like beloved could suffice to resolve everything? Zhong Lianyi endeavored to keep her tone calm, suppressing her feelings as she posed a question to Lei Xiao and Tao Xen. If you were in my position, would you choose to forgive? Tao Xin was at a loss for words. Lei Xiao fell into a brief silence before stating, If our parents were still alive. The visage of Zhong Lianyi darkened with sorrow. That I have long been separated from my parents, Lei Xiao continued, pausing for a moment before adding, Shiner has never known her parents. The room fell into silence. Chapter 37. A long-awaited reunion. Lei Xiao said, Master Gu, as long as one is still alive, even the most tangled knots can be unraveled. Let us not remain in this deadlock, lest it diminish our humanity. Tao Xen added, Master Gu, we can all see that our ancestor is determined to reconcile. Leave this northern region, Master Gu, and rejoin the world. Zhong Lianyi turned her head away, opting to remain silent. Tao Xin glanced at Lei Xiao, seeking a solution. Lei Xiao rose, adjusting his speech rhythm before speaking. Master Gu, I have an idea. Zhong Lianyi turned back to look at Lei Xiao. He continued, My master, the Blade Saint, rarely departs from the eastern region of the Chongshan sect. Why not let Shiner and I facilitate a meeting between you and my master? What has transpired in the past should remain in the past. How do you feel about this, Master Gu? Surprised by Lei Xiao's suggestion, Zhong Lianyi's eyes brightened. It resonated with her own thoughts. "Are you serious?" she asked, her excitement palpable. Lei Xiao replied earnestly, "I hope for your liberation from solitude." Master Gu. Zhong Lianyi responded sincerely, "If I could be with Xiao Yun, even for just a day, my heart's desire would be fulfilled." Having identified the talking pearl, which referred to Zhong Lianyi, Lei Xiao devised a plan to visit the eastern region of the Chongshan sect to meet his master. The Blade Saint, concerned about potential obstacles, Tao Xaiyan insisted on accompanying Lei Xiao. Despite her claims of recovery, he understood that her strength had been depleted, making a swift recovery unlikely. Zhong Lianyi possessed far greater prowess. Yet she lacked the means to easily transfer her abilities to Tao Xaiyan for an immediate recuperation. Zhong Lianyi proposed, "How about this? Young Lady Tao, rest in the room for now. During this time, I will go outside with Xiao Lei and impart a skill to him." Tao Xaiyan smiled, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. Inside the small cabin, as Tao Xaiyan lay down to rest, Lei Xiao and Zhong Lianyi stepped outside. Standing face to face, mere feet apart, Zhong Lianyi initiated the conversation with a question. "Are you familiar with the elemental affinity that the Chongshan sect specializes in?" "Wind," Lei Xiao replied. Zhong Lianyi nodded. "Correct. The tempests I conjure with my arms are the result of years of accumulated power. Mastering it would be quite challenging. However, I possess a technique known as the Wind Shield, which is a marvel of concentrated energy. The screen Wind Shield, effortlessly conjured with a simple wave of the arm, manifests as a shield of condensed wind, adept at repelling enemy advances, provided, of course, that such assaults remain within the bounds of one's endurance." That a glimmer of excitement danced in Lei Xiao's eyes as he softly uttered 3 words, "Screen Wind Shield." Zhong Lianyi acknowledged with a nod, her left hand mimicking the flutter of a butterfly as it swiftly swept from left to right, her right hand gliding beneath in a motion akin to painting. In the next moment, an invisible shield materialized before her. Zhong Lianyi beckoned to Lei Xiao, saying, "Come, attempt a frontal assault on me." As Lei Xiao prepared to throw a punch, she cautioned, "Be careful, don't injure yourself." He promptly lowered his raised arm. Lei Xiao then snapped a twig in his hand and returned to face Zhong Lianyi, who smiled as he poked forward with the branch. Confused, Lei Xiao realized he had not struck anything. Zhong Lianyi remarked, "The screen wind shield cannot remain for too long." She executed the screen wind shield a second time. As Lei Xiao thrust the twig forward, he felt a surge of force sweeping against him, causing him to exclaim as the branch unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. Soaring into the air, he glanced at the small wooden house, uncertain if Tao Xaiyan had fallen asleep, fearing that his earlier shout might have disturbed her. Zhong Lianyi addressed Lei Xiao, saying, "Now, I shall teach you how to switch control of the screen wind shield." Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao focused intently. "Watch my gestures." Zhong Lianyi commenced her instruction. As dawn broke, Lei Xiao finally succeeded in conjuring his first screen wind shield. He let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "At last, I have witnessed some progress." Zhong Lianyi bore no trace of disdain for his perceived clumsiness, openly expressing, "I had anticipated that it would take you 10 days to half a month to achieve your first screen wind shield. Remarkably, you have done so in less than a night's effort." Entering the small wooden house, they found Tao Xaiyan still asleep. Zhong Lianyi and Lei Xiao quietly sat beside her bed. Tao Xaiyan's health had significantly improved, having endured the rigors of martial training, and she was now nearly fully recovered. As she sensed the slight movement beside her, she opened her eyes and turned her head. Seeing her awaken, Lei Xiao inquired with concern, "How do you feel? Did you rest well?" Tao Xaiyan softly replied with a gentle and the next moment she attempted to rise from the bed. Zhong Lianyi interjected, "Why the haste? We can have something to eat first." "Eat?" Lei Xiao wondered what they would consume. Just then, Zhong Lianyi mentioned, "Not far from here, there is a pond that hosts a species of phosphorus-free fish, which is quite delicious done on both visits to this small wooden house." Lei Xiao had overlooked where the cooking was done, but he then asked Zhong Lianyi, "Should we grill it or boil it?" "I do not know how to cook." Zhong Lianyi's smile was genuine as she responded, "The phosphorus-free fish from that pond is delightful when eaten fresh." Inwardly, Lei Xiao exclaimed, "Goodness, here stands my esteemed master, living alone in this forest, subsisting on wild fruits and the fresh fish for 30 years. Neither he nor Tao Xaiyan had ever experienced such a lifestyle, and thus they politely declined Zhong Lianyi's generous offer. Just as they were about to take their leave, Lei Xiao suddenly had a thought and said to Zhong Liani, "Master, why not consider this approach?" In the palace of the renowned sword Saint Xiao Yun, the sudden appearance of Lei Xiao prompted a surprised from Xiao Yun, who quickly adjusted his attire and knelt. Calling him master, Xiao Yun asked, "Did you just return from Heaven's Ladder Peak? What brings you back? Has something occurred?" Lei Xiao replied earnestly, "Master, I have returned to bring you to see something of great importance." His cryptic statement left Xiao Yun perplexed, prompting him to ask, "What is this mysterious object?" "Come with me, and you shall understand," Lei Xiao replied, turning to lead the way. Xiao Yun thought to himself, "What trickery is this young one up to?" and followed closely behind. Not far from the palace, Lei Xiao halted before a large stone. Xiao Yun approached and asked, "What do you wish for me to see? Is it here?" Lei Xiao nodded earnestly and then gently clapped his hands 3 times. Xiao Yun focused intently as a figure emerged from behind the stone. The young woman appeared youthful, her heart-shaped face radiating a unique charm. Clad in green, Xiao Yun immediately recognized the significance of the garment. This green attire had been a cherished possession left by his mother. Many years ago, he had gifted it to someone of great importance to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Yun stammered, "Where did this green garment come from? Is it her? It must be her. Where is she now? Why does she not come to meet me? What has happened?" It was evident to all that the renowned sword Saint Xiao Yun held profound concern for Zhong Liani. With no one else around, Lei Xiao recounted the truth of the situation. Xiao Yun stood in stunned silence, processing the revelation that in the northern region of the Chongshan sect, the renowned sword Saint Xiao Yun reunited with Zhong Liani after many years. They appeared to be of similar age, and both had changed little in appearance, still reminiscent of their youthful selves. Martial practitioners, upon reaching a certain level, inevitably intertwined their cultivation with inner reflection that moment. Zhong Liani donned Tao Xian's attire to ease the difficulty of summoning Xiao Yun there, having exchanged garments with her as per Lei Xiao's suggestion. Xiao Yun gazed intently at Zhong Liani, his voice trembling as tears welled in his eyes. "Junior sister, did you not go far away to learn the arts? You have mastered them well." Zhong Liani, her expression pained, replied in kind, "Junior sister faces untold hardships." Before the small wooden house, Xiao Yun and Zhong Liani stood in proximity, burdened with countless words yet to be exchanged. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao and Tao Xian stood a short distance away, side by side. Tao Xian inquired, "Lei Ge, should we close our eyes?" Lei Xiao whispered, "I say, if we were wise, we ought to choose to step away at this moment." Tao Xian, somewhat unclear, replied, "I understand what you mean, Lei Ge." As she nervously pinched the fabric of her clothing, a figure approached Lei Xiao and Tao Xian. It was Zhong Liani. They both lowered their heads, simultaneously calling out softly, "Master." Zhong Liani murmured, "What are you 2 little ones whispering about?" Tao Xian's face flushed as she stammered, "In nothing." Zhong Liani's cheeks reddened even more than Tao Xian's. Tao Xian continued, "Master, I was thinking of giving you this outfit." Chapter 38. The resolution to return to the island. Zhong Liani's smile bloomed like a flower as she remarked, "Xian, this outfit suits you quite well. Today, I am filled with joy, so I shall simply gift it to you." "Gift it to me?" Tao Xian was momentarily taken aback. She understood the value of this garment. A precious token given by the sword saint to his beloved, and now it was being offered away. Tao Xian wondered if she had misheard. Zhong Liani solemnly declared, "With today's reunion with my second senior brother, I have no regrets, even in death. 30 years of longing have culminated in this moment. I seek nothing more." Hearing this, both Lei Xiao and Tao Xian felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Zhong Liani turned to Lei Xiao and said, "Little Lei, you must practice the screen wind shield diligently. Remember, practice makes perfect." Lei Xiao nodded earnestly. "Let us allow them some time together. We do not yet know what tomorrow may bring." Lei Xiao and Tao Xian departed the wooded area surrounding the small wooden house, choosing the path back to Heaven's Ladder Peak. To their surprise, the sect leader of Chongshan, Ba Huai, was not present at Heaven's Ladder Peak. Where could he have gone? When Lei Xiao and Tao Xian disclosed their return from the northern region, they learned that the sect leader had already made arrangements. After resting, Lei Xiao and Tao Xian returned to their respective quarters, awaiting Ba Huai's return. Once he arrived, the first thing he did was call out loudly towards the northern region. "Selected disciples of Chongshan sect, gather back at Heaven's Ladder Peak." He repeated this thrice, as if to emphasize the importance of his message. Point 9 out of the 10 individuals sent to the northern region were summoned back, with only Wang Mili missing. The 9 selected disciples assembled at the foot of Heaven's Ladder Peak. Ba Huai addressed them, saying in the near future, Chongshan sect will host a grand wedding. My daughter, Zhong Liani, will wed my second disciple, the renowned sword Saint Xiaoyun. There will be a celebration lasting 10 days throughout the sect. The wedding preparations were underway, scheduled to take place in a month. From now on, you 9 may return to your respective masters, and we shall gather again at the foot of Heaven's Ladder Peak after the wedding. Except for Lei Xiao and Tao Xin, the other 7 were left bewildered, pondering how a talking pearl could possibly relate to a wedding. Zhai Hao and Shui Yini had already taken the lead. Just as Lei Xiao was about to leave, someone from Ba Huai's side called him to stop. This person was the same one who had greeted Lei Xiao upon his initial arrival at Heaven's Ladder Peak. Lei Xiao inquired about the matter. The individual retrieved an item from a pouch and presented it to him. Before Lei Xiao lay what appeared to be an ordinary glove, yet a wave of joy surged within him as he exclaimed, "The Thousand-Jin hand." The individual corrected him, "Though it appears unchanged, this is now the 10,000-Jin hand." Receiving the glove, Lei Xiao whispered in awe, "The 10,000-Jin hand." As the sound of footsteps echoed, Lei Xiao pondered on his journey back to the eastern region of the Chongshan sect to render the Wanjun hand less conspicuous. I must seek a counterfeit to create a matching pair to Dawn, that if only senior sister Wang Mili were here, she could weave one for me without difficulty. Alas, she has vanished without a trace. Perhaps Shui Yi and I could assist, though I remain uncertain of her discretion. If the secret of the Wanjun hand were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Aha! I shall simply craft a pair of gloves, modeled after the Wanjun hand. In truth, I require only one, paired with a Wanjun hand, and that shall suffice. Upon returning to the eastern region of the Chongshan sect, Lei Xiao diligently practiced with the screen shield. He had approached Shui Yi and I, requesting a pair of gloves and inquiring if she possessed the skill to weave them. She did not question the purpose behind Lei Xiao's request, readily agreeing, saying, "A mere pair of gloves, how could it pose a challenge for your senior sister Shui?" Thus, Lei Xiao awaited her completion. Having mastered the screen shield, he was curious as to how well it could withstand an opponent's assault. Feeling a refreshing sensation envelop him, Lei Xiao mused, "Have I perhaps reached a new breakthrough?" A martial artist experiences a sensation of power coursing through them at the moment of advancement. Yet this feeling is absent during the transitional phase. Ascending the hillside directly to his quarters, he opened his cabinet and retrieved the martial testing stone, cradling it in his palm, that a surge of anticipation coursed through him. Contemplating the possibility of having attained a new level of mastery, fixating on the martial testing stone, he silently chanted, "Ding Bada, Ding Ba Ka, Gu Ji Gu Shi Bai Bai Hong." As his words fell, the previously dim crystal orb began to shimmer with brilliance, signifying that the martial testing stone had commenced its evaluation. Before long, a line swiftly filled to the brim, while a second line continued to extend, encircling the crystal orb halfway before halting, failing to reach the upper tier of the second level. Nevertheless, Lei Xiao felt quite satisfied, having achieved the mid-tier of the second level. In high spirits, he reflected on his newfound strength. Drawing nearer to the day of vengeance, stepping outside, he gazed upon the landscape. It was late autumn, and the scenery was gradually fading. Yet to Lei Xiao's eyes, it remained a sight of beauty, a reflection of his mood. With a heart uplifted, everything appeared favorable. A figure emerged from the door behind him, drawing near. "Junior brother Lei, here are the gloves you requested," announced Shui Yi and I, his junior sister. Facing Shui Yi and I, Lei Xiao respectfully addressed her as senior sister. She carefully handed him the gloves and inquired, "Junior brother Lei, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" As Lei Xiao accepted the gloves, his first thought was, "By the heavens, did this exquisite young lady truly craft this needlework? These gloves are magnificent." One glove could barely be deemed satisfactory, but the other, to call it a glove would stretch the truth. It resembled a sock more than anything else. Shui Yi and I, with eager anticipation, smiled and asked, "So, junior brother, what do you think?" Fortuitously, Lei Xiao required only one glove. Otherwise, how could he wear them? With a smile, Lei Xiao replied, "Quite good indeed. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister." Seeing Lei Xiao's acceptance and approval, Shui Yi and I could hardly contain her joy, exclaiming, "Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to ask. Your senior sister will never refuse." Inwardly, Lei Xiao thought, "Let's not kid ourselves. While you may not refuse, I will certainly say no." Returning indoors, Lei Xiao compared one of the gloves with the Wanjun hand, and they were indeed quite similar. At a casual glance, it would be difficult to discern the difference. After making his comparison, he carefully placed one glove alongside the Wanjun hand. Contemplating what to do with the other glove, he decided against discarding it, reasoning, "If Shui and I were to see it cast aside, it would be a grave affront to her pride." Calculating the date of his master's wedding, which was nearly a month away, an idea suddenly struck Lei Xiao. If I were to embark on a journey back to Longyu Island before the wedding, I could confront Qi's family. With my mid-tier second-level strength, bolstered by the Wanjun hand's offense and the screen shield for defense, I estimate that Qi Zhan's skills would not surpass mine. Even if he relies on a divine flame weapon, I still stand a chance in battle. That as Lei Xiao contemplated, he murmured, "With a stroke of luck, I might just be able to bring the Qi family to their knees." Having made up his mind, he prepared to set forth. The atmosphere in the eastern region of Chongshan sect was jubilant, undoubtedly due to the impending marriage of the renowned swordsman Xiao Yunjiang. Since joining the Chongshan sect, Lei Xiao had yet to embark on a journey far from home. This was his first venture, with Longyu Island being the destination of his birth and upbringing. Lei Xiao mused, "At this moment, who would even notice me?" However, as he ventured beyond the boundaries of the Chongshan sect, a figure sought him out in the eastern region, a towering man, notable for his size. The enormous ghostly blade he previously wielded had been lost when Lei Xiao had injured a massive blood-sucking bat in a mountain crevice. Now, this man brandished a pair of battle axes. Indeed, it was Mu Shanchuan that Mu Shanchuan inquired of passers-by, "Where is Brother Lei? Have you seen him?" Someone aware that Mu Shanchuan sought Lei Xiao directed him to Lei Xiao's residence. That Mu Shanchuan arrived at the door, yet found no trace of Lei Xiao. Thus, he continued his search. Upon reaching the disciples' quarters, Mu Shanchuan observed the men and women clad in identical attire. Leaving him momentarily bewildered, he squinted, muttering, "There is no Brother Lei here." Where could he have gone? A chatty disciple happened to have seen the direction in which Lei Xiao had departed and approached Mu Shanchuan. Looking down at the small figure before him, Mu Shanchuan could not help but notice the stark contrast in their sizes. This diminutive fellow barely reached his knee. In a gruff voice, Mu Shanchuan asked, "Why are you so small? Who are you?" The small disciple, dressed in Chongshan sect's garb, introduced himself. "I am Ding Kun, a disciple of the Xiao Daosheng." Suddenly, Mu Shanchuan burst into laughter, recalling a memory. Since associating with Lei Xiao, his mind had begun to sharpen. With a swift motion, Mu Shanchuan bent down and lifted Ding Kun effortlessly into the air. Ding Kun flailed and kicked, shrieking, "What are you doing?" "Put me down," Mu Shanchuan chuckled. "I won't let go. It was hard enough to find you. I might as well carry you along until we locate Brother Lei." Ding Kun protested, "I never agreed to accompany you." Mu Shanchuan gazed into the distance and declared, "Whether you go or not is no longer your decision." Chapter 39. King of Beasts. Ding Kun was quite clever. He recalled that during the Chongshan sect's election at Tianshi Peak, Mu Shanchuan had been one of the 10 chosen disciples. That it was impossible for anyone in the sect not to recognize him. Typically, the rules for outer disciples were far stricter than those for inner disciples. Since joining the Chongshan sect, Ding Kun could scarcely wander freely outside. Now, being hoisted by Mu Shanchuan, Ding Kun thought, why not seize this opportunity to feign a lack of resistance against Mu Shanchuan's strength? Claiming I was abducted. Life within the sect has grown tedious. Perhaps this is my chance to explore the outside world. Feigning struggle, Ding Kun sighed, Fine. I cannot match your strength. I will accompany you, but you must treat me well." Mu Shanchuan, with one hand still free, scratched his head and replied, "Carrying you means you need not walk at all. How much better can I treat you?" Ding Kun suggested, "Being carried like this is rather uncomfortable. How about I sit on your shoulder instead?" Mu Shanchuan pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. Thus, Ding Kun climbed onto Mu Shanchuan's left shoulder, and together, the mismatched pair set forth from the Chongshan sect towards the east. As Mu Shanchuan searched for Lei Xiao, where might Lei Xiao be at this moment? The chief family on Longyu Island, having encountered Lei Xiao in the past, would undoubtedly be on high alert, knowing that the day of retribution was destined to arrive. Were they already taking precautions? As Lei Xiao passed beneath the Jade Dragon City, he paused momentarily, contemplating whether to meet Princess Yu Ning. Although she possessed great strength, and the Chongshan sect was formidable, he understood that familial grievances must be avenged personally. Before him lay mountains and ridges, and Lei Xiao discerned the path leading to the coastal village. He recalled a time not far ahead, where he had battled a fierce striped tiger. The outcome had resulted in the creature submitting to him like a mere house cat, allowing him to rest and recuperate beside it. Reflecting on that moment, a twinge of concern washed over Lei Xiao. He thought, that creature is the king of beasts that I wonder if, after being bested by me, it is able to regain its rightful place. I hope it does not lose its dignity or ferocity. As Lei Xiao pondered, a figure emerged from the trees ahead. Recognizing him, to his surprise, it was none other than the tiger he had once subdued. The tiger approached Lei Xiao, lowering its head to nudge Lei Xiao's arm with its forehead, circling him with an unmistakable air of grievance. Lei Xiao pondered, have I truly beaten it to such a state? Just then, a tremendous noise echoed from the mountains ahead. The tiger plotting revenge. Lei Xiao mused, analyzing the situation. It doesn't seem that way. Tentatively, he extended his hand to stroke the tiger's head. The tiger lowered its head even further. Lei Xiao then reached to pat the tiger's back, and the creature displayed a clear sign of pain that dawned on Lei Xiao. This tiger is injured. Could it be from our last encounter? Has the tiger come to voice its grievances? Lei Xiao contemplated. But if it were injured by me, how could it still be in this state after all this time? It truly is a perplexing conundrum. While Lei Xiao was still trying to make sense of the situation, he noticed the tiger slowly extending its head forward. Lei Xiao thought, what is it doing, looking for an opportunity to bite me? However, that was not the case. The tiger grabbed the hem of Lei Xiao's garment and turned to leave. Glancing back at him as it walked, Lei Xiao realized, it wants me to follow it. Reflecting on the fact that this king of beasts is not only fierce but also quite clever. Lei Xiao stepped forward to follow the tiger. On a hillside, the tiger quietly concealed itself behind a boulder. Observing the tiger's furtive behavior, Lei Xiao felt an urge to ask, O tiger, you are the illustrious king of beasts. Must you always act like a mere cat? The tiger glanced at Lei Xiao, its eyes suggesting he should hide first. Complying, Lei Xiao tucked himself behind a tree. Satisfied, the tiger then cautiously peeked out, directing its gaze outward. Lei Xiao followed suit and understood the source of the thunderous noise in the mountains. There was a cave at the base of a cliff, and a formidable creature was exerting great force to dismantle it. This creature had a long trunk and two long, sharp tusks jutting forward, using them to pry and then charging forward with a tremendous crash, sending rocks flying in all directions. Lei Xiao looked at the tiger, who was also watching him. In the tiger's eyes, Lei Xiao could see the pain of a home being destroyed. That he realized the destroyed area was the tiger's den. Who could this be? Remarkably bold to occupy a tiger's lair, and now intent on its complete destruction. It was an elephant, but not just any elephant. Lei Xiao discerned that this was a young, white elephant with pitch-black ears. Elephants as a species already possess immense strength. But this black-eared variant is a demon beast, Lei Xiao whispered. It is an elephant. Lei Xiao had never seen an elephant before. He recognized this demon beast from a previous encounter when he had gone to eliminate giant blood-sucking bats and heard Guohu speak of it. At that time, Guohu not only mentioned the elephant but also introduced many other common demon beasts. The elephant did not inhabit this cave. It was simply an unfortunate orphan wandering here. By chance, this elephant had encountered the tiger that Lei Xiao had previously fought. Since the elephant did not exude a strong aura of demon beasts, the tiger had not initially perceived it as a formidable opponent. After a fierce battle, the tiger, agile and powerful, had successfully bitten the left side of the elephant. However, the tiger, despite being the king of beasts, was no match for a demon beast and had to retreat after sustaining heavy injuries. It seemed that even the ruler of beasts could only dominate ordinary creatures. The elephant, albeit injured, was resilient and, driven by resentment, had sought out the tiger's den to exact its revenge. The elephant was in the process of dismantling the den. It suddenly noticed a young man dressed like a villager, standing not far from it. Lei Xiao's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze fixed on the elephant, resembling a stern adult confronting a mischievous child. The Amur elephant paused its demolition, pondering. What business do I have that interferes with you? Lei Xiao's face hardened further, silently conveying. If you continue to disobey, I shall have to deal with you. The Amur elephant bristled, thinking, what is this, looking for a fight? Lei Xiao had indeed come for a confrontation, and the elephant's anger played right into his hands. After having been bitten by the tiger, the Amur elephant had come seeking revenge, its small red eyes glowing with fury. The elephant swung its trunk, letting out a strange cry, then charged at Lei Xiao like a speeding war chariot. Though the Amur elephant was still a juvenile, it was significantly larger than the tiger. Lei Xiao could distinctly feel the tremors with each of the elephant's steps. The elephant's tusks were aimed at Lei Xiao. If they struck, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury, if not death. Assessing the situation, Lei Xiao seized the moment just as the Amur elephant was about to collide with him, executing a sudden sidestep. The tusks soared above him. With his right hand, Lei Xiao unleashed a powerful punch, empowered by the magical strength of his Wanjun hand. This was a confrontation with a demon beast, hence his left hand bore no glove. There was no need for pretense in the face of such a creature. His fist connected with the Amur elephant's left side, striking a spot not far from where the tiger had bitten. The Amur elephant was thrown off balance, crashing into several large boulders. Lei Xiao felt a surge of joy. The power of the Wanjun hand was indeed remarkable. The Amur elephant quickly regained its footing, turning back towards Lei Xiao, now cautious and alert that it realized. This seemingly ordinary boy could indeed deliver a powerful blow. Lei Xiao's confidence soared. With such an effective technique, he could certainly contend with two Amur elephants of this caliber. Yet he underestimated the demon beast. The Amur elephant began to circle Lei Xiao, and he thought, can elephants do this too? As the elephant's pace slowed. Just as Lei Xiao considered giving up the fight, the Amur elephant suddenly charged from Lei Xiao's side and rear, accelerating rapidly, tusks slicing through the air as it aimed directly at him. Lei Xiao's heart sank. This is bad. Should I evade left or right? He reasoned. Since the Amur elephant knows how to seek opportunities, it would surely also know how to capitalize on them. After suffering a blow last time, it would not allow me to sidestep again. In a flash of inspiration, Lei Xiao leapt into the air just as the Amur elephant's trunk came crashing down. He landed squarely on its back. The Amur elephant raised its head in bewilderment. How is this happening? I didn't hit him, yet he managed to climb onto me. Once atop, Lei Xiao had no intention of dismounting easily. The Amur elephant, determined not to let him off lightly, resolved, you want to ride me? I shall ensure you ride long enough. Chapter 40. Victory through strategy. The Amur elephant abandoned the tiger's den and raced forward, crashing through trees and leaping over obstacles, even bounding across a river several yards wide, its trunk occasionally swaying and emitting strange sounds that resembled a cat's meow rather than an elephant's trumpet. Lei Xiao mused, I truly have a knack for encountering demon beasts, first being carried by the giant blood-sucking bat, then chased by the magical needle bee, and now galloping atop a Amur elephant. Holding tightly to the elephant's hide, Lei Xiao steadied himself. He noticed the Amur elephant was heading east, saving him the trouble of walking. As the elephant's speed began to slow, Lei Xiao thought, perhaps this creature is tiring. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Amur elephant shook itself violently, causing Lei Xiao to lose his grip and be flung into the air. Lei Xiao gasped. This is not good. With his martial arts level still below the 3rd tier, he could not suspend himself in mid-air, and he fell, landing not far in front of the Amur elephant, which was already preparing to charge him again. Lei Xiao understood its intentions, but there was no escape for him. The Amur elephant's small, red eyes gleamed with triumph as it anticipated its victory. In that fleeting moment of descent, an idea struck Lei Xiao, and he was ready to as he fell. He perfectly timed his move. The Amur elephant's tusk was aimed directly at him. However, Lei Xiao swiftly conjured a shield with both hands, momentarily halting the elephant's advance. The shield had succeeded in delaying the elephant's assault, a remarkable feat in itself. Seizing this precious moment, Lei Xiao landed and swiftly dodged to the side. The Amur elephant did not pursue recklessly. Instead, it adjusted its course, facing Lei Xiao directly. Lei Xiao met its gaze, prepared for the next attack. The Amur elephant did not charge immediately. Instead, it pointed its trunk at Lei Xiao, then curled it back. Lei Xiao wondered, what does this mean? Is it taunting me? Is it challenging me to approach? Watching the elephant repeat the same motion 3 times, He thought, perhaps I should step forward and see what it intends. As he approached, Lei Xiao could distinctly feel the elephant's heavy breath, yet the redness in its eyes had noticeably faded. That he asked the elephant, I have come closer. What do you intend to do? Though incapable of articulating human speech, possesses the remarkable ability to comprehend the words of. When inquired of it, the extended its trunk into a straight line, subsequently bending the tip of its trunk in a vivid gesture, resembling a backward pull. Perceiving the wisdom of this magnificent creature, was profoundly moved, and with a smile, he declared, very well. Since you wish to compete, I shall gladly oblige. Let us see who possesses greater strength. Upon hearing's words, the nodded in understanding. Refrained from immediately extending his hand, instead stating, a competition is agreeable, yet we must first clarify the terms. What constitutes victory, and how shall we address defeat? The raised its head slightly, its eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Contemplating his strategy, realized that the technique could concentrate immense power into a single strike, yet in a contest of sheer strength, such as tug-of-war, this advantage would be difficult to leverage. Thus, a tug-of-war against the would be unwise. The awaited elucidation of victory's rewards and the consequences of defeat. While conversing, pondered his tactics. Let us agree on this. Should I emerge victorious, you will dutifully follow my commands, but if I should lose. This eyes gleamed with anticipation, that paused before continuing. If I lose, I shall simply depart, and you may do as you please. I shall take no further responsibility. The shook its head vigorously upon hearing this. Mused to himself, recognizing the creature's intelligence and discerning the unequal stakes of the competition. Do you truly expect me to submit to your whims if I lose? This time, the nodded in swift agreement. Thought to himself, to be at the mercy of this creature would be dire. I cannot afford to lose this contest. The awaited the extension of his hand, but, not in haste, proposed, since we are to measure strength. Let us employ a straightforward approach. Your trunk against my hand would lead to mutual detriment. Come, observe that small river over there. Follow me, and we shall determine our strengths by the riverbank. The uncertainest intentions. Agreed to this method, recognizing that any contest of strength would suffice. They made their way to the riverbank, where the river spanned approximately 30 feet, its flow steady and unhurried that addressed the, let us toss a large stone across the river. For both of us, it is a trivial task that we shan't compete in throwing heavy objects. Instead, observe. With that, picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, exclaiming, watch closely. He released the leaf, which floated effortlessly across the water, landing squarely on a small stone on the opposite bank without a single gust of wind to aid it. How could this young man have propelled the leaf so far? The was baffled. Unbeknownst to the, had indeed mastered the art of creating wind since learning the technique, cleverly employing this newfound ability to envelop the leaf in a gentle breeze, enabling it to traverse the 30-foot expanse of the river. After successfully tossing the leaf across, gestured for it to take its turn. The thought to itself, surely the leaves here possess extraordinary weight. Otherwise, it would be impossible to toss them across the river. If this young man can do it, so too can I. Steeling itself, the curled its trunk to gather several leaves. With a slight shake of its trunk, it attempted to discard the excess leaves. Only to find this a challenging endeavor. A bit too much force caused them all to fall away. Undeterred, the finally managed to secure one leaf on its trunk, silently urging, here we go. The leaf was released from its grip. As anticipated by, this leaf fell short, landing in the river shortly after being thrown. With a serious expression, addressed the once more, you have multiple chances. Should you succeed even once, I will concede defeat. This declaration invigorated the, which began to roll and toss the leaves with increasing fervor, initially maintaining composure but ultimately abandoning caution, flinging multiple leaves in haste. After clearing the nearby leaves, the river was now carpeted with them. Yet not a single leaf reached the opposite bank. Though letting out a couple of frustrated calls, eventually stood still, resigned. Having triumphed through cunning, observed that the fierce gleam in his eyes had faded, returning to their natural hue. Without further ado, he turned to leave, contemplating that the creature's wild nature had been subdued. However, contrary to his expectations, the obediently followed behind him that couldn't help but reflect, this beast is more trustworthy than many humans. He halted and turned to address but before he could utter a word, the extended its trunk, gently wrapping within its embrace the thought, oh no, This creature intends to toss me far away. Yet, the merely turned around, carefully placing onto its back. S' heart swelled with joy, realizing he had unexpectedly gained such a formidable companion. Meanwhile, let us return to the unfortunate tiger, who upon seeing riding the cautiously peeked out from behind a rock. The tiger observed that, and had indeed ventured far, prompting it to scurry back to its dismal lair. The sight of its den brought forth a torrent of tears and lamentation. Were the tiger to sing at that moment, it would surely croon, with tears in my eyes, I speak my truth. The tiger's lair lay in ruins, forcing it to seek a new refuge. Fortunately, it did not wander far and soon discovered a cave. After inspecting the space and sniffing around to ensure it was safe, the tiger entered. Content with its new abode as night fell, the tiger emerged from the cave, its stomach growling, and set off in search of food. In the animal kingdom, rules prevail. Despite being known as the king of beasts, a tiger's success rate in hunting is merely 1 in 7. Yet today, luck seemed to be on its side as it patrolled the area, only to discover not one, but several individuals approaching. A large, robust man with a small figure perched upon his shoulder. The newcomers were, and from the stripped of his sex attire, now donned the garments of a young boy, suggesting he had traded his original clothing for this outfit. The tiger leapt forth with a roar, intending to intimidate the newcomers, proclaiming its status as the king of beasts. The tiger thought, though I may not be a magical beast, I shall not be underestimated. Upon witnessing the tiger's sudden appearance, grinned broadly and pointed, exclaiming a big cat. However, felt a twinge of fear, recognizing that he alone could not contend with the tiger. His voice trembled slightly as he corrected. This is no mere big cat. It is a tiger, scratched his head, replying, I can't quite tell if it's a cat or a tiger. But does it matter? Am I to be ashamed? Aware of his prowess as a third-tier martial artist, found himself reassured, realizing that with this companion, a tiger posed no significant threat. Seeing that the newcomers were not frightened into submission, the tiger grew agitated, thinking, why do they not regard me with the respect I deserve? Pointed at the tiger and inquired, what do you intend to do? Taken aback, the tiger pondered for a moment, finally grasping that it had emerged from its lair out of hunger. Naturally, it did not respond verbally, as it could not speak, and instead acted by pouncing forward. Seeing the tiger's intent, quickly clung tightly to his neck, inadvertently blocking the latter's left eye, nearly allowing the massive creature to pounce upon him. With a deft movement, narrowly avoided the tiger's attack. The tiger, having initially planned a second strike following its first pounce, hesitated at the prospect of using its flank against the towering figure that stood before it. Doubting its own ability to succeed, the tiger wrestled with its self-doubt. Seizing the moment, kicked out, exclaiming, behave yourself, you rascal. With that, the tiger, which had just begun to regain some confidence, retreated in disarray. The tiger lamented. In this day and age, even being a tiger is no easy feat. No one shows the king of beasts any respect. With its tail tucked between its legs, the tiger slipped into the forest. Vanishing from sight, it scratched his head, momentarily bewildered. As if questioning the situation, he muttered to himself, did it just leave? Ding Kuan, filled with joy, nuzzled his small face against Mu Shanchuan's large, dark visage, beaming with delight as he exclaimed, big wooden man, you can take pride this time. Pride. Mu Shanchuan, somewhat perplexed, grumbled in a coarse voice, am I really proud? At that moment, Lei Xiao rode past on his Mo-air elephant, not far from the coastal village. He pondered for a moment, deciding against visiting the village to meet with the village chief Chiu and his daughter. Much like his previous pass through Yulong City, he continued forward. Lei Xiao addressed the Mo-air elephant, saying, big fellow, if you tire, feel free to stop and rest. The Mo-air elephant flicked its trunk and let out a couple of peculiar calls, yet its pace did not falter. It seemed to understand. Its attitude suggesting that it felt no fatigue. Night enveloped the land. Lei Xiao reclined upon the back of the Mo-air elephant, which felt as spacious as a wide bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the dawn had already broken, and the bed beneath him had come to a halt. Rising to his feet, Lei Xiao gazed ahead, only to discover a vast expanse of ocean. It turned out that the Mo-air elephant had reached the seaside. He mused, once I traverse this stretch of water, I shall return to Longyu Island. The Lei family lad is back. But how would he cross this body of water? dismounting the elephant. Lei Xiao surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how he might find his way back to Longyu Island. This crossing was unlike his previous journey from Longyu Island to Wangu Continent, where as long as his direction was correct, he would arrive. Returning to the island was another matter entirely. Lei Xiao was uncertain of Longyu Island's exact location. Moreover, during his last encounter, he had lost consciousness in the water and was rescued by an unknown person, awakening on a stone that jutted from the sea. Now, finding that very stone would not be a simple task, but he vividly remembered the melodious voice of the woman who had saved him. A sound akin to celestial music, forever etched in his heart. Lei Xiao pondered. What did that woman look like? Who was she? What was her name? Lost in thought, he found himself in a daze. However, Lei Xiao was not so daft as to leap directly into the sea. Even with his exceptional swimming skills, challenging the ocean was no trivial matter. He looked around, but saw no boats or other souls in sight. Previously, when he swam from that stone to Wangu Continent, the beach had been bustling with onlookers enjoying the sea view. In that moment of urgency, he had squinted one eye and smirked, adopting a peculiar expression to draw attention. Now, however, he stood in a different spot than where he had first set foot on Wangu Continent. Lei Xiao mused, even if I were at the same location as before, I could not discern the exact position. I only have a general sense of direction. The Mo-Air elephant's small eyes remained fixed on Lei Xiao as he dismounted. Noticing this, Lei Xiao reached out to stroke its trunk, inquiring, "Why do you gaze at me so intently?" The Mo-Air elephant pointed its trunk towards Lei Xiao, then towards the sea, as if asking, "Are you planning to go out to sea?" Understanding, Lei Xiao nodded in affirmation. The Mo-Air elephant also nodded, its eyes narrowing as if to say, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lei Xiao still did not fully grasp the elephant's intent when it curled its trunk around his waist as it turned its head. Lei Xiao found himself once again placed atop the elephant's back. In the next moment, the Mo-Air elephant let out a peculiar call, sounding almost like a distressed cat. It seemed quite pleased with itself as it leapt into the water. Swimming swiftly towards the horizon, Lei Xiao realized the Mo-Air elephant was an excellent swimmer. Its earlier pause at the seaside had been due to uncertainty about whether Lei Xiao wished to venture out to sea. Seeing him sleeping soundly, the Mo-Air elephant had simply decided to wait. The Mo-Air elephant swam with remarkable speed, while Lei Xiao estimated their general direction as they headed east, that he took special note of the ocean's surface, yet saw no stone resembling the one he had once rested upon. As they continued forward, it wasn't long before Wangu Continent was no longer visible behind them. The Mo-Air elephant swam for an entire day. And as night fell, Lei Xiao still did not see the silhouette of Longyu Island. He thought to himself, could it be that they had gone astray? The Mo-Air elephant swam so swiftly. Had they already passed it? The starlight and moonlight shimmered upon the ocean, creating an enchanting scene. Just as Lei Xiao was about to recline again, a shadow caught his eye. His heart raced. It was Longyu Island. The Mo-Air elephant halted its advance. Lei Xiao urged, "We've arrived ahead. Don't make a sound." He approached quietly, instructing, "I'm heading to the island, so stay hidden. There may be danger. I will go alone. Wait for my return." As Lei Xiao neared Longyu Island, the Mo-Air elephant surfaced, clearly intent on accompanying him. Lei Xiao's expression turned serious as he whispered, "You must obey." The Mo-Air elephant flicked its trunk, seemingly wanting to call out. But recalling Lei Xiao's earlier admonition, it refrained, lowering its trunk and remaining silent. The elephant leaned forward, still eager to follow onto the island. Lei Xiao whispered in its ear, "There are people playing with fire on the island. One wrong move, and you could end up as a roasted elephant." The Mo-Air elephant trembled slightly at these words, indicating its compliance. Upon reaching Longyu Island, Lei Xiao began to worry about the Mo-Air elephant. Pondering, with such a large body, where could it hide safely? Sensing Lei Xiao's concern, the Mo-Air elephant submerged itself in the water, lifting its trunk just enough for its nostrils to break the surface. Lei Xiao thought to himself, "Excellent." He reassured the elephant, "Stay put, and I will return," and ventured deeper into Longyu Island. Indeed, this was Longyu Island, yet as Lei Xiao made his way towards the island's center, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Something was amiss. What was different? Standing atop a high slope, he gazed into the distance. The layout of Longyu City, nestled at the island's heart, and the surrounding villages remained largely unchanged. He mused, Yes, the changes must lie with the inhabitants of Longyu Island, encompassing their way of life and emotions. The glow of the moon and stars adorned Longyu Island in a dreamlike splendor. Cautiously, Lei Xiao moved forward. His home was situated on a bustling street in Longyu City, which had, of course, become a ruin. Perhaps it had been rebuilt by now, yet it was uncertain whose home it had become. As Lei Xiao approached Longyu City, he suddenly halted, a low hum escaping his lips. What had he sensed? Upon closer inspection, Longyu City appeared different from before. Chapter 42. The benefactor. The houses surrounding Longyu City were vacant. Shrouded in darkness with no lights flickering within, in contrast. The heart of the city was ablaze with light, bustling with a throng of people congregated in the center, engaged in some unknown activity throughout the night. Lei Xiao's first thought was, what could the chief family be organizing among the island's residents? As he pondered, two figures emerged from Longyu City, making their way towards Lei Xiao's position. The two conversed as they approached. But their words were indistinct from a distance. As they drew nearer, Lei Xiao discerned their attire. Both wore tight gray garments, cinched at the waist with fiery red sashes. One had a round face, while the other sported a pointed head. Lei Xiao realized he did not recognize either of them. Nor had he ever seen such clothing before. He wondered what scheme the chief family was concocting to unify the island's inhabitants in such attire. As the duo closed in, Lei Xiao began to catch snippets of their conversation. The round-faced individual remarked, "It's been several days. I wonder if the answer from the 18-layer divine weapon tower will hold any truth. In any case, we haven't received a single divine weapon." The one with the pointed head chuckled, responding, "It should be accurate. Don't fret." What was it they said? The impatient cannot eat hot tofu? The round-faced one retorted. Why would I be impatient? Even with the best divine weapon, it wouldn't be ours. The pointed head replied with a smile. Even if they feast, can't we at least savor some broth? Having observed the two from the moment they approached, Lei Xiao swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. That moment, he was bombarded with perplexing phrases. What was this 18-layer divine weapon tower? What did they mean by not acquiring a single divine weapon? Lei Xiao came to the realization that Longyu Island had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was no longer the Longyu Island of yore. The two individuals were about to pass directly in front of Lei Xiao, and he thought to himself, I must exercise utmost caution and investigate Longyu City at once. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted from the center of Longyu City, followed by a chorus of startled cries. The two individuals who had been on the verge of walking past Lei Xiao abruptly halted, exchanged knowing glances, and leapt into the air, heading towards the source of the light. Witnessing their aerial prowess, Lei Xiao was taken aback. These two were formidable. Rivaling his second brother, Zhai Hao, their abilities likely surpassed the third stage of martial mastery. Such experts had arrived on Longyu Island. No, there were even more skilled individuals congregated in the city center. What on earth was happening there? Why was there such an explosion? Unaware of the full situation but eager to find out, Lei Xiao understood he must tread cautiously. He pressed on, quickly slipping into Longyu City. Just as he had previously observed, the outskirts of Longyu City were deserted. He maneuvered stealthily through the alleyways, inching closer to the city center. The noise ahead grew increasingly chaotic, with the center of the city not far off. Lei Xiao knew that danger loomed ahead. He paused at a wall, just beneath a small closed window above. The window was not tightly sealed, and Lei Xiao faintly heard a woman's voice pleading for help from within the room. Is there anyone passing by? Is there no one outside the window? I can hardly hold on. Please save me. Huh. Lei Xiao looked up. The voice sounded remarkably familiar. He inwardly exclaimed, It's her. Lei Xiao recognized the voice. It was the same one he had heard after the battle at Longyu Island. The Lei family had suffered a devastating defeat, and as Lei Xiao and his family attempted to escape to the sea, the chief family pursued them, in a desperate attempt to resist. Lei Xiao jumped into the water, hoping to use his swimming skills to evade capture. Alas, he was overwhelmed by the numbers, and just before losing consciousness in the waves, he felt something wrap around his feet. When he awoke, he found himself sprawled on a small rock jutting out of the sea. He vaguely recalled hearing a woman's voice then, though he could not see her. The sound was enchanting, like a celestial melody, that he remembered her words. Travel west for 3 miles, and you will find land. Return to Longyu Island only after you have honed your skills, and do not let a thirst for vengeance lead to your own ruin. Was it merely a hallucination? Lei Xiao recalled hearing the cries of Li Liji, the daughter of Qiu, back in the coastal village, and he had mistakenly thought it was the woman who had come to rescue him. Closing his eyes to listen, he confirmed that the cries for help were indeed real. He lamented that his memories were too hazy. Whether or not she was the one who had saved him was irrelevant. He must rescue her first. With this thought, Lei Xiao assessed the window and realized he could easily squeeze through. He sprang into action, using one hand to grasp the windowsill while pushing the window open with the other. That it was clear without further analysis that there could not be anyone else in the room. Otherwise, the person in distress would not be calling out so freely. Without making much noise, Lei Xiao opened the window, revealing a room with a large water vat. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by what he saw. He had no idea whose room this was or to whom it belonged, but the space was relatively spacious, devoid of furnishings save for a table and the water vat that on the table. A candle flickered, its flame dancing, serving as the room's only source of light. Yet the illumination was now overshadowed by a crimson glow filtering in from outside, emanating from the fiery depths below, which seemed to reach for the sky without dissipating. The cries for help came from within the water vat. Lei Xiao scanned the room, noting no signs of movement, and then swiftly dove through the window, landing inside. He approached the water vat with quick strides, puzzled as to how the person in distress could possibly be trapped inside. His sudden appearance startled the one calling for help, and the cries abruptly ceased. Leaning over the vat, aided by the red light streaming in, Lei Xiao beheld a curled-up figure within. With chestnut-red hair, a charming visage, and eyes that sparkled with a yearning hope, she wore a green garment that resembled jade on her upper half, and her lower half was adorned with a golden fishtail. To his astonishment, she was a mermaid. The mermaid gazed up at Lei Xiao, her eyes filled with a mix of longing and fear, longing to escape her predicament, and fear stemming from uncertainty about whether he was a friend or foe. Recognizing him in the crimson light, she exclaimed, "Are you not young Master Lei?" The mermaid's recognition took Lei Xiao by surprise, but he quickly pieced it together. She must be the one who had saved him in the water. The mysterious woman whose voice he had only heard before. With two heartfelt words, he replied, "It's you." The mermaid said, "Young Master Lei, did I not advise you to strengthen your abilities before returning? Why have you disobeyed me?" Her words carried a hint of urgency. Yet she smiled gently, adding, "But then again, had you truly delayed even a night, it is likely we would never have met again in this lifetime." "What has happened to Longyu Island?" Lei Xiao pondered, feeling utterly perplexed. The mermaid reproached him, "Young master, why do you ask so many questions? The pressing matter is to rescue me quickly. The water in this vat is nearly gone. It decreases by an inch each day, and I am suffering greatly in here." Lei Xiao smacked his forehead, realizing the urgency of the situation. Saving her was paramount. He reached toward the vat, but then hesitated, suddenly aware that while it was easy to say rescue her, he was uncertain how to proceed. Noticing Lei Xiao's momentary confusion, the mermaid nearly burst into laughter, quickly advising, "Young master, there is no need to ponder how to save me. If you carry me out like this, it would be better for me to remain in the water." Scratching his head, Lei Xiao replied sheepishly, "I'm at a loss." The mermaid enlightened him. "There is a magical artifact in this room called the Ling Long lamp. You can use it to contain me, and I will be safe." "The Ling Long lamp?" Lei Xiao repeated, having no clue what it was. The mermaid, understanding that this was not the time for lengthy explanations, urged, "Young master, follow my instructions and quickly find the Ling Long lamp." Nodding in agreement, Lei Xiao asked, "What do you see to the south?" "A table," she replied. "What is on the table?" The mermaid continued to inquire. Seeing candles and a few other items, Lei Xiao asked, "I will go look for it." "You mean the Ling Long lamp is on that table?" The mermaid nodded, saying, "I saw the person guarding me bring the Ling Long lamp to drink water. I can sense that there is a treasure in the room, but being trapped in the vat, I cannot see it. I am merely hoping that the treasure on the table is indeed the Ling Long lamp." Lei Xiao declared, "Let me retrieve it and see if it is that." He strode over to the table, observing an assortment of miscellaneous items, but nothing resembling a lamp. His gaze fell upon a small wooden box. This box was much smaller than the one used to store weapon stones, but exquisitely crafted. He picked up the wooden box, cradling it in his hands, and thought to himself, "I hope the Ling Long lamp is inside." As he opened the lid, a soft glow emanated from within, and he was filled with delight upon discovering a beautifully crafted lamp nestled inside. This must be the Ling Long lamp the mermaid had longed for. Chapter 43. The Lai family lands on the island without a second thought for the wooden box. He tossed it back onto the table and hurried back to the water vat. Reaching into the vat, he asked the mermaid, "Is this it?" The mermaid's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Young master, quickly, lower the Ling Long lamp a bit more, and I can enter it," following her instructions. Lei Xiao extended the lamp as far as his arms would reach. "That's it, perfect." The mermaid joyfully touched the edge of the Ling Long lamp, and in an instant she vanished from the vat. Where did she go? Lei Xiao was momentarily stunned. He then heard her voice coming from the lamp. "Young master, there is space inside this lamp. I am safe in here," carefully cradling the Ling Long lamp. Lei Xiao was cautious not to spill any water. The mermaid reassured him, "Young master, you need not be so careful with the Ling Long lamp. The water will not spill easily unless you intentionally pour it out." With this reassurance, Lei Xiao felt relieved. The mermaid urged, "Young master, Longyu Island is now a perilous place. We cannot linger here. We must quickly reach the sea, where we will have a greater chance of escape." Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Let us go." With the Ling Long lamp tucked securely in his arms, Lei Xiao opened the window and departed. Upon exiting the room, he looked up to see the night sky still ablaze with crimson. Having rescued the mermaid was already a significant triumph, and he did not linger, quickly retracing his steps back to the sea, moving far more swiftly than he had arrived. When he reached the edge of Longyu Island, the sea began to stir, and Lei Xiao recognized the presence of the mower elephant beneath the surface. The mermaid, unaware of the situation, instructed him, "Jump into the sea, and I will emerge to take you with me. Together we shall escape." Lei Xiao thought to himself, "The mower elephant is waiting here. If we swim, won't it have to swim back as well?" The mower elephant surfaced, swinging its trunk, ready to trumpet, but then recalled Lei Xiao's previous instruction and fell silent, demonstrating its remarkable memory. Lei Xiao leaped onto the mower elephant's back and commanded, "Return the way we came." Without hesitation, the mower elephant turned and propelled itself through the water, splashing as it swam back, seemingly anxious to avoid any threats that could ensnare Lei Xiao. The mermaid could hardly imagine the extent of Lei Xiao's unexpected assistance. They quickly distanced themselves from Longyu Island, allowing Lei Xiao a moment to catch his breath and retrieve the Ling Long lamp. The mermaid gazed up from the lamp, watching as the fiery sky faded into the distance, replaced by the familiar salty scent of the sea and the twinkling brilliance of the stars and moonlight. She remarked, "Indeed, we have moved swiftly. We are already far from Longyu Island." The mower elephant let out a peculiar call, as if to say, "Now you know of my extraordinary nature." Finally, Lei Xiao took the opportunity to ask the mermaid, "May I inquire your name?" The mermaid smiled and replied, "Young master, we have both saved each other's lives. There is no need for formalities that I belong to the merfolk family, where my father serves as the clan leader. I am his only daughter, known as Mu Mei. What has transpired on Dragonfish Island? What is the source of that blazing crimson light that pierces the sky? Who are the individuals that have arrived at Dragonfish Island?" Lei Xiao inquired of Mu Mei, to which she replied, "Young master, allow me to narrate the tale slowly." With that, Mu Mei began her account. After the battle between the Qi and Lei families on Dragonfish Island concluded, the Lei family was expelled from the island, in an effort to stabilize and enhance their own standing. The Qi family set out to visit some formidable powers across the Wangu continent. Upon reaching Yulong City and arriving at Chongshan Sect, they encountered Lei Xiao, who had already become a disciple under the revered sword saint of Chongshan Sect. The Qi Yuan was no fool. He surmised that, in the near future, Lei Xiao would undoubtedly return to Dragonfish Island seeking vengeance for his family. At that moment, the Qi family was unaware that the esteemed sword saint Xiao Yun, although having formally taken Lei Xiao as his disciple, would not intervene in matters of revenge. The Qi family contemplated detaining them on the mountain, weighing the considerations of courtesy toward their guests. Fearing that seizing them without reason would lead to ridicule, the identity of Xiao Yun loomed large. He was the renowned sword saint of Chongshan Sect, and the Qi family felt genuine trepidation. If Xiao Yun were to issue a command, the Qi family of Dragonfish Island would find themselves utterly doomed. With only a second-tier divine weapon, a red fire spear, at their disposal, they felt powerless against the might of Xiao Yun. In their desperation, they sought another ally, oblivious to the fact that, as they hurried to find support, a formidable family was already in pursuit of Dragonfish Island, that in a tea house. The Chi family was asked by an elderly woman serving tea about their origins. Chi Zhan responded, "We hail from the oceanic Dragonfish Island." The old woman remarked, "Not long ago, a group claimed to be in search of Dragonfish Island. The Chi Yuan sensed that something unusual was afoot and quickly inquired further of the tea seller. The old woman replied, "I cannot say for certain, but they headed east and have not traveled far. Perhaps you might follow them to clarify the situation." But Chi Yuan deemed her reasoning sound, settled the tea bill, and led his group eastward. Little did he realize that fortune was about to turn into misfortune. The head of the Chi family, Chi Yuan, soon found himself and his kin in pursuit of the mysterious force that sought Dragonfish Island. This group consisted of over a dozen individuals, led by two tall figures, one clad in black and the other in white. They belonged to one of the 5 prominent families of the Wangu continent, the Lai family, residing in the southeast. The patriarch of the Lai family, Lai Hongjue, was no ordinary character. A 5th-tier martial artist, he was hailed as the foremost martial artist of the southeast. The group that Chi Yuan caught up with was indeed from the Lai family. The man in white was the family steward, Xiao He, while the one in black was another steward named Xiao Bai, as a token of their master's favor. Both stewards had taken on their master's surname. Lai, Steward Xiao He addressed Chi Yuan. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Chi Yuan bowed and replied, "I am Chi Yuan, the island master of Dragonfish Island." Xiao He seemed to mutter something under his breath, which Chi Yuan chose not to pursue. "That I in truth." Xiao He had murmured, "How did the island master of Dragonfish Island appear?" Xiao He then politely stated, "A pleasure to meet you." That Chi Yuan responded, "The pleasure is mine." When asked about the Lai family's purpose in seeking Dragonfish Island, Xiao He gauged Chi Yuan's demeanor and said, "My master has consulted the family records to verify something. May I ask, what is your surname?" Chi Yuan candidly provided his answer. Xiao He smiled and remarked, "My master has discovered that there is indeed a distant relative of the Lai family residing at sea, sharing the surname Chi. Thus, we have been instructed to seek out this relative." Chi Yuan was elated. He thought to himself that this must be fate. Even if Chongshan's sect posed challenges, with the backing of the Lai family, they need not fear. After all, they had only just set foot on the Wangu continent and learned that the reputation of the 5 great families was as thunderous as a storm. Another steward from the Lai family, Xiao Bai, wore a smile similar to Xiao He's and remarked, "It is surprising how difficult it has been to locate the chief family of Dragonfish Island. Despite our inquiries, few are aware of their whereabouts. However, we are now nearing Yulong City. Truly, it is as if we have trampled iron shoes without finding a place." Chi Yuan beamed with satisfaction. Naturally, he guided them. And with the means of their arriving vessels, the members of the Lai family were warmly invited to Dragonfish Island. Upon setting foot on the island, both stewards of the Lai family burst into triumphant laughter, leaving Chi Yuan utterly perplexed, wondering what was the cause for their mirth. Was something amiss with their senses? Xiao He turned to Chi Yuan and said, "Enough of this. I shall clarify things for you. Your role was merely to bring us here, and now that you have done so, you are of little further use." "What do you mean?" Chi Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Xiao Bai interjected, "The Lai family has no relatives by the name of Chi. Do you understand?" Chi Yuan's expression darkened with anger as he retorted, "Is this how a prominent family conducts itself, employing such tricks to mock others? Is this amusing?" Xiao He's demeanor shifted, and he replied sternly, "There is no one here to toy with you. And as for Island Master, who bestowed such a title upon you?" Realization dawned on Chi Yuan, and he urgently asked, "What is your true purpose for coming to Dragonfish Island?" Both Xiao He and Xiao Bai erupted in laughter, with Xiao He cautioning Chi Yuan, "As for our purpose, you need not concern yourself." That moment, Chi Yuan understood. Something monumental was about to transpire on Dragonfish Island. Chapter 44. The Merfolk family. Xiao He and Xiao Bai possessed skills above the 4th tier, capable of easily controlling the situation. They left Xiao He to oversee the area, while Xiao Bai hurried back to inform their patriarch, Lai Hongjue. Upon receiving the news, Lai Hongjue immediately set out for the scene. Having arrived at Dragonfish Island a few days prior, Lai Hongjue soon commanded a large contingent of the Lai family to arrive, bringing several large ships. The residents of Dragonfish Island, now fully under control, were herded aboard like cattle. Unlike the other island dwellers, The chief family was not taken along. Where exactly were they? Few knew. Under Lai Hongjue's orders, Dragonfish Island underwent significant changes. The central Dragonfish City was commanded to be excavated, with all surface structures obliterated. Key figures from the Lai family gathered around the excavation site, eagerly anticipating discoveries. Once, the center had been a square with a statue of a spear-wielding figure erected by the Lei family. Later, the chief family erected a second statue, even more imposing, holding a spear. Few were aware that the fiery spear wielded by Qi Zhan had actually been unearthed from this very square. Now, this second-tier divine weapon lay in the hands of Lai Hongjue. The area being excavated was approximately 5 times the size of the original square, now in disarray. The Qi family's once mighty statue lay in ruins, its fate unknown. Lai Hongjue stood at the edge of the excavation site. Grasping the fiery spear, its flames blazing brightly, yet failing to scorch his garments, his crimson hair shimmered even more brilliantly than the flames of the spear. Unbeknownst to him, Lai Hongjue had stood there until dawn. The excavation continued, yet yielded no discoveries. Lai Hongjue murmured to himself, "It cannot be that I am mistaken. Breaking through the 3-tiered treasure tower is indeed no easy feat. It is impossible to receive a fundamentally unreliable answer." In the east, upon the sea, lies an island known as Dragonfish, where fiery divine weapons await within the city. Lai Hongjue furrowed his brow, recalling how, by overcoming the 18 tiers of the divine weapon tower, he had deciphered a riddle leading to these 18 words that he had risked much and invested considerable effort for this knowledge. The core members of the Lai family were centered on this island at sea. According to legend, if the answer from the 18-tier divine weapon tower held true, could they truly discover a wealth of fire attribute divine weapons at the heart of Dragonfish Island? Lai Hongjue glanced at the divine weapon he held, reaffirming his confidence. At that moment, Steward Xiaobai approached, reporting, "My lord, it has come to my attention that one of our kin has spotted a voyeur near the shore." The observer was concealed in the water, demonstrating remarkable swimming ability. "What should we do?" Lai Hongjue cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobai and replied, "You are also a 4th-tier martial artist. I doubt you would encounter a worthy opponent. Do you still await my command for such matters?" Xiaobai respectfully responded, "Indeed, my lord, this trivial matter can be handled by me, but I wish to ascertain your wishes. Should we merely maintain control over Dragonfish Island? Or should we seize this sea region entirely?" Lai Hongjue's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression ambiguous as he said, "Xiaobai, having accompanied me for so many years, what do you believe is the optimal course of action?" Xiaobai replied, "My lord, I believe it is essential to control this sea region, but we must avoid making too much noise. That it would be best to effectively seal off the information to prevent unforeseen complications." Lai Hongjue nodded. "Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion. The various attributes exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint, yet they can also counter each other when martial artists of equal standing engage in combat. A practitioner skilled in water techniques is certain to triumph over one adept in fire techniques. However, where can one find martial artists of equal rank here? Lai Xiaobai, at the initial stage of the 4th rank, possesses an overwhelming advantage. He quietly descended into the water, stabilizing himself as he circled around to the back of the voyeur. The voyeur was facing Dragonfish Island, occasionally peeking above the surface, only to quickly submerge again. Lai Xiaobai's arrival went unnoticed by the voyeur, and he first struck from behind, seizing the voyeur and pulling him directly out of the water, his body bursting forth like a great fish leaping from the depths. Lai Xiaobai flung the voyeur onto the shore, where members of the Lai family gathered around. The Lai family was identifiable by the bright red sashes tied around their waists. Lai Xiaobai intended to extract some information before devising a subsequent plan. But upon closer inspection, he found amusement in the situation. He had captured a voyeur with a long fish tail, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, clothed in garments woven from marine algae. Lai Xiaobai immediately recognized him as a member of the Merfolk clan. He had long been aware of the Merfolk's distinguishing abilities. Under duress, the captured Merfolk readily divulged information about his clan. However, Lai Xiaobai felt a twinge of disappointment. It turned out not every Merfolk possessed the gift of discernment, a skill reserved solely for the clan leader. Looking at the terrified expression of the Merfolk before him, Lai Xiaobai felt an unaccountable aversion. One of his subordinates inquired. Butler Bai, if we do not return this creature to the water, it will perish soon enough. How should we handle it? Lai Xiaobai smiled faintly and replied, what need is there for further arrangements? It is not as if we plan to release it. Let it remain in the water. It will save us the trouble of cleaning it. Just find a pot, and we can stew it instead. The captured merfolk's expression grew even more fearful as he prepared to plead for mercy. But Lai Xiaobai ordered that his mouth be silenced. Thus, the merfolk was unable to utter a sound. Lai Xiaobai realized that the unfolding events were more complicated than he had anticipated, that he dared not hesitate, and reported to Lai Hongjue. Upon hearing the news, Lai Hongjue raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, the merfolk clan. He took the matter seriously and commanded both Butler Xiaohe and Butler Xiaobai to work together, setting a trap to capture the clan leader. White smoke billowed from the surface of the sea. Indeed, white smoke and not mist. The water boiled in numerous places, making it increasingly difficult for the merfolk to find refuge as they fled in all directions. Standing above, Lai Xiaohe and Lai Xiaobai bore the countenance of victors. Madame Yume recounted the tale to Lei Xiao, tears welling in her eyes. Lei Xiao felt a deep sense of shared fate. His eyes stung as he asked Mu Mei, what of your kin? Are they all? Mu Mei shook her head. When I was captured, I lost all contact with my clan, that I fear the worst for them. Lei Xiao gazed at Mu Mei's face within the exquisite lantern, sharing a moment of silence. This lantern was indeed marvelous, capable of containing the waters of an entire lake, yet it felt almost weightless in his grasp. The space within the lantern was unique, a treasure of the merfolk, primarily designed to hold water, though its capacity for sustaining living beings was limited. Now, with Mu Mei inside, it would be difficult to fit another person. Mu Mei spoke, they are forcing me to discern treasures for them, lowering the water level in the tank by an inch each day. There has always been someone guarding me, and I learned much from their conversations. At times, there was just one guard, but at others, there were 4 or 5. Then, in a sudden burst of crimson flame, all the guards fled, presenting the opportunity for you to rescue me. Lei Xiao sincerely remarked. Truly, this is fate. First, you aided me, and now I have saved you. At this moment, the Muir elephant halted its advance. Lei Xiao paused, sensing a change in the atmosphere. Looking out over the churning waves, he noticed flickering lights. An enormous ship was approaching. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, this must be a vessel from the Lai family traveling to Dragonfish Island. How should I respond? The Muir elephant stopped, awaiting Lei Xiao's command. As the large ship drew nearer, Lei Xiao instructed the Muir elephant to steer aside. He heard a voice from the ship inquire, who goes there? Remaining calm, Lei Xiao replied, just a traveler, en route to Xiaoyao Island. The crew on the ship paused, seemingly pondering what Xiaoyao Island might be. Lei Xiao gently patted the Muir elephant beneath him, whispering, we must quickly distance ourselves. The Muir elephant obeyed, swiftly swimming away from the large ship, leaving it behind. It was now morning, and Lei Xiao's group had reached land. Arriving in the mountainous region, Lei Xiao listened to Mu Mei explain the fundamental knowledge of treasure discernment. He recalled a certain location. Now, he was drawing closer to the coastal village. Sitting atop the Muir elephant, Lei Xiao remarked to Mu Mei, where treasures are found, there may be both prosperity and decay. Undoubtedly, there will be wonders. This place indeed aligned with your claims. Recalling his earlier experiences, Lei Xiao said to Mu Mei, when I first set foot on the eternal ancient continent, it was near this coastal village. I remember it was not yet late autumn. Yet the trees here appeared to be withering. Now that I have heard your account, this area is highly likely to harbor a treasure or divine weapon. Chapter 45. The master approaches. Mu Mei's eyes widened. Her expression grave as she said, I can sense it. It is just ahead. Holding the exquisite lantern, Lei Xiao advanced cautiously, with the Muir elephant following closely behind. We have arrived, Mu Mei announced, hearing her voice. Lei Xiao halted. It's underground, Mu Mei indicated. Furrowing his brow tightly, Lei Xiao thought, with such solid rock and armed only with a single knife from Chongshan sect, how can I break through the layers? Setting the exquisite lantern aside, he drew forth his knife. He tentatively jabbed the ground with the knife. It was indeed hard. What could lie beneath? How deep was it? Lei Xiao could not ascertain. He could only hope that Mu Mei's sensitivity would lead them to the treasure not far below. Gritting his teeth, He exerted force with his arm, sending stone chips flying. Seeing Lei Xiao's actions, the Muir elephant approached, using its ivory tusks to dig at the spot where the knife had struck. The tusks worked far more effectively than the knife. With the Muir elephant's assistance, Lei Xiao's digging intensified. Before long, they had excavated a pit nearly 10 feet in diameter, over 3 feet deep. Lei Xiao stood within the pit, while the Muir elephant had also partially descended, using its rear to leverage its tusks. Nearby, Mu Mei and the exquisite lantern cautioned, "Be careful. I sense we're close to unearthing it." The Muir elephant was truly delightful, its tusk movements gentle. Suddenly, the Muir elephant raised its tusks and looked at Lei Xiao, its eyes gleaming with joy. Realizing something significant had been discovered, Lei Xiao hurried over. The knife's blade had grown dull, so he sheathed it and knelt down to clear away the broken stones with his hands. That a sense of anticipation filled Lei Xiao. He was eager to discover what lay beneath. There, his fingers brushed against a small ornament, which he carefully lifted into his palm, focusing intently on examining it. That in his hand was a delicate wing, golden and shimmering, appearing metallic, yet its purpose remained a mystery. It was sized perfectly for Lei Xiao's palm. Could this wing allow flight? He wondered aloud, flicking the small wing to the side, but nothing unusual occurred. There was no flight, not even a whisper of wind. Hastily, Lei Xiao returned to the exquisite lantern, offering the small wing to Mu Mei. "What do you think this is? Do you recognize this treasure?" Mu Mei observed closely. "My ability to discern treasures is limited to sensing whether something is valuable. As for the various types of treasures and their uses, I cannot say." Lei Xiao furrowed his brow, reflecting. He had obtained a treasure, but was unsure of its application or function. Still, having something was better than nothing. So he decisively tucked the small wing away. On the seaside, Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kun wandered into a village, a fishing village distinct from the coastal one. That they had been inquiring about a young man dressed as a villager. Yet such attire was common in the village, and it was only Ding Kun's keen intellect that led them here. Ding Kun thought, "Well, this trip has been worthwhile, a change of pace. I shall return to Chongshan sect and continue my training." Meanwhile, Mu Shanchuan was solely focused on finding Lei Xiao in this fishing village. They indeed found a lead. A villager mentioned that at dawn, he had seen a figure riding something out to sea. Mu Shanchuan smacked his forehead. What could he have been riding? Ding Kun playfully punched Mu Shanchuan's head, saying, "Stop pondering. If I can't figure it out, you certainly won tea." Unyielding, Mu Shanchuan retorted, "I may not understand, but that does not mean I am arrogant." Upon exiting the fishing village, Ding Kun expounded to Mu Shanchuan. Before venturing into this mountainous terrain, Lei Xiaojiao was still walking alone. That if it is he who has set sail, then he must have encountered some extraordinary adventure amidst the mountains. What sort of adventure could that be? Mu Shanchuan queried, perplexed. Ding Kun replied, "Before we have seen Lei Xiaojiao, we cannot ascertain the answer." As we move forward, we approach the vast ocean. Standing at the water's edge, Mu Shanchuan gazed into the boundless sea, while Ding Kun perched upon his shoulders, both surveying the endless expanse of water, where sky and sea melded into one, devoid of any ships or human presence. The salty sea breeze wafted in, its pungent aroma overwhelming. Ding Kun pondered. That person who set sail must indeed be him. Longyu Island lies offshore, hence he must be returning to the island for vengeance. At that time, the chief family had arrived from Longyu Island to the Chongshan sect, fortuitously encountering Lei Xiaojiao, which stirred a considerable commotion. The chief family was ultimately expelled from the mountain, while Lei Xiaojiao infiltrated the Chongshan sect under his true identity. This incident stirred quite a tempest within the sect. As a disciple of the Chongshan sect, Ding Kun was well acquainted with the affairs involving Lei and Shi. Suddenly, Ding Kun made a discovery. He spotted figures in the distance, over 10 individuals. Mere black dots against the horizon, flying towards them. With an exclamation of surprise, Ding Kun noted, "Someone is approaching. Who could they be?" Ding Kun responded, "How should I know who they are?" However, each of these individuals possesses formidable skills. Every one of them stronger than you. Unwilling to concede, Mu Shanchuan retorted, "What makes you think they are stronger than me?" Ding Kun, unhesitating, stated, "Can't you see? They all can fly that I cannot, yet I am not proud of it." Before Mu Shanchuan could finish his thought, Ding Kun interrupted. "Regardless of your pride, with so many skilled individuals approaching with such fierce intent, we ought not to linger here foolishly. it would be wise to seek refuge. Mu Shanchuan, pragmatic as ever, began to carry Ding Kuan in search of a hiding place, voicing his concerns. With so many experts arriving, will Brother Lei be in trouble? Ding Kuan too was uncertain. He was too far from Lei Xiaojiao for any hasty conclusions to bear fruit. Thus, he quickly directed Mu Shanchuan to find a place to hide, that in truth, the approaching group of a dozen individuals was indeed connected to Lei Xiaojiao. When Lei Xiaojiao rode the Mo Air elephant back to the Wangu continent, he had encountered a large vessel, undoubtedly belonging to the Lai family, which frequented Longyu Island at that moment. Lei Xiaojiao concocted a tale about a place called Xiaoyao Island. Before those aboard could fully comprehend, he seized the opportunity to urge the Mo Air elephant to escape the perilous situation. Upon the ship's arrival at Longyu Island, the islanders had unearthed a significant cache of fire attribute divine weapons, leading to a flurry of excitement and activity aboard. Before long, members of the Lai family realized that, in their fervor for the divine weapons, they had allowed the captured mermaid, intended for subsequent treasure identification, to escape. Lai Hongjue soon received word of this and was exceedingly displeased, glaring at the two stewards and rebuking. How did you arrange this? The individuals aboard the ship recalled the suspicious young man they had encountered riding a demonic beast and promptly reported it. This led to the emergence of the over 10 masters, rushing towards them from the island that a total of 15 experts adorned with red sashes from the Lai family had now reached the mainland. Their prowess no less than that of the mid-level third tier. This group had already traversed from the ocean to the land at this moment. Lei Xiaojiao and Mu Mei were traversing the mountains. Facing imminent danger, yet unaware of whether they could evade the impending threat, as Lei Xiaojiao rode the Mo Air elephant through the mountains, they were en route back to the Chongshan sect. With the Lai family's movements, Lei Xiaojiao realized he had not discovered these developments too late. Aware of his own limited strength, he felt the urgency to report back to his master and ancestral teacher without delay. Upon the arrival of the 15 Lai family members, they halted mid-air to confer briefly before dispersing in a fan-like formation that as the 15 individuals scattered, Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kuan, hidden behind a large pine tree. Finally emerged that Mu Shanchuan scratched his large black head, inquiring of Ding Kuan. They have all left. What should we do? Ding Kuan pondered briefly, then replied, the red sashes they wear indicate they are members of the Lai family. We are powerless to intervene. We must hasten back to the mountain to report. Having just found some sustenance in the mountains, the Mo Air elephant, now satiated, was reluctant to move. This creature was quite adaptable, enjoying both meat and vegetables. While Mu Mei had shifted her diet from seaweed in the ocean to a more diverse selection on land, yet she resolutely refused to consume fish that as the Mo Air elephant continued forward. A figure suddenly approached swiftly from behind. Clad in blue with a red sash around his waist, the newcomer had a sharp face and eyes that glinted coldly. The blue-clad individual descended, blocking the path of the Mo Air elephant. The elephant promptly halted, emitting a peculiar sound akin to a cat's wail. The blue-clad man coldly addressed Lei Xiaojiao. Where are you headed, friend? You should come down for a chat. Taken aback, Lei Xiaojiao hesitated, placing a hand on the Mo Air elephant and performing a somersault to position himself between the blue-clad man and the elephant. Facing this individual, Lei Xiaojiao recalled the mention of the red sash by Mu Mei. Recognizing him as a member of the Lai family, steeling himself, he clasped his fists in greeting and said, What prompts you to impede my path, friend? We are strangers. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? The blue-clad man smirked coldly, saying, My family has lost a treasure, and a member of my clan spotted you nearby, suspecting that the treasure might be in your possession. Lei Xiaojiao's expression turned serious, displeased as he retorted, What grounds do you have for such an accusation? Even if I were present at any location, it does not warrant suspicion of theft that am I to be mistaken for a thief? The blue-clad man replied, Argument is futile. Why not allow me to search you? Lei Xiaojiao resolutely shook his head. Do you not find such behavior excessively rude? The blue-clad man stepped forward, his demeanor unwavering. Whether you allow it or not is not your decision. As the blue-clad man approached, Lei Xiaojiao suddenly shouted, glancing behind the blue-clad figure. Brother, you have arrived. The blue-clad man instinctively turned. But upon seeing no one nearby, he noticed some distant figures engaged in mountain activities, possibly foraging for herbs or collecting firewood, albeit too far to discern clearly to in that fleeting moment of distraction. The blue-clad man returned his gaze to Lei Xiaojiao, observing him grasping a glimmering object, a golden trinket. Lei Xiaojiao silently cursed himself, seizing the chance to create an opportunity, thinking, as he turns back, I will swiftly draw my Wanjun gloves and deliver a punch to send this bothersome fellow flying. However, Lei Xiaojiao had forgotten that after obtaining the golden wings, the position of the Wanjun gloves had shifted inward, and thus he could not don them in time to strike. That in his flurry, he ended up holding the golden wings instead. The blue-clad man, momentarily bewildered, failed to comprehend the young man's intentions. Yet, this blue-clad figure was no ordinary foe. He was a seasoned warrior dispatched by the Lai family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly recognized that the object in Lei Xiaojiao's hand could be a coveted treasure. In an instant, the blue-clad man lunged forward in an attempt to snatch the golden wings from Lei Xiaojiao's grasp. In a moment of desperation, Lei Xiaojiao found no time to switch to his Wanjun gloves. Moreover, he understood that even if he donned them, he would still be no match for this individual, given the disparity in their strengths. That in the blink of an eye, as the blue-clad man reached out, Lei Xiaojiao, seizing the opportunity, hurled the golden wings towards him. The distance was too close. The blue-clad man was struck squarely by the wings. That in that instant, something extraordinary occurred. That Lei Xiaojiao contemplated his next move. The blue-clad man appeared utterly confounded, gazing vacantly at Lei Xiaojiao and the Mo-air elephant, tentatively asking, Where is this? Who are you? Lei Xiaojiao thought it strange. How peculiar. What is happening here? Does this man truly not recognize me? He then realized that the golden wings concealed a mysterious secret. The blue-clad man's unexpected questions left Lei Xiaojiao somewhat at a loss for words. You do not know who I am? You are unaware of where this is? The blue-clad man's expression soured, as if pondering. I am clearly asking you. Why do you respond with a question? The blue-clad man circled around Lei Xiaojiao and the Mo-air elephant, then suddenly leapt into the air. Retrieving the golden wings, Lei Xiaojiao mounted the Mo-air elephant and urged, Let us hasten our departure. The Mo-air elephant, aware of the urgency, took off at once. As Lei Xiaojiao sat astride the elephant, he frequently glanced back, watching the developments above. Though the Mo-air elephant galloped swiftly, it could not fully satisfy Lei Xiaojiao's anxious heart. But at that moment, he wished fervently that the Mo-air elephant could sprout wings and soar him back to the Chongshan sect. Fearing that pursuers might still be on their trail, he remained vigilant, for shadows were already beginning to appear in the sky. This time, 3 figures appeared in succession. Lei Xiao understood that trouble had surely arisen from the ship encountered at sea. The previous blue-clad individual was merely the beginning, and undoubtedly, more members of the Li family would arrive. Lei Xiao's analysis proved correct, as 3 members of the Li family, adorned with red sashes, arrived quite swiftly. It turned out that the hazy figure dressed in blue was recklessly soaring through the air, regardless of direction, causing 3 scattered members of the Li family to encounter him in turn. Naturally, they had to inquire, but when they stopped the blue-clad figure to ask, he was utterly incoherent, unable even to comprehend who he was. Wasn't that peculiar? This blue-clad individual was heading directly west, prompting the 3 members of the Li family to follow suit in pursuit of clarity. The first to meet the blue-clad figure was a man dressed in deep gray, of a similar age to the previous blue-clad individual. Also in his middle years, further back, 2 others in purple and green attire stood about 30 zhang away from the gray-clad man. The gray-clad individual remained suspended in the air, arms outstretched, wearing a grim expression. The black elephant, Mo-air, halted, awaiting Lei Xiao's commands. Seated atop the elephant, Lei Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. Though it was a facade, he was diligently attempting to uphold. Since the appearance of the Li family members, he had grown increasingly cautious with the delicate wooden lamp nestled in his embrace. She dared not speak. Even her breathing was intentionally muted, fearing the discovery of her presence as a living entity within Lei Xiao's grasp. In a composed tone, Lei Xiao addressed the gray-clad man. What is your intent in obstructing my elephant? The gray-clad man surveyed Lei Xiao and then the elephant beneath him, likely pondering. This must be the tourist described by the people on the ship bound for Xiaoyao Island. The gray-clad man inquired of Lei Xiao, Might I ask if you have seen a person dressed in blue with a red sash? A spark of inspiration struck Lei Xiao, and he replied, Ah, which individual do you refer to? Not only have I seen him, but but he also entrusted me with an item. The gray-clad man paused, quickly asking, "What item?" Lei Xiao reached into his bosom and retrieved an object. Intentionally not fully supporting this item, the gray-clad man was unable to discern it clearly. Lei Xiao held it in a half-grasp. The gray-clad man was intrigued, pondering what this young man clutched. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the air, having seen the gray-clad man obstructing the elephant rider, hesitated to approach. They positioned themselves, one to the left and one to the right, ready to monitor the elephant rider's every move. The man in purple was a robust figure. Wielding a mountain axe, the short figure in green brandished a whip. None of the pursuing members of the Li family bore any divine weapons, as even though the Li family was a prominent clan, such weapons were rare. As for the significant discoveries on Longyu Island, it seemed the abundance of fire attribute divine weapons had yet to be allocated. As for Lei Xiao, what would he reveal? The gray-clad man caught a glimpse of a golden edge in Lei Xiao's hand, which was indeed the mysterious golden wings, a divine artifact unknown to him. The gray-clad man drew nearer. He heard Lei Xiao say, "The blue-clad individual entrusted me to deliver this item to the one seeking him." Consequently, the gray-clad man moved even closer, now only a few feet apart. Lei Xiao displayed the small wings. Just as the gray-clad man reached out to take them, Lei Xiao seized the opportunity and gave the wings a flap. The gray-clad man was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Assessing Lei Xiao, the gray-clad man tentatively asked, "Who are you?" With blood surging through his veins, Lei Xiao retorted, "Fool! You don't even recognize me? I am your ancestor." The gray-clad man raised his right hand, tapping his head in contemplation, struggling to comprehend the situation. Meeting Lei Xiao's steadfast gaze, he eventually uttered 4 words, "Greetings, ancestor." In a cold tone, Lei Xiao replied, "Look above. There are 2 individuals intent on troubling your ancestor. Shouldn't you hasten to deal with them?" The gray-clad man glanced at the 2 figures in the sky, momentarily taken aback, but Lei Xiao urged, "Useless fool. Why are you still here? Do you dare disregard your ancestor's words?" The gray-clad man quickly responded, "I dare not." As he spoke, he unsheathed a narrow, long soft sword from his waist and charged skyward. Seated upon Mo air, Lei Xiao observed as the gray-clad man engaged in fierce combat with the purple-clad giant. The giant, sensing hostility, swung his mountain axe in defense. The purple-clad man shouted, attempting to awaken the gray-clad man, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking me?" Yet, the gray-clad man pressed on relentlessly, forcing the purple-clad giant to retaliate. The green-clad short man, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, pondered, "Have these 2 had a prior feud?" Suddenly, the purple-clad giant exclaimed, "I see it now. This is the work of the fellow on the elephant's back." Chapter 47. The Jade Dragon faces peril again. The green-clad short man, glancing back at Lei Xiao, observed him entirely in the manner of a spectator, relishing the unfolding spectacle, as if the more chaotic, the better. With a flick of his steel whip, the metallic sound sliced through the air. The green-clad short man charged directly toward Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao inwardly cursed. "Not good." He patted Mo air, signaling it to flee. Understanding the cue, Mo air swung its trunk, emitting a peculiar call, and with a powerful thrust of its 4 legs, charged forward as Mo air galloped. Its speed was no trivial matter. Despite the green-clad short man pursuing from the air, he found it challenging to keep pace. Mo air surged ahead, the wind whipping against Lei Xiao's face as he clung tightly to its thick hide. The battling gray-clad man and purple-clad giant were soon left far behind, as Mo air barreled down the hillside. The green-clad short man closely pursued. With the plains ahead, Mo air ran with even greater vigor. And astonishingly, the distance between them began to widen. Lei Xiao looked ahead and beheld a city emerging in the distance, exclaiming inwardly, "I've reached Jade Dragon City." He thought, "I must not disturb Jade Dragon City. I need to steer Mo air away." However, events unfolded beyond Lei Xiao's expectations, as he found himself arriving just as a battle commenced in Jade Dragon City. And this time, the attacking forces appeared even more formidable than before. The distance closed rapidly, and once again, Lei Xiao spotted Princess Yu Ning battling in the skies, yet still no sign of the city lord, Yuan Shangong. Princess Yu Ning, clad in red, faced off against a seemingly refined young man in a green robe. His weapon, much like Princess Yu Ning's, was also a soft sword. They fought to a standstill. Lei Xiao noticed flickers of firelight emanating from the sword in the young man's hand, indicating it too was a divine weapon. The attacking forces this time were evidently more organized than before, indicating they were seasoned in military maneuvers that on the city walls, the soldiers of Jade Dragon City stood resolute against the enemy. The assaulting formation below occasionally erupted in synchronized shouts, rallying behind the young man in the green robe. As Lei Xiao approached from behind the formation, he noticed two corpses lying before it, one of which belonged to the notorious bandit king who had once led an assault on Jade Dragon City. How had this mountain bandit met his end here? Who were these attackers? But there was no urgency. Explanations could wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Lei Xiao. Riding Mo Air, if he charged violently from behind this formation, the impact would undoubtedly be significant. Observing the formation's strength, he surmised it was unlikely to withstand such a force. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his plan. With that thought, he patted Mo Air, whispering, "All right, charge forward." Mo Air comprehended Lei Xiao's intent, swinging its trunk and letting out a peculiar call as it surged toward the target. The pursuing green-clad short man noticed the battle at Jade Dragon City and hesitated in his advance. Recognizing the leaders of the attacking forces, he sought to join the young man in the green robe. As Lei Xiao and Mo Air approached, the members of the formation were startled by the sudden charge, scrambling to evade, but amidst the chaos of bodies, escape was far from easy. Confusion reigned that Mo Air charged forward. Lowering its head, its massive tusks thrusting ahead with unstoppable force. Occasionally, weapons struck Mo Air's tough hide. However, it felt no pain, only igniting the primal ferocity within the beast that in the chaos of thousands. Mo Air easily carved a path through the formation. Hearing the shouts and the clamor of horses, the young man in the green robe turned to look down. Upon seeing the spectacle, the young man furrowed his brow. He recognized that someone capable of commanding such a beast must possess considerable skill. Little did he know that Lei Xiao's strength was merely at the mid-level of the second tier. He could not even fly yet. The young man thought, "This fellow is formidable. First, he disrupts my ranks with this beast, and soon he will ascend to confront me. Given that I am currently evenly matched with Princess Yuning, if he joins her, my chances will dwindle." The young man was pondering this when suddenly, a sense of impending doom washed over him. Originally, the man in the azure robe had no intention of looking back for long. It was merely a fleeting glance. However, what transpired was that he first beheld the individuals charging into his formation, mounted upon fearsome beasts, followed by the sight of a green-clad dwarf approaching from the sky. In the midst of these thoughts, the man in azure had already turned around for quite some time. Seizing the moment, Princess Yuning let fly her soft sword. Before the man in azure could fully react, her weapon had already reached his throat. Realizing the peril, he found himself with no means of evasion. The man in azure did not even utter a sound, as the princess's soft sword encircled his neck, emanating a glimmering light that in an instant his body was cleaved in two, falling amidst a shower of blood. The green-clad dwarf, drawing near, stood frozen in disbelief as the gruesome scene unfolded before him. Princess Yuning summoned her soft sword back, elegantly poised in the air, upon recognizing that the one disrupting the enemy formation below was Lei Xiao. A look of joy spread across the princess's face. The body of the man in azure plummeted downwards, yet his fire attribute weapon, the soft sword, did not follow. The light attribute soft sword wielded by Princess Yuning skillfully caught the fire attribute sword, returning it to her grasp. Observing the two divine weapons in Princess Yuning's hands, the green-clad dwarf found himself bereft of the courage to advance any further. He refrained from rallying the disordered formation, retreating at a pace much swifter than his approach, soon vanishing from sight. The once orderly formation of thousands disbanded like a flock of startled birds. People from Yulong City emerged to survey the battlefield. Princess Yuning landed before Lei Xiao, who had already dismounted from his Mo Air elephant, standing face to face with her. "Young master, whence do you come?" she inquired. Lei Xiao did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What calamity has befallen Yulong City this time? Where is your esteemed father?" In light of his question, Princess Yuning assented once more, succinctly explaining, "My father is engaged in battle with a formidable foe. He may have been forced away from the city walls. With that," she declared, "I must go and ascertain the situation," and hastened northward. Lei Xiao, feeling concern for his mount, asked, "Are you weary, my friend?" The Mo-air elephant shook its head vigorously. "Then let us pursue her and see for ourselves," Lei Xiao commanded. The Mo-air elephant, understanding its master's intent, locked onto the direction and followed Princess Yuning. Before departing, Lei Xiao recognized the corpse of the bandit leader lying on the ground. He already knew that this siege was connected to the bandit, having noted the red sash worn by the assailants. Princess Yuning glided gracefully, landing on a small hill. The Mo-air elephant, carrying Lei Xiao, followed closely. Arriving at the same spot as the princess that Lei Xiao dismounted, he observed signs of battle on the hillside. Princess Yuning remained silent, surveying her surroundings while ascending towards the summit. Lei Xiao followed closely behind, with the Mo-air elephant trailing him. Upon reaching the top, Princess Yuning suddenly cried out, "Father!" Lei Xiao glanced around, noting that the scene mirrored that of the hillside. Yet he could not fathom what had caused Princess Yuning's anguish, that he hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter?" Princess Yuning explained, "This divine weapon in my possession was separated from the heart-piercing nail by my father. They are, in essence, one that as I approach the heart-piercing nail, I feel a potent attraction. Now, that force grows ever stronger, indicating that the nail is near, yet I cannot see my father's figure. This leads me to fear the worst." The creation of divine weapons is manifold, and Lei Xiao was not well versed in such matters. However, he found Princess Yuning's reasoning compelling, leaving him with no words to offer, standing in one place. Her tears cascaded down like pearls that moment. A voice emerged from within Lei Xiao's embrace. It was Mu Mei who spoke. "I can sense it. It must be the heart-piercing nail, lying just beneath us." Mu Mei's words took Princess Yuning by surprise, yet she had little time to dwell on it. Lei Xiao moved to Princess Yuning's side, watching her tears fall silently to the ground, each drop shattering into fragments, stirring within him an indescribable sorrow. Princess Yuning whispered, "My father hoped I could resolve the peril of Yulong City, that I would arrive here and reclaim the divine weapon he left behind." Lei Xiao understood that, although he had not seen the body of the distant mountain lord, the chances of his survival were slim. The fire attribute divine weapon could incinerate him in an instant. He thought of how the distant mountain lord was on the same path as his own father, and could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Princess Yuning gritted her teeth, resolutely declaring, "Father, may your spirit in the heavens bear witness. I will avenge you." Chapter 48. Return to Chongshan. Looking down, Lei Xiao suggested, "We should retrieve the heart-piercing nail. Leaving it buried is not a sustainable solution." Princess Yuning replied, "After the last incursion by the bandit leader, I sustained injuries and, as I healed, my strength improved, reaching the high tier of the 3rd stage. However, it is still insufficient to wield my father's heart-piercing nail. I must attain at least the 4th stage, and that leap is not easily accomplished." That Mu Mei, within the exquisite lamp, concurred with Lei Xiao's proposal, stating, "If we leave it here and someone else discovers it, we will surely regret it." Princess Yuning pinpointed the crux of the matter. "However, we lack the ability to extract the heart-piercing nail." Raising an eyebrow, Lei Xiao gazed intently at Princess Yuning, asserting, "Is it truly impossible due to a single tier difference? I wish to test it." "You!" Both Mu Mei and Princess Yuning exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with skepticism regarding Lei Xiao's audacious plan. As Lei Xiao raised his right hand, manifesting the strength of the Wanjun hand, Mu Mei and Princess Yuning realized he intended to attempt it with a magical artifact. Nonetheless, Princess Yuning remained apprehensive, remarking, "Can this Wanjun hand truly possess such power?" Lei Xiao replied quietly, "It is now the Wanjun hand. If it proves ineffective, we shall reconvene to devise a new strategy." Lei Xiao then inquired of Mu Mei and Princess Yuning, "Where exactly is it located?" Mu Mei, skilled in identifying treasures, and Princess Yuning, wielding a soft sword derived from the heart-piercing nail, could locate its position through attraction. Lei Xiao intended to dig after gathering this information. The Mo-air elephant understood Lei Xiao's intent and let out a sound akin to a playful cat, its tusks pointing to the ground below. Princess Yuning's soft sword trembled slightly as she said, "With this sword in hand, we need not dig. However, but what?" Lei Xiao pressed for clarification. Princess Yuning continued, "In the absence of someone controlling the heart-piercing nail, I can use my soft sword to draw it near. But it won't hold for long before the nail returns to its original position. Lei Xiao grasped her meaning. What you imply is that I must act swiftly in that moment. If I fail to seize the heart-piercing nail, the opportunity will be lost, and we will have to wait for the next chance. Princess Yuning nodded in agreement, then shook her head. Indeed. Seizing that moment is crucial. However, I fear that with my soft sword, I may not be able to maintain the effort for long. Lei Xiao nodded, stating, so the chance to grasp it may be singular. Princess Yuning affirmed his understanding with a nod. With unwavering determination, Lei Xiao declared, let us proceed and give it a try. Princess Yuning began to lower the tip of her sword, probing the ground. Concerned that unexpected events might occur and harm Mu Mei within the lamp, Lei Xiao decided to pass the exquisite lamp to the Mo air elephant. The elephant took the lamp with its trunk. And fortunately, the size and weight of the exquisite lamp were manageable, unlike a leaf that could easily slip from its grasp. The Mo air elephant remained unaware that the seemingly trivial exquisite lamp was indeed quite sturdy and capable of holding the waters of a lake. Lei Xiao gestured for the Mo air elephant to retreat a bit further. The elephant obediently complied. That as Princess Yuning ceased her probing with the sword, she turned to Lei Xiao, silently asking if he was prepared. Lei Xiao nodded in affirmation. Then Princess Yuning abruptly lifted her soft sword, and Lei Xiao watched intently as a faint golden light surged upward from the ground. In that instant, he extended his right hand swiftly. Reaching for the source of the golden glow, Mu Mei, perched atop the Mo air elephant's trunk, anxiously observed Lei Xiao. While Princess Yuning dared not make a sound, the golden light vanished. Lei Xiao's right hand paused in the air, the silence palpable. It was Princess Yuning who broke the stillness, exclaiming, we did it. Lei Xiao, releasing the breath he had been holding, slowly retracted his hand. Within the Wanjun hand lay a golden nail. Resting quietly in his palm, he softly echoed Princess Yuning's words, we did it. A first-tier divine weapon resides within the heart. A second-tier divine weapon emanates its property. Due to Lei Xiao's inability to reach the fourth stage, wielding a fourth-tier divine weapon was challenging. However, the heart-piercing nail was small enough for him to simply tuck it into his bosom. Alongside the Wanjun hand and the golden wings, Lei Xiao called for the Mo air elephant, retrieving the exquisite lamp and stowing it away. Seeing that Lei Xiao had successfully obtained the heart-piercing nail without any unforeseen occurrences, Mu Mei felt relieved and ceased her anxieties. This moment, Princess Yuning finally found the opportunity to inquire, young Master Lei, whence do you come? Are you returning to the Chongshan sect? Lei Xiaoyan spoke concisely. I am determined to return to Jiaoyu Island to seek vengeance for my family. But unexpectedly, an incident has occurred on the island, with the Lai family making a significant appearance there. Upon hearing this, Princess Yuning furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, the Lai family. Lei Xiaoyan continued, there are skilled members of the Lai family pursuing us. Their numbers are unknown, but I believe only the Chongshan sect possesses the strength to confront them. As we approached Yulong City, I spotted the advancing members of the Lai family, including the infamous Hawk King. Princess Yuning replied indignantly, the Hawk King is already dead. I personally ended his life. He did not foresee that his days were numbered, and my strength has reached the third tier's advanced stage. He deserved his fate. At that time, my father led the troops to suppress him, yet he managed to escape and sought refuge with the Lai family, returning with a vengeance. Lei Xiaoyan's expression grew serious as he asked, Princess, do you intend to return to Yulong City now? Princess Yuning blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded. Currently, my father is absent, leaving Yulong City without a leader. If enemies were to attack again, the city would be difficult to defend. I must prepare for a staunch defense. Hearing this, Lei Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Mu Mei, nestled in Lei Xiaoyan's embrace, spoke. Princess, consider the situation from a different perspective. What is the purpose of their siege? In my opinion, it cannot be solely for the sake of the city's inhabitants. Lei Xiaoyan wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, you speak wisely. Then what should we do? Princess Yuning inquired, somewhat at a loss. Lei Xiaoyan gazed at her and said, upon reflection, their motives for attacking the city are likely twofold. The divine weapon and you. Princess Yuning opened her mouth but could not find the words. Lei Xiaoyan continued, currently, the divine weapon is in our possession. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from returning to Yulong City and instead accompany me to the Chongshan sect. Princess Yuning hesitated, struggling to make a decision. She softly expressed her concern. I still worry about the citizens in the city. That Mume urged, Princess. Do not be foolish that if you are captured, it will be too late for regrets, and at that point, you will be unable to attend to the citizens. Princess Yuning bit her lip, resolving, very well. I shall head to the Chongshan sect with you. Meanwhile, in the mountains, a burly man with a small child perched on his shoulder was sprinting. The two were Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kuan. As they hurried along, a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. That Mu Shanchuan quickly halted, nearly colliding with the man in front of him, who was clad in white and wore a red sash at his waist. The man's strikingly handsome face suggested he was around 30 years of age, and a double-edged sword rested on his back. He scrutinized Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kuan, inquiring, Who are you two? Where are you hastily heading? Ding Kuan promptly replied, We are just passing the time. I'm riding him for fun. Simultaneously, Mu Shanchuan spoke up, his voice booming and eclipsing Ding Kuan's. We are returning to the Chongshan sect. Ding Kuan thought, My ancestors. Do you really need to speak the truth? But once spoken, the words could not be taken back. The white-clad man raised an eyebrow at Mu Shanchuan's declaration and snarled. Returning to the Chongshan sect is no easy task. He swiftly unsheathed his double-edged sword, swinging it down towards Ding Kuan. That my goodness. Ding Kuan yelped, nearly tumbling off Mu Shanchuan's shoulder from the sudden attack. However, Mu Shanchuan remained unfazed. He brandished his axes and shouted, Let's get started, kid. With his left axe, he deflected the opponent's sword, while his right axe flew towards the white-clad man. The white-clad man thought to himself, Why is he releasing his weapon right away? What kind of skill is this? He quickly dodged, but still received a gash on his left shoulder from the axe. Gritting his teeth in pain, he let out a cry as he swung his sword towards Mu Shanchuan. Once more, did I end his agony? The white-clad man lost his composure, not anticipating that this seemingly clumsy giant before him was actually at the intermediate stage of the third tier. Surpassing his own strength, the man missed his strike, and Mu Shanchuan seized the opportunity to grasp the sword's hilt. Let go! The white-clad man demanded. That Mu Shanchuan laughed. You think I'll let go just because you say so? What pride do you have left? The white-clad man, using all his strength, snarled, You brute. Mu Shanchuan was not using his full power, maintaining a stalemate until he suddenly realized, What am I doing? Why am I wasting time with him? He then released his grip. Before the white-clad man could react, he and his sword tumbled backward, rolling over. Upon seeing this, Mu Shanchuan burst into laughter, taunting, Now you know my strength. Huh. How can you compare? I haven't even exerted myself. And you've already fallen. The white-clad man, his face contorted in defiance, retorted, Just wait. He quickly rose, grasped his sword, and lunged at Mu Shanchuan again. Ding Kuan shouted, Big guy, use your axe already. Mu Shanchuan pivoted and swung his axe at the white-clad man, who attempted to block it, but Mu Shanchuan's strength was overwhelming. The white-clad man thought, This isn't going to work. This brute is far too powerful that I need to find a way to escape. Suddenly, he shouted, Big guy, look over there. My companions are coming to assist me. Mu Shanchuan turned to look, seeing nothing. The white-clad man seized the moment to leap up into a tall tree nearby. Realizing he had been deceived, Mu Shanchuan yelled at the man in the tree, You scoundrel, how dare you trick me? Ding Kuan sighed. What is the point of yelling? He is already up there. You can't follow him, the white-clad man taunted from above. You big fool. Come up here. I'm waiting for you. Come on up, Mu Shanchuan, seething with anger, shouted back, You little brat, if you can't beat me on the ground, you run up a tree. Come down and face me for 300 rounds. You coward, the white-clad man, emboldened, laughed heartily. Big fool, come up and fight me for 300 rounds. I'm right here, Mu Shanchuan, incensed, hurled his only axe at the white-clad man in a fit of rage. The man had no time to react as the axe struck him on the left leg. Seeing the white-clad man hit, Mu Shanchuan jeered, You think flying makes you special? You still got hit. Am I not impressive? The white-clad man looked at his wounded leg and thought, I can't keep this up. This big guy is stronger than me, and now I'm injured that I need to retreat. I can't win alone, Mu Shanchuan shouted. You coward. Come down and stop hiding up there. I'm not done playing with you. The white-clad man turned and fled. Mu Shanchuan muttered, How boring. I wasn't finished yet. Just then, Ding Kuan remarked, he sees that you're stronger than him. And even with a weapon, he can't win, especially now that he is injured, that he is likely going to fetch reinforcements. Hurry and pick up your axe. We need to get to the Chongshan sect and deliver the news. The Lai family is making a big move, and if we're late, it will be too late. Mu Shanchuan replied, you're right. How could I forget that? He quickly retrieved his axe, and the two hurried along their way. Meanwhile, Lei Xiaoyan and the others were riding the Mo Air elephant towards the Chongshan sect. The Mo Air elephant moved with remarkable speed. Despite her exhaustion, Princess Yuning also rode atop the elephant. Since her father's unfortunate fate, Princess Yuning found her spirits shrouded in gloom. But fortunately, Lei Xiaoyan was by her side, stealing a glance at him. She quickly lowered her head, fearing the revelation of her innermost feelings. Yulong City was 300 miles from the Chongshan sect, and given the speed of the Mo Air elephant, they would arrive in no time. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in the sky. 5 individuals, each adorned with a red sash. The leader, dressed in black, called down to the group on the Mo Air elephant, halt. Lei Xiaoyan initially intended to ignore them, but it was clear they were targeting his party, that he reined in the Mo Air elephant, bringing it to a standstill. As Lei Xiaoyan halted the Mo Air elephant, a soft voice emerged from his embrace. It was Mu Mei. She uttered a brief yet significant warning that heightened Lei Xiaoyan's vigilance. I recognized the voice. It belongs to Lai Xiaobai, one of the Lai family's 2 stewards, fearing that further words might invite trouble. Mu Mei refrained from elaborating. Having listened to Mu Mei's previous accounts, Lei Xiaoyan recalled the 2 stewards of the Lai family, whose names and attire were inversely matched. Mu Mei had not misheard. The approaching figure was indeed Lai Xiaobai. One of the Lai family stewards, that is Lai Xiaobai, and his 4 companions remained motionless. He suddenly dove headfirst toward the ground, seeming as though he would crash down. But at around 3 zhang above the ground, he straightened his body and effortlessly hovered before the Mo Air elephant. How had Lai Xiaobai managed to lead his group here? Originally, after the 15 members of the Liao family departed the island. The family patriarch, Liao Hong, was understandably apprehensive about potential mishaps. Consequently, he dispatched one of the 2 stewards, Liao Xiaobai, to follow suit. Summoning 4 individuals with a gesture, Liao Xiaobai set forth with a party of 5. The narrative subtly indicates that Liao Xiaobai was already in possession of a divine weapon, a blazing heavenly fork at that moment. Upon reaching the Wangu continent, he first encountered his bewildered kin, who had been rendered senseless by Lei Xiao, and then proceeded westward. There, Liao Xiaobai came across the defeated soldiers of the Liao family, a contingent that had been engaged in the assault on Yulong City, gaining a general understanding of the situation. He deduced that the likely next objective of his adversaries was to seek reinforcements from the Chongshan sect. With a raised eyebrow, Liao Xiaobai murmured, "How can I allow you to reach Chongshan so effortlessly?" Accompanied by his 4 companions, he soared swiftly through the skies. After traversing a considerable distance, the 5 paused midair. Liao Xiaobai pondered. Having pursued so far, yet there is no sign of them. Could it be that I have miscalculated the direction? As he halted to reflect, one of his followers spotted a monstrous beast, carrying a person upon its back, rushing toward them. The observer hastily pointed and exclaimed, "Look over there." It was then that Liao Xiaobai realized they had indeed overshot their target. Feigning calm, Lei Xiao inquired of Liao Xiaobai, who stood in their path, "What obstructs my route?" Liao Xiaobai, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Why pretend to be ignorant when the truth is clear? You have left my family members in disarray. And here stands the princess of Yulong City upon that beast, alongside yourself." Understanding that the intruders bore ill intentions, Lei Xiao braced himself, knowing well that he was no match for an initial stage 4th-tier martial artist like Liao Xiaobai. The disparity in their strengths was far too great. "Young master, you should stay back." The voice that called out was none other than Princess Yaning. Before Lei Xiao could react, the MR11 had already retreated a few steps, with Princess Yaning positioning herself in front of it. Gazing at Princess Yaning, Liao Xiaobai's eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. The princess's countenance resembled frost, and with a flourish, she conjured 2 swords into her hands, her right wielding a light attribute soft sword, and her left brandishing a fire attribute soft sword, obtained during the conflict in Yulong City. Liao Xiaobai displayed no semblance of fear, exhaling a few words. 2 divine weapons that I end the next instant. He conjured the blazing heavenly fork before him, its heat causing Princess Yaoning to pale, forcing the MR11 to retreat several more steps. With a smile, Liao Xiaobai addressed Princess Yaoning. "Child, surrender your resistance. You are no match for me." In comparison to the heavenly fork in Liao Xiaobai's grasp, the flames of Princess Yaoning's fire attribute soft sword seemed trivial. Yet, with no other recourse, she gritted her teeth and prepared to attack with both swords. The four companions in the sky felt confident of victory, but remained stationary, awaiting Liao Xiaobai's command. That was not long before Liao Xiaobai demonstrated his overwhelming advantage. Before Princess Yaoning, only flickering flames remained, and on the back of the MR11, Lei Xiao maintained an outward calm, though turmoil churned within him, compounded by the anxiety of the wooden figurine in his grasp, which was of no assistance. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped Princess Yaoning's lips as Liao Xiaobai lunged at her with a heavenly fork. She narrowly evaded, but Liao Xiaobai, with swift follow-up moves, struck again. Though she had just dodged one attack, she found herself unable to evade the subsequent onslaught. Realizing she could not escape, Princess Yaoning hastily raised her swords to defend. Her defense, however, was a desperate measure. She understood the might of Liao Xiaobai's assault. As expected, the force of his strike overwhelmed her defenses, causing her to bleed from her lips as she fell from the sky. Fortunately, her divine weapons mitigated the flames, preventing her from being ignited. Seeing this, Lei Xiao immediately directed the MR11 toward the direction where Princess Yaoning had fallen. Seizing the opportunity, he dismounted and executed a mid-air flip to catch the princess in his arms, landing back on the MR11's back. Glancing down at Princess Yaoning, whose lips were stained with blood, a deep sense of anguish pierced Lei Xiao's heart. Clenching his teeth, he felt a swell of righteous indignation. "I have done my utmost," Princess Yaoning managed to whisper, her voice strained and intermittent. Liao Xiaobai hovered above, gazing down with a smirk of triumph. "Look at you, a mere child with no substantial power. How could you have rendered my family members senseless?" In response, Lei Xiao retorted, "Your family has gone too far, transforming them into fools. That is already a kindness." Aware of the vast gulf in skill between himself and Liao Xiaobai, he feigned bravado, concealing his true capabilities to avoid provoking the steward into rash action. Perhaps he hides his strength. "I must not act recklessly and fall into a trap," he mused, contemplating the need to gauge Liao Xiaobai's prowess before proceeding. At that moment, Liao Xiaobai, having devised a plan, turned to his four companions and bellowed, "You four, why are you still dawdling? I have severely wounded the strongest among them. Hurry and capture them, delay any longer, and you shall face the consequences." At his command, the four quickly complied, though trepidation gnawed at their hearts. They had witnessed the two Liao family members in a state of confusion and did not wish to suffer a similar fate. Yet, compelled by their leading steward's orders, they rallied their courage and charged toward Lei Xiao and his companions. Lei Xiao understood that he could not contend with Liao Xiaobai, let alone any of the four warriors. The odds were heavily stacked against him. As the four Liao family members approached, armed with spears, sickles, halberds, and clubs, Lei Xiao felt the weight of despair. That he wielded the formidable Wanjun hand, a divine artifact of immense power. Yet its efficacy waned at a distance, rendering him powerless against the approaching foes. Suddenly, a series of pained cries erupted as Princess Yaoning, despite her injuries, launched a counterattack. Her light attribute soft sword gleamed with a radiant light, momentarily dazzling the four Liao warriors. In an instant, they felt the sting of her blade, as she managed to strike all four. However, due to her weakened state, her strikes lacked precision, or else they would have surely met their demise. The injured warriors instinctively retreated into the sky, leaving Liao Xiaobai, who wore a frustrated expression, caught in the midst of it all. Liao Xiaobai bared his teeth, exclaiming, "So, you still possess some fight. Watch as I utterly incapacitate you." He then brandished the heavenly fork once more, propelling himself upward before executing an inverted stance. As he spun the weapon, flames erupted, enveloping the area in a scorching blaze, creating an atmosphere of suffocating heat. As Liao Xiaobai plummeted toward Lei Xiao and his companions, the fiery fork appeared poised to obliterate everything in its path. The oppressive heat bore down upon Lei Xiao, making it difficult for him to breathe. The MR11 closed its round eyes in trepidation. Is this the end? Just then, Lei Xiao remembered the heart-piercing nail nestled in his grasp. Without hesitation, he seized it, uncertain if he could wield it effectively. Yet knowing he had to take this final chance. Holding Princess Yaoning close, he readied himself, his resolve firm. Liao Xiaobai shouted, "Youngster, fear not. I shan't destroy you completely. You still hold value. I will leave you barely clinging to life." To regulate his speed and power, Liao Xiaobai slowed the descent of the heavenly fork, aiming for a precise strike. Lei Xiao, gritting his teeth, murmured under his breath, "Heart-piercing nail, it's your moment to shine." With all his might, Lei Xiao thrust the heart-piercing nail toward the flames, and in a flash of golden light, it soared skyward. Suddenly, the heavenly fork fell from the air, and the MR-11 wisely sidestepped to evade the descending weapon. As it tumbled to the ground, the MR-11 thought to itself, "Thank goodness I dodged in time. Otherwise, I would have become a roasted elephant." In that moment, the heart-piercing nail pierced through Liao Xiaobai, emerging from his head and exiting through his lower body. During the descent, Lei Xiaobai was unable to evade in time. He could never have anticipated that Lei Xiao would unleash such a strike. Hit by the penetrating nail, Lei Xiaobai plummeted alongside the heaven-supporting fork. The penetrating nail flawlessly accomplished its mission, descending from the sky, while the four members of the Lei family dared not approach to seize the nail. Completely intimidated by the spectacle, Mo Erxiang shifted his form, and Lei Xiao, seizing the moment, caught the falling, penetrating nail in his hand. The power of the penetrating nail was so immense that it exceeded Lei Xiao's comprehension, filling him with unexpected joy. The four members of the Lei family, witnessing the lifeless body of their steward, Lei Xiaobai, on the ground, exchanged glances and nodded in unison, fleeing towards the direction of Yulong City. As Lei Xiao observed the four fleeing members of the Lei family, his heart gradually eased. He understood that had they chosen to confront him, the outcome would have been dire. Mu Mei remarked, "Young Master Lei, this ordeal has passed. Your use of the penetrating nail with the Wan Jun hand was indeed a commendable life-saving technique." Lei Xiao replied affirmatively, "Indeed." He turned to the Princess Yu Ning in his embrace and asked, "How do you fare now?" The princess, displaying her resilience, responded, "I am fine. I feel even better than before, so there is no need for excessive concern." Lei Xiao admired the princess's fortitude, nodding in agreement. Then Mu Mei urged, "Let us hasten our journey. If the Lei family returns, we shall face them again." Lei Xiao replied, "Yes, we shall set off at once." Without waiting for Lei Xiao's command, Mo Erxiang had already resumed the journey towards the location of the Chongshan sect. The four members of the Lei family had not fled far when they noticed a figure approaching from the distance. Adorned in red garments, as the figure drew closer, they observed that he also wore a red sash around his waist. The man, resembling Lei Xiao in age and possessing striking features, was none other than Lai Hongjue's youngest son, Lai Teng. Upon seeing the disheveled state of the four family members, Lai Teng swiftly inquired about the situation. They recounted the events truthfully. One among them asked, "Young master, shall we pursue them?" Lai Teng pondered for a moment and replied, "For now, we must prioritize the larger picture and refrain from pursuing them. Let them go. Once the Chongshan sect is obliterated, they shall be dealt with accordingly." That he instructed the four. Yulong City is now under the control of the Lai family. You four should proceed to Yulong City and await further orders. I will head to the Chongshan sect to hasten Li Jintian's actions. It is imperative to act swiftly, for delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Understood. The four replied in unison, parting ways with Lai Teng. Chapter 51. An encounter on the way. By nightfall, Lei Xiao and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the Chongshan sect, bypassing the need for formal notification as they ascended the mountain directly. Mo Erxiang halted before the palace of the renowned swordmaster Xiao Yun, while Lei Xiao approached a nearby drum, seizing a mallet and striking it vigorously. The resounding drum echoed throughout the eastern region of the Chongshan sect. This gathering drum was only sounded in times of urgency, and after 9 strikes, all, from the esteemed swordmaster Xiao Yun to the inner disciples, were obliged to assemble there promptly. Following the 9 strikes, Lei Xiao entered with Princess Yu Ning to find Xiao Yun seated cross-legged upon a mat in the hall. With a serious expression, Xiao Yun addressed Lei Xiao, "There is no need to wait for your senior brothers and sisters. If there is urgent news, relay it quickly." "Yes," Lei Xiao acknowledged, beginning to recount the actions of the Lai family. Upon hearing the account, Xiao Yun furrowed his brows deeply. Once Lei Xiao completed his narration, the inner disciples had nearly all arrived simultaneously, greeted by their contemplative master. Xiao Yun, having made a decision, wasted no time and rose to enter a side chamber. The disciples arranged themselves in an orderly manner. Awaiting their master's instructions, Princess Yu Ning stood beside Lei Xiao, along with Mu Mei, who remained concealed in Lei Xiao's embrace, unbeknownst to others. Xiao Yun soon emerged, holding a letter that he pointed to disciple Zhai Hao and commanded, "Zhai Hao, deliver this letter to the Tian Ti Peak post-haste," placing it in the hands of the sect leader. The letter was handed over, and Zhai Hao responded affirmatively, taking the letter and departing the hall. After exiting, Zhai Hao swiftly headed towards Tian Ti Peak. The A.S. Lei Xiao, Princess Yu Ning, and the others observed the letter's dispatch. They collectively sighed in relief. Zhai Hao traveled westward with haste toward Tian Ti Peak. Just as he was nearing his destination, a figure approached from the opposite direction. The newcomer was a robust man, slightly older than the swordmaster Xiao Yun. Upon spotting Zhai Hao, he appeared momentarily startled before making a beeline towards him. This individual was none other than Li Jintian, the eldest disciple of the sect leader. Zhong Li Jintian, without his formidable hammer, was once renowned for wielding an earth attribute divine weapon, a spear of great renown. However, that spear had vanished mysteriously, leading to a significant decline in his standing with Zhong Bai, that he called out to Zhai Hao. "Zhai Hao, in such a hurry, where are you off to?" Zhai Hao, seeing Li Jintian approach, quickly halted and bowed, saying, "Master Uncle, I have been tasked by the master to deliver a letter to the ancestral master at Tian Ti Peak." Li Jintian pressed further, "What is the urgency regarding this letter?" Being Li Jintian's junior, Zhai Hao did not harbor suspicion and replied, "The master entrusted me with this letter, instructing me to deliver it to Tian Ti Peak without delay. Did I end my haste? I am unaware of its contents." Li Jintian's face curled into a sly smile, relishing in Zhai Hao's naivety, that he mused, "Ever since losing the spear, my position in the Chongshan sect has become precarious. Now, with my junior sister about to wed Xiao Yun, my situation is even more dire." Li Jintian feigned curiosity, asking Zhai Hao, "Since you are unaware of the letter's contents, what do you think could be the matter?" Zhai Hao, not shying away, candidly replied, "At nightfall, Lei Xiao and his companions returned to the Chongshan sect and conferred with the master. Subsequently, the master penned a letter for me to deliver to Tian Ti Peak. Beyond that, I know nothing else." Upon hearing Zhai Hao's words, Li Jintian realized that Lei Xiao and his companions had informed Xiao Yun of the Lai family's actions. That he thought to himself, "This lad is quite swift. Fortunately, I encountered him and managed to intercept him. That if the master were to learn of the Lai family's movements, it would spell disaster." Thankfully, Zhai Hao remains oblivious to my intentions. Li Jintian promptly urged, "Zhai Hao, hand over the letter quickly. I have the right to know its contents." Zhai Hao objected, "Master Uncle, I cannot give you the letter without the master's permission. I implore you to understand. You ought to let me pass so I can deliver it to Tian Ti Peak as swiftly as possible." Li Jintian's expression darkened as he barked, "Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the letter now." Zhai Hao, now resolute, thought, "Never have I encountered my master uncle in such a fury. Something must be amiss. I cannot give him this letter. It is undoubtedly of great significance." Without further thought, Zhai Hao declared, "Master Uncle, you should not waste time here." Furious, Li Jintian retorted, "You little brat, if you refuse to give it to me, do you intend to force my hand?" Zhai Hao felt a twinge of fear at Li Jintian's wrath, but, recognizing him as his master uncle and noting their proximity to Tian Ti Peak, he harbored little concern. Aware of the letter's importance, he replied, "I respect you as my elder. Please do not be so aggressive." Li Jintian, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You call this respect? You are clearly courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jintian grasped the air before him with both hands, conjuring a divine weapon, a wolf-toothed club. Zhai Hao was taken aback, recalling, the Chongshan sect once possessed two divine weapons. One belonged to the ancestral master, a dragon-headed crutch, while the other was Li Jintian's spear. However, after Li Jintian lost the spear, he fell from grace in the eyes of the ancestral master, and since then, he had harbored resentment, but was powerless to change his fate. Could he really dare to strike at me now? As Zhai Hao contemplated an escape plan, he recognized the formidable strength of Li Jintian, whose disciples were renowned for their power. it was worth noting that Li Jintian was not solely defined by his might. He had once enjoyed the favor of the sect leader, Zhong Bahui, during his time with the spear. After losing it, however, his position had weakened, and his standing with Zhong Liani, Zhong Bahui's daughter, had also waned. Zhai Hao, having risen to the top 10 disciples of the Chongshan sect and reached a high third-tier martial artist rank at Tianti Peak, was undoubtedly exceptional among his peers. Yet he must not forget that he was facing Li Jintian, one of the most formidable figures in the sect, whose martial artist rank was already at the 4th tier. An idea struck Zhai Hao, and he suddenly exclaimed with remarkable speed, "The ancestral master is coming." Li Jintian instinctively turned around, startled. With a single sound, Li Jintian turned back, yet he naturally saw nothing. Zhai Hao seized the opportunity, swaying his body in an attempt to escape from the scene. Zhai Hao had still underestimated Li Jintian. As Li Jintian turned around, his wolf-toothed club struck out with swift precision, landing a blow on Zhai Hao's back. The impact caused Zhai Hao to tremble, and he coughed up blood. With a muffled groan, he fell from the sky like a kite with its string cut. Li Jintian, filled with arrogance, proclaimed, "You little brat, how dare you oppose me? After taking this blow, you'll be as good as dead." Li Jintian pondered briefly, then pursued downward. Intent on retrieving the letters Zhai Hao carried, Zhai Hao plummeted. He was intercepted by the canopy of a large tree, yet the force of his fall was still tremendous as he crashed through the branches and landed on the ground. Li Jintian descended beside Zhai Hao, bending down to rummage through his belongings, and soon the letters Zhai Hao were in his grasp. With a snort, Li Jintian took the letters and, observing that no one was around, swiftly flew away, disappearing in no time. That Li Jintian immediately headed toward Xiao Yun's location, eager to prevent further troubles. Thinking it was time to take action, gazing into the distance, he could already see the palace where Xiao Yun resided. Thinking to himself, "I am coming. From now on, there shall be no more Li Jintian. Only the revered swordmaster Xiao Yun, that I end the night." Xiao Yun and his disciples were unaware of the imminent danger approaching with such haste. Li Jintian had already descended the palace of the revered swordmaster Xiao Yun. None of the inner disciples retreated. Although Lei Xiao and his companions were weary from their journey, they anxiously awaited Zhai Hao's return from delivering a message to the heavenly ladder peak, as only then would their hearts find true peace. However, Zhai Hao did not return as everyone had hoped. Instead, they were met with the imposing figure of Li Jintian striding into the hall. Li Jintian appeared to be empty-handed, not allowing others to know the secret of his newfound divine weapon, that he wore a serious expression and, upon entering the hall, waved his hand to the disciples, instructing, "I have urgent matters to discuss with your master. That My elder has summoned me. You may all withdraw." Xiao Yun, seeing his senior brother enter, had already risen to greet him. The disciples did not immediately comply with Li Jintian's order. Instead, waiting for Xiao Yun to speak, in the brief moment that Xiao Yun hesitated, Li Jintian's displeasure was evident on his face. Xiao Yun finally spoke, feigning authority. "Why are you all still standing there? Did you not hear my senior brother? Leave at once." The disciples, well aware that this was merely a performance for their uncle's benefit, complied and exited the hall. Once the disciples had withdrawn, Li Jintian let out a long humph. Xiao Yun fixed his gaze on Li Jintian. Waiting for him to continue, Li Jintian glanced around and said, "Let us find a secluded place. We risk being interrupted by any unwelcome visitors here." Xiao Yun nodded slightly, responding, "Very well, very well." Chapter 52. Ingenious schemes. They entered a small, empty room devoid of any furnishings, a designated secret chamber for discussing clandestine matters. After Xiao Yun and Li Jintian entered the chamber, Li Jintian cautiously closed the door behind them. Both stood still in place. Then Li Jintian spoke in a lowered voice, which seemed inconsistent with his imposing stature. Addressing Xiao Yun, "Junior brother, before nightfall, I received word from a disciple who returned from a mission, stating that the 5 great families are making significant moves, primarily concentrated in the Eastern Sea region, but have already extended close to the eastern territory of the Chongshan sect, according to what I know." As Li Jintian spoke, his voice dropped to a near whisper. To discern his words, Xiao Yun had to lean in closer. Xiao Yun undoubtedly sought to uncover information that Lei Xiao had not provided. However, as he moved in closer, he failed to catch Li Jintian's words. That a sudden thought struck Xiao Yun. "In my eagerness to gain more information regarding the Liao family, I overlooked something crucial." If Li Jintian possesses significant intelligence and intends to disclose it, the most direct and effective method would be to report to our master at the centrally located Heavenly Ladder Peak. Xiao Yun's realization was logical, that if there were obstacles preventing Li Jintian from communicating directly with their master, he would either remain silent or, even if he chose to speak, would not confide in someone who threatened his standing and coveted his affections. In that instant of understanding, Xiao Yun reacted swiftly, hastily attempting to retreat. That it must be said that Xiao Yun was quick on his feet. However, the scheming Li Jintian had already seized the opportunity. Before Xiao Yun could completely evade the attack range, Li Jintian's arm swung out. Originally, Li Jintian's arm would not have reached Xiao Yun, as it was part of Xiao Yun's calculations to evade. Yet, to Xiao Yun's astonishment, as Li Jintian swung his arm, a wolf-toothed club, infused with the essence of earth and stone, materialized in his grasp. Xiao Yun's heart sank with dread. A divine weapon. He had acquired yet another earth attribute divine weapon. With the length of Li Jintian's arm combined with the sudden appearance of the wolf-toothed club, the blow struck Xiao Yun squarely in the chest. Xiao Yun coughed up blood and lost control of his body. Collapsing backward, that Li Jintian's expression turned ferocious as he aimed a second strike at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, recognizing the coldness in Li Jintian's demeanor, understood the gravity of his situation, that he had already suffered a severe injury, making retaliation exceedingly difficult. Xiao Yun and Li Jintian's strength had been relatively even, but with the divine weapon in hand, Li Jintian had widened the gap in their power, especially with the surprise attack. As Xiao Yun coughed up blood once more, Li Jintian prepared to deliver a third strike. The renowned swordmaster of the Chongshan sect met his untimely demise in this unexpected encounter. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Li Jintian's thoughts turned. He stowed the wolf-toothed club away. Bending down, he withdrew a dagger from his boot that Li Jintian leaned over, grasping Xiao Yun's arm, and with a swift motion, the dagger sliced into Xiao Yun's pulse point. Instantly, blood poured from the recently lifeless Xiao Yun's wound, that Li Jintian bent down closer, positioning his mouth over the source of the blood flow from Xiao Yun's arm, and began to suck. Once everything was concluded, Li Jintian sat down cross-legged. With his eyes closed, he murmured a secret incantation that even the author was unaware of. The scene within the small chamber was eerie. One person sat in meditation while the other lay lifeless on the ground. After a moment of meditation, Li Jintian opened his eyes, first examining his own body, then extending his hand to inspect his arms, and finally raising his arm to touch his face, that Li Jintian murmured, "No change, there's absolutely no change. What is wrong? Where did I go wrong?" A vision of a young, beautiful woman in a red dress flashed through Li Jintian's mind as she spoke, after drinking his blood. "Follow the incantation I taught you, and then you will become exactly like him. Afterward, use the earth attribute divine weapon I provided to completely disassemble his essence, and your task will be accomplished." Li Jintian muttered to himself, "She deceived me that I haven't made any mistakes in the steps. Therefore, she must be lying to me." Suddenly, footsteps approached, causing Li Jintian to panic, unsure of how to react. Just as he stood up, the door swung open, and a woman entered the chamber. The woman appeared relatively young and was quite beautiful. She was Zhong Liani, the daughter of the sect leader Zhong Boai. "Senior brother," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Li Jintian was at a loss for words. With Xiao Yun's corpse sprawled on the ground, how could he face Zhong Liani? She glared at Li Jintian, her fury palpable to Li Jintian, pale and desperate, stammered, "Junior sister. If blame must be assigned, then let it fall on my overwhelming affection for you." Silence. Zhong Liani interrupted, "Your affection has shattered my happiness. I hate you." Li Jintian, bending down once more, withdrew the dagger from his boot. Zhong Liani smiled mockingly, looking at Li Jintian, and said, "Go ahead and make your move. I was just about to join my second senior brother." In his hesitation, Li Jintian suddenly thrust the dagger into his own chest. Blood spewed from his mouth as he fell backward, uttering his last words with a sense of determination. "Junior sister, I love you. I love you." Zhong Liani, upon hearing this, laughed maniacally. She lunged forward, snatching the dagger from Li Jintian's chest and plunging it into her own. Zhong Liani had arrived in response to the sound of Lei Zhao's drumbeat, and upon seeing the disciples outside Xiao Yun's palace, she froze. After inquiring, she learned that her senior brother Li Jintian had come here, and an ominous feeling washed over her. Zhong Liani thought to herself, he must have important matters to discuss directly with my second senior brother, and thus hurried inside. With a grim smile, Zhong Liani collapsed beside the lifeless form of Xiao Yun. In her final moments, she summoned her remaining strength to grasp Xiao Yun's hand, this very moment. Atop the heavenly ladder peak, outside a small stone hut, a loud voice rang out. You old scoundrel named Zhong. Come out and face your demise. The little lady has arrived. Had Li Jintian still been alive, he would have instantly recognized the enchanting figure of the woman in red, the mastermind behind the scheme. She was none other than Liao Jinjin, the daughter of Liao Hongjue, the head of the Liao family among the 5 great clans. The Li's family is renowned for their mastery of fire, rendering a weapon of earth affinity superfluous. Under the clever manipulation of Li Jinjin, a tragic incident unfolded, pitting the members of the Chongshan sect against one another. However, this internal strife was merely the prelude. Li Jinjin no longer lingered in the shadows. Making her dramatic entrance atop the summit of Tianli Peak, the leader of the Chongshan sect, Ba Huai, remained oblivious to the grim fate of his disciples and daughter as he leaned heavily on his cane. Emerging from a modest stone cottage, Li Jinjin stood poised atop a massive boulder, the night breeze billowing her garments, an unexpected sight of delicate beauty radiating a palpable aura of menace. What audacity for such a fragile girl, Ba Huai remarked, his tone measured, yet unaware of her reckless boldness. With a graceful leap, Li Jinjin ascended into the air, her visage adorned with a smile. Ba Huai let out a dismissive snort, with a deft tap of his cane. He lifted himself into the air, hovering 3 zhang away from Li Jinjin. She extended her right hand before her, and a crimson point flickered and expanded into a blazing ring, a fire attribute divine weapon. Ba Huai's brows furrowed at the sight. The dragon fire ring, the Li's family's treasured heirloom. He exclaimed, Sharp eyes you possess. Li Jinjin replied, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Ba Huai inquired, Child, what is your relation to the Li's family? Li Jinjin, she declared, her name resounding with conviction. Ba Huai nodded. I have heard of Li's Hongjue, the illustrious patriarch of the Li's clan, though this is our first encounter. Be cautious, old man, for I am about to strike. Li Jinjin taunted, a playful warning in her voice. Ba Huai shook his head slowly. You, my dear girl, should take your leave, and no matter how exceptional you may be, you are but a child compared to an old fool like me. I cannot bring myself to trouble a young one, that if any discord arises between the Chongshan sect and the Li's family, it is your father, Li's Hongjue, who must intervene. That if he comes, there need be no conflict. We can settle matters amicably. Now depart. At these words, Li Jinjin erupted into laughter. Ha, you old fool are truly amusing. Her impudent remarks irked Ba Huai, who thought to himself, a young lady from a prestigious family. Yet she displays such a lack of decorum that I laugh at your words of disharmony between our families and your notion of sitting down to negotiate. To speak plainly, tonight, the Li's family will launch a full-scale assault on the Chongshan sect. And it won't be long before your sect is erased from existence. The Li's family aims to expand southeastward. In the future, all that lies eastward, even to the sea, will belong to us at this juncture. Ba Huai could no longer restrain himself, and with a roar of wolfish ambition, he swung his cane. As their weapons clashed, the fire ring and the cane rebounded apart. Chapter 53. Divine Weapon Mastery. Ba Huai's dragon-headed cane was a 5th-grade divine weapon, and he was in the mid-tier of the 5th stage. After a single exchange, he surmised that the Li's family's fire ring was also a 5th-grade weapon. That he mused. Indeed, she is worthy of the title Heavenly Prodigy, achieving the 5th stage of martial arts at such a youthful age. Calculating her opponent's strength and recognizing that he surpassed her own, Li Jinjin resolved to employ cunning to secure victory, shifting her position to disrupt his balance. She began to dart in every direction, upward, downward, forward, backward, leftward, and rightward. Her movements fluid and unpredictable. Draped in fiery red attire, with the flaming ring in hand, she resembled a phoenix soaring through the night sky. Ba Huai, feeling as though he were ensnared by flames, maintained his composure as he wielded his cane. Gusts of wind surged around him, pushing the surrounding flames further away. Li Jinjin mused, the leader of the Chongshan sect is indeed formidable. I must tread carefully, for should this continue, the one in peril will surely be me. She had hoped that age would render him sluggish, but Ba Huai proved that experience could not be underestimated. Li Jinjin realized that she could not wait for him to tire. Instead, she must unleash a divine weapon technique to bring him to his knees. That 1-grade divine weapons are wielded with the mind. 2-grade divine weapons manifest attributes. 3-grade divine weapons allow for both distance and proximity. 4-grade divine weapons enable skills to traverse. 5-grade divine weapons unleash ultimate techniques. 6th-grade divine weapons arise from thought. With this knowledge, Li Jinjin grasped the fire ring as if it were a shield, positioning it firmly before her. Seeing her movements, Ba Huai recognized the gravity of the situation. As she thrust the fire ring forward, she cried out, "Fire Dragon Roar!" A dragon of flames erupted from the ring, charging swiftly towards Ba Huai, its form expanding as it breached the confines of the ring. Ba Huai's brow furrowed, and his cane transformed in his grip as he uttered 4 words. Endless Gale. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and with a thunderous roar, it unleashed a tempest that coalesced into a towering column of wind. The roaring fire dragon collided with the wind column that on one side stood Li Jinjin, and on the other, Ba Huai, with the fire dragon and wind column in between. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the fire dragon was gradually shrinking while the wind column was lengthening. Li Jinjin gritted her teeth and muttered, "Even divine weapon techniques are lacking," Ba Huai coldly retorted. "You bring this upon yourself. Your demise here is entirely your own doing." As Ba Huai glared, the wind column intensified. Li Jinjin's complexion paled, and a sudden idea struck her. She quickly said, "Old fool, are you relying solely on brute force? Consider this. Why has no disciple come to your aid amidst our battle?" Ba Huai remained silent. Li Jinjin continued, "Your eldest disciple, Li Jintian, was the focus of your greatest efforts. Your ultimate skill is wind, yet you discovered that Li Jintian could not grasp the essence of wind. To uphold his prestige, you urged him to display his strength to compensate for his lack of understanding. After he lost his divine weapon, your dissatisfaction only grew." Ba Huai pondered. "This girl is remarkably perceptive." Li Jinjin laughed. "To speak plainly, the Li's family has been planning this for quite some time. Even before my birth, opportunities are grasped. Your attitude toward your disciples has afforded us this perfect chance. I must thank Zhong Liani, for her actions have left Li Jintian utterly humiliated." What transpired? Ba Huai's voice trembled slightly, revealing the anxiety within that moment. The fire dragon surged with power, steadily consuming the wind column. Li Jinjin chuckled. "You wish to support your eldest disciple while also contemplating his abandonment. Your indecision is a failure of your leadership. Remember, he who hesitates is lost. Now your Chongshan sect is in disarray due to Li Jintian." "What do you mean by in disarray?" Ba Huai's unease deepened. "Haha." Li Jinjin's laughter grew wild. "I have transmitted the incantation to him. When Li Jintian utters it, your Chongshan sect's treasured blade master, Xiao Yun, will meet his end." Ba Huai's expression shifted, clearly agitated. "Indeed, I can sense it. Li Jintian has succeeded. The Chongshan sect is finished." "Utter nonsense." Ba Huai grasped his dragon-headed cane tightly, declaring, "You only seek to disturb my peace of mind. Regardless of any turmoil within the Chongshan sect, I will take your life before reaching any conclusions." As Ba Huai resolved to repel her, the power of his cane surged. However, the fire dragon had already approached him, revealing the potency of Li Jinjin's words. Realizing that Ba Huai intended to intensify his offensive, Li Jinjin understood she could not afford to give him an opportunity to retaliate. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she commanded Fire Dragon ascend, flame prison. As her command resonated, the roaring of the fire dragon suddenly ceased. The dragon entwined around Ba Huai, shifting its form, while the wind column struck empty air, leaving a fiery prison to ensnare him. This prison only allowed for a narrow escape, the remnants of the wind column creating an opening no wider than an arm's breadth. Ba Huai's attempts to counter were too late. Escaping through the wind column was simply unfeasible. Thus, Ba Huai was left with no choice but to change his technique. As he shifted his strategy, the wind column halted, and he found himself entirely enveloped by the flames. "Burn! Let it burn fiercely!" Li Jinjin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The flame prison hung in the air, resembling a colossal fireball atop the Tianli peak of the Chongshan sect. Li Jinjin heard no cries of agony from Ba Huai. leading her to believe he was either struggling or devising a counterattack. She remained fixated, her gaze unwavering. Suddenly, figures approached from the direction of Tianli Peak. First came Gongsun Luo from the south, followed closely by Guo Hu from the west. Li Xinjin, noticing their arrival, wore a nonchalant expression and lightly uttered, "Tonight shall witness the fiery destruction of the Chongshan sect." "Who is this demoness?" Gongsun Luo shouted as he brandished a chain whip from his waist. The steel whip crackling with a resounding clamor. Guo Hu, lagging behind, cautioned Gongsun Luo, "Proceed with caution. If she can ensnare our master, we must not act recklessly and lose our lives in vain." Gongsun Luo was momentarily taken aback. Guo Hu approached him and whispered, "I'll distract her. Take this opportunity to get closer to the fiery prison and see if you can aid our master in escaping." Without waiting for Gongsun Luo's response, Guo Hu brandished his large iron rod and charged directly at Li Xinjin with a fierce shout. This was not a time for hesitation. Seeing Guo Hu already in motion, Gongsun Luo swiftly leaped towards the flaming prison. Upon noticing Guo Hu's charge, a hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Li Xinjin's lips. She thought to herself, "The Chongshan sect only has Zhong Bahu as a fifth-tier martial artist. And among the 3 top disciples of the sect's elder, only her daughter possesses a 4th-tier strength. The remaining disciples, whether initiated or acolytes, none have reached the 4th tier, with the formidable Li Jintian having already severely wounded the Chongshan sect. Zhong Bao's entrapment rendered the sect vulnerable." Guo Hu swung his iron rod from above, creating a gust of wind as he aimed to strike Li Xinjin. This blow was ferocious, causing Li Xinjin to furrow her brows, prompting her to hastily dodge. Though her martial prowess far surpassed Guo Hu's, she was currently occupied with manipulating the dragon fire circle, controlling the dragon spirit summoned within. As she focused on the dragon spirit, she could not afford to move the circle freely. When Guo Hu's rod came crashing down, despite her superior skills, the nature of their contest was one of brute force, and she could not withstand the might of his blow. Thus, in a moment of urgency, Li Xinjin had no choice but to adapt. With a single hand grasping the fire circle, she shifted her body to evade the incoming strike, ensuring that the circle remained relatively undisturbed. In her other hand, she drew a dagger from her waist and, with a flick of her wrist, sent the blade hurtling towards Guo Hu's chest. As Guo Hu completed his swing, he found it challenging to alter his attack. Just as he noticed the glint of the dagger, it pierced straight into his heart. Guo Hu felt a sudden constriction in his breath and realized, with dread, that he would not survive this encounter. Summoning the last of his strength, he hurled his iron rod towards the fire circle. Alas! Li Xinjin gasped in alarm, finding herself at a loss, unable to swiftly maneuver the fire circle or halt the incoming rod. The inevitable outcome was that the iron rod would crash upon the circle. As it made contact, Li Xinjin's countenance darkened. Guo Hu's rod struck true, and in the next instant his form plummeted from the peak of the celestial ladder. Meanwhile, Gongsun Luo struck the fiery prison with his chain whip. The impact barely altered the prison structure, yet the chain ignited into flames. Gongsun Luo, realizing he was now empty-handed, gazed anxiously at the fiery prison, pondering how to proceed. Just as despair began to settle in, the prison trembled violently. Initially startled, Gongsun Luo feared that the prison was unleashing a more sinister assault on his master. However, he soon discerned that it was Li Xinjin's attempt to regain control of the fire circle that had caused the disturbance. Understanding the situation, Gongsun Luo saw that Li Xinjin was on the verge of re-establishing the fire circle's position. As she did so, the prison that held Zhong Bahu became even more fortified. Gritting his teeth, Gongsun Luo resolved to act decisively. Without further hesitation, he charged towards the dragon fire circle, letting out a fierce shout. "You seek death." Li Xinjin, gritting her teeth in determination, realized she could no longer target the prison with a fire circle, and thus chose to confront Gongsun Luo directly, aiming to eliminate him swiftly. Her intention was realized as Gongsun Luo, unarmed, found himself unable to withstand her fierce onslaught. The fire circle struck him squarely in the chest, and unlike Guo Hu's robust physique, Gongsun Luo's form ignited upon impact, plummeting to the ground. Nearly consumed by flames, the moment Li Xinjin struck down Gongsun Luo, the fiery prison quaked violently, and before she could regain control, it shattered, transforming into a fiery dragon that surged towards Zhong Bahu, now far beyond reach. leaving him without a second chance to escape. Charred and bare, Zong Bahu was a sight to behold, having been ravaged by the flames of the dragon. Upon seeing his exposed form, Lai Jinjin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The injuries Zong Bahu sustained were not to be underestimated. He knew he could no longer fend off Lai Jinjin in his current state. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the dragon-headed staff and retreated westward. Should he pursue? He was naked, trailing behind him like a fool. Despite the considerable age gap, it felt rather indecorous. Lai Jinjin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give chase. Opportunities like these were rare, and must not be squandered. As the battle raged above the celestial ladder, what transpired in the east, west, and south? In the eastern region, when the disciples of the Chongshan sect beheld the flames engulfing the central area, they understood something was amiss. Once the esteemed Elder Yunlang had been expelled from the sect, Zhai Hao was delayed in delivering a message to the celestial ladder, and Wang Meili had already departed from the Chongshan sect. With 3 pillars of authority absent, chaos ensued. Shui Yini could no longer contain her anxiety, her thoughts consumed by Zhai Hao. Convinced that he must be engaged in battle at the peak of the celestial ladder, she resolved to make haste towards it. Suddenly, Lei Xiao spoke up, addressing his fellow disciples. "What do you mean? The elders are conversing, and the juniors should hide? In these dire times, we must report to the master without delay." For the elder was indeed in need of capable hands at this moment. Brother Zhou Jin interjected, but just moments ago, someone emerged from the master's quarters, stating that the master and uncle are in a secret meeting. The news they bring must be of utmost importance. Unlike our aunt, whose status is different, can we simply barge into the secret chamber? The elder is powerful enough to fend off any threats. And with the second brother at the celestial ladder, everything will soon return to normal, though we should inform the master and allow them to decide. Lei Xiao's words served as a brief response to Zhou Jin before he swiftly entered the palace. Upon entering, Lei Xiao inquired about the location of the secret chamber and soon discovered the grim scene within. In short order, the renowned swordsman Xiao Yun and other disciples arrived at the site of the incident. In the western region, Guohu rushed towards the celestial ladder with his iron rod in hand. Xiao Taiwan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought that Mu Shanchuan had departed in search of Lei Xiao and had yet to return. With Master Li Jintian absent, the 3 once prominent disciples of the Chongshan sect had assumed command in the southern region. Gongsun Luo hastened toward the celestial ladder, with Wu Yaozhong and Tao Xian taking charge. Amidst the chaos, the 3rd disciple of Zong Bahu, Gong Yin, was inexplicably missing when the tumult began at the celestial ladder. Suddenly, Tao Xian heard a sound that resembled a person's anguished scream. Turning to Wu Yaozhong beside her, she said, "That sounded like the master's voice. Didn't you hear it?" Wu Yaozhong shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." "Are you sure?" Straining to listen, they could discern nothing further. "I must find out what is happening," Tao Xian exclaimed, taking flight in search of the source of the distress. Not far from the Chongshan sect, beneath a great tree, a scholar-like figure gradually sat up. He was Zhai Hao, a disciple of the renowned swordsman Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Lai Jinjin had caught up to Zong Bahu, her eyes gleaming with malice as she declared, "Old man, meet your end." With a sudden ferocity, she brought down the fire circle upon him. Zong Bahu did not utter a cry of agony, but vanished in an instant. Lai Jinjin halted midair, stunned. She realized she had fallen for a ruse. Having been deceived by an illusion, she began to scan her surroundings, seeking the true form of Zong Bahu, but to no avail. Instead, she witnessed flames spreading, engulfing the eastern, southern, and western regions of the Chongshan sect. In a low voice, she murmured to herself, "It seems the Lai family has commenced their actions." In the leaderless eastern region, the Lai family launched a sudden offensive, plunging the area into chaos. The outer disciples bore the brunt of the assault as the Lai family swiftly advanced. And the flames mirrored their progress. The disciples of the Chongshan sect, clad in white robes, found themselves pursued by the Lai family's fiery onslaught, which surged like a white wave. The disciples struggled to break free, retreating inward amidst the chaos, their ranks crumbling under the pressure. The once unified Chongshan sect faced utter disarray in the wake of the Lai family's unexpected assault. Similarly, the outer disciples of the Bai men retreated inward, while the inner disciples of the Rushi found it difficult to stem the tide of defeat. Chapter 55. The Inferno of Chongshan. The assault from the southern region was particularly fierce. led by a man of similar age to Lei Xiao, clad in red and possessing striking features. He was the scion of the Lai family, Lai Teng, with the prowess of a fourth-tier martial artist. Lai Teng's objective was to confront Gong Yin, the third disciple of Zhongba Huai, situated in the southern part of Chongshan. However, the absence of Gong Yin was evidently unexpected for the Lai family. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that he chose this moment to vanish. How could he possibly have foreseen the impending calamity? Having failed to encounter Gong Yin, Lai Teng unleashed a relentless assault on the retreating disciples of the Chongshan sect using his dual flame guns, one of the few divine weapons previously possessed by the Lai family. Prior to the discovery of a plethora of fire attribute divine weapons on Longyu Island, the Lai family had relied on the ancestral treasure, the dragon subduing fire ring, along with other divine artifacts, including the dual guns now in Lai Teng's possession, reminiscent of the firelight soft sword wielded by Princess Yu Ning during the diplomatic engagement in Yulong City. Opposing Lai Teng was Wu Yaozhong, a selected disciple under Gong Yin at the Tianti Peak. Although his skills were not particularly high, having yet to attain the third tier, he wielded a steel whip with a fierce intent, aiming to strike Lai Teng directly. Lai Teng did not flinch. Instead, he met the assault head-on, using his left gun to deflect the descending whip while thrusting his right gun forward, and as Lai Teng's dual guns ignited with flames. Wu Yaozhong found himself engulfed in fire as he was pierced, letting out a muffled groan before his form dissipated into embers. Lai Teng soared into the air, his two guns brandishing four gleaming tips, proclaiming, "Clan members of the Lai family, after this battle, we shall ascend to greater heights. Charge forth." It was winter, and this particular winter was exceptionally harsh, with some trees still clinging to their withered leaves. The flames in such an environment ignited easily and spread rapidly, transforming the entire Chongshan sect into a hunting ground for the Lai family. Princess Yu Ning stepped forward to confront the enemy, but after a mere token resistance, she was swiftly overwhelmed. Lei Xiao furrowed his brow and murmured, "The Chongshan sect's fate is sealed." He had initially hoped to join the Chongshan sect to avenge his family, but now, witnessing its downfall filled him with a deep sense of bitterness. Thoughts of the once mighty chief family on Longyu Island crossed his mind, and he realized their situation was equally precarious. The tumultuous changes over the past few months in Longyu Island and the eastern regions of the Wangu continent had caught everyone off guard. Princess Yu Ning returned to the side of Mo Erxiong and said to Lei Xiao, "My lord, we cannot withstand this any longer. What shall we do?" Without hesitation, Lei Xiao replied, "Retreat. Head towards Tianti Peak." Uncertain of the outcome of the battle at Tianti Peak, the onlookers witnessed the fiery glow dissipate from the summit. Yet, what secrets did the night conceal? Among the disciples of the Chongshan sect, many shared Lei Xiao's sentiments, contemplating that only upon reaching Tianti Peak would they have the chance to regroup and counterattack. The casualties among the inner disciples and outer disciples of the Chongshan sect, aside from those who perished, numbered in the thousands. Lei Xiao mounted Mo Erxiong, and Princess Yu Ning joined him atop the elephant's back. That it was not that Princess Yu Ning was unwilling to fight. She had sustained injuries during the battle at Yulong City and had only managed to eat a meager morsel after arriving at Chongshan. This moment, regardless of her valor, the crumbling edifice of her strength could hardly withstand further strain. Mo Erxiong charged wildly towards the central area of the Chongshan sect, heading for Tianti Peak. Lei Xiao clutched the penetrating nail tightly in his hand. In the mountainous terrain, movement through the air offered a distinct advantage over ground travel, and thus numerous members of the Lai family could be seen soaring above. Lei Xiao urged Mo Erxiong forward, unwilling to haste Li Zhinzhen hesitated for a moment, and indeed pursued to enact a killing blow. As Zhongba Huai had foreseen, that he utilized his own life-preserving techniques. Originally, Zhongba Huai's technique of doppelganger allowed a phantom to traverse 100 zhong. Even without being attacked, it would automatically dissipate, while his true body would reappear at another location within 100 zhong. It was likely due to his poor physical condition that when his true form emerged, it was reduced to such a diminutive size, resembling a fist. Who could tell if he would ever return to his original form? "Master, what should we do?" Lei Xiao asked Zhongba Huai in a hushed tone. It was imperative to speak softly. As the leader of the Chongshan sect, Zhongba Huai had previously been in a position of clarity. But now he had transitioned from the light into the shadows, where he could avoid detection by the enemy, thus seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Hearing Lei Zhao's inquiry, Zhamba Wei replied, "From my vantage point in the sky, I observe chaos in the east, west, and south directions. Our Chongshan sect is in disarray, driven by the Liesian family towards the Tianji Peak." Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao remarked, "If our sect musters its strength, we should not be underestimated." Zhamba Wei quickly countered, "However, the Liesian family is pressing their advantage and encircling us that we must be cautious. Retreating to the northern region is absolutely out of the question." "Why must we avoid the north?" Lei Xiao asked, perplexed. Zhamba Wei explained, "The thickets there are too dense, and given the current season, should we become ensnared in the Liesian family, skilled in fire, we would be reduced to ashes." With the prior battle's timeline, they encountered the leader of the Chongshan sect. At this moment, the retreating disciples from the eastern region were already drawing near. Furrowing his brow, Lei Xiao murmured, "If we cannot go north, and the south is occupied by the Liesian family, the east is now a relentless source of their strength. Must we then head west?" "That is inadvisable," Zhamba Wei declared firmly. "The Liesian family's illustrious daughter, Li Zhenchen, has already made her way westward, and she possesses the family's treasured artifact, the dragon-subduing fire ring, the IS master suggesting that Li Zhenchen is acting with intent." Lei Xiao speculated. Zhamba Wei nodded in response. Lei Xiao, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "If that is the case, does it not mean that all four directions, east, west, south, and north, are dead ends? There is still a chance. We should head south." Zhamba Wei insisted. "The Liesian family shares a border with our Chongshan sect. With their forces mobilized, it is likely that the defenders among them are lacking in formidable experts, providing us with an opportunity." Lei Xiao expressed his astonishment. "Are we to take the opportunity to attack the Liesian family?" Zhamba Wei first nodded, then shook his head, stating, "In the midst of our chaos, to suggest that we could turn the tide simply by finding a so-called opportunity would be folly. The Liesian family's strength already surpasses ours. At this moment, the Chongshan sect has suffered heavy losses and is in disarray that we cannot afford to clash directly with their forces. Our best course of action is to strike swiftly and then retreat." "Master, what should be our first step now?" Lei Xiao inquired. Zhamba Wei replied, "Let us wait a while, and together with the disciples from the eastern region, we shall retreat to Tianji Peak. Once the three factions gather, we will proceed according to our plan." At that moment, the disciples from the eastern region of the Chongshan sect were drawing ever closer. In the interim, Zhamba Wei leaped onto the hands of Princess Yaning, saying, "I must assess the state of the girl." Zhamba Wei placed his hand on Princess Yaning's pulse, and soon his brow furrowed tightly, declaring, "The girl's condition is dire. Fortunately, I arrived in time. However, I currently lack any medicinal pills and must resort to using my internal energy to heal her." Lei Xiao, filled with concern, asked, "Master, but what about your own health?" Zhamba Wei solemnly replied, "It is of no consequence. After all, I am a 5th-tier martial master. Assisting a junior of less than 4th-tier strength is well within my capabilities." After a moment's thought, Zhamba Wei instructed Lei Xiao, "Have her sit cross-legged, and I will position myself at her back. You must take charge in front, ensuring her safety with my presence, remember, until absolutely necessary. Do not reveal my whereabouts." Once Lei Xiao arranged everything, the disciples from the eastern region of the Chongshan sect had arrived nearby. Lei Xiao raised his voice to address the newcomers. "Everyone, the more chaotic the situation becomes, the greater the opportunity for the enemy to exploit. I, Lei Xiao, have devised a means of escape, along with a chance to counterattack. Are you all willing to heed my arrangement? In such circumstances, anyone stepping forward to lead would undoubtedly attract attention, becoming the primary target for the Liesian family's assault." Lei Zhao's resolute demeanor stirred a sense of admiration among his fellow disciples. Yet, Lei Xiao had only recently joined the Chongshan sect, and his skills were not particularly remarkable. His placement among the top 10 disciples was partly due to luck, and his relatively low rank diminished his authority. The crowd hesitated momentarily, likely continuing in their state of disarray. "Who is willing to heed my call?" Lei Xiao shouted again that if someone were to step forward at this moment, it would ease matters, as people often follow the lead of others. "But who would be the first to rise?" "I am," boomed a voice from above, belonging to a robust figure who had just felled a Liesian family member tied with a red sash around the waist. The speaker swiftly descended, and others noticed that he, too, wore a red sash, a mark of the Liesian family. Yet, why had he attacked his own kin? Others observed that this was not just one person but a large man with an unmistakable presence, upon whose shoulder sat a smaller figure. Many of the disciples from the eastern region recognized this small figure as Ding Kuan. The hulking man accompanying Ding Kuan was none other than Mu Shanchuan. In this encounter, Mu Shanchuan appeared transformed. He had finally learned to fly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. Lei Xiao joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Mu, you can fly now." Mu Shanchuan replied boisterously, "Indeed, I can fly, but have I become arrogant?" How had Mu Shanchuan learned to fly? And what of the red sash around his waist? The narrative rewinds to the moment Mu Shanchuan was racing alongside Ding Kuan. Ding Kuan, anxious to deliver news to the Chongshan sect, feared being entangled by the Liesian family, but he frequently urged Mu Shanchuan, "Big fellow, can you run a bit faster?" While running, Mu Shanchuan retorted, "Am I not fast enough?" Ding Kuan, exasperated, exclaimed, "Big fellow, why can't you fly?" In a moment of desperation, Mu Shanchuan could only run as fast as he could. When faced with a small ravine, Mu Shanchuan leaped over it, reminiscent of a mighty elephant. However, when confronted with a wider gap between two cliffs, he found it impossible to cross to AT that moment. The elephant, during its run, barely landed on the ground, that Mu Shanchuan realized he could not make it. But in a fleeting thought, he spoke before realizing it was too late to halt his momentum. All Mu Shanchuan could do was struggle. In the midst of his struggle, he planted his large foot in the air, managing to avoid a fall, and his form soared above the opposing cliff. Halting in midair, Mu Shanchuan felt a rush of anxiety. "Mother, that was close." Ding Kuan, noticing Mu Shanchuan hovering in the air, joyfully exclaimed, "Big fellow, you can fly now?" Only then did Mu Shanchuan realize, chuckling. He replied, "Indeed, I can fly now, but am I being arrogant?" Chapter 57. Gathering at Tianji, Mu Shanchuan set his course and flew swiftly. Ding Kuan, initially unaccustomed, continually cried out, "Mother, mother," until he gradually acclimated. As Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kuan reached the Chongshan sect, despite their hurried pace, they arrived a moment too late. The Liesian family had already commenced a large-scale assault. Mu Shanchuan scratched his head, murmuring, "What is going on?" Ding Kuan quickly assessed the situation, stating, "The Liesian family has begun their attack on our Chongshan sect. Look, those with red sashes are undoubtedly Liesian family members. What should we do?" Mu Shanchuan asked Ding Kuan for advice. Ding Kuan's eyes lit up. "Charging in recklessly is certain death. We must employ some strategy." "What kind of strategy?" Mu Shanchuan pressed. Ding Kuan replied, "With your strength. You can approach from behind." At times, when the members of the Lai family drew near, Mu Shanchuan would brandish his axe and charge forward. With his bold advance, the disciples of the Chongshan sect would indeed follow suit in a surge of momentum, momentarily disrupting the ranks of the Lai family. After leading another charge, Mu Shanchuan returned with a bitter expression, exclaiming, "Damn it, I came with 2 axes, and now there's only one left." The companions around him expressed their concern. After all, Mu Shanchuan's weapon was pivotal to their combat effectiveness. Many offered their own weapons, eager to see if they might be of use. However, Mu Shanchuan shook his head vigorously, declaring, too light, at this moment. Princess Yuning, who was riding alongside Lei Xiao, spoke up, calling out to Mu Shanchuan, "Hero Mu, come forward." Under the influence of Zongba Huai's cultivation, Princess Yuning had shown significant recovery, and the now diminutive Zongba Huai quietly remained behind her, concentrating on healing her. Zongba Huai thought to himself, "Either I will refrain from acting, or when I do, I shall ensure the Lai family witnesses the consequences." Hearing his name, Mu Shanchuan approached, with a graceful gesture. Princess Yuning summoned a staff into her hand. Everyone recognized that this was indeed a divine weapon. Lei Xiao, in particular, immediately recognized it as belonging to the former King of Owls. The king had perished in Yulong City, but he possessed a wooden divine weapon, a staff that had once injured Princess Yuning, who had ultimately slain him. Such a divine weapon could not be discarded lightly, and now it was time for Princess Yuning to put it to use. Mu Shanchuan scratched his head, puzzled by the princess's intention. Princess Yuning earnestly said, "Hero Mu, this is a divine weapon, of the wood attribute. From now on, it belongs to you. Just be mindful not to clash it directly with fire attribute weapons. Although the Lai family excels in fire, ordinary flames cannot harm divine weapons. Belongs to me." Mu Shanchuan exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the staff, but this staff seems a bit small." Princess Yuning smiled. "Manipulate it as you wish." With the staff now in hand, Mu Shanchuan called out, "Make it bigger, bigger, bigger." The staff, reminiscent of the golden hoop of Sun Wukong from the classic tales, obediently expanded in size, fulfilling Mu Shanchuan's desire for grandeur. The disciples of Chongshan quickly moved aside, for the staff had grown unwieldy in his grasp, and they could only watch in bemusement as Mu Shanchuan struggled to hold it, with a furrowed brow. Mu Shanchuan muttered to himself, "This is a bit too big. It would be better smaller." As soon as the words left his lips, the staff promptly shrank in response that it had previously been established that the attackers from the Lai family were not the same as those on Longyu Island, meaning that the numerous fire attribute divine weapons from Longyu Island had yet to be fully deployed. Point 1 might wonder why the Lai family did not wait until they had thoroughly unearthed their divine weapons before assaulting the Chongshan sect. The answer is quite simple. Longyu Island is not far from the Wangu continent, and the Lai family feared that the Chongshan sect, located in the eastern region of the Wangu continent, would obstruct their efforts to excavate divine weapons. Such weapons were vital for martial artists, both individually and collectively. The Lai family had long planned to eliminate the Chongshan sect, and before the latter could react to the turmoil at sea, the Lai family struck with their blades drawn. The Lai family believed that overwhelming force was unnecessary. Their meticulous strategy would ensure the demise of the Chongshan sect. They anticipated some resistance, but it would surely be in vain, a desperate struggle for survival. At this moment, Mu Shanchuan, emboldened, adjusted the staff to a more suitable size. With a rallying cry of "Charge with me," he led the charge against the Lai family members. This fervor inspired the disciples of Chongshan in the eastern region to fight even more fiercely. It is often said that the presence of a commanding officer is crucial during battle. The Lai family members found themselves pushed back significantly. Leading the way, Lei Xiao and his group proceeded calmly towards Tianti Peak. By the time they arrived, the pursuing Lai family members from the east had distanced themselves, evidently intimidated by Lei Xiao's formidable presence. However, Lei Xiao's group refused to attempt an escape to the east, as it was far too perilous, a path leading to certain doom, especially if the Lai family from Longyu Island arrived with their fire attribute divine weapons. Under the cold light of the moon, the flames ignited by the Lai family were even more dazzling. The undaunted members of the Chongshan sect remained resolute in their search for an opportunity. As night faded, dawn broke, and shortly after the arrival of Lei Xiao's group at Tianti Peak, the disciples of the Chongshan sect from the southern region arrived. However, there was no sign of Zhongba Huai's third disciple, Gong Yin, who typically led the southern contingent. Instead, a young girl took charge, appearing quite adorable and still in the process of maturing. This girl was Tao Xun. Amidst the chaos of impending battle, Tao Xun had lost sight of her master, Gong Yin. Hearing a faint sound, seemingly a cry of anguish from her master, she quickly conferred with Wu Yaozhong before taking flight in search of him. Tao Xun discovered a cave and hesitated momentarily before deciding to enter. Inside the cave, there were twists and turns, and once again, Tao Xun heard a sound, one that resembled her master, though it was unclear. The darkness of the cave filled her with an unknown dread. She dared not act recklessly, feeling an overwhelming sense that advancing without knowledge of the situation would only lead to her being utterly consumed. Leaving no trace behind, as the sounds of battle erupted, Tao Xun hastily exited the cave, preparing to join the fray. She would not cower in hiding. With her master missing and her senior brother Gongsun Luo having ventured towards Tianti and not returned, and Wu Yaozhong having lost his life shortly thereafter, Tao Xun observed the imposing Lai family, contemplating her next move without choosing to recklessly charge into a fight to the death to Lai Tung wreak havoc. He believed victory was assured. His gaze fell upon the fiery glow in the western sky, recognizing it as the dragon-summoning fire circle belonging to his sister, Lai Jinjin. Eager for recognition, the youthful Lai Tung soared towards his sister. Little did he expect that just as he departed, a girl wielding chain whips charged into the ranks of the Lai family. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Xun surged forward, leading the charge for the southern region of Chongshan. Upon Tao Xun's arrival at Tianti Peak, after another hour or two, Xiao Taiwa led the disciples of the western region of Chongshan. The western faction had suffered heavy casualties, and at this moment, Xiao Taiwa was filled with self-admiration that he marveled at the fact that he had faced both the Lai family's remarkable daughter, Lai Jinjin, and their young master, Lai Tung, while still managing to lead the team. Chapter 58. Seeking one's own demise, how did Xiao Taiwa come to lead the team here? Pay attention. He was wearing the attire of the Chongshan sect. Among the disciples of the Chongshan sect, inner disciples may dress freely, whereas outer disciples must always don their sect robes. Those like Ding Kuan, who changed their attire after finding opportunities to venture out with Mu Shanchuan, were merely exceptions. What does Xiao Taiwa's wearing of the sect's robe signify? Let us rewind to the moment the Lai family launched their attack. Imagine that inner disciples, accustomed to their freedom in attire, would coincidentally be wearing sect robes just as the Lai family struck. Clearly, Xiao Taiwa was not in sect robes when the Lai family initiated their assault. In a moment of oversight, Lai Jinjin found herself unable to locate Zhongba Huai. In her fury, she gritted her teeth. With the dragon-summoning fire circle swirling, she advanced westward, unleashing a fiery sweep that claimed the lives of over 100 disciples from the western region of Chongshan. The casualties consisted largely of those not wearing sect robes, indicating that Lai Jinjin targeted the more prominent inner disciples to this moment. Xiao Taiwa was not leading the charge, nor did he choose to act as a rear guard. The primary figure in the west, Li Zhentian, was absent. Although Xiao Taiwa was the only one among them who had been selected in the top 10, he decisively chose a position on the edge, which was relatively safe. When Lai Jinjin unleashed a blazing attack that extinguished 100 of her fellow disciples, Xiao Taiwa was not far away. Drenched in cold sweat, he quickly discerned that Lai Jinjin's targets were primarily those who wore no sect robes. He thought to himself, it seems that dressing as an outer disciple would be safer. With this thought, he swiftly turned to a fellow disciple running beside him. In a single punch, he incapacitated his companion, who was a mid-level third-stage martial artist. Whether or not his punch claimed the life of his fellow disciple was of little concern to Xiao Taiwa. He hurriedly pulled him behind a tree. Amidst the chaos, and who could possibly care about such matters? He quickly donned his robe this moment. Lai Ting arrived beside his sister, Lai Jinjin. Lai Tung, wielding dual flaming guns, unleashed a ruthless slaughter upon the disciples of Chongshan. Xiao Taiwa shrank back, daring not to approach. In truth, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lai Jinjin furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent with her brother's actions. She admonished him, "Tingnier, what are you doing here?" Li Zhenzhen pondered momentarily, while Lieting, drawing closer to her, lowered his voice. Previously, I learned that Brother Lietao, led astray by others, deviated from the plan and took a portion of the Liejia clan to assault the Yulong city east of the Chongshan sect. Unfortunately, he not only failed to capture the city, but also lost his life. Now, the eastern forces are left without a leader. Li Zhenzhen replied softly, "It's of no consequence. The eastern region is likely to remain unscathed, as reinforcements from Longgyudo may arrive at any moment." She contemplated further. "I suspect the south poses no threat either, as that territory falls within the domain of the Liejia clan, this moment. The Chongshan sect is like a startled bird. They would only venture south if they were utterly deranged." Li Zhenzhen's analysis was reasonable, for she could not foresee the most significant transformation in Zongbawi. His size had diminished, although his skills had not significantly waned. The now smaller sect leader had already united with his disciples. Her erroneous judgment stemmed from her overconfidence in the Liejia clan's divine weapon, the dragon-slaying fire circle. Turning to Lieting, Li Zhenzhen asserted, "With my defense of the western front, the three directions are virtually impenetrable. Under siege from three sides, the remnants of the Chongshan sect will surely retreat northward, and in those high mountains and dense forests, our clan's flames will be even more effective." Meanwhile, on the ground, the disciples of Chongshan paid no heed to the two conversing in the sky, fixated solely on their escape toward the Tianti Peak. They believed that reaching Tianti Peak would guarantee their survival, as it housed a revered sage they deemed invincible. As they approached Tianti Peak, Xiao Taihuac, perceiving little danger, emerged from the disordered ranks. Feigning authority as he declared, "Everyone, remain calm. I, Xiao Taihuac, am here to lead you safely to Tianti Peak." His bravado raised the question, where had he been all this time? After conversing with Lieting, Li Zhenzhen gracefully floated back to join the Liejia clansmen pursuing the Chongshan disciples. The Liejia faction ceased their relentless chase, stabilizing their formation under Li Zhenzhen's command. Lieting, like his sister, returned southward to the pursuing ranks. Arranging his own formation and maintaining a vigilant defense at a distance from the Chongshan disciples, that as dusk approached and another day waned, Lieteng suddenly resolved to act decisively. His determination was typically a virtue, suggesting a lack of hesitation. However, this very decisiveness led him into a perilous predicament. After believing he had organized the troops effectively, he soared toward the central area of the Chongshan sect at Tianti Peak. Upon reaching Tianti Peak, Lei Xiao and his group awaited the arrival of Tao Xin, and eventually, they were joined by Xiao Taihuac from the west. That a servant of Zongbahui revealed that the sect leader had engaged in battle with a crimson-clad figure in the skies and had subsequently vanished. Most were apprehensive, calculating the dire implications of the enemy's preparedness. Lei Xiao reorganized the troops, biding his time to initiate a southern advance, intending to lead them to break free. Xiao Taihuac, aware of his limited numbers, refrained from insisting on leadership, knowing that such a role would attract danger, potentially leading to death. Quietly, Lei Xiao issued orders for a nocturnal departure, heading southward, with further plans to be determined later. Suddenly, a bright red figure approached, revealing a handsome young man in crimson attire, wielding twin flaming pistols. This weaponry resembled that of the famed dual-gun warrior from Watermargin, albeit more formidable, as these were divine weapons imbued with fire attributes. The newcomer was none other than Lieteng of the Liejia clan. Not far from the Moyer elephant stood Tao Xin, who furrowed her brow, recognizing him. "It's him. I know this man. He is Lieteng, the young master of the Liejia clan, a fourth-tier martial artist wielding the twin pistols, one of their earlier divine weapons. That he's a fool," exclaimed Mu Shanchuan. "I can fly now, and I shall confront him." Just as Mu Shanchuan prepared to leap, Princess Yuning urgently called out, "Hero Mu, you mustn't go. Your skills are inferior to his, and his divine weapons counter yours." Mu Shanchuan hesitated, muttering, "I forgot." Ding Kuan, who had been perched on his shoulder, smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "You big oaf! How could you forget such a crucial detail? If you go, I might as well follow you to certain death." Mu Shanchuan protested, "I may have forgotten, but that doesn't mean I was being arrogant." Nearby, Xiao Taihuac coldly inquired, "What is our strategy to repel the enemy?" His gaze shifted to Lei Xiao, who had become the focal point of attention, as everyone awaited his response. Despite being a fourth-tier martial artist, Lei Xiao's skills were still below the third tier, and he had yet to master flight. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Few knew of Zongbahui's presence. The servant at Tianti Peak had disclosed that the sect leader had engaged in combat with a red-clad figure, and then disappeared. As expected, Lei Xiao heard a gentle, kindly voice near his right ear, a voice he recognized as Zongbahui's. Speaking softly enough for only Lei Xiao to hear, Zongbahui instructed, "That young man from the Liejia clan is seeking his own demise. It is evident that your standing in the sect is still low, so this presents an opportunity to establish your reputation. Utilize the Wan Jun hand as if it were a penetrating nail. Throw me toward that Liejia lad, and enjoy the spectacle." Chapter 59. The night escape. Lieteng halted mid-air, parting his twin pistols with a fierce shout. "Lieteng has arrived. Accept your fate." Below, he beheld a group led by someone of his own age. Seated upon a formidable beast, the Moyer elephant, characterized by its black ears, indicating it was still in its youth, that a jolt of realization struck Lieteng. He recognized the individual atop the Moyer elephant. "This is the one who killed my family steward, Li Xiaobai," he murmured to himself. Lieteng, now cautious, was well aware of his steward's formidable prowess. Yet in his caution, did Lieteng truly remain safe? Lei Xiao raised his head, his gaze intense, and declared, "Lieteng, let us see how long you can remain arrogant." Lieteng anticipated Lei Xiao's approach, unaware that Lei Xiao remained firmly seated atop the Moyer elephant. Having only heard rumors previously, Lieteng was taken aback, realizing for the first time that Lei Xiao could not yet fly. As Lieteng clashed his pistols together, sparks ignited. Lei Xiao, with a grave expression, smirked slightly, seemingly dismissive of Lieteng. Before Lieteng could comprehend the situation, Lei Xiao called out an incantation, propelling a fist-sized object directly toward him. The force behind Lei Xiao's throw was tremendous, and the projectile sped toward Lieteng with blinding swiftness. In a moment of panic, Lieteng thrust his sparking pistols toward the incoming object, never suspecting that it was. In fact, Zongbahui, now shrunk to a diminutive size, that Lieteng's dual pistol stood no chance of hitting Zongbahui. Despite the immense power of the Wanjun hand, Zhang Bahui adeptly evaded the attack, as he narrowly dodged the gun barrels. Zhang Bahui propelled himself forward, using the gun barrels to propel himself even further. In the next instant, Liating felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to be propelled backward. The force of the impact halted his heart momentarily, and he found himself hurtling backwards uncontrollably. Liating was sent flying from the heights, his pistols disappearing as Zhang Bahui swiftly seized them. The disciples of the Chongshan sect, unaware of the underlying events, were left agape as they witnessed Lei Xiao's decisive strike eliminating their adversary. Following this turn of events, several within the Chongshan sect began to harbor a newfound respect for Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao led the group southward. The diminutive Zhang Bahui silently returned to his perch on the Moir elephant. Princess Yuning's condition had significantly improved, yet Zhang Bahui continued to tend to her injuries, aiming for a faster recovery. When the time for battle arrived, weariness became irrelevant. It often came down to a race against time, akin to the legendary march across the Debi Mountains. Although Lei Xiao sat comfortably atop the Moir elephant, his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. One could not deny Zhang Bahui's presence. However, to presume that his existence guaranteed absolute safety would be a grave miscalculation. After all, if Zhang Bahui were truly invincible, would he have allowed himself to be cornered by Liating and Li Zhenchen? Currently, as Lei Xiao sat cross-legged atop the Moir elephant, he exuded an air of a true leader. Beside the Moir elephant stood a burly man, Mu Shanchuan, with a small figure perched upon his shoulder. Ding Kuan, clad in juvenile attire, appeared somewhat comical. Under the cover of night, the Chongshan sect's group advanced at an impressive pace. As they neared the Liejia camp, Lei Xiao gestured to Mu Shanchuan, saying, "Brother Mu, it's your turn. While the Liejia reinforcements have yet to arrive, we must not only ensure our safe escape, but also deliver a blow to their pride." Mu Shanchuan scanned the area for any signs of disturbance, scratching his head in confusion. "What am I supposed to do?" Ding Kuan seized Mu Shanchuan's ear, twisting it as he chided. "What are you supposed to do?" "Charge ahead, where's your staff?" Mu Shanchuan suddenly realized, shaking the staff in his hand which magically expanded, shouting as he charged forward. The diminutive Ding Kuan, riding atop Mu Shanchuan, drew a saber that Mu Shanchuan exuded an astounding aura. Akin to a boulder tumbling down a mountainside, this contingent of family members could be deemed battle-hardened, yet one could only lament the absence of a leader. In the heat of pursuit, this might be inconsequential. Akin to a game of chess where overwhelming dominance allows for a straightforward offensive, scarcely requiring attention to one's own commander. However, once the skirmish ensued, the importance of a commander became undeniably evident. Without a leader, there is no core, and lacking a core leads to an inflexible response. At this moment, the southern contingent of family members embodied this predicament. During the chase, the temporary absence of their leader was trivial. But now, without a guiding force, adaptability was utterly unattainable to Mu Shanchuan, and Ding Kuan advanced, resembling tigers amidst a flock of sheep. Lei Xiao proclaimed loudly, "Fellow disciples, our hero Mu has already disrupted the enemy ranks. Let us seize the momentum and charge forward." Lei Xiao gestured emphatically, while Mo Erxiang emitted a sound akin to a distressed cat. At that moment, an incongruous voice emerged, that of Xiao Taiwa, who questioned Lei Xiao. "Wait, why must we engage in a head-on assault? It is not prudent to fight at this juncture. In my opinion, we should withdraw to the southwest and await a more advantageous opportunity to exact our revenge." Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao frowned and asked Xiao, "If we were to retreat southwest, what if the Lai family attacks us from both the west and south, encircling us? What then?" Xiao Taiwa was momentarily struck speechless. Lei Xiao resolutely declared, "We must not lose our fighting spirit. After suffering defeat at the hands of the Lai family, if we do not rally our morale, reclaiming the Chongshan sect will be exceedingly difficult. Now is our chance to teach the Lai family a lesson. It is the only choice." Raising his voice further, Lei Xiao called out, "Fellow disciples, fight for the Chongshan sect. Charge!" Mo Erxiang surged ahead, and the disciples of Chongshan followed suit. As Mo Erxiang plunged into the enemy camp, Lei Xiao wielded a knife, typically not used for killing. Surrounding Mo Erxiang, two soft swords danced and intertwined, one embodying the essence of light and the other of fire. Controlled by Princess Yuning, Lei Xiao, with his knife, directed the entire army. It seems the Japanese command knife was initially modeled after Lei Zhao's style. The southern camp of the Lai family fell into chaos. Utterly unstructured after the onslaught of the Chongshan sect, Lei Xiao commanded, "Do not pursue. Follow my lead." Approximately 800 members of the Chongshan sect, under Lei Xiao's guidance, advanced south. Upon exiting the territory of the Chongshan sect, there was still no inclination to divert course. Observing the path ahead, Xiao Taiwa furrowed his brow and remarked, "If we proceed further, we will enter the realm of the Lai family. In 10 or so miles, we will reach the blazing fortress." "Lei Xiao, what do you intend to do with everyone?" With a voice as firm as iron, Lei Xiao responded, "We will attack the blazing fortress." Xiao Tiehua's complexion paled, and he weakly questioned, "Can we truly manage it in our current state?" Lei Xiao replied, "We have nowhere to return to. Before we leave, if we do not soundly chastise the Lai family, we would disgrace ourselves as martial artists." Tao Xian interjected, "The lord of the blazing fortress is Lai Run, the cousin of the Lai family patriarch, Lai Hongjue, with mid-level strength in the 4th tier. Given Brother Lei's prowess, it should not be difficult to handle him." Mu Shanchuan added, "Let us strike while the iron is hot. The Lai family came to our Chongshan sect. We should take this opportunity to invade their lair." Upon hearing Mu Shanchuan's words, Ding Kuan, who was perched on Mu Shanchuan's shoulder, smacked him on the head and exclaimed, "What nonsense! We strike once and then retreat. Our intent is merely a light touch, not a prolonged battle. We must conserve our strength. The key is in maintaining our momentum." Hearing Ding Kuan's words, the unassuming main disciple of the Chongshan sect, Ba Huai, brightened with insight. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Lai Jinjin, an unsettling apprehension took root within her. Where did this anxiety stem from? Lai Jinjin murmured to herself. The plan was to dispatch troops from 3 directions simultaneously at the second watch. That moment, Lai Jinjin soared into the air, heading towards the Tianti Peak. Upon arriving at Tianti Peak, Lai Jinjin found no disciples of the Chongshan sect. From her elevated vantage point, her eyes caught a glimpse of crimson below. Her heart raced, and her unease intensified as she descended swiftly. The initial crescent moon cast a chilling glow, sharp as a blade. Amidst the moonlight, Lai Jinjin cradled a lifeless body, softly calling out, "Brother." Yet Lai Tung could no longer respond. The haunting memories of her mischievous brother replayed in her mind, transforming her earlier anxiety into heart-wrenching anguish. Unexpectedly heading south, Lai Jinjin gently laid down Lai Tung and vowed, "Before your remains grow cold, I shall surely avenge you." With determination, she sped southward. At this juncture, Lei Xiao had already led his troops to the blazing fortress. The fortress lord, Lai Run, had already mobilized his forces. That a mere fortress seemed within Lei Xiao's grasp. Yet presently, Lai Jinjin was hastening towards them. Would Ba Huai be able to contend with her? When the sect leader was stretched thin, how could Lai Run be underestimated? The towering figure of Lai Run, the lord of the blazing fortress, emerged above the stronghold, clad in dark red garments, with a crimson sash at his waist, wielding a large spiral staff that on the battlements of the blazing fortress, members of the Lai family brandished gleaming weapons. Steadfast in their defense, Lai Ren descended towards the approaching Chongshan contingent, pointing his staff and bellowing, "Who dares invade the blazing fortress? Unaware that I, Lai Run, stand guard here." The eyes of the Chongshan sect members converged upon Lei Xiao, who sat calmly upon Mo Erxiang. With an expression of tranquility, Lei Xiao donned the Wanjun glove on his right hand. He gestured behind him, but in the next instant his countenance subtly shifted, revealing a hint of unease. Why was Lei Xiao thus? It turned out he had reached back, expecting his master Ba Huai to naturally stand beside him, only to grasp at empty air. Where had Ba Huai gone? How could Lei Xiao possibly know? Lai Ren continued to bellow, "Who will come forth to battle?" Lei Xiao, unable to ascend, was not capable of flight. That on Mo Erxiang, Princess Yuning stood behind him. After the healing administered by Ba Huai, she had nearly fully recovered. Princess Yuning declared, "Though he possesses mid-tier 4th-level power, his staff is not a divine weapon. That I have divine weapons in hand. Let me engage him." With that, Princess Yuning soared into the air. She brandished her dual divine weapons, each emitting a glow of white and flame. Lai Ren's heart raced with trepidation, that he understood that possessing divine weapons could equalize the odds in a battle against a superior foe. Lai Ren murmured, "Two divine weapons. If anyone were to overhear this, they would surely discern his lack of confidence." As Princess Yuning drew near, her twin swords lunged forth. The third-tier divine weapons could strike from a distance. But Princess Yuning was far from complacent in her confrontation with the fortress lord. She pondered, should she let her guard down, Lai Ren's skill might allow him to seize her divine weapons for himself. Lai Ren wielded his staff, cautious not to engage directly with the divine weapons that he mused. If I only had a divine weapon, this would be much easier to navigate. His movements were agile, relying on cunning rather than brute strength. As he occasionally jabbed with the end of his staff, Princess Yuning leveraged her divine weapons, delivering powerful strikes. Yet the two combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate. Observing the pallor deepen on Princess Yuning's face, Lai Ren concluded, so she bears injuries. Princess, allow me to assist you," came the booming voice of the robust Mu Shanchuan. Mu Shanchuan called out. He leapt into action, his staff having transformed into a more manageable size. Ding Kuan, perched on Mu Shanchuan's shoulder, anxiously asked, "Shall we proceed?" "Is this wise?" With unwavering confidence, Mu Shanchuan replied, "Why not? Observe how the fortress lord fears the divine weapons, with our own divine weapons at hand. Aiding the princess, victory is assured." As Mu Shanchuan approached, he thrust the end of his staff towards Lai Ren's rear. Lai Ren evaded, cursing, "Damn it, another one." However, upon realizing Mu Shanchuan's presence, he muttered, "Wait, it's two more." Because, while focusing on Mu Shanchuan, he had inadvertently noticed Ding Kuan, who now wielded a saber. Lai Ren's eyes gleamed with recognition. He realized Mu Shanchuan possessed a divine weapon, that he murmured to himself, "A wood element divine weapon?" Mu Shanchuan struck again, aiming for the fortress lord. This moment, Princess Yuning was slightly distanced, and the earlier bout had left her still unable to steady her nerves due to her injuries. Princess Yuning called out to Mu Shanchuan, "Hero Mu, be cautious." Mu Shanchuan, perplexed, responded, "Cautious of what?" Just as he pondered this, Lai Ren made his move, seizing the staff from Mu Shanchuan's grasp. That Mu Shanchuan's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Oh no, you dare to compare strength with me." Princess Yuning rushed forward, but it was too late. As Lai Ren grasped the wooden staff, he executed a side kick. Mu Shanchuan was kicked in the chest by Lin, causing a sweet sensation to rise in his throat. As if blood were surging forth, he involuntarily released his grip on the club. Lin displayed a smirk, for the duration of the encounter was indeed brief. By the time Princess Yuning arrived, Mu Shanchuan's vision had already begun to darken, and he was plummeting to the ground. "Ding Kuan!" he cried out, letting go of his saber as he fell, only to be caught by Ding Kuan, who plunged down alongside him. Ding Kuan aimed for the spot where Mu Shanchuan was descending, and at that moment, Tao Xan leaped forth to intercept them. Despite her slender physique, she managed to manipulate the momentum of both Mu Shanchuan and Ding Kuan's fall, ensuring they landed safely. Had it not been for Lin's concern regarding the approaching Princess Yuning, the force of that kick could have cost Mu Shanchuan his life. Lin discarded his original spiked club, which hurtled towards Lei Xiao, head of the Chongshan sect. Yet, mindful of the nearing Princess Yuning, Lin's throw veered off course, striking instead towards Xiao Taiwa, who was 3 zhang away. Xiao Taiwa hastily dodged, muttering under his breath, "Just here to gather numbers. And you still come after me, you bastard," in the air. Princess Yuning engaged Lin once more. Although she was formidable, her current state was far from optimal. With Lin wielding a divine weapon, her light attribute soft sword was rendered ineffective against the wooden staff in his possession. Despite her ability to threaten the life of the Owl King, that was directly linked to the king's lascivious nature. Now, with the staff in Lin's hands, its power was unleashed to its fullest potential. Princess Yuning sheathed her light attribute sword, retaining only her fire attribute weapon. Fortunately, the fire attribute sword could suppress the wooden staff. Otherwise, she might not have lasted even a moment. Lin wielded the staff with remarkable finesse, avoiding a direct clash with the sword blade. The flames of the fire sword were not particularly bright, primarily manifesting at the tip and edge. Lin evaded its brilliance, seizing the opportunity to strike. When the staff's tip connected with the sword's body, Princess Yuning gasped, losing control of her soft sword and letting it slip from her grasp. With a sinister laugh, Lin thrust the staff towards the princess's delicate form. "Danger!" Lei Xiao shouted, Feeling a surge of clarity and strength coursing through him, he realized that his abilities had indeed improved, having transitioned from the mid-second stage to the high second stage. However, he still could not fly. Princess Yu Ning did her utmost to evade, barely managing to escape. Ha! Lin cackled gleefully. You thought you could flee the Chongshan sect's territory, yet here you are, on the brink of annihilation. His words abruptly halted. Not because he had spotted the diminutive figure of Chongshan sect's main sect leader Ba Huai, but rather a radiant light. What was that light? Lin could not discern, but he was acutely aware. He was as good as dead. Just as Princess Yu Ning evaded, and Lin believed victory was assured, a golden light pierced through his chest. It was the heart-piercing nail. Seizing the moment, Lei Xiao hurled the nail, empowered by his enhanced skills, delivering a lethal blow to the leader of the Flame Fortress. Where had the master gone? This was the greatest question in Lei Xiao's heart. Still, Ba Huai was nowhere to be seen, and Lin was already dealt with. When the Chongshan members realized that Lin was not their greatest adversary, they instead beheld the true threat hovering above. A beautiful woman in red, wielding a fiery ring and summoning a fire dragon. Her face was adorned with frost, and a murderous aura enveloped her. She was Lin's esteemed daughter, Lin Jinjin. Die! Lin Jinjin's furious voice resonated as she steadied the fiery ring, sending the dragon roaring downward. The onlookers on the battlements of the Flame Fortress exclaimed in astonishment. It's Miss Jinjin. Yes, it is indeed Miss Jinjin. How swiftly she comes. Lei Xiao thought in alarm, preparing to adapt. The heart-piercing nail had been thrown, and with his current strength, he could not retrieve it. The Wan Jun hand was only effective at close range. Without the nail, it would be nearly futile against Lin Jinjin's fifth-stage prowess in his hand. Lei Xiao clutched a small golden wing, shrouded in mystery and potential. How could he unleash its full power? He had no idea. Holding the wing, he felt only a semblance of hope, knowing it was better than nothing. As the dragon descended, engulfing the area in searing heat, Lei Xiao gritted his teeth, preparing to launch the golden wing. The raging fire dragon surged upward, generating a torrent of heat, and Lei Xiao had no time for hesitation. With a swift motion, he propelled the golden wing into the the moment the wing was thrown. The fire dragon underwent a transformation, fundamentally altering its trajectory. The dragon turned to look upward, drawn by a disturbance in the control of the fiery ring. While manipulating the fire dragon, one must maintain a steady grip on the ring, as the controller's mind directly influences that moment. However, the fiery ring began to wobble violently, spiraling out of control. What had happened to the fiery ring? It turned out that Lin Jinjin, the one holding it, had suddenly been struck from behind. She coughed up blood, losing her grip on the ring, which slipped from her hands as she struggled to maintain her balance. Fortunately, Lin Jinjin had sensed something amiss beforehand. Although unable to fully evade the blow, she managed to brace herself, thus avoiding death or unconsciousness.